This young man was originally an unemployed otaku in the 21st century, spending every day snacking while browsing online job listings. One ordinary day, he accidentally clicked on an advertisement that popped up. Immediately, as if arranged, the website pulled him into a strange interface, and no matter how he screamed, he couldn't escape. Current location: Earth in 2696 at the Stellar Academy. In the year 2696, aliens invaded, and Earth suffered devastating attacks. Humanity finally established a federation, using nuclear weapons to annihilate the enemies, but they left behind Virus X that spread across the planet. As a result, Earth mutated, and abnormal beasts ran rampant everywhere. Survivors evolved, opening the path of martial cultivation, and martial artists became the ruling class. Lam too crossed over to this world in a hazy state, not yet understanding what was happening. Suddenly, he was beaten to a pulp by his roommate, Ma Kuang, a novice martial artist in Class 29 of the Academy. Lacking cultivation talent, he was often seen as useless and treated like a servant. From delivering meals to doing laundry, all trivial chores fell on him. Beaten until every part of his body ached, Lam too finally realized he had truly crossed over. He cursed inwardly, wondering if someone had to be this unlucky to cross over. Memories of the previous host flooded in, full of insults, along with endless beatings, driving him to despair to the point of wanting to die. And now Lam too had to bear all these miserable circumstances in his place. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, for the word endure did not exist in his vocabulary. Even with broken ribs, he would not bow to the strong preying on the weak. But the more he resisted, the harsher the beating became, Ma Kuang lunging like a wild beast to finish him. Too bad for him, the person in this body was now Lam too with the aura of a protagonist, no longer easy to bully. At the critical moment, the system suddenly appeared, pulling him into this world. It announced that the anger check was complete, asking whether to activate the charged skill. Without thinking, Lam too immediately agreed to use it. Immediately, two fists collided with tremendous force. Ma Kuang's hand shattered like it was broken, and he screamed in pain, feeling as if his soul was about to leave his body. His subordinates panicked and hurriedly carried their boss to the medical room. After the punch, Lam too himself was not much better, just slightly more conscious than the opponent. The system displayed another message, awarding him a lucky spin. Despite the pain, Lam too's eyes lit up, and he spun immediately, hoping to change his life. Unexpectedly, he received 10,000 alliance credits. After the spin, he dragged his battered body to the medical room for treatment. The female doctor seemed familiar with him, probably a regular client. He did a quick check, then asked him to strip and lie on the table, making him embarrassed. But within minutes, she began working seriously. Following instructions, Lam too used a recovery solution costing 9,800 alliance credits. He quickly fell into a coma, all injuries recorded, expected to heal in 5 hours, during which he thought about the miserable life of the previous host. But from now on, he would not let anyone bully him, and after 5 hours, Lam too would be completely new. In Class 29 of the Stellar Academy, the homeroom teacher announced a practical combat training plan in Area A20 for 20 people. He scanned the room and noticed Ma Kuang was missing, asking about his whereabouts. When he learned that Ma Kuang had been beaten by Lam too and was undergoing surgery, he was extremely surprised. The other students also couldn't believe it. How could a useless person defeat him? At that moment, Lam too entered with full aura, clearly asking if he could participate. Class buzzed, everyone noticing his complete transformation, like a different person. The teacher advised him not to be reckless, as Area A20 was very dangerous. Of Ma Kuang's subordinates even mocked him, but Lam too was unafraid, even challenging him, promising to participate in training if he won. The system analyzed the opponent, Hua Tuan, as a novice martial artist, weaker than Ma Kuang. With careful calculation, waiting to fully charge anger would allow a decisive strike, so he scheduled the duel after class in the martial arena. Few hours later, news of the fight spread, drawing a large crowd. Despite warnings, Lam too confidently stepped up, determined to teach the opponent a lesson. As soon as he appeared, Hua Tuan charged, constantly insulting him. Lam too continuously dodged, still in pain despite recovery, patiently following the plan without counterattacking. The observing teacher noticed that even just dodging, he was not at a disadvantage. His gaze had never been this steady before. Finally, the moment arrived. The charge bar reached 100%. All the long-suppressed resentment was ready to erupt. Hua Tuan launched his final attack like a predatory beast. Lam too immediately countered, blocking with one hand. After the decisive clash, only Hua Tuan's painful scream remained. Blood splattered across the floor, creating a gruesome scene. Witnesses were utterly horrified. Lam too coldly looked at his opponent, mocking him for being defeated by someone weaker than him. The teacher hurried to send Hua Tuan for treatment to avoid disrupting the training plan. He also praised Lam 2's transformation. Thanks to the victory, Lam 2 earned a spot in the practical training. Area A20 was located in the north of the city, contaminated with radiation and viruses, filled with zombies and dangerous beasts. Yet danger came with opportunity, as many monster parts were valuable resources. Their alien brains also provided energy that helped martial artists cultivate, extremely valuable. The academy provided each person with basic outfits and weapons. Before departure, the teacher warned of the danger, reminding them that students had once been killed by zombies out of fear. Only real combat could test abilities and strengthen willpower. After the warning, he divided 20 people into 5 groups, emphasizing not to go deep into dangerous areas, then ordered them to depart. Many were worried, but Lam 2 saw it as an opportunity to gain experience. Soon the group split and entered Area A20. Lam 2's group quickly encountered Level 1 zombies. With sharp virus-infected teeth, its combat power reached 380, 100 points higher than Lam 2. Whether the opponent was strong or weak, Lam 2 aimed for experience points, so he charged ahead to deal with them first. With a single slash, he cut the monster's head in two, easily leveling up to Level 2. Just as he was celebrating the level up, another horde of zombies surged forward like madmen. Lam 2 barely had time to turn when Duong Thien charged forward and slashed them all. He could only feel gut-wrenching regret as the experience points were stolen by someone else. The group then continued to move deeper inside. Ahead appeared a Level 1 zombie leader, extremely fast with sharp claws, capable of summoning more ordinary zombies. The purple-haired man in the group boldly rushed forward, but with such a speed gap, he was completely ineffective. His only fate was to lie there and wait for death. Fortunately, Duong Thien arrived just in time to save him. Lam 2 immediately ran over, reminding him that it was a zombie leader and must be killed in one strike, or it would call reinforcements to cause a disaster. Naturally, Duong Thien ignored him. It was too humiliating to be ordered around by a useless person while fighting monsters. He still tried to slash as usual, but the result was far from expected as the zombie evaded too quickly. It dodged neatly and immediately howled to call its companions for backup. As predicted, the previously quiet area quickly filled with the undead. Purple-haired man and Duong Thien turned pale, panicking and fleeing in confusion. The fat man also pulled Lam 2 to leave quickly, but he had come here to farm experience, not to run away. If he cleared this group, he could level up continuously, so Lam 2 decided to risk his life and charge forward. Seeing his friend like possessed, completely different from the old Lam 2, Fat Man also no longer hesitated and joined the battle immediately after. The two fought with increasing fervor, slashing one after another. In the midst of the battle, Lam 2 was scratched by the zombie leader. He thought this might be the end. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, he cleverly poured all system points into his own stats. Instant power surged explosively. He bent the zombie leader's head with his bare hands, spinning it 360 degrees. The opponent was defeated on the spot. Lam 2 leveled up to 6 and unlocked the system's gene lock feature. From what Lam 2 had read in books, the human body still contained many untapped potentials. Gene lock was the most primal potential within the body, rumored that if fully unlocked, a human could become godlike. Curious about his new ability, Lam 2 tried unlocking the first gene to see how strong he could become. But the result was disappointing. A bright red warning appeared stating he had not reached level 15. Lam 2 wanted to curse. Wasn't he just level 15? Killing more monsters would unlock it soon enough. Just wait. After clearing all the zombies, the fat man approached with a suspicious look and called Lam 2 over. Is this still the Lam 2 I know? Suddenly so strong, even the zombie leader was dealt with perfectly. Naturally, Lam 2 could not reveal he had crossed over, so he feigned nonchalance as if nothing unusual had happened. Then the two continued moving deeper inside. Before long, they reached the forbidden area the teacher had warned about. Lam 2 regretted not encountering more monsters along the way, meaning no further experience could be gained. He was about to sneak in to take a look when his companion suddenly shivered, pointing behind and shouting that a giant serpent lurked by a tree. Flexively, Lam 2 turned to look. Before him was a massive level 3 color-changing serpent, terrifyingly huge. Lam 2's face turned deathly pale, blood drained, and he turned to flee desperately. While running, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Why are you still chasing me? Go after the fat guy instead." The fat man ran out of breath, and when he looked back, he realized something was wrong. It turned out his friend had somehow run deep into the abandoned area. Lam 2 ran headlong, finally managing to temporarily shake off the serpent. He remained alert as it could camouflage with the environment. One slip and death would follow. While scanning for an exit, he suddenly felt an arrow pressed to his head, along with a cold warning not to move. What are you sneaking around here for? Lamb 2's heart plummeted, and he could only think that his life was over. The group in front were a risk squad specializing in hunting zombies and abnormal beasts for materials and alien brains. All official martial artists, not easy to deal with. Though panicked, Lamb 2 forced a bright smile and briefly replied that he was just passing by. Seeing his uniform, they recognized him as a Stellar Academy student. One stepped forward to grab his blade and coldly ordered him to leave the weapon and leave. Lamb 2 had no choice but to plead that in such a dangerous place, being without a blade was like sending him to his death. You might as well die now. Unexpectedly, just after that, the serpent suddenly lunged in an ambush. In a single bite, it swallowed him whole. The risk squad immediately fell into chaos, everyone panicking. The leader tried to stay calm, shouting reassurance that this was a level 3 evolved beast, and its alien brain and skin were worth millions. Taking advantage of the confusion, Lamb 2 quietly slipped aside to observe. Inwardly, he despised them. Level 1 martial artists daring to provoke a level 3 evolved beast, dying out of greed. Instead of risking themselves, it was better to wait for a chance to seize the blade. The serpent was relentlessly attacked by the group. It thrashed wildly, crushing several to the point they were unrecognizable. After a desperate struggle, the risk squad finally defeated the abnormal beast. How many survived to claim the loot was uncertain. The leader ordered Lamb 2 to cut open the serpent and retrieve the alien brain for him, or else. But he did not know that this was Lamb 2's moment. He would extract the alien brain himself, making it his own loot. During this, the others immediately rushed over angrily. But with his exhausted body, even standing was difficult. How could he threaten anyone? Soon after, Lamb 2 sent him to the other world neatly. As a result, Lamb 2 leveled up to 7 and gained another spin. Additionally, he collected all the loot from the serpent and stuffed it into the hunter's backpacks. Knowing the area was extremely dangerous, Lamb 2 did not linger and immediately packed up to leave. Ironically, no matter how he circled around, he still got lost deep in the danger zone. Just as he was unsure which way to go, a sinister sign appeared in the distant sky. As he turned, a level 4 thunder leopard appeared before him, so strong the system couldn't even analyze its data or combat power. At this point, Lamb 2 only wished he had extra legs to run away as fast as possible. But the calamity did not stop. Another sudden threat approached. Following the leopard was a striking blonde girl named Mangacap, a 4th rank martial artist who had just appeared. Immediately, the human and beast clashed in a fierce battle. The fight shook the entire space, the leopard being struck to the ground. It seemed the battle was over, yet it was only feigning death. As soon as the girl approached, it suddenly sprang up to counterattack. Critical blow sent her flying outward, falling down a deep cliff, her fate uncertain. Watching the whole scene, Lamb 2 felt something was off. The leopard seemed more like it was temporarily holding its breath than actually dead. Thinking this, he cautiously stepped forward, intending to strike and claim the boss's life, to seize the alien brain from the 4th rank abnormal beast for profit. With that thought, he smirked greedily and raised his blade. Before he could strike, another appeared from behind. Lamb 2 suddenly remembered that electric leopards usually hunt in pairs, one male and one female. With no time to think, he immediately coiled his legs and ran, screaming for mercy at the female leopard. Running relentlessly, he found himself trapped, a deep chasm ahead and the leopard closing in from behind. With no other choice, he would rather break every bone than be electrocuted to become its dinner. So he closed his eyes and leapt into the abyss. Whether it was luck or misfortune, there was a pool of water and several logs below that softened the impact, allowing Lamb 2 to survive. Surprisingly, the blonde girl also fell into the same spot. Following the usual trope, of course he would save her and take care of her. Holding the girl in his arms, Lamb 2 thought, how could someone so young and beautiful, about 17 or 18, already be a 4th rank martial artist? Clearly a genius from a great family. At that moment, his growling stomach reminded him of hunger. Luckily, the pool contained some fat, delicious fish, perfectly timed. So he lit a fire, dried his clothes, and roasted the fragrant fish. Just as he was enjoying it, the blonde girl suddenly sprang up, pointing her sword at his face. "Why are you dressed like that? What have you done to me?" Lamb 2 froze for a few seconds before flusteredly explaining that he had done nothing. "I pulled you out of the water. Without me, you would have drowned." After listening to his explanation and being given the fragrant grilled fish, the girl calmed down and began to introduce herself. "I'm Mangacap speak. What do you want? I don't like owing anyone a favor. Just state your request. I will repay it fairly. Otherwise, I will handle it myself." Never having met anyone so cold to their lifesaver, Lamb 2 only grinned and said he wanted to become as strong as her. Hearing this, Mangacap thought he spoke too soon. Treasures were easy to provide, but a talent as poor as his would be difficult to improve. Night fell, Lamb 2 curled up in a corner to watch over her while she rested. During a free moment, he gleefully opened the system to spin for a reward, hoping for a weapon. The wheels slowly stopped at a reward of 1,000 alliance credits, a result that left him deeply disappointed. Luckily, a gust of wind nudged the pointer slightly, and the system immediately congratulated him on receiving the 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix. Lamb 2 was overjoyed, for it was a martial skill card that only 6th rank martial artists could create. According to rank, these cards were divided into bronze, silver, gold, and diamond, with higher rank having greater power. Holding the card in his hand, he was so excited he wanted to scream, for this was a mature martial skill card, more precious than a diamond card as it could evolve with the user's cultivation. Behind him, his foolish laughter woke Lakangaya. With sharper hearing than normal, she quickly realized an unusual sound was approaching. Lamb 2 noticed it might be the Risk Squad from before, and he immediately told Lakangaya to run, but her injuries prevented her from moving. Reluctantly, he carried her on his back, outwardly claiming it was for her safety that they had to run quickly. Not far along, the Risk Squad arrived, estimating their target had not gone far and would kill them if caught, while Lamb 2 carried Lakangayat and noticed her weight increasing. She explained it was the sword on her back, not her body, though he clearly didn't believe it. As they argued, another opponent appeared ahead. Looking closely, it was a 2-rank pink snake, a nocturnal beast with venomous fangs and a total combat power of 670. Knowing she couldn't fight directly, Lakangayat handed her sword to Lamb 2 to handle the snake, and as she said, it was so heavy he had to use both hands to lift it. Thus, one person unable to move paired with a novice using one hand. Yet together they dispatched the pink snake in an instant. Lamb 2 smugly raised his index finger to taunt it. "Come on, bite me. Not only will I kill you, I'll extract your alien brain and sell it." Angry life is not that simple. Though its head was cut off, the snake bit his hand, startling Lamb 2. Lakangayat stood beside him, almost laughing, her expression saying he deserved it for provoking it. But before she could laugh, her teammate screamed, his body covered in red rashes, burning and itching violently. Only then did she realize this snake carried a bizarre aphrodisiac venom, causing intense desire throughout the body. A serious situation. Before figuring out a solution, Lamb 2 lost control, eyes rolling, drooling. Pounced on her, ignoring her shouts and threats. At that moment, he completely lost reason, pressing close and kissing repeatedly. When hands and legs began to wander, she bit him in time, restoring some order. She then kicked him into a nearby water pit to cool off, while Lamb 2 apologized profusely as he ran with his hand over his mouth. Luckily, after soaking in cold water, his body gradually returned to normal. Yet the feeling of her soft, sweet lips lingered in his mind. While Lamb 2 relaxed, Lakangayat faced a major problem as the earlier Risk Squad had tracked them. They approached with lecherous and filthy eyes. Young but weak, Lakangayat could not resist, only allowing herself to fall into their hands, luckily just as they were about to make a move. Lamb 2 returned just in time, using his ability to see each person's info. He appeared mysterious and pointed at each one. Truong Luong, 2nd rank martial artist, skilled with the blade, total combat power 1540. Lai Hone, 1st rank martial artist, specializes in swordsmanship. For someone of unknown origin to read their stats and power accurately was astonishing. Group immediately panicked and fled. Even Lakangayat was amazed at his special ability. The two then packed up and left immediately. Waiting for the squad to react and pursue would be troublesome, and soon they realized they had been tricked. Leader angrily ordered his subordinates to guard the area outside. He wanted to capture them alive and tear them apart to vent his anger. Lamb 2 was not stupid, knowing they would station people on the perimeter, so he decided to stay hidden in the forbidden area, waiting a few days for Lakangayat to recover before leaving. The next morning, Lamb 2 awoke from a nap, startled by the scene before him. Finding himself holding the girl asleep, unease immediately rose in his heart. Not wanting to be castrated on the spot, he pretended nothing had happened and gently woke her. Lakangayat calmly said she had sensed the mutated beasts and was preparing to confront them, her sense of smell truly exceptional. She added that her injuries had not fully healed and would take 2 more days, so she would entrust the long sword to him for combat. Lamb 2 was terrified, for the beasts here were at least 2nd rank, and at his current level, stepping out meant becoming prey. Yet Lakangayat said something that left him speechless, that with such strength he must seek stronger opponents to improve, assuring him she would temporarily keep him alive. And in the following days under her command, the young girl, highly skilled, understood the habits and attack patterns of abnormal beasts. Thanks to hunting many evolved beasts, he had leveled up to 9, even strong enough to handle 2 3rd-rank evolved beasts simultaneously. He collected a large number of alien brains, intending to share some with the girl, but was immediately refused. By now Lakangayat had fully recovered, and with no reason to stay, the two reluctantly parted ways, each going in a different direction, though he did not truly want to. Not out of attachment, but because he worried the others were still lying in ambush. and if caught, his life would be over. Yet Lakangayat did not concern herself with that. Her only desire was to find the electric leopard and fight again. Before leaving, she turned back to remind him that next time, if his strength had not surpassed hers, she would deal with him, making him break out in a cold sweat as he quickly called after her, asking what she meant and where she came from. In response, only the words Holy Realm echoed back, and her figure had disappeared before he could react. Few hours after parting, he finally made his way to the outer edge of the forbidden area. But just as he stepped out and had not yet observed his surroundings, he was ambushed by the group. Fortunately, only one was present, and if he could defeat him quickly before reinforcements arrived, there was still a chance to survive. He used his sword to defend and dodge, but the disparity in strength made it nearly impossible to counterattack. The opponent charged like an arrow, arrogantly yelling, wanting to see if he could pierce him today. He held on with all his strength, and just when he could barely withstand, the system had just accumulated enough attack power, so he immediately used it without thinking. All his strength surged into his legs, aiming straight at the opponent's vital spot. The man thought it was a trivial attack and raised his hand to block. Unexpectedly, his bones shattered, his vital area destroyed, leaving him clutching his groin in pain. He was merciful, preferring to end it quickly rather than leave him alive in agony. So he delivered a finishing blow, sending the man to the ground, while receiving a system notification that he had reached level 10 and unlocked the Fury skill. Fury is an active skill, which when activated for 10 minutes greatly enhances strength and physique, but afterwards leaves the user fatigued for 5 minutes. And before he could celebrate, the man's companions arrived. Leader stared at his fallen subordinate in shock, then glared at the boy, asking if he dared kill his man. He replied calmly, as if to say, "Should I just stand here and wait to be killed?" Enraged, the leader immediately ordered his subordinates to charge, whether 2 against 1 or 5 against 1, as long as vengeance was served. He faced extreme odds, with 4 first-rank martial artists and 1 second-rank in front, leaving no chance of victory, so he had to rely on his newly unlocked skill. Fury activated, his speed and physique surged instantly. In a flash, he vanished from the martial artist's sight and moved to a safe position, but the skill only lasted 5 minutes, after which he would be exhausted. At that point, he would have no choice but to endure attacks, so he had to end the fight quickly. Conveniently, below were 2 men wielding long spears, weapons that suited his fighting style. He suddenly struck, taking down one and seizing his spear. With a suitable weapon in hand, he immediately felt much more confident, spinning the spear effortlessly. The 100 birds pay homage to the Phoenix skill was unleashed wildly. Soon several enemies fell, but the more powerful the moves, the more stamina drained, and with 3 others attacking simultaneously, he lost considerable time. Remembering the saying to target the king first, he decided to go straight for the leader. They soon realized the technique only had short-term effect with side effects, so simply surrounding him would guarantee capture. Before they could rejoice, his rage had accumulated, and he combined it with 100 birds pay homage to the Phoenix to charge at the leader intending to pierce him. Unfortunately, his luck remained poor, and at the critical moment, a mishap occurred. The long spear could not withstand the pressure and shattered on the spot. On top of that, the side effects of fury kicked in, leaving him unable to even draw his weapon to continue fighting. Truly, misfortune came unannounced. The leader laughed madly, raising his knife to strike dead. The situation reversed unexpectedly, the battle not yet over, as a palm struck from behind with a threatening voice, questioning how a small second-rank hunter squad could dare attack a stellar academy student. It turned out to be Dr. Duong Thien, a 4th-rank martial artist, arriving just in time to save Lam 2's life. Seeing the doctor's powerful move, he was also surprised, not expecting a healer to possess such strength. After some teasing, even asking him to remove his pants for treatment, Duong Thien seriously guided Lam 2 out of danger. At the assembly point, the teacher called roll and checked the loot each student had brought back. Looking around, he noticed one person was missing. Asking Duong Thien, the fat guy, revealed that the unnoticed student had accidentally run into the forbidden area, and the group mocked that a waste was still a waste, probably eaten by zombies or devoured by evolved beasts long ago. Duong Thien was so angry at his friend being insulted, he wanted to punch the offender. Although the teacher intervened and suggested waiting a bit, the group continued to cause trouble. He even suggested returning, assuming Lam 2 was already dead. But then a familiar voice rang out, who just cursed me to death. Indeed, it was Lam 2, returned safely, looking cool and confident. Duong Thien was visibly relieved, while Hua Tuan and the others maintained their mocking attitude. They asked if Lam 2 had been hiding for days and failed to kill any evolved beasts, and he pretended to be weak, replying, "Oh, it seems you hunted quite a few." During this, they smugly boasted, claiming, of course, Truong Ngai alone had defeated 8 first-rank evolved beasts. Those nearby joined in praising him, making the class leader proud. Just when it seemed enough, Lam 2 overturned his backpack, spilling a heap of alien brains, including 3 third-rank ones, shocking everyone. Duong Engai was unconvinced and immediately accused him of cheating. But before he could finish, the teacher scolded him, saying, "If you're capable, try cheating on me." A single third-rank alien brain was worth at least 400,000 to 500,000. Who among you could spend over $1 million to buy 3 just to cheat? The results of this practical training exceeded expectations. So let's return to the hotel to rest. As you are not official martial artists yet, you cannot sell alien brains online, but the hotel owner buys them. Hearing this, the students rejoiced, seeing money flutter before their eyes. Hotel owner bought alien brains at scrap prices. A first-rank one for 1,000 alliance credits, a third rank for 500,000, so Lam 2's loot totaled nearly 2 million, a real fortune. After waiting in line, it was finally his turn, the owner's eyes gleaming as he urged Lam 2 to provide his alliance card for payment. While completing the transaction, 2 arrogant men barged in, throwing 10 second-rank alien brains and asking for Class 29. From the system's view, they were Duong Thien, a standard second-rank martial artist in the Academy's top 108, and Lai Nguyen, a novice martial artist, clearly looking for trouble, not only mocking the class but also deliberately targeting Lam 2, who happened to stand right in front of them. Regardless of who they were, he provoked first, saying, "I am the useless one you mentioned, so eager to meet me. Not lining up is fine, but to insult someone, now apologize to me, or I will show you how a useless person handles you." Enraging Duong Thien, who immediately threw a punch to teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, Lam 2 blocked the punch with one hand, stunning him. The opponent switched from hand to foot, still ineffective. Instead, he took a full knockout blow to the face, blood spraying, driving Duong Thien completely mad. Then poured all his strength into a counterattack. Lam 2 remained consistent, dodging continuously, only fueling the opponent's rage. The watching students cheered non-stop. Duong Engai felt uneasy, amazed that in just 3 days Lam 2 had become so strong. But the first-rank opponent was no pushover. After a game of cat and mouse, Duong Thien unleashed a finishing strike, with Lam 2 blocking one hand and parrying with the other. Just when it seemed he would be overwhelmed, the situation reversed. The system had accumulated enough attack power and suggested use. But Lam 2, confident he could defeat him unarmed, decided to intimidate instead. 1, 2, 3 spins, Duong Thien's arm twisted into a circle, bones shattered, deformed like kneaded clay. The first-rank students turned pale, wanting to intervene but fearing Lam 2's strength. Just as both sides argued, the hotel owner interrupted. Lam 2's money from the 3 third-rank alien brains had already been transferred to his account. Check it out. The news that the Class 29 waste had hunted third-rank evolved beasts shocked them, unable to believe someone once looked down upon could be so strong. Lam 2 had planned to fight to enter the top 108 ranking, but no matter how he provoked, they did not dare approach. Just then, the teachers from both classes arrived to stop the commotion. The first-rank students quickly tattled that the Class 29 student had broken Duong Thien's arm. Fortunately, the Class 29 teacher was fair, asking for a full account of the events, so Lam 2 was not falsely accused. Still, the teacher pretended to be stern, making him apologize, secretly pleased, teaching the arrogant class a lesson in manners. So Lam 2 merely said, "Classmate Duong, I'm sorry. I struck a bit hard just now. But rest assured, I will cover the medical expenses. After all, we are not lacking money now." Something felt off. Was this kid really apologizing? The damage was minor, but the humiliation was immense, causing the surrounding students to struggle to hold back laughter. Before being taken for treatment, Duong Thien turned back and challenged Lam 2 to a duel at the final exam. After the first-rank students left, the teacher immediately led Class 29 to check their combat power to see how much they had improved from the practical training. One by one, the students stepped forward, Duong Engai reaching standard martial artist level with a total combat power of 675, leaving everyone astonished. The teacher praised him generously, suggesting he could begin practicing cultivation techniques the next day. According to the classification, combat power 300 to 600 is novice martial artist, 600 to 800 standard martial artist, 800 to 1500 first-rank martial artist. Official martial artists grow stronger through cultivation, as the universe contains vast sources of energy useful to humans, which martial artists absorb through techniques to enhance cells, muscles, and bones, thereby strengthening the body. Most of the class had completed the check, leaving Lam 2 as the last to be tested. Even after seeing him break Duong Thien's arm, some still acted arrogantly and mocked as he stepped up. But moments later, the information board appeared, silencing everyone. Lam 2 had become a standard martial artist with combat power 676, even surpassing Duong Engai. At night, Teacher La called both privately to discuss their future development. Since both had reached standard martial artist level, it was time to consider the weapon best suited to them. According to the teacher, evolved beasts of 3rd rank or higher are fully abnormal, impervious to regular bullets or lasers. Later, humans obtained special metals from other planets to forge weapons capable of harming them, so martial artists must choose the right skill and weapon to maximize their power. After the explanation, Lam 2 immediately raised his hand, saying he had decided to use a spear. He even cited the top 10 global martial artist ranking as an example, claiming there was still no spear user, so he would fill that spot. That he ran off before the teacher could react. The basic spear technique and martial skill cards were ready, only the right spear was missing. But as he was not yet an official martial artist, he could not buy equipment on the Martial Alliance website, so he hoped to try his luck at the Academy's Divine Martial Hall. Apparently, few people visited here normally. Being a customer, the owner greeted him warmly, introducing each spear in turn. Yet Lam 2 shook his head at everyone. Too light, too light. Is there nothing better here? Annoyed, the owner rolled his eyes, dusted off a 65 kg spear no one had ever bought, and began introducing it. Forged from a tin vu mineral sample, it was not only heavy, but also extremely sharp and durable, far surpassing normal weapons made from tin vu minerals. Its name was Silver Soul. The moment Lam 2 lifted the spear, he felt it was born for him, only the price was painful, reaching 1.2 million. Hearing the price, his heart sank. He had only just sold alien brains for over 2 million. Now buying a spear would wipe out more than half. Truly, cultivation burned money like water. Though reluctant, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and pay. Now a martial artist, Lam 2 could finally use cultivation techniques. Every moment on Earth contains energies called sources, imperceptible to ordinary people, which martial artists absorb to train their bodies. Just a little practice made him curious if he had changed. So Lam 2 summoned the system to check. While focusing, the system suddenly notified that the spin opportunity had updated, asking if he wanted to proceed. Besides daily rewards, there was a free monthly spin, and today happened to be midnight on August 1. While spinning, Lam 2 prayed not to get another weapon, or he would suffer a big loss. Unexpectedly, he won an accelerated maturation set. Following the system's prompt, he immediately used it, but upon wearing it, he panicked. The entire outfit weighed 130 kg. Annoyed, he tried to remove it, but before finishing the accelerated maturation process, the system warned not to remove it, advising the user to adapt overnight or else no school tomorrow. Moreover, completing the accelerated maturation granted 25 potential points. Hearing the potential points, Lam 2's eyes lit up like stars. Just crawling, yet he could handle this. After struggling all night, he finally stood, having completed only 19 laps with progress at 1,000 out of 10,000, dragging his exhausted body to class then. Suddenly someone struck him from behind, sending him sprawling. Furious, Lam 2 turned and cursed loudly. The attacker was the cheerful neighbor Song Nhi, whom he had known since bare-chested rain baths, so he immediately smiled brightly. She was touring schools to choose for college entrance. Lam 2 fancied himself as the reason Song Nhi wanted to enter Stellar Academy. As they chatted, her fans appeared, teasing her. One looked at Song Nhi and asked if this was the Lam 2 from next door. Noting the most notorious trash at Stellar Academy was named Lam 2, could it be the same person? Seeing her brother mocked, Song Nhi wanted to defend him with a duel. He ignored her, targeting Lam 2 directly, intending to embarrass him publicly. Unfortunately for him, Lam 2 was no longer as before. If he wanted to be beaten like that, Lam 2 would oblige. Even carrying over 100 kg, his body exhausted, handling a brat like that was still manageable. Then Duong Bin charged fiercely, striking Lam 2 repeatedly. Normally he would dodge all attacks, but now his heavy body prevented it. Still, Lam 2 immediately turned the tide, grabbing his opponent's hand and squeezing. Then he kicked him upward, striking him in the face. The kick sent him flying 3 meters, clutching his hand, screaming in pain. Just when it seemed over, he called his brother Duong Thien, a standard martial artist with total combat power 752, to attack Lam 2 from behind. This student was in 3rd grade, top 100 of the school, and vice president of the Martial Arts Association. Caught off guard, Lam 2 could not dodge, taking a full strike from the pockmarked face. Duong Thien, angry that his brother was hit, pounded Lam 2 as if he were a punching bag. Seeing her brother bruised, Song Nhi rushed to intervene, but the man ignored her and unleashed another powerful punch. Fortunately, Lam 2 reacted quickly to push Song Nhi aside, preventing her from serious injury. In return, he took the full punch and fell to the ground. Yet Duong Thien did not stop, aiming to dominate Lam 2. At that moment, the Class 29 teacher ran in from afar to intervene. Duong Thien pretended not to hear and continued his assault. The situation escalated. Fortunately, Teacher La arrived just in time, ending the fight with a single palm. Despite the clear facts, Duong Thien insisted Lam 2 had attacked his brother first. Of course, the teacher understood the situation and coldly said it would be handled by the school. Before leaving, Lam 2 actively challenged Duong Thien to a duel 3 days later, despite the teacher and Song Nhi trying to stop him. Soon, news of the Waste wanting to duel Duong Thien, top 100 spread throughout the academy, becoming a hot topic. Everyone thought he was doomed. Lam 2 himself remained calm, confidently heading straight to the medical room for treatment. There, Manhwa used a special medicine to heal his broken arm extremely quickly. She explained it was a Tiu family remedy, promoting bone and muscle regeneration, extremely expensive on the market. She also advised Lam 2 not to offend the Duong family due to their influence, but since they had attacked him first, countering was natural. Seeing his determination, she gifted him a huge surprise. It was the blue copper martial skill card named Violent Fist, an extremely expensive skill that, when mastered, could produce explosive force in the air, one of the most powerful close combat skills. But if the body was not strong enough, practicing it could easily break bones and damage muscles, which is why few dared to train it. Determined to help him, Manhwa also provided a healing potion, so even if bones or muscles were injured, it was no longer an issue. With the new skill, he trained obsessively day and night, but at his current level, he could only cause surface injuries to opponents. Additionally, from reckless training, Lam 2 leveled up to 11, yet the accelerated maturation system had not fully completed, achieving only about 80% effectiveness. Finally, the day of the duel between Lam 2 and Duong Thien arrived. Not only was Duong Thien arrogant, even Teacher Law in the stands was disrespected by Class 253's teacher, yet he still trusted his student unwaveringly. The official match began. Still arrogantly, Duong Thien charged with a large sword. Immediately, he used the blood-piercing hurricane technique, exploiting his speed advantage, piercing the enemy's throat before they could react. Fortunately, Lam 2 blocked with his spear, taking only minor damage. Holding the sword energy in his hand, the opponent pressed relentlessly. After a few strikes, Lam 2 was knocked far away. The students under the arena, watching him, were terrified. Fortunately, he remained conscious, struggled up, and reassured everyone. Just then, the system reported that the accelerated maturation had reached 100%, awarding 25 potential points. Lam 2 did not hesitate, putting all points into leveling up and removing the heavy burden on his body. Standing tall, full of aura, he coolly declared that was only the warm-up. Now the real battle begins. Duong Thien choked with anger, rushing as if to tear him apart. But now it was Lam 2's stage, with speed and strength soaring, transforming him into a different person. He swung his spear in midair, combining a force strike with 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix, thrusting straight at the opponent. Strike split the opponent's sturdy sword in two, severely wounding him. Unwilling to be defeated by someone once a waste, Duong Thien pulled out a growth hormone-like potion from his bag and drank it all in one go. His body immediately deformed abnormally, swelling like a giant, every sinew bulging prominently. No one expected that to defeat Lam 2, he would recklessly use Alba, a drug that temporarily boosts physical strength. Forcibly absorbing energy severely damaged his muscles and bones, causing minor setbacks or even permanent disability. Because he used forbidden drugs, Master Law wanted to stop the match. However, the teacher of Class 253 casually claimed it did not violate school regulations. Moreover, Duong Mobak was present, a major shareholder of the academy, so the school had to yield. Thus, the match continued. Lam 2 was beaten numb, curled up on the floor, yet things were not over. He quickly wiped the blood from his mouth, then leaped up, activating rage combined with violent fist and charged to counterattack. The battle raged fiercely. Though the opponent used forbidden drugs, Lam 2 did not falter, delivering a decisive blow. The strike pierced the opponent's internal organs, severing one arm. Duong Thien still refused to yield, grabbing a knife to finish him. With the protagonist's luck, Lam 2 easily dodged. As he prepared to counterattack, Duong Mobak appeared to block. Thanks to that, his precious son survived. Duong Mobak looked at Lam 2 with an inscrutable gaze, leaving a threat that he remembered his face. In the match results, Lam 2 of Class 2952 won, defeating Duong Thien on the botch C letter 1B0 letter 1EDDNG chart. The next day, while recovering, Master Law knocked hurriedly. Meeting him, the teacher said there was good news and bad news, asking which he wanted to hear first. Still sleepy, Lam 2 chose to hear the bad news first, thinking it better to be shocked before being happy. According to Master Law, the academy decided to punish him, and before finishing, he shouted in protest, not understanding why. The teacher calmly explained that the Duong family was a major shareholder. This time, Duong Bin had a broken arm, and Duong Thien died. For the powerful class like them, it was a humiliation hard to accept. Even though Duong Thien used forbidden drugs, the Duong family pressured, even twisting facts to force the academy to punish Lam 2 by sending him to Quang Min Outpost for training. The good news was he officially entered the botched C letter 1B0, letter 1EDD, and G chart. The reward was a martial spear technique called Violent Storm Pierce of Fire. The teacher said it was a master technique created by Grandmaster Bok Lai Du, able to thrust 100 spears in 1 second, but very few could master it. Lam 2 held the card, thrilled, promised to train diligently, not disappoint the teacher, and definitely return alive. His old battle armor was ruined, so he had to spend money to buy new ones. While shopping, he was suddenly attacked, but reacted quickly to dodge. Looking at them, he recognized they were first-rank martial artists. Though in the city, they still dared to attack openly. However, with this strength, they were merely training bags for him. Soon, the first one was killed, shocking the others at the sight of a full-powered martial artist overwhelming first-rank fighters. Yet they still recklessly charged and became experience points for Lam 2. The remaining 2 immediately fled. He ran desperately without looking back, and Lam 2 guessed they were sent by the Duong family. His prediction was entirely correct. After the 2 reported back, they were scolded by Madame Duong. Only Duong Mobak was unaware of this. When he learned, he immediately scolded his wife and ordered the scene cleaned to avoid investigation. Yet she still believed she was right. He said she pressured the academy to punish Lam 2 by sending him to Quang Min Outpost for a dangerous mission. This was a place with a 70% mortality rate, which reassured her. A few days later, Lam 2 joined the army with his luggage. Chief Tan Quang took roll call and assembled the team. From the start, he warned everyone to focus if they wanted to survive. Some, seeing Lam 2 was just a student, teased that he was in the wrong place. The chief immediately demanded silence, but the other still tried to speak. As a result, he was punished with push-ups before shutting up. Tan Quang reminded that in a mission, anyone could die at any time. After 15 minutes, the 40-member team departed, practicing non-stop on the plane. While Lam 2 calmed his mind, a man named Lai Ditch approached to start a conversation. Acted friendly, asking why Lam 2 was here. Lam 2 sighed, saying the academy forced him. At this time, Kim Hai approached to see his box. Disliking him, Lam 2 coldly refused, warning him not to touch others' belongings. He cautioned that curiosity could cost a life. Nevertheless, he snatched it, but was so scared he nearly fell. Lam 2 lightly kicked, and the spear immediately flew into his hand. The spear pointed at his neck, and he taunted that even first-rank martial artists were no better. Kim Hai angrily asked back, and Lam 2 bluntly replied he was trash. Kim Hai flew into a rage and lunged, but before striking, he took a full punch to the face, sending his front teeth flying. He tried to counterattack, but Chief Tan Quang appeared to stop him. Not only did he not defend him, he scolded him for losing to a student, advising to focus on survival rather than causing trouble. After the flight, the team reached Quang Min Base. Tan Quang split them into 4 teams entering from the south gate. Coincidentally, Lam 2 and Kim Hai were in the same team, led by Captain Tu Van. Their mission was to eliminate evolved beasts and zombies in the town near the base. Strong monsters were deep inside, with only low-level ones outside. Kim Hai rushed ahead but was careless, almost bitten. Fortunately, Lam 2 saved him just in time. Experience points from low-level zombies were also considerable. Lam 2 handled the entire group alone, astonishing his teammates, but then the zombie leader called for reinforcements. They came continuously, seemingly endless. Tu Van ordered calm, shooting from a distance first. Lam 2 eliminated swarms, reached level 12 with combat power 800, becoming a first-rank martial artist. However, rage skill could only be used 3 times per day, and had a long cooldown. Zombies pressed in, forcing everyone into melee combat. Everyone worried. Only Lam 2 was interested, seeing all the experience points. With too many enemies, Tu Van ordered retreat into an abandoned house. But someone had to block the rear to close the door. Only Lam 2 and Tu Van were outside. She told him to go first, but he pushed her in, saying he was not used to having a girl cover him. Actually, he just wanted to farm more experience points. After a while fighting, he finally went inside. Everyone closed the door but unsure, ran upstairs. Lai Ditch looked at the chaotic scene and the corpses around, astonished. He suspected something mutative had occurred here. Just as he finished speaking, an object suddenly fell on his back. Fortunately, Kim Hai reacted quickly enough to strike it down. It was indeed a mutated spider, extremely unlucky, as if he had stepped into a streak of bad luck today. It seemed the group had walked straight into their nest, as spiders now covered every corner. Tu Van immediately shouted for everyone to the 3rd floor, but the situation was hard to turn, because everywhere was filled with mutated arthropods. In the critical moment, Lam 2 noticed the building had 4 floors and stairs leading to the rooftop, so he urged the team to hold their position and move up there. Fortunately, no one had died yet, so everyone could breathe a temporary sigh of relief. The situation eased slightly. The captain allowed the team to rest and regain strength since the zombies on the first floor would withdraw if they didn't see their target. Lamb 2 observed below for a while and noticed something unusual. The appearance of level 2 fang dogs, large-headed, agile, with extremely sharp senses and teeth, hunting in packs with a combat rating of 712. More notably, the pack of fang dogs was attacking the zombies. This unforeseen situation inadvertently became a good opportunity for the team to escape. Van quickly instructed everyone to prepare weapons to descend, prioritizing breaking the encirclement first, then reorganizing the formation to continue the mission. The team immediately followed, dealing with a few zombies before rushing outside. It was not as easy as they thought. Before they could get far, the fang dogs detected the team. Fortunately, their strength was not overwhelming, so a few moves were enough to wipe them out. Yet bad luck often comes in succession. Just after clearing the weaklings, the leader appeared. It was a giant level 3 fang dog. Its speed far exceeded the previous ones, and as it manifested, it charged instantly. Everyone tried to counterattack, but it was almost useless, its skin too tough, and soon a few people had limbs severed like Duong Thien. Severed limbs, blood flowing everywhere. Van angrily launched a shattered sky slash directly at the beast, but her strike barely reached the target before it nearly bit her. Fortunately, Lamb 2 rushed forward in time to block. Immediately after, he poured all his strength into a strike. Using his whole body, he delivered an extremely powerful blow, sending the beast flying several meters. He thought it was defeated, but the system had not yet granted experience points, so he remained alert. Indeed, the beast was not dead and became even more ferocious, its body covered in a raging aura, growing even larger. It lifted its head and roared loudly. A violent explosion occurred. Despite everyone dodging, all were injured. Not stopping there, the fang dog charged again, as if to tear everything apart. Despite injuries, Lamb 2 forced himself up and spun his spear several times. Combining it with 100 birds ascending phoenix, he launched an extremely powerful strike directly at the enemy, accompanied by a loud explosion. He was also thrown back by the shockwave. Fortunately, the Alpha was finally eliminated. Yet things were still not calm. One incident followed another. Another roar sounded, and a level 2 zombie leader appeared, the one who had summoned the previous zombie pack. Even more frightening, the leader directly extracted the mutant core of a fang dog and swallowed it. The team was stunned. Could zombies absorb mutant cores to evolve? From system analysis, Lamb 2 confirmed it was indeed evolving to level 3. He immediately charged alone, instructing everyone to block the minions while he dealt with the leader. If it completed evolution, the team could easily be wiped out. He dashed straight at the beast, but its skin was even tougher than the previous fang dog. Even combining a strength-boosting strike with 100 birds ascending phoenix, it barely flinched. In the survival moment, Lamb 2 recalled he was a first-rank martial artist, probably qualified to comprehend the technique on Master Law's card. Defying danger, he took it out and studied mid-battle. Fortunately, he grasped a lot. Initially, Violent Storm Pierce of Fire could launch 3 spears at once, and after a few practices, it increased to 4 spears. The remaining team members were amazed seeing him fight and study simultaneously, learning the technique at a frightening pace. Hai could not help but exclaim that perhaps this reckless bravery made Lamb 2 so strong at a young age. Van immediately encouraged the team without letting them hesitate. "Brothers, we cannot let a high school student surpass us. Charge." Lamb 2's side, though he had repeatedly used Violent Storm Pierce of Fire, he could at most unleash 5 spears. Not perfect, but sufficient for now. Yet the leader had completed evolution, so normal attacks barely affected it. If not defeated quickly, more zombies would arrive, worsening the situation. No other choice, Lamb 2 had to use his final card, Rage-Linked Lotus, in a combined rage version. His aura surged, feeling as if he and the spear became one. Then he launched an attack of terrifying power. Strike successfully finished the opponent in one perfect blow and upgraded him to level 13. With his current strength, he was confident to wipe out the rest. After a grueling fight to exhaustion, the team finally cleared all the zombies. Everyone was grateful to Lamb 2 for defeating the leader. Van curiously asked if the power surge came from a special drug. Lamb 2 was slightly surprised, waved his hand, and explained it was his martial technique. She also asked why the same technique initially produced 1 spear but became clearly stronger after enhancing his force. He did not know how to answer, as he himself did not understand, only feeling completely in sync with the spear at that moment. Van speculated he might have reached the Ao-Engia state. The state occurs when a practitioner understands a technique to a level sufficient to unleash its maximum power. Even bronze techniques, if comprehended through Ao-Engia, can explode with silver-level strength. However, it is extremely difficult, requiring deep understanding and luck. Among thousands practicing the same technique, few succeed. Hearing this, Lamb 2 felt excited. If true, he could later unleash power comparable to golden-level techniques. After the conversation, Van instructed everyone to pack and return to the building to rest overnight. For the first time eating level 3 hellhound meat, Lamb 2 ate while praising its taste non-stop. While the group gathered, he asked about Saint Realm. According to his knowledge, the captain explained that Saint Realm Academy was one of the 5 major academies, gathering the strongest martial artists, with students comparable to geniuses from other academies. The minimum entry requirement for Saint Realm was a second-rank high-level martial artist, extremely difficult for ordinary people. Yet Lamb 2 quietly dreamed of reaching high rank to stand proudly before Lack and Gaia. Next morning, the team continued into Area A20 to deal with zombies and evolved beasts in the central region. Suddenly, Lyditch raised his hand, pointing to tall buildings. Something clung to the walls. System analysis indicated they were level 2 reptiles, extremely fast, excellent climbers with sharp claws, and anyone bitten would be infected and turn into reptile zombies. Seeing them, Kim-Hai thought they were slow like snails and immediately fired, allowing no one to stop him. Contrary to his assumption, the reptiles dodged the critical shot in the blink of an eye. Only then did the team notice something unusual. Perhaps they feigned weakness to lure prey. The shot had angered them, and immediately the reptile pack charged. Their speed was terrifying. One team member was bitten before reacting. Sensing imminent danger, Lamb 2 suggested retreating to an open area to avoid ambush from above. Following Van's command, everyone supported each other while retreating to the park, but the area was surrounded, leaving no choice but to fight to the death. After a life-or-death battle, exhausted and gasping, the team finally cleared all reptile zombies without further casualties. Just as he sat to rest and take a sip of water, Lamb 2 was suddenly attacked from behind. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough to evade. The attacker revealed himself as a level 3 phantom martial artist, skilled with daggers and evasive techniques. Lamb 2 pointed his weapon at him and coldly asked who he really was, but he arrogantly replied that someone about to die did not need to know his name. Seeing someone dare attack a Federation soldier, Van stepped out to question, but the opponent disregarded the Federation and directly attacked. Strike knocked her far away. Seeing the captain injured, everyone furiously charged forward. Lamb 2 knew this enemy was after him and did not want his team involved, so he pretended to flee to lure him elsewhere. After running a long distance, he finally found a suitable location to confront him directly. The assassin quickly chased, acting arrogantly as if certain of victory, then coldly said that this time there was no escape. Lamb 2 replied that he never intended to run, only wanted a quiet place to kill him. The other became furious and declared he would cut him into 8 pieces. "You were sent by the Duong family to kill me, right? HMPH, so what if it's right? So what if it's wrong? Someone about to die like you still dreams of avenging the Duong family. That's not wrong, I do have that intention. But first I must send you off." Without another word, both sides charged into combat. Lamb 2's speed in striking startled even his opponent. He was secretly amazed. In that instant of unleashed murderous intent and combat will, the boy had slowed down his own movements unconsciously. His evasive maneuvers were eerily precise. Could it be an extremely rare mobility technique? The feeling was truly unsettling. He continued pressing, attacking while weaving through Lamb 2's spear strikes. Immediately, he leapt into the air like a soaring bird. Unleashed countless blade flashes resembling Lamb 2's violent storm pierce of fire, but reality and illusion were mixed. Not every strike was lethal. Seeing the opponent attack, Lamb 2 appeared delighted as if encountering something fun, smiling, and said he would show what a true lethal strike looked like. Both struggled evenly. The opponent coldly said that when Lamb 2 dealt with the zombies, he had carefully observed his spear technique. So in his eyes, turning one spear into 4 meant nothing. Confident, he closed in, locking Lamb 2 with twin blades, grinning and declaring victory his. Lamb 2 only smiled cunningly and replied that it was not certain. At that moment, he looked down at his chest and was horrified to see he had been struck without knowing when. Unbelievable. Clearly, he had dodged all 4 spears, yet still got hit, completely beyond imagination. Seeing that an opponent must die clearly, Lamb 2 leisurely explained that he had known he was being watched, so he intentionally revealed 4 strikes earlier to create a surprise now. It sounded dramatic, but in fact, whenever someone approached, the system automatically displayed their attributes. There was no way to avoid it, and he did not have eyes in the back of his head. Understanding the reason, he collapsed instantly, becoming experience points that allowed Lamb 2 to level up to 14. However, Lamb 2's condition was not ideal. Although leveling restored stamina and life, the cuts from the 2 daggers still bled continuously. At that moment, 2 teammates ran over to assist. Seeing them, he finally felt relieved, knowing he was not abandoned. Then he could faint in peace. When he woke, it was midnight, and everyone had brought him to safety to recover. Seeing he was fine, the team breathed a sigh of relief. Lai Dich and Kim Hai reported that the shadow he had killed was a notorious assassin of Tindia City and would receive a large reward upon returning. Still, both of Lam Tu's hands were injured. Though treated with medicine, they needed more time to move normally, so the captain decided to rest here another day before continuing the mission. A month later, the team finally cleared all zombies and mutant beasts, leaving this hellish place. The mission's success was largely thanks to Lam Tu, so everyone regarded him as a life-or-death brother. Even Kim Hai, who initially disliked him, now completely changed his attitude, treating him like a blood brother. While everyone was enjoying themselves, a group suddenly appeared ahead, blocking the path, each person arrogant and provocative. They sneered, noting they were Federation soldiers, and asked if the group needed help collecting the spoils. Tu Van, annoyed, coldly retorted that they knew they were Federation troops and dared to act. Who gave them such guts? Lam Tu stood quietly observing for a while. He reminded Tu Van that one among them was a third-rank martial artist and must be watched carefully. No sooner had he spoken than the person charged straight at him, pointing a blade and stating he only needed the boy. Then Tu Van realized he was Doc Lang Chu Tiu Vu, who had once single-handedly slaughtered an entire squad. She had always hated him, as comrades who had risked their lives with her had died at his hands, so she vowed not to spare him this time. Seeing the captain about to act, Lam Tu stopped her, saying he would handle him. Before fighting, he asked whether this opponent was allied with the shadow he had killed. Just mentioning that, he flew into a rage, yelling not to equate him with that foolish one. Though both were third rank, their abilities were worlds apart. Chu Tiu Vu's words were accurate. The force and power from his massive sword surpassed Lam Tu's silver soul, making him an extremely formidable opponent. While Lam Tu fought, the teammates were also busy. Following Tu Van's orders, everyone cleared the minions first and would return to assist him. But judging by the current situation, Lam Tu had truly encountered a heavy-hitting opponent. Chu Tiu Vu directly showed him what a true martial technique was. He swung his sword with such power that Lam Tu could barely defend. Fortunately, he activated rage in time, suffering only surface injuries and torn clothes, not being bisected. Seeing him still standing, Chu Tiu Vu immediately charged to continue the pursuit. Fight grew increasingly intense, and Lam Tu was nearly completely cornered. Chu Tiu Vu smiled viciously and launched the first slash. That single strike chipped Lam Tu's silver soul, showing the immense power of the attack. Facing such a fierce enemy, he had to use his ultimate move. After a month of continuous combat, he had upgraded 100 birds, ascending Phoenix to silver-level strength. If fused with Violent Storm Pierce of Fire, it would create a combo with extremely high damage. Yet even his strongest current attack could be blocked by Chu Tiu Vu, who showed no sign of injury. He continued with a third slash, intending to end the battle, swiftly dealing with Lam Tu to spare him prolonged pain. The strike was so strong that Lam Tu could only think of death. At that moment, a strange sensation suddenly appeared, unclear if it was a pre-death hallucination or a result of activating rage. All his body attributes surged, giving the feeling that he and the spear had completely become one. With no time to think further, Lam Tu immediately launched a decisive strike to show what a true Violent Storm Pierce of Fire was. Chu Tiu Vu was struck, pierced in the chest, and collapsed. Before dying, he could only wonder if that strike was indeed Ao Engia. After finishing the enemy, Lam Tu's strength increased by 1 level. However, his body was completely exhausted, unable to continue, and he fainted again. The next day, when he awoke, everything had been resolved. The mission was complete, and the team sat on the shuttle heading back. Tu Van took care of him diligently, almost staying awake day and night to monitor his condition. She gave him a card containing 3 million yuan as a reward for killing the shadow. Seeing the money, Lam Tu's eyes lit up, repeatedly thanking her. Yet she scolded that running around helping him shouldn't be rewarded with mere thanks. Lam Tu scratched his head, smiled awkwardly, and asked how she wanted him to thank her properly. Seizing the chance, Tu Van slowly approached, leaned close, and gently suggested, "Perhaps repay me with your body." Lam Tu panicked, claiming he was still a student and not ready to love, refusing. Then he hurriedly asked what day it was to change the subject. It turned out to be the 20th, the day of his final exam. If he didn't return in time, he would fail. Seeing his panic, Tu Van waved tiredly, saying it was only 4 a.m., 2 hours to reach Tindia City, so no need to worry. Before leaving the base, the captain conducted roll call and distributed rewards to survivors. Seeing the soldiers receive medals, Lam Tu envied them as each had a unique code and privileges. Even the police dared not interfere. It was his turn. The captain praised Lam Tu's achievements and presented a prestigious medal. Lam Tu was surprised, but accepted it happily, thinking it would be wasteful not to take it. At the academy, the final exam officially began. with cheers everywhere for the thrilling fights among students. Master Law waited but saw no sign of Lam 2, growing anxious, worried he had missed the written exam and might be expelled. He thought the Federation team should have returned yesterday, had the student perished, but he reassured himself that Lam 2 would survive. Beside him, Duong Thien anxiously asked where Lam 2 had been for a month, but there was no answer. The teacher and student waited in silence. On the arena floor, after returning from the death path, notorious for 9 out of 10 dying, Duong Thien's strength surged, easily defeating the 98th ranked opponent. Next was Lam 2 versus Tran Tiu. The teacher called his name repeatedly until hoarse, yet no response. After 3 calls with no reply, the teacher began a 10-second countdown. But just then Lam 2 jumped out, loudly saying no need to count. He had arrived. His appearance surprised the entire audience, some delighted. Others were skeptical, and Duong Thien was furious, thinking Lam 2 had somehow survived the outpost. But fine, this time he would personally crush him. On the arena, Lam 2 was again underestimated, but he seemed used to it and did not get angry, even raising a finger to taunt that the opponent's ranking barely exceeded 100, a level insignificant in his eyes. Provoked as the start signal sounded, Tran Tiu charged fiercely. Just returning from the death path, dealing with someone this week, Lam 2 didn't even draw a weapon, only using his bare hands to block. He kicked, sending the opponent sprawling in pain. Enraged, Tran Tiu immediately jumped up to strike again, but the result was still being forced down, unable to lift his head. Unable to accept being defeated by a weakling, Tran Tiu used his ultimate to desperately counterattack. To silence the boastful opponent, Lam 2 unleashed a powerful punch, ending the match instantly. Tran Tiu immediately collapsed, while Lam 2 hardly exerted any effort. The match ended so fast that Master Law and Duong Thien could not blink before gaping in astonishment. The chubby student rushed over, hugging his friend and patting him as a precious treasure. While waiting for the next round, Lam 2 checked his stats in the system. Besides reaching level 15, he also received a draw and a new skill called camouflage. This skill allowed him to conceal his strength and appear normal. Unless an opponent was at least 2 major levels higher, they could not detect him. Truly incredible, like the system had watched too many martial arts films and invented this trick. Even more, he qualified to unlock his first gene. But this came with great risk, 10% chance of death, 20% coma, 30% unpredictable events. Either way, it felt like a game of luck, too deceptive. He set it aside for now, adding 15 potential points to his strength. Just then, the loudspeaker announced him to Arena 13 for the next match. He was the head instructor of Tindio Academy. Truong Lan had been observing since earlier, feeling both annoyed and anxious seeing Lam 2 not only return alive from the light outpost, but also complete the mission and grow much stronger. Thinking about having to deal with the Duong family, a wicked idea crossed his mind. Just arrange for Lam 2 to face the strongest opponent and die on the arena. That's why the draw list, supposedly random in the finals and believed to be determined by luck, had actually been tampered with. At this moment, Lam 2 could only hope he wouldn't face anyone in the top 10 of the combat power ranking, and he already felt lucky. But no sooner had he thought that, misfortune struck. The bulletin displayed 2 matchups, number 1024 Lam 2 against number 8 Deep Ko Lam, and number 1023 Truong Engai against number 208 Duong Thien. The arrangement was so bizarre that anyone seeing it would think it unreasonable. Truong Engai was stunned, not expecting to face Duong Thien in the first round, truly unlucky. Lam 2's opponent was rumored to be a high school student, but ranked 4th in combat power, often entering dangerous areas where zombies and evolved beasts coexisted to train, with extensive battle experience and extremely ruthless tactics. Seeing both his prized students facing overly strong opponents, Master La could only encourage them and remind them to be extremely careful. In the area reserved for senior instructors, a man known as Deep Xian appeared. From the way people addressed him, it was clear he was no ordinary figure. The principal quickly welcomed him and had someone bring elite student files for him to review. But Deep Xian waved dismissively, saying to take it easy as he wanted to watch the finals first. On the arena floor, Truong Engai faced Duong Thien. Knowing his opponent was in Class 29, the arrogant blonde immediately provocatively declared that Class 29 would be crushed just by his presence, not needing Lam 2 to yield. Truong Engai ignored him and charged directly, but the difference in strength was too great. The moment he struck, his opponent controlled him immediately. Duong Thien maliciously tightened his grip on Truong Engai's arm, bending it back as if to crush him. That wasn't enough, he also intended to break Truong Engai's leg. Seeing the danger, Lam 2 acted instantly, leaping to intervene. Duong Thien, target me if there's trouble. Don't touch my friend. Seeing each other, they were like fire and water, nearly charging head-on. The referee then asked which class Lam 2 belonged to for daring to intervene. Angry, he replied that was he supposed to watch a student get beaten to death on the arena. Trapped, the teacher could only declare the match over, announce the winner, and call a doctor immediately. Unexpectedly, the person who arrived was Duong Thien. After many days, Lam 2 encountered her again in such an awkward situation. She immediately teased him, making his face flush. Truong Ngai lay on the stretcher in pain, unwilling to accept he couldn't even block a single strike. He reminded Lam 2 to be extremely careful against that villainous opponent. To reassure his friend, Lam 2 promised he would repay the debt on his behalf. Then it was Lam 2's turn on the arena. Facing him was Deep Ko Lam, 18 years old, already a level 2 soldier with combined combat power of 1847, not far from level 3 soldier Chu Deonggu. Truly a top 4 genius of the academy, known as the Fierce Tiger of Tindia. As the referee signaled start, Deep Ko Lam immediately struck. His massive hammer slammed the floor. Despite the arena being made of super hard stone almost like steel, the hammer smashed a huge hole. Fortunately, Lam 2 dodged in time, or his fate would have been like the arena floor. Seeing the smaller opponent, he sneered, complimented politely, then taunted that his speed was decent, but no matter how fast, he would crush his head without feeling a thing. With just Deep Ko Lam's hammer, the arena floor, as hard as steel, immediately had a huge hole. Lam 2's haters in the stands kept commenting that he surely couldn't survive against such a terror opponent. Duong Thien and Duong Thien yelled at him to watch carefully, saying the outcome wasn't decided yet. But the arrogant one still insisted Lam 2 would lose, claiming if he won, he would take the arena. The female doctor only scoffed, saying wait until he livestreams eating dirt before speaking. Judging by the terrifying power of his war hammer, Deep Ko Lam almost held total advantage, launching continuous attacks. Lam 2 had intended to activate Rage, but it seemed it was not the right moment because the skill's cooldown was too long. He had to save it for the final trump card. Then he decided to use Violent Storm Pierce of Fire, seizing a moment when the opponent was careless. He struck him, though injured almost, was negligible compared to Deep Ko Lam's overwhelming physique. He literally overpowered him. Angry at being hit, he began gathering power, channeling all energy into the next attack. The energy from the war hammer pressed Lam 2 almost immobile. He was locked in, unable to move. But if he couldn't dodge, only direct confrontation remained. Lam 2 immediately combined 100 Birds Ascending Phoenix with Violent Storm Pierce of Fire for a counterattack. Confrontation shocked even the judges observing. This kid truly had skill, completely not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, it wasn't over yet. Having just blocked that move, Deep Ko Lam immediately followed with another strike. His special technique was unleashed along with it. Duong Thien and Master Law in the stands were so worried they couldn't sit still. He almost shouted at Lam 2 to jump off the arena. If he persisted, his body would be shattered. But it was too late. Lam 2 had to take the full force of that strike. Deep Ko Lam arrogantly assumed Lam 2 would surely die this time. He even imagined completely eliminating his opponent. Lam 2 would not fall so easily. He had just been forced and could not yet activate Rage. Pressed from earlier, now it was his turn to counterattack. Lam 2's strength suddenly surged, his momentum rising like water with the wind, quickly gaining enough power to defeat an opponent at a higher level. Deep Ko Lam tasted defeat for the first time and could not swallow this humiliation. He immediately played dirty, somehow producing a bomb and throwing it directly at Lam 2. The situation was so sudden that Lam 2 could only push a friend out of the way who had stepped forward to congratulate him. He got out of danger without time to think further. Luckily, Deep Xian swooped down from the stands at that moment. He used a high-level force skill called Circle to stop the explosion and save Lam 2. Only level 6 soldiers and above could wield such a skill, projecting force outside the body. This created a protective circle capable of stopping any attack. After saving Lam 2, Deep Xian encouraged him to continue and praised him as a promising young talent. He also reminded Deep Ko Lam that while young people striving to win was good, using vile tricks to kill classmates was extremely unethical. The principal, seeing this, rushed over, but upon seeing Deep Xian, he coldly asked if this was the elite student the academy had recommended. The principal immediately lost face, bowing repeatedly in apology, and promised to strictly handle this cruel act. Seeing the principal unable to lift his head, Lam 2 grew more curious about Deep Xian's identity and asked the teacher. But even Master La didn't know who he really was. He could only guess that he was from one of the 5 largest academies sent to survey the school. Due to the recent events, the competition was postponed, and Lam 2 was allowed back to the dorm to rest. After healing and restoring stamina to compete again in the afternoon, he eagerly opened the system to check the level 15 draw rewards and the additional draws for this month. With 2 draws in hand, Lam 2 immediately began praying. He hoped the deities would bless him for a good reward, but luck clearly wasn't on his side. The result was only a silver blade skill, impressive in name but practically not much help. However, the system always knew how to surprise its owner. At that moment, it notified him that he had many excess skill cards, so he could combine 3 cards of the same level to merge into a higher level skill, better than nothing. Thinking this, Lamb 2 continued with his final draw. He hoped this time he would draw a good reward. His bad luck continued. Opening the box revealed only more skill cards. Unfortunately, none of them were particularly outstanding. At that moment, an idea suddenly struck Lamb 2. He happened to have 3 silver cards, so why not try this new system feature? To combine them into one, sacrifice the old to empower the new. As a result, Lamb 2 immediately obtained a new skill card called Talent Art. It sounded powerful and dominant, so he decided to learn it at once. Talent Art allowed him to reflect an opponent's skill attack back at them, with the power dependent on the original move. However, this skill consumed enormous energy, required perfect timing, and couldn't reflect if the opponent was too strong. Having acquired the new skill, Lamb 2 was visibly happy, as if escaping loneliness. By the afternoon, the competition resumed. His opponent this time was 5'5", a female student with a mature figure beyond her age. While Lamb 2 scratched his head, unsure how to strike next, she, with eyes as sharp as knives, launched her ring weapon at him. She controlled him and unexpectedly kissed his cheek, then conceded defeat, leaving all witnesses stunned. Lamb 2 froze for several seconds, completely bewildered by what had just happened. Where am I? Who am I? Why did I just get kissed out of nowhere? And Duong Thien, watching below, visibly jealous, muttered that the girl was a sly fox pretending to be innocent, daring to approach to seduce Lamb 2. But then Duong Thien herself charged forward. She pulled him close and stole a kiss, leaving Lamb 2 frozen and panicked again. Being kissed twice in one day left Lamb 2 unsure whether it was good or bad luck. As the elders had taught, getting involved with girls often brings trouble. The competition entered the 15-person round, but as it was one-on-one matches, one player would be left out, resulting in a 2-versus-1 match. Trouble always comes when expected. Lamb 2, being the focus, was placed in that unfortunate match. His 2 opponents were Chuang Dao ranked 10 and Chu Tuan ranked 12, and they were very close, likely to cooperate, making Lamb 2's chances slim. He racked his brain, but could not find a suitable strategy to deal with both. But time waits for no one. He had to step onto the arena and deal with it. As expected, the 2 immediately coordinated their attacks upon entering. He had studied Lamb 2's 100 birds, ascending Phoenix in advance, and used skills specifically to counter his strikes. They also knew his violent Storm Pierce, which was only powerful when striking a single target in the same direction. So their coordinated attacks were extremely effective, continuously pressuring him, using only their strongest moves. Ruthlessness seemed intent on killing him on the spot. Unfortunately, these fools didn't realize that Lamb 2 had just learned a new card in hand. They foolishly charged like moths into fire, and the best part was yet to come. That was when Lamb 2 officially counterattacked. He combined Talent Art with his old skills, unleashing a strike that sent both opponents flying. They collapsed like deflated balloons, lying motionless on the ground. The final result: referee declared Lamb 2 the winner, turning a 2-versus-1 disadvantage into a one-man victory. An extremely spectacular comeback. Watching Lamb 2 on the arena, Truong Lan, head instructor of Tin Dio Academy, ground his teeth, furious yet unsure where to vent. At that moment, Duong Thien stepped forward, requesting the next top 12 round be arranged so he and Lamb 2 would be in the same bracket. Wanted to personally make Lamb 2 feel the pain he had suffered on the death path. And so the top 12 competition officially began. First match was Lamb 2 against Duong Thien. Lamb 2 had previously defeated Duong Thien, but now both had grown significantly stronger. So it was hard to predict who would win this rematch. Moreover, Duong Thien seemed stronger than before. He had even reached level 2 soldier. Duong Thien's younger brother was present, arrogantly claiming that defeating him was a dream, and Lamb 2 would surely die horribly. The chubby boy mocked the kid, surprised he had come to see his brother get beaten by Lamb 2. The kid was so angry he could only stand silently, fuming. On the arena, after some heated words, 2 youths lunged at each other, preparing to give everyone a spectacular battle. Duong Thien wielded a crimson weapon, a sword forged from red blood crystal, costing nearly 100 million. He struck aggressively, swinging down as if to drink his opponent's blood. Lamb 2 countered immediately, launched a flurry of spear attacks, but could not land any effect. All his moves were countered perfectly by Duong Thien's footwork. Master La and the observers were astonished, as the skill normally required level 3 soldiers to master, yet Duong Thien at level 2 was already using it. Truly unbelievable. Moreover, Duong Thien swung his arm to unleash Ice Lightning Fist, causing Lamb 2 to be thrown several meters. Blood streamed from the corner of his mouth. Despite repeatedly being in a weak position, Lamb 2 gritted his teeth and held firm, unable to use rage at that moment. He had to switch to 100 birds ascending Phoenix. Ironically, Even this move was countered by his opponent. Then followed a series of relentless attacks from Duong Thien. Lam 2 absorbed nearly every strike. Even talent art couldn't help him shift the battle situation. His spear broke into pieces. With no chance to counterattack, Lam 2 became a punching bag, letting his opponent vent all his pent-up fury. It was as if Duong Thien had held back for too long, and now finally unleashed everything. Master La and Duong Thien worried for Lam 2's safety. They shouted repeatedly for him to yield or he would be killed. Having grown up enduring blows, Lam 2 was not yet subdued. He gritted his teeth and shouted that he would absolutely not lose. The harder he resisted, the more blows he received. Duong Thien, like a hungry tiger, lunged to finish him, straight to the altar. Luckily, the referee intervened in time, or Lam 2 would have been done for. Water instructed his family to quickly handle carrying the coffin back home. Lam 2 suffered extremely severe injuries. No longer able to stand, his consciousness gradually slipped into a coma. In a dream, he received a notification from the system about unlocking level 1 genes with a 10% chance of death, 20% chance of coma, and 30% chance of unforeseen events. His mind held only one thought. He had to win this match. He had to defeat his opponent. Regardless of the consequences, he immediately agreed to unlock the genes. The result came with no side effects, and he regretted not activating it sooner. Lam 2 successfully unlocked level 2 genes. Strength, stamina, and speed surged, his body fully upgraded. Additionally, he received 3 draws and was promoted to level 2 soldier. Truly a rare stroke of luck. In the arena, just as the referee prepared to announce the winner, Lam 2 suddenly regained consciousness from behind. His body stirred slightly, and he rose calmly, causing everyone to be horrified, as if witnessing the impossible. It was unbelievable. Even Master Deep found it fascinating. Without using forbidden drugs, his power surged. Just months ago, he was weak. Now he was near third-rank martial artist level. Every cell seemed filled with explosive power. Lam 2 immediately charged, giving his opponent no chance to react. Duong Thien raised his hand to block, but clearly underestimated him. The result was his arm being broken off, revealing it to be a mechanical arm. Pockmarked man angrily yelled that it was Lam 2 who turned him into a half-human, half-machine monster. To gain power, he trained in deadly places but was crippled by monsters, forcing body modification to survive. This modification gave him strength equivalent to a third-rank martial artist, but permanently limited him, unable to advance further. "It's all your fault," charged with red eyes full of murderous intent, determined to kill the opponent. He had just failed and gained a bad reputation, the type whose looks are poor but tricks plentiful. He was still too inexperienced, unaware that Lam 2 had endured life and death hell. Lam 2 quickly reversed the situation. Showing him that mere words cannot win over force, he delivered a kick, followed by 2 punches, 3 knockout moves, and a flurry of rapid attacks. Dazzling assault sent the opponent flying and crashing unconscious. The referee saw the danger, thinking that without intervention, he would be blamed, so he rushed to demand the match be stopped. Afterwards, he announced Lam 2 as the winner. Lam 2's defeat of Duong Thien twice astonished everyone. Duong Bin, seeing his elder brother lose, also had to admit Lam 2 was too strong. When everyone thought Duong Thien had fainted, he unexpectedly regained consciousness unnoticed. He pulled out a prepared syringe and stealthily approached from behind. Lam 2, go die. This is a gift from the deadly zone, AMZ poison. 1 dose and you will turn into a zombie, hahaha. Ignoring the referee's shouts, he tried to inject him even though the match had ended. Madness took over his mind, his face twisted with fury, laughing loudly to turn Lam 2 into a monster. Facing this insanity, Lam 2 only smiled coldly and whispered that he forced him, then reversed the syringe, stabbing straight into his neck. Duong Thien hadn't spoken a word before being poisoned. His body mutated spikes, truly becoming a zombie. Lam 2 did not hesitate. Monster can only be destroyed. Quickly used a knife to finish him. Blood sprayed across the arena. Duong Bin screamed miserably along with shouts of rage. He yelled for revenge for Duong Thien. Then Duong Mo Bok, the family head, rushed to attack. He ignored the rules, directly striking Lam 2. Seeking revenge for his son, Master Deep intervened, seeing the tension. He immediately blocked the attack, saving Lam 2 again. With his 6th-rank martial artist strength, Duong Mo Bok had to lower his voice, saying Lam 2 killed his son, so he needed to be taken to the station, hoping for no interference. Master Deep responded that Lam 2 only eliminated the zombie to protect the academy, so handling the zombie is illegal. Duong Mo Bok had no words, just had his men take his son's body back. But he underestimated regulations, thinking money allowed him to do anything. Master Deep continued to stop him. Prevent virus spread before police confirmation. The mutated corpse must not be handled recklessly. Hearing this, Duong Mo Bok could only remain silent and accept the principal's arrangements. Meanwhile, at the Federal Army dormitory, everyone was buzzing about Lam 2. praising his strength for killing the Duong family's eldest young master just after returning. But all worried he would face major trouble. At that moment, the female commander entered to announce a mission to investigate mutated zombies at Tindio Academy. This was good news, allowing a reunion with teammates at this moment. Everyone was excited waiting. The next morning, while sleeping soundly in his pajamas, Lam Tu was awakened by Master Truong Lan, who looked drowsy. The teacher announced he was involved in a murder case and had to go with the police. Lam Tu immediately suspected they acted too fast and recalled being taken to the Light Fortress before. Being scolded by the student, he angrily shouted that he was insolent to a teacher. He also said people like him should be imprisoned. They refused to listen and ordered handcuffs. Lam Tu calmly said he had a 1-star medal. Only the Federation could arrest him. Hearing this, they thought he was lying. Became even angrier, continuing to curse without restraint. At that moment, a military tank stopped at the gate. Two vans stepped out with imposing authority to warn. Who dares touch a Federation martial artist with a 1-star medal? Immediately arrest them all, as if slapped in the face. Everyone was confused, not understanding, despite trying to explain. But in the end, they were tied up and quickly taken away. It had been a long time since a reunion. Ditch and Kim Hai kept asking questions, making Lam too unable to answer fully. But joy was short-lived, as Master La brought bad news that the school had punished him under pressure from the Duong family. Teacher handed the notice to Lam Tu. He reacted with shock and anger, claiming the evidence was fake. The teacher explained that the school determined he knew the syringe was poisoned but still injected it, causing Duong Thien to mutate. Even if unintentional, it was still considered manslaughter. Therefore, the school decided to expel Lam Tu. Upon hearing the announcement, he gritted his teeth in anger and cursed those bastards. Though feeling guilty, the teacher had to explain everything clearly and apologize for being unable to stop this decision. Master Law also said he would try to use his connections to help him transfer, but Lam Tu thanked him and frankly refused, knowing expelled students could hardly enter another school. Tu Van, who had been observing from the start, spoke up. If you cannot stay here, there are other places, and this time the education officials brought us here to formally invite you to join the Martial Federation. Lam Tu found her words very reasonable. Unable to finish high school or take the university exam, joining the Martial Federation to fight alongside comrades was a good choice. Heaven never completely corners anyone. Opportunities always open for those who seize them, and at this moment, he had more than one path ahead. Just then, Master Deep slowly approached from afar, as if wanting to compete for him with Tu Van. He said Lam Tu could train at their academy, and handed him an invitation letter. Reading the paper, Lam Tu was so shocked he yelled, "St. Realm Academy." Youths nearby also shouted in unison, "What St. Realm Academy?" Master Deep smiled and confirmed, yes, it was St. Realm Academy. He was a lecturer in charge of special admissions, seeking talents annually to grant direct entry. He had observed Lam Tu for some time and found him fully suitable. Lam Tu was stunned, never expecting that someone expelled could still have a chance at such a prestigious academy. Seeing him still stunned, Master Deep continued to persuade, emphasizing that on September 1st he only needed to register in person. Hearing his firm tone, Lam Tu finally believed it and immediately promised he would go. He suddenly imagined meeting the beautiful Lak and Gaia, and just thinking about it made him incredibly happy. But then he realized that although he had the letter, it contained no address, and even previous online conversations had no information, so he had to ask Master Deep. Master Deep coldly replied that he only needed to go to the end of the deadly road, and someone would guide him into the academy. Upon hearing that, the youths nearby were even more shocked than Lam Tu. What? A deadly road? According to their knowledge, it was not just a normal road, but a highly dangerous area. It contained a large number of zombies and high-level evolved beasts, considered one of the most dangerous regions on the planet. Rumor had it that even level 10 evolved beasts existed there, along with remnants of mysterious laboratory ruins from the war. Expecting Lam Tu to be afraid, they were surprised he became even more excited. To him, more zombies and evolved beasts meant more experience points. That place was not frightening, clearly a monster hunting paradise. Lam Tu told Master Deep that he would first go to Black Sea to earn his martial qualification certificate before enrolling. Master Deep nodded in agreement, seeing it as very beneficial for the future, and before leaving, he congratulated and encouraged him. The sudden good news made everyone feel Lam Tu was lucky. His comrades continually praised him for being blessed. Afterwards, the group invited him and Master Law to celebrate, planning to drink heavily before returning. To ensure safety, Master Law suggested bringing a few friends along, the more the livelier, but liveliness for whom remained uncertain. Only Lam Tu felt as if he was falling into a goblin nest, like being surrounded by a horde of female monsters. In front were a gossipy couple. Behind were Song and A Chai, and two van blocked the way, making him almost suffocate. Rarely does anyone fear beautiful girls to this extent. Hearing the older sisters suggest a detour to Black Sea, Lam 2 immediately refused without hesitation, claimed he wanted to train along the way to improve his strength. A few days later, Lam 2 set off alone to the border of Tin Quang City, carrying a newly bought long spear since his silver soul had shattered in the battle with Duong Thien. He resolved that once he obtained the martial certificate, first thing would be to order the best weapon from the Alliance site to make up for it. Lost in thought, he suddenly sensed a martial aura approaching and immediately held his breath to observe, to see who was coming to provide experience points. Just as he spun and threw a punch, the attacker from behind was sent flying several meters. It turned out to be Duong family hunting dogs. They were sent for revenge, but they were pitifully weak. He only used a few basic moves to wipe them all out. Carrying his spear on his shoulder, Lam 2 walked while thinking. Having dealt with the underlings, real expert should show up now, and indeed, just as he guessed. No sooner had he finished speaking than Duong Mo Bok directly intervened. He still insisted on taking Lam 2's life to avenge his son. Facing someone much stronger, Lam 2 was not only unafraid but spoke extremely boldly. "Old man, if you fear Duong Thien there alone, then I have no problem sending you down to join him." After speaking, both sides immediately clashed. Lam 2 put all his effort into defense. Old Duong quickly realized that his strength was by no means ordinary. His long spear danced continuously, each strike carrying the peak power of a second-rank martial artist. Duong Mo Bok continued to press the attack relentlessly. Meanwhile, the cooldown for rage still had over 3 minutes, leaving him only to endure until then. Unable to fight head-on, he could only dodge. For now, he had to rely on agility to buy time. But constantly running was clearly not a long-term plan. After numerous clashes, though he blocked some attacks, his weapon also broke. Fortunately, rage had just cooled down. The young man immediately summoned all his strength and unleashed an extremely powerful strike, leaving the old Duong unprepared. Duong Mo Bok was genuinely terrified, trembling as he begged, "No, no, you cannot kill me. I'm the head of the Duong family. If you kill me, the whole family will never forgive you." But Lam 2 was no longer the same as before. He no longer feared anyone. Revenge rarely comes twice, and with the prey right in front, there was no reason to let it go. He replied coldly that Duong family, "I never cared for you anyway. Do you know why I had to leave Tin Quang City? Thanks to receiving the acceptance letter from the Holy Realm Academy, he has now officially become a student there. A person from the future like him is not something an ordinary clan like yours can touch. Obediently go die." After speaking, the young man immediately sent the old man flying back to reunite with his son, though stern in words. After dealing with Duong Mo Bok, Lam 2 finally breathed a sigh of relief, because without unleashing his fury, the one lying down might have been him. Even though he had defeated the opponent, his body condition was hardly better, so he had to find a place to rest and recover. Looking at the system board, the young man reassured himself. As long as he adds a few more points to break the 2,000 mark, he can reach the 3rd level of martial artist, having accumulated 4 spins. So why hesitate? Even though this time the system only displayed question marks that sparked curiosity. There was even an announcement that spinning today would increase the chance of winning, making people even more eager. On the first spin, Lam 2 received quite a few crystals. Though not rare, still valuable when sold. He continued to try his luck and this time obtained a weapon. The legendary equipment called Scarlet Moon Gloves suited him perfectly. Such a fine item in hand, Lam 2 excitedly spun again. But life is not always lucky. This time he received a pile of martial skill cards. Unfortunately, none were related to spear techniques and were almost useless. Truly a foolish moment. Undeterred, Lam 2 decided to merge them all in hope of changing his fortune, hoping to create the necessary martial skill card. 3 silver cards combined into a gold card. Believing in this, Lam 2 prayed continuously, but the system played a trick with a sarcastic message. "Congratulations, the martial skill card fusion process has failed." The ancients said 3rd time's the charm, and they were right. For the last time, he could only hold his breath and wait, fortunately after praying in every possible way. Finally, the system acquiesced to Lam 2 once. Fusion succeeded, and he received the martial skill card 9 Heavens Galaxy. Today truly felt like Lam 2 had won the lottery. It seemed he had absorbed all the luck from others. Such bad luck deserved a few bites from dogs. Still having a spin left, he immediately used it. For some reason, he won a stage growth reward, recalling last time he had to carry a 100 kg suit. A bit scared, but accepted for the benefit. Greed arose, thinking of potential points. He decided to take the risk. After resting, Lam 2 continued on his journey. Along the way, he accidentally saved someone. It was a member of Mu Than, named Loi Luong Dang. This person was being chased by a 2nd-level evolved beast. also coming to the Black Sea to take the martial artist exam. Grateful, he invited Lam Tu to go along, at the same time introducing his team. Along the way, Loi Luong's group also recruited a new member. The group had all kinds of people, beautiful, cute, and even Hao Lin with rather strange behavior. She claimed herself to be the little princess of the darkness system. Upon meeting Min, Hao Lin immediately remarked that his skill was not bad and worthy of being her disciple. She even laughed loudly, asking if Lam Tu wanted to take her as a master. Loi Luong stood by acting normal and whispered that it was her catchphrase, always asking first-timers. Lam Tu just thought this girl had a mental issue, so he declined, saying, "Sorry, I have no intention of taking you as master," and continued walking. Along the way, the group discovered an area full of human bones and guessed it was caused by second-level evolved humanoid birds, carnivorous birds living in flocks. Hearing the explanation, the bald guy in the group looked surprised, did not believe it, and even thought perhaps it was caused by another giant monster. But as soon as he finished speaking, reality immediately slapped him hard. A giant bird swooped down from above to attack. He quickly slashed, cutting the monster in half, and smugly thought second-level creatures were only this strong. But Lam Tu immediately warned that the real danger was just beginning. Sure enough, a flock of giant humanoid birds rushed at terrifying speed with fierce eyes. Min and Kai used his new gloves to defend, but the sheer number made the situation difficult. Hao Lin beside them cheerfully praised and continued to coax him to take her as disciple. Annoyed by the constant chatter, Lam Tu said if she wanted a disciple, she should first show her skill. Unexpectedly, she immediately leapt up to demonstrate her ability. With 2 swords in hand, sharp momentum, she quickly eliminated the entire flock of birds. That scene made the companions gape in astonishment. Bald guy even asked where Hao Lin got her weapons, requesting the address to buy them. She replied that this cannot be bought with money, as her mother made them. The two then praised both her parents, while Lam Tu silently cursed that power lay in the person, not the weapon. Another wondered about the mutant stars of the birds. They searched but found nothing. Hao Lin then took out a small bag. Pointing inside, she said she had collected everything and handed it to Lam Tu as a gift from her master, astonishing everyone that she fought and gathered at the same time without anyone noticing. Moreover, gifting such valuable second-level mutant stars, Lam Tu, though greedy for money, firmly refused, saying he had not agreed to become her disciple. Dejected, Hao Lin looked deeply hurt, her face sulking. She said if he did not want it, she would absorb it herself, leaving Lam Tu bewildered. In just moments, she absorbed over a dozen mutant stars at a terrifying speed, clearly having practiced absorption techniques to an advanced level. The others looked at the shells of the mutant stars with great regret. At night, the group lit a fire to roast meat and rest under a tree. Hao Lin ate greedily as if she had never eaten before. Loi Luong's group roasted, while urging everyone to eat more before it was gone. Lam Tu checked with the system, only knowing she was a 4th-level martial artist. The rest were hidden. Just as he intended to ask about her identity, Hao Lin suddenly felt dizzy. Her whole body weakened and collapsed to the ground. Lam Tu hurried over to ask, thinking she had a stomach ache from overeating. Immediately after, he fell into the same state. Only then did they realize they had been poisoned. Loi Luong's group revealed their true face, saying it was not poison but a colorless, odorless weakening agent, only causing low-level martial artists to lose strength briefly. They only wanted money, not to kill. Weakly, Lam Tu explained that this type is only available at night markets and is very expensive. Could they really spend such a large amount of money? Insulted to his face, yet they felt no shame, admitting that to achieve their goals one must pay a high price. Weak in strength but limitless in cunning, afraid to touch masters so only targeting 1st-level martial artists. Every year many come to Black Sea for certification. Just catching a few prey is enough to live for the year. The man pressed a knife to Lam Tu's neck, demanding the precious gloves he had been eyeing since morning. Not stopping there, he also lusted after the swollen backpack. He even reached out brazenly to touch Hao Lin's cheek. He grinned wickedly, telling her to take out the 2 sabers and come along, then they would have fun. Truly, these people are stupid from birth, incompetent in everything, only good at taking risks. The scent of roasted meat unintentionally attracted a few uninvited guests. Turning around, one of them was bitten in half by a red-eyed wolf. The scene was as if thrown straight out of this world. The remaining 3 panicked and fled. They tried to resist and counterattack, but too weak to hold on. Were no match for the beast. In this situation, running was the best strategy. Loi Luong tried to lure the wolf toward the 2 prey lying motionless. He intended to wait until it finished, then pick up the remaining gear. But that calculation failed. He was too young, not skilled enough for such tricks. Lam Tu immediately jumped up and unleashed a violent punch, stunning the wolf. Loi Luong's group hiding behind trees was shocked, unable to understand why he was unharmed. Lam too pretended to be weak, claiming he was only a second-level martial artist, just because he was poor and hadn't taken the certification. His words left Loi Luong even more stunned. He could hardly stand, not knowing what kind of person he had encountered. The wolf continued to charge. Lam too countered with the gloves, but his body weight limited his strength. Unable to exert full power, he had to call for Hao Lin's help. He even threatened that if she didn't act, he would truly die. Hao Lin had been pretending to lie still, only getting up when called, leaving them completely hopeless. They were no longer surprised, shivering, asking if she was also a second-level martial artist, poor and uncertified. Hao Lin brushed off her clothes and calmly said she didn't come to Black Sea to take exams, but to act as a judge. Her words stunned everyone, including Lam too, and even the wolf growled in astonishment. And with just a few simple movements, she quickly channeled her energy, focusing it into her hands and feet to increase speed, at the same time enhancing the power of the two sabers. In the blink of an eye, she severed the tail and cut the monster's neck, handling it cleanly. Her gaze became cold. Looking at the thugs ready to act, they trembled, sweat pouring down, knelt begging for mercy, saying they only wanted money and wouldn't dare kill again. Before such pitiful pleas, he remained unmoved, swinging the saber to end Loi Luong in an instant, blood splattering, truly sowing wind to reap a storm. The remaining two cried out in pain, begging for mercy, vowing to be good. Hao Lin barked at them to be quiet, explaining the one who was killed betrayed them, leading monsters to harm her disciple, then chased them away. Freed, they fled hurriedly without looking back. Lam too watched with a sense of regret. Hao Lin then taught that killers sooner or later are killed. Martial artists should not be too soft-hearted. Lam too thought to himself. He regretted the experience points, not feeling pity for the man. Once everything settled, Hao Lin said to talk privately. Lam too pretended to ask what it was about, teasing about romance, but ended up being beaten badly, truly teasing the wrong person. Then Hao Lin asked about his technique for concealing cultivation. He sensed Lam too's real strength was not simple, but he denied it, so she didn't press, only saying to ask if needed. Lam too immediately asked repeatedly about her identity, rank, and age. Though slightly annoyed, Hao Lin answered she was a third-level martial artist and a judge, but would not show favoritism. She didn't reveal her age, but suggested that if he became her disciple, she would guide him on the way to Black Sea to help him pass the exam. Lam too, already a second-level martial artist, confidently declined. Hao Lin refused, proposing a duel. If she won, he would become her disciple. Lam too immediately agreed, planning to tease her in return, even considering making her his girlfriend. Then he used the gloves to strike. Violent punch lunged forward, but Hao Lin blocked it barehanded. He thought having the system made him strong enough, able to easily overpower the opponent. But before he could react, he was sent flying, too embarrassed to speak, looking at the younger girl, yet far stronger than him, leaving him unsettled. His strength was completely inferior. Calling her master cost nothing. Lam too admitted defeat, bowing and calling her master. Hao Lin happily explained the reason for his failure. It was due to misusing energy. Technique absorbs cosmic energy stored in the body, enhancing muscles and bones, even improving cells. Excess energy accumulates as inner power. When channeled into a weapon, it alters its properties, making it harder and sharper but still limited. Covering a weapon with inner power is different. The stronger the energy, the more powerful the weapon becomes. Still doubtful, Lam too only saw a dim glow. Hao Lin said to focus energy into his eyes, and continued explaining. When channeling energy into the eyes, one can see others, inner power more clearly. Previously, only a weak glow was visible. First to third level martial artists have blue energy, fourth to sixth purple, seventh to ninth orange, above 9 is gold, allowing assessment of strength. After speaking, the girl lifted the saber, swinging a few moves as a demonstration for the boy to observe. Though just a cheap weapon worth a few dozen alliance coins, once infused with inner power, its sharpness could rival weapons worth tens of millions. Simply pouring inner power in could easily damage the weapon. Lam too nodded, pretending to understand, yet wondered why martial artists still needed costly high-grade weapons if they had inner power. Lin, though annoyed, kept calm and explained that understanding was wrong. Inner power must not only cover the outside, but also be transmitted inside to achieve balance. Each weapon has different quality. Even if covered in inner power, the shock from collisions can damage its internal structure. Cheap weapons, though equally sharp when empowered, are far less durable than premium ones. Hearing this, Lam too's mind felt enlightened, blood flowing freely again, suddenly realizing he had been tricked, because although she restrained her strength, the inner power in her punches was far from restrained. Lam 2 angrily pointed at her, demanding clarification and wanting to erase the result since she had cheated, feeling that tolerating once only invited further encroachment. Exposed, Hao Lin felt slightly embarrassed, but confidently affirmed he would certainly not suffer loss. To distract him, she immediately asked him to try covering the saber with inner power for her to check, forcing Lam 2 to concentrate. He tensed his whole body, exerting all his strength to channel inner power. His face pale, breathing heavily as if near exhaustion. In the end, he could only cover about a fifth of the blade, holding the weapon with a sigh because the method was so difficult. Hao Lin beside him remarked that even a third-level martial artist might struggle. She thought silently that it was rare for the boy to achieve that on his first attempt. Truly talented, if unsuccessful, try again. If the first attempt failed, continue with a second. A third, Lam 2 was determined to practice until proficient. Yet somehow he fell asleep while training without realizing. Waking up, he saw Hao Lin straddling him. Her gaze full of implication made him panic, reflexively retreating to the corner and shouting, "What is she doing? I'm not easygoing." It's understood. Hao Lin angrily punched him several times, making his head spin. It turned out she was merely curious about his outfit and wanted to check, with no ill intent. After explaining, she quickly returned to her role as trainer, starting the first exercise aimed at reaching the distant mountain before nightfall. Lam 2, wearing the heavy suit, looked at her in doubt. The mountain was hundreds of kilometers away. How could running reach it? Wasn't that courting death? Before he could react, she dashed off, leaving him behind shouting. But this time it was not easy. He had to rely on himself, chased by a flock of man-eating birds. The ferocious monsters pursued closely. Even so, Hao Lin demanded he not stop, running and fighting at the same time. She set the requirement over a 10 km stretch. He had to eliminate them while moving. This was a test of speed, accuracy, and reflexes, needing to locate the mutant stars precisely, strike the exact spot to extract them. Lam 2 panted, running while asking how he could kill monsters and collect mutant stars so accurately. But before he could finish, an answer came. Hao Lin responded with 2 extremely fast saber strikes. Numerous monster heads fell with mutant stars, all neatly collected in her hands. The demonstration left him stunned. Lam 2 flailed his saber in frustration, but to no effect. After a while, he had run more than 50 km. Exhausted to the point of breathlessness, he asked for a short rest. Hao Lin allowed 10 minutes. He wondered why the flock attacked only him. She coldly admitted she had applied a scent to attract them onto his clothes while he was unconscious. Hearing this, he wanted to explode, angry for not noticing the strange scent on himself. Hao Lin seemed very satisfied with her plan. And pressing the saber to his neck, she reminded him that rest time was over, ordering him to continue running without rest. Lam 2 was angry but had to obey, thinking to get revenge once stronger. The system then notified his mission progress reached over 6,000 out of 50,000, making him believe he would finish before arriving. Though Hao Lin's methods were somewhat cruel, the results were clear. His speed and reflexes increased rapidly, gradually became able to extract mutant stars quickly. After the intense forced training, finally both reached the destination. Lam 2 collapsed, complaining about carrying the heavy suit while running and fighting over 100 km. But Hao Lin coldly said that he could not endure that. She had once run over 1,000 km. Ahead lay a pile of rubble. They would rest there tonight. At that moment, an arrow suddenly flew straight at Lam 2's head, leaving him no time to react. Luckily, Hao Lin acted in time to save him, revealing 2 ambushers. Hao Lin seemed to know them well, asking if they had been watching since morning before striking. The long-haired man grinned wickedly, admitting he intended to wait until Lam 2 was exhausted to act. Lam 2 tensed, realizing both were 4th-level martial artists, very strong, and a notorious assassin pair robbing near the city. They were even on the Federation's wanted list. Each head was worth up to 50 million Alliance coins. But before he could worry, Hao Lin rushed forward, confidently telling her disciple, "Open your eyes and watch. See me fight with inner power." 2 coordinated to shoot a volley of powerful arrows, yet Hao Lin remained completely unfazed. He gently deployed her defenses, using inner power to block all attacks. Even the dense rain of arrows caused no harm. Lam 2 behind wondered if she was actually a 6th-level martial artist, hearing that masters could compress their bodies to rejuvenate, thinking she might actually be an old person disguised, as young gave him goosebumps. The 2 were shocked, not expecting to face a master. They did not understand why such a strong person appeared. Before understanding, they were cut across the body, died instantly with no time to speak, thinking it would be easy, only to be defeated in a flash. Truly overconfident without knowing their limits. The ancients said don't mess with women. The more dangerous, the less one should underestimate. Lam 2 looked at the 2 dying, wondering if acting would earn him points, then picked up his sword oddly, but waiting endlessly. The system remained unresponsive. Just as he was about to give up, a notification appeared that killing a 4th-level martial artist granted 3 million experience and a level up, making him delighted to benefit without doing anything. Lamb 2 pretended to be naive, quietly suggesting that next time he encounters a strong opponent, he could wound them heavily and let him finish them off with one more strike. Hearing this, Howlin immediately replied harshly, "Don't dream. That's not happening. If you want pocket money, go hunt it yourself. I just happened to encounter a few criminals wanted by the Alliance, so I handled them to earn some small change. You intend to compete with me over that." Lamb 2 could only be speechless, misunderstood, because what he needed was not money or jewels, but experience points far more valuable. While he was silently lamenting, the system suddenly issued a new alert, announcing it was undergoing maintenance. Since the host only caused under 40% damage to high-level martial artists, the experience reward would be proportionally adjusted. Level reduced to 15 and potential points reclaimed. Hearing this, Lamb 2 cursed loudly, "This isn't my fault. On what basis do you take it all back?" 5 seconds later, perhaps realizing it had been scolded, the system sent another notification, acknowledging the error, granting 3 regular draws and keeping level 16 intact. Luckily, the system had a bit of conscience left. Howlin, seeing his strange expression, raised a hand to feel his forehead for fever. After confirming the disciple was fine, she calmly ordered to continue the journey, taking the opportunity to head toward Black Sea City. At night, the two coordinated to roast meat over a fire and rested at the forest edge. Howlin still ate with such an unsightly manner that even demons would disapprove, prompting Lamb 2 to remind her to eat slowly or risk choking, which would be amusing. In response, she ate even faster as if fearing someone would steal her portion, chewing while urging him to finish and continuing training. Tomorrow they would reach Black Sea City. What if he failed to get the martial artist certification? Hearing this, Lamb 2 collapsed in shock, stammering, "No way, still training, I'm already 2nd level, unless." "I remember," she said she was a judge. "Could she intend to deliberately make me fail?" As soon as he finished speaking, Howlin suddenly stood up with a very strange expression. As if struck in a sore spot, she threw a punch sending him flying into a tree. Hit unexpectedly, Lamb 2 clutched his stomach in pain and demanded loudly, "Why did you hit me trying to kill me?" But Howlin didn't answer and instead asked back, "Don't you realize your defense has grown stronger?" Only then did Lamb 2 notice he didn't feel as much pain as imagined. With her strength, he should have been seriously injured, but only felt slight soreness in muscles. Seeing his confusion, Howlin explained that although his inner power was still weak, as the inner power in his body increased and covered him entirely, his defensive ability also strengthened. She concluded by saying today's special training was taking punches. Lamb 2 hadn't even fully understood what was happening when he saw a hand rushing straight toward his face, followed by a relentless series of brutal strikes from the small girl. By the next morning, his already unattractive face was swollen as if stung by bees. Howlin then felt slightly guilty and promised proper compensation. Hearing the word compensation, Lamb 2's eyes lit up like stars, leaning close to ask quietly, "What kind of compensation could it be paying with my body?" But truly inexperienced, he always liked to provoke the female assassin only to bring disaster upon himself. To compensate, Howlin delivered another punch and ordered him to reach Black Sea City before nightfall. "If I catch you, expect more punishment." With motivation like running for his life, they soon arrived earlier than expected. First, Howlin led Lamb 2 into a shop, telling him to browse. The shop sold all kinds of items like martial skill cards, mutant stars, weapons, and battle suits. Seeing a customer, the clerk immediately greeted warmly. She continuously introduced various items. After one round, Howlin decided to select a few martial skill cards for her disciple to practice with. But after looking, they only saw silver cards, while she wanted diamond skill cards. The clerk shyly said even in Black Sea City there were none. Few tough-looking people nearby overheard and mocked, obviously countryside folk. How could they understand diamond martial skill cards? Even after living here for years, we've never seen them. Indeed, without reaching 6th level, holding a diamond card is useless. It's a clan treasure. There were absolutely no diamond cards here. Howlin told Lamb 2 to pick whatever seemed suitable, but he used a spear, and after searching still found nothing appropriate. She was surprised, having seen him always carry a saber but realizing his main weapon was a spear, so she asked where it was now. Lamb 2 didn't hide it, openly explaining it was damaged in the battle at Tindia City, waiting until he got the martial artist certification to buy a new one from the Alliance martial artist store. This sounded reasonable, so Howlin pointed to a corner of the shelf where the martial skill cards were kept and told the manager to wrap them up. Wrapped all of them and handed them to Lamb 2, a gift from master to disciple. Seeing the stack, Lamb 2 felt it was somewhat too many and the quality worse than some he had owned. Howlin admitted she had chosen randomly and told him to store them first. If unsuitable later, he could sell them. He also said the weapons here probably wouldn't suit them. But once he officially got the martial artist certification, she would give a bigger gift. Seeing the girl mocked as countryside, the previous group regretted it. Over 2 million alliance coins, gifted outright, truly absurdly wealthy. Wondering if she accepted more disciples, we also wanted a master both beautiful and rich. Having entered the city, they didn't need to sleep in the wild that night. Lin generously spent tens of thousands renting 2 deluxe rooms. Enjoying the luxury provided by the beauty, Lam too was curious about her true identity. Could she really be an immortal who reversed age and deliberately disguised as young? Thinking about it only gave him a headache, so he focused on learning the 3 martial skill cards first. The remaining common martial skill cards could be left for later fusion. Concentrating on training, a knock on the door suddenly rang. Lam too happily thought Lin came to continue training, so he ran excitedly to open the door. But it wasn't her outside, it was a server. Brought food, but it was very odd as it consisted entirely of portable experience points. They were people sent by the Duong family, seeking revenge for Duong Mobak and Duong Thien. With enhanced reflexes, Lam too easily dodged their ambush attacks. Not long after, using his newly learned skill, he quickly sent one of them to the grave to reunite with ancestors. The remaining one was also severely injured, could only scream at the intelligence agents for sending wrong information that led to his harsh punishment. To move the route, Lam too turned to handle the last one, giving him no chance to understand why he didn't use the spear as reported by intelligence, but instead, he struck a palm through his chest, leaving a large hole. Before dying, he only managed to shout that he belonged to Hoa than Dean, couldn't be killed. Then he passed out, following his companion off the Earth server. After handling them, Lam too had to admit his camouflage skill was too effective, causing the enemies to underestimate him and be defeated easily. Lin, leisurely sipping tea behind, finally praised, acting quickly, indeed my disciple. He had learned to envelop weak points with inner power, so enemy blades couldn't pierce. It seemed the past few days of training had improved him considerably. Knowing she had been present since he was stabbed, Lam too angrily pointed at her, scolding, "What kind of master is this?" Watching a disciple nearly get killed. Ignoring his shouting, Lin calmly finished her tea and explained that it was because she trusted her disciple that she hadn't intervened. Then she told him to pack and move to another room. Corpses would be cleaned up by someone. The next morning, the two walked side by side to the martial artist qualification testing site. According to the announcement, the 9:30 exam would start. Registered participants were invited aside to check exam cards first, then enter the northern hall for combat evaluation. Lin instructed him to stand in line while she went to register with the judges. But as soon as she left, Lam too encountered trouble, just like escaping one obstacle only to step on another. A giant fat man stormed forward, pushing and shoving others to get ahead. Rumor said he was already a martial artist, but due to liking conflict, his qualification was annulled every year. This year, unlucky for him, he met Lam too, someone who feared no one. The fat man pounded his chest, shouting, "Hey kid, deaf are you, move aside." Seeing he was about to act, Lam too immediately blocked. "What are you pushing? If you want in, stand in line properly." But as the saying goes, don't cry before the coffin. The man widened his eyes, face fierce, and growled back, "Why do I always meet idiots like you every year? Looks like my qualification is annulled again. But it's fine, I love killing fools like you. Die." The onlookers, seeing Lam too confront the fat man, immediately whispered, thinking he was courting death. But the words had barely left his mouth. He had to swallow them back, because the one about to die was not Lam too, but the fat man. He writhed on the ground, clutching his aching arm and screaming loudly. Under the cold gaze of the young man, the others could only smile awkwardly and let it go, waving their hands as if to show they were educated and reasonable. No one dared to intrude rudely again. After a short wait, it was time to measure combat strength. The martial artists participating in this examination most had combat strength around 800, just barely reaching the first rank threshold. Lam too used camouflage skills to hide his true strength. Fortunately, the machinery did not detect it. His combat index was perfect, not exceeding 1500. Otherwise, he would have been considered a second-rank martial artist. Second-rank martial artist without certification would surely be a laughingstock. The next event was the strength test, and the judge for this part was none other than Lin. Seeing the little girl, Lam too froze, initially thinking she was joking, but it turned out to be true. Lin asked everyone to line up neatly and explained that to pass, a punch had to reach at least 1000 kg. Some big-headed fools with little brains still didn't believe this girl was the judge. They laughed mockingly. "Don't joke, a little girl still growing up as a judge. I bet she can't even punch 100 kg. Those nearby joined in, claiming the martial alliance was sloppy to let a child judge, probably not even first rank yet. Lin was tiny, looking more like a child pacified with candy. Without a word, Hao Lin showed them what real power was. A casual punch made the machine display a raw number of 9,999 kg. Everyone's eyes widened in horror, not daring to utter a word. Still, someone stepped forward in defiance. His punch reached only 895 kg, below the preliminary standard. This man even dared to doubt the judge, thinking she had tampered with the machine. Furiously lunged at her, but Hao Lin didn't bother to change expression. She simply raised her hand to intercept, and twisted his arm in a few brief seconds. Afterwards, her gaze, sharp as a knife, coldly warned, "I'll give you 30 seconds, leave now, or don't blame me for staying here forever." Turned pale, clutching his aching arm while begging as he ran. The others, having witnessed her swift arm break, all remained silent, not daring to make a sound. Everyone was unusually obedient. After a short wait, it was finally Lam 2's turn for testing. Seeing his disciple step forward, Hao Lin showed obvious delight. Knowing he still doubted her identity, she spoke. She openly revealed herself as a 3-star member of the Martial Alliance, frequently invited to host tests and combat activities. Hearing this, Lam 2 was stunned, unable to comprehend what kind of person she really was. The Martial Alliance divides members into 5-star levels. 5-star members are almost all leadership figures. 4-star are top national experts or significant contributors. 3-star is already extremely outstanding with considerable strength. Truly unbelievable, almost surreal. Lam 2 kept moving from one shock to another, realizing it was best not to provoke her. After having his questions answered, he quickly stepped up for strength measurement. A light punch immediately displayed 1,999 kg. Crowd below buzzed, one light punch equaling 3 of them combined. Some guessed he was Hao Lin's disciple. Others thought their sect had a secret technique. Lam 2 just wanted to clarify she wasn't his master, and their sect didn't exist. He'd only known her a few days. Seeing the results, Hao Lin was slightly annoyed that this disciple kept hiding his skills. She urged him to test 100m sprint and 50 km endurance, reminding him not to embarrass her. After completing all tests, Lam 2 officially became a Martial Alliance member. The instructor handed him a card and explained it thoroughly. This was his martial artist card, the code on the back, initial password, the last 6 digits of his ID. With it, he could log into the Alliance system on phone or computer to view information, buy weapons, and accept missions. Just as the young man was holding the card, ecstatic, Hao Lin suddenly appeared like a ghost and pulled him outside. While walking, she said her judging mission here was complete, and she had received a new task from the Alliance, so she had to return immediately and would not continue training him. Lam 2 was internally thrilled, thankful to finally escape this fierce woman, but outwardly feigned some words to cling. "Master, no, don't go. Stay and continue training me, please." The sarcastic tone lacking sincerity, he immediately got hit face down by her. After the verbal sparring, Hao Lin brought out a box and placed it before him. As promised, once he obtained the martial artist certification, she would give a grand gift, and the box contained that gift. A long spear she had obtained from the head of the Martial Alliance branch in Black Sea City. She proudly displayed her achievement, saying that although covering a weapon with primal force is important, having a high-grade weapon would greatly increase his combat power. The spear was named Black Mang, a weapon left by the Grand Master Spear expert Bok Lai Dudai. Lam 2 immediately stroked and admired the shining high-grade weapon, unable to put it down. Then he turned to look at his master with suspicion. After regaining composure, he exclaimed in shock, "Grand Master Bok Lai Dudai, could the branch head in Black Sea City really be him?" "Ah, I understand, you are his daughter. He handed it to the branch head, and you came to claim it, right?" Hearing his deduction, Hao Lin thought he was better suited to writing novels. As for claiming she was a daughter, did he really think she looked that old, truly asking for a beating? Annoyed, Hao Lin punched him and ordered him to lift the spear immediately. Lam 2 exerted all his strength, straining his body until his face contorted, barely lifting the spear from the box, then grimaced, asking how heavy it was. After she calmly replied that it weighed 500 catties and was the only spear in the world made from black residual stone, Lam 2 could only be speechless, taking a few seconds to recover. Black residual stone fell to Earth a century ago, destroying a city. Fortunately, it was full of zombies and mutated animals, so no human casualties. After impact, a huge black rock appeared in the crater, later taken by someone. Using sophisticated devices, they crafted 12 different weapons. While not necessarily the sharpest, they were world-class in hardness, each highly valuable. Holding the precious weapon, Lam 2 was moved to near tears, unable to believe she was truly giving it to him, even asking again as if fearing she would change her mind. After giving the gift, Hao Lin hurriedly said goodbye and left, reminding him to keep striving and visit Skyla City if possible. Watching her back, Lam 2's mind became increasingly tangled, feeling as if his brain had twisted into a knot, wondering if he had misheard. Skyla City was the largest city in the world, using advanced rune technology to suspend the entire city in the air. Entry was restricted. At least 5th rank martial artists or people with exceptional scientific achievements. Couldn't stop marveling that Hao Lin was a true rich woman, even briefly thinking he might take advantage. Of course, it was just a fleeting thought. He knew his status, best to continue the difficult path independently. Discarding the idea of waiting for easy luck, Lam 2 dragged his heavy body to the train station. Luckily, the train to the deadly path had already departed. Due to its danger, few traveled there. Operating costs insufficient, 3 daily trips reduced to only 1. With no other option, he reluctantly bought a ticket for the early morning trip the next day. Lam 2 continued wandering for a place to rest, planning to return to the previous Marshall Hotel for a night. Though pricey, it was very comfortable. At that moment, he noticed someone tailing him, likely sent by the Hua Shen sect. Without hesitation, Lam 2 chose escape, running immediately. But it seemed they had prepared in advance. As he moved, people surrounded all sides, blocking every escape route. Then they confidently revealed themselves. Just then, the system sent a mission notification. The rapid development mission was completed. Lam 2 smiled slightly, leisurely removing his clothing. He focused all skill points into strength, ready to face them without hesitation. One man rushed first, but was kicked away by Lam 2 upon approach. The others saw their comrade defeated. In a pathetic manner, they immediately charged to regain face. They boldly drew knives, swinging wildly with confidence. In the end, he became a shield for the young men venting their rage to death. The remaining ones, seeing their comrades eliminated in an instant, began to falter. Trembling in panic, they stammered, "This is the power of a second-rank martial artist." Terrifying, how could he be this strong? If not for the defensive skill upgrade, the recent wood fist would have crushed his spine. Yet despite knowing the imminent danger, for money and guild orders, they still had to rush forward to fight. Lam 2 was cornered from all sides. He immediately unleashed violent strike, aiming directly at Fuong Tran. Lam 2's hand flickered with sparks, his eyes wide in disbelief. Suddenly Fuong Tran ambushed from behind, leaving him no time to react. Sword slash came down. Lam 2 couldn't dodge in time and took a direct hit. Fuong Tran's eyes blazed with anger, while Lam 2 held his injured shoulder, enduring silently. Lam 2 looked up as Fuong Tran leapt into the air. Fuong Tran wielded his sword with both hands, performing the golden martial technique. The celestial illusion strike was unleashed. Multiple clones appeared. He laughed arrogantly. This move would tear Lam 2 into pieces, but Lam 2 merely shrugged. He smirked, "It's nothing." The ferocious copies charged together, screaming to kill. Lam 2 responded confidently, "I know about clones too," and the two sides clashed violently. He quickly identified the real body among the clones, sneered and greeted, "Hello, Fuong Tran." Fuong Tran trembled in horror, unable to believe his move was broken. How did he find me among the clones and even know my name? Lam 2 clenched his fist. "Because I am no ordinary man," then unleashed Tiger Fist with violence. A heavy punch slammed straight into the opponent's stomach. Fuong Tran was completely unable to defend. He screamed madly. Even in death, he would take him along, gathering energy to form a purple sphere before his chest. Watching this, Lam 2 felt bored. Again going berserk, no new tricks. Fuong Tran's eyes rolled back, bloodshot. Full force, the purple sphere exploded, hurling Lam 2 far away. His back slammed hard against the wall. Covered in injuries, Lam 2 thought if he hadn't used his full force to protect himself, he would have been destroyed. Yet now his body was exhausted. Footsteps echoed, and Kai appeared, smirking at the battered Lam 2, saying, "Now you probably have no strength left to fight." He arrogantly continued, "Rest assured we will slowly torment you to avenge our brother." Lam 2 smiled coldly. "Who said I couldn't lift my fists? How could a man be this weak?" His eyes flashed, triggering rage, frightening the group as he suddenly grew strong from weakness. Lam 2's sword swept through, scattering the people who could only cry for help. The system continuously reported gained experience. Returning to reality, night covered the luxurious castle. Lam 2 tiredly looked at the screen, his hand trembling, complaining that after using rage his body was too weak to even hold the mouse, then searched online for information about the death trail. The screen displayed a notice requiring payment to view. He chose to continue. Lam 2 was annoyed. Even trash sites charge money, a whole 10,000 alliance currency. Still willing to pay because he had money, information appeared about evolved beasts along the death trail, all black and poisonous, fangs causing paralysis. Lam 2 was astonished. There were evolved beasts from small to gigantic. Images continued showing 5th rank evolved beasts with special powers. Another species wielded round weapons, stunning Lam 2 just from the sight of immense pressure. He closed the website, sighed, leaving his fate to chance. Lam 2 smiled eagerly. wondering how much the Black Mang spear was worth. Screen showed a starting auction price of 1 billion Alliance currency, astonishing him at the donor's wealth. Elsewhere, Howlin sneezed repeatedly, confused. In another building, someone screamed because Fuong Tran had been killed. The leader angrily cursed, ordering a 10 million Alliance bounty to hunt Lam 2. Subordinate asked if they should act directly. He frowned. If this leaked, it would lose all face. Elsewhere, the sun rose, illuminating a high-speed train crossing the desert. Lam 2 focused on his phone. A slight smile appeared on his face. System displayed strength information, pleasing him, just as a call came from his master. He answered, reporting he was en route to the death trail, and asked what was happening. Master Law asked seriously if he had checked the hunting network because of the bounty. He explained it was a secret assassination website. Even skilled hackers couldn't penetrate. Master warned him to be careful, as many would target him. Lam 2 researched, while suspecting Hoa Then Dean was behind it. Bounty information appeared, annoying him for being underestimated, but beneficial for attracting weak ones for experience. Suddenly the train shook violently, making the water glass sway. Lam 2 shook along, wondering why a modern train would tremble. Looked down the corridor, hearing noise as a door was kicked open. A man charged to attack. Lam 2 dodged and shouted. He countered with a punch. Opponent ducked, but Lam 2 kicked him in the stomach. He fell in pain, clutching his stomach and groaning. Seeing more comrades approaching, Lam 2 suspected they were robbers. Chaos erupted in the confined space, limiting large weapons, while planes appeared outside. Lam 2 realized they were well prepared. Man previously hit suddenly attacked from behind. Lam 2 reacted in time, grabbed his hand and used Firewave Palm. The opponent's hand ignited. He writhed in pain but couldn't withdraw. Lam 2's fist continued forward. A kick sent him flying into the wall, collapsing in dust. Lam 2 glanced behind. He saw a man threatening a passenger, demanding money, threatening death if refused. Lam 2 immediately rushed, knocked him out, then asked the victim if he was all right. The passenger trembled, thanking him for the rescue. Lam 2 crossed his arms, observing, wondering who these people were. The passenger said they were the Black Tiger Gang, notorious for robbing, advising to hold out until Alliance forces arrived for safety. Before the opponent could finish speaking, he shot forward, only hearing the passenger hurriedly call out, "Be careful." He launched 2 consecutive kicks, knocking back 2 enemies before they could react. Passenger's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming that the youth today are all so strong. More fighter jets appeared in the sky, closely trailing the train. Black Tiger Gang suddenly panicked and shouted, "The Alliance has arrived, retreat quickly." Everyone fall back. Yet a few of them still screamed and recklessly charged forward. The planes were shot one by one, engulfed in smoke and flames, then plummeted to the ground. Passenger cheered as the Alliance forces arrived just in time. Seeing him still chasing the gang, he asked in surprise where he was going. He shouted while running, "My experience points, don't even think about running away." He chased the Black Tiger Gang with eyes shining like he had found treasure. To him, they were nothing more than moving experience points, while the gang only screamed miserably. Alliance forces flooded the train, pointing guns and shouting for everyone to stand still with hands up. The passenger immediately explained that they were only passengers. Then he pointed at him and smiled, saying they arrived a bit late because the strong guy had already dealt with the gang in this carriage. Alliance personnel still pointed guns at the two and demanded their train tickets. When he showed his passenger card, they confirmed his identity. The female attendant then bowed apologetically, saying the Black Tiger Gang tried to rob the train but were dealt with, and promised full compensation for all passengers for the incident. Passenger immediately objected, asking what about the martial artists who died due to this negligence. The female Alliance officer bowed sincerely, affirming the company would fully compensate the families of the deceased. He calmly said that choosing to enter the death trail meant preparing mentally to face death at any moment. Surprised, the passenger asked if he was going there too, then introduced himself as Dean Tri and suggested cooperating to support each other. He turned to introduce himself and asked directly what Dean Tri could offer for cooperation. Dean Tri scratched his head and said 3 years ago he went through half the death trail with an adventure team and knew the path well. Going with him would help avoid many dangers, as there were many forks leading to death without guidance. After a moment's thought, he nodded in agreement and asked Dean Tri's purpose for going to the death trail. Dean Tri replied he sought a special plant, but powerful evolved beasts could appear, so he hoped for his help. As he opened the door, he said to leave it for now and find him when they arrived. Outside was a gray sky with a few scattered houses in the desert. Dean Tri explained as they walked that this was Hack-Thatch Town, the starting point of the death trail and the only inhabited place. Suddenly a large hand stretched out, blocking their path. A strange man stepped forward with a cold smile, saying the death trail wasn't for a kid like him, demanding he hand over all valuables for protection. He laughed, asking if this was some highway robbery, secretly pleased that experience points had come to him. Just then, a beast suddenly charged toward them. Someone screamed it was a second-rank evolved beast as it lunged aggressively at the man. Its mouth opened wide, revealing rows of terrifyingly sharp teeth. A single bite killed the threatening man instantly. He crossed his arms, sarcastically noting that careless words had backfired. Beast turned its head, mouth still stained with red blood, growling at him. He casually said, looking at what? Dean Tri shouted in alarm to be careful, as the beast was charging at him at high speed. He sneered calmly, this beast, could it be weaker than the last guy? Then unleashed violent fist. Punch struck the beast's head, staggering its body. With a single strike, he killed it on the spot. Dean Tri's eyes widened at the massive, fallen, evolved beast. He wondered why beasts appeared here suddenly, and Dean Tri explained it was normal. Sometimes they leapt over the walls into town, so locals were accustomed. Surprised, he asked if evolved beasts always invaded and locals still stayed, then told Dean Tri to continue. Dean Tri nodded. The surrounding crowd murmured. A martial artist who witnessed the scene said his aura was only like a first-rank martial artist, yet he killed a second-rank evolved beast with one strike, likely a genius aiming for Saint City Academy at the end of the death trail. His teammates nodded in agreement. A woman in the team smiled, amazed to meet such a formidable youth, wishing to form a team with him. Nearby, an old man in a hut sighed, reflecting that youth today risk their lives for competition. The bald man in the martial artist group shouted, asking if the old man was scolding them, then pressed him to list the types of evolved beasts in the death trail area. The old man puffed on his pipe, saying there were countless evolved beasts here. His memory wasn't good enough to recall them all. Unsatisfied, the bald man angrily snatched the pipe and shouted. Dean Tri glanced over and quietly remarked that trouble was coming for them. He realized the old man was a fourth-rank martial artist, remarkable for a town resident. The old man silently bent down to retrieve his pipe, saying nothing more. The bald man grew furious, raised his leg to kick him, shouting that he dared to disrespect him, clearly seeking death. At that moment, he appeared from behind, kicking the man in the back and coldly shouting about respecting elders. The bald man spun around, demanding if he wanted trouble. He smiled, holding up two fingers, saying the real troublemakers were them, then offered them a choice: leave or go to the other world. The martial artists gritted their teeth in anger, but could not speak. Finally, they had no choice but to leave, tossing a few threats back that he should wait. He asked the old man if he was all right, who thanked him. He smiled, saying it was good he was fine, then excused himself. The old man called out, "Young man, wait." The old man held his pipe, slowly exhaling a thin wisp of smoke. He kindly said it was rare to see a youth so respectful. Not wanting to see him die early, he warned that after 500 meters to take a different path due to upcoming dangers. He smiled in thanks. Dean Tri thinking he must have gauged the old man's strength to act cautiously, very clever. Before them, countless beasts clung to the mountain slopes. Just beyond the mountain, a giant dark figure with two thin horns slowly appeared. It was a massive monster resembling an enlarged cricket, but scarier. There was not just one, the entire herd was approaching. The other martial artists panicked, shouting. They were second-rank Black Kings. Black Kings charged, targeting one martial artist who screamed miserably. In the blink of an eye, only a white skeleton remained on the ground. Remaining martial artists fled in panic, but another was quickly surrounded and torn apart, only able to scream in despair. In the mountains, packs of beasts kept appearing. The scene looked horrifying. Dean Tri looked anxiously at the pack, then sighed in relief, saying luckily they listened to the old man, otherwise they would be doomed. He smiled lightly, satisfied, saying indeed it was unwise to bully those who appeared weak. Then they continued on, frowned at the crooked stone pillars. The area was so chaotic it was nearly impossible to recognize a path. Dean Tri went ahead, raising a hand reassuringly, saying it was fine as traces of previous travelers remained. He would find the way. From behind, two others came running frantically, the martial artists he had taught before. The woman's hair was messy, clothes torn, loudly questioning why they didn't warn them about evolved beasts on that path. Placed a hand on his hip, coldly replying, "Why should I manage your lives and deaths?" The girl was left speechless, frowning in anger, only managing to say damn. At that moment, Dean Tri called from ahead, found the way this way. The others could only watch them leave. The woman turned to her teammate, saying to follow them. They seemed very familiar with the terrain. The messy-haired teammate nodded in agreement. Between the towering pillars, he used both hands to hold large rocks, following the path. After reaching another area, he walked behind Dean Tri, saying it was fortunate he led the way, otherwise escaping would be difficult. Dean Tri smiled, saying it was just following traces of previous travelers. Ahead was a dense dark green forest. When he asked, Dean Tri explained it was Lam Kai forest, dense with trees but full of evolved beasts, requiring caution. Noticed noises from behind. Apparently the previous group was still following, but he then sensed something unusual. His eyes shifted, ears catching a series of strange sounds. Another pack of evolved beasts appeared. Dean Tri swore in shock. There were still Black Kings, likely chasing the previous group. He quietly rejoiced as he had yet to gain any experience. The Black Kings charged the group behind, causing them to scream the name of the creatures in panic while fleeing. Chuckled inwardly. The martial artists were clearly terrified by the Black Kings. He untied the ropes on his body, thinking it was no one's fault. The Black Kings were small but numerous and ferocious, very difficult to deal with. He drew his spear. He gripped the spear tightly, thinking it still wouldn't challenge him much. He immediately used 100 Birds Soaring Phoenix, the spear sweeping with a blazing trail of fire. Sea of fire surged, devouring the Black Kings, burning each one. The system continuously reported 5,000 experience points for each second-rank Black King killed. He fought with growing vigor, delighted that though each gave few points, their numbers were vast. Black Kings fell burnt to the ground one after another. The system kept reporting experience. In a short time, he wiped out the entire pack and landed arrogantly. The ground was littered with charred Black King corpses. Holding a cloth bag, he was pleased to have gained over 100 second-rank rare crystals with little effort. He understood why the death trail was said to be lucrative, though dealing with thousands of Black Kings had not been easy. The people behind gaped in astonishment. Dean Tri could only force a smile, thinking this youth easily wiped out over 100 Black Kings, truly formidable. Perhaps this time he could obtain what he needed. Carried his spear forward, saying, "Let's go," still unaware of what monsters awaited. Dean Tri behind eagerly raised his hand, quickly catching up. The dark forest, the canopy covered everything in deep green. He asked if the thing he wanted was in Lam Kai Forest. Dean Tri shook his head, saying they still had to cross this forest to reach Hakdim Lake. They sat under a tree. He looked at his phone and said, according to the Alliance martial artist post, the deeper they went, the more evolved beasts appeared. Dean Tri nodded in confirmation, adding that their flesh seemed affected by the local soil, turning green and easily camouflaged, so they must not be careless. He scrolled his phone, seeing tasks like collecting soil in Lam Kai Forest for 100,000 Alliance coins. Collecting Lam Dai Snake Skin rewarded 1,200,000. Gathering Deem Kai crystals offered up to 50 million Alliance coins. Reading that, he paused, asking what exactly Deem Kai crystals were that the reward was so high. Dean Tri sat next to him and explained that the item seemed to form at the bottom of Hakdim Lake. It crystallized once every few decades, making it extremely rare. His eyes lit up, asking if Dean Tri's target was also at Hakdim Lake. Dean Tri nodded, saying to try their luck, and he immediately decided to accept the task. Suddenly he sensed something unusual, frowning, saying there was killing intent. A beam of light with unexpected power shot straight at where they were sitting, forcing them to dodge quickly. He loudly warned Dean Tri to be careful of an ambush. Immediately, a series of light beams continued to rain down, forcing them to scatter. He looked up at the high branches and coldly said, "I found you." He leapt upward, stepping repeatedly on the tree trunk before quickly rushing to the treetop. In an instant, he identified the attacker, who turned pale in shock seeing him appear. He swung his spear across the opponent's head, blood splattering. The system immediately reported, killing a second-rank martial artist, gaining 1,500 experience points. He smiled faintly, saying apparently there wasn't just one. Then he snorted, "All of you will become my experience points." Light attacks rained down on Dean Tri, forcing him to dodge while cursing, "Damn Black Tiger Gang, is this area their territory too?" He drew his weapon from his back as he spoke. Dean Tri swung his spear, releasing a strong counter beam of light. A member of the Black Tiger team was knocked back, shouting the name of the move, flowing light slash. He slammed to the ground, splattering mud and dust. At the same time, a sound came from behind Dean Tri, who immediately spun to strike. Dean Tri panted heavily, sweat pouring, intermittently calling out the name of his technique. Turning around, Dean Tri froze. Seeing someone behind him, it was Lam 2. Dean Tri's heart raced. This kid was terrifying. He had just taken down one, while Lam 2 cleared 6 or 7 others. Lam 2 asked if the Black Tiger Gang usually hid in this area. Dean Tri tilted his head, saying he didn't know. He only knew why Lam Kai Forest had many martial artists with ill intentions, ambushing others to steal wealth. Frowned again, asking which direction to go, as the trees looked almost identical, making orientation very difficult. Dean Tri confidently took out a treasure device, a locator, saying there was no need to worry with this. He asked if it was a compass. Dean Tri shook his head, explaining the local magnetic field was chaotic, making a compass useless, but the device could detect the strongest magnetic direction. Dean Tri pointed ahead, saying the deeper into Lam Kai forest they went, the stronger the magnetic field. With this, they wouldn't get lost, then told him to follow that direction. Both sides were lined with somber-colored trees, surrounded by drifting mist. He suddenly sensed a high-level evolved beast ahead. Dean Tri said to go check it out. They stepped on damp, brown soil, and he remarked the ground was wet, likely from recent rain. Dean Tri confirmed the death trail sometimes had rain, but only in small patches. His eyes immediately turned serious. Ahead lay a dark figure crawling on the ground, resembling a giant worm. System displayed it as a third-rank evolved beast, Ba Vuong Long Thigh Diet, a rare species in Lam Kai forest, typically 50 cm long. Some mutants reach 1 m, moving slowly with a bellowing sound. Both he and Dean Tri paled. Dean Tri shouted in alarm. He asked if they had salt, recalling ordinary aquatic beasts feared salt, unsure if this one would too. Dean Tri hastily took out a jar of salt, but only a little remained at the bottom. He immediately opened the jar. With a cunning look, he tossed all the remaining salt onto the Thigh Diet. Thigh Diet opened its mouth wide, emitting a piercing scream. Both he and Dean Tri gaped in astonishment, not expecting it to actually work. The giant Thigh Diet opened its large round mouth, showing dense rows of teeth, then lunged at him. He dodged to the side, causing it to crash into a large tree behind. Greenish fluid covered the Thigh Diet's mouth. Fluid splattered on the tree. The tree was corroded and collapsed. The Thigh Diet writhed and lunged at him again. He swung his spear, flames erupting along the tip as he attacked. A stream of fire surged into the Thigh Diet while he thrust his spear through it. Burned by heat and fire, the Thigh Diet screamed. Both he and Dean Tri focused on the opponent. In his mind, he thought theoretically, Thigh Diets feared dehydration, so the fire from 100 birds soaring phoenix might be enough to cook it. Flames still burned fiercely on the Thigh Diet's body, its eyes suddenly blazing, dust swirling violently around. He muttered in surprise. This thing burrowed underground. The Thigh Diet quickly submerged into the earth. Dean Tri panicked, saying he couldn't see it, but a moving shape appeared under the ground. He warned to be careful, it was still there. The system again displayed info on the third-rank Ba Vuong Long Thigh Diet, rare in Lam Kai forest, about 50 cm long, sometimes mutant reaching 1 m, slow, bellowing like cattle. He tilted his head toward the sound, smirking. Another newcomer. The new arrival was Vuong Nhi, a third-rank martial artist. Dean Tri lowered his voice, saying he was a hunter ambushing martial artists in Lam Kai forest, then loudly asked what Vuong Nhi wanted. Vuong Nhi smiled, raising a blood-stained blade, replying, "You knew I was a hunter, yet still ask. Of course I'll take your lives and loot everything." The system displayed Vuong Nhi as a third-rank martial artist. Beneath the ground lay the massive Ba Vuong Long Thigh Diet, blending with the soil, making it hard to spot. He looked at the pair and coldly warned, "Don't blame me if I don't warn you. One more step and you may lose a leg." Vuong Nhi pointed at him, grinning, saying it was the first time in years he was scared by prey, and promised he'd let him die more comfortably soon. Vuong Nhi confidently stepped forward with his blade. He had no idea he was facing truly dangerous prey. As he advanced, the Thigh Diet bit him. Vuong Nhi screamed, "Ba Vuong Long Thigh Diet," as the beast clamped one leg, tearing his pants and spilling green fluid. Vuong Nhi wildly swung at the Thigh Diet, cursing the beast. He muttered, "Is it over already?" Suddenly, countless larvae with green aura crawled from the ground. The system reported these as third-rank Ba Vuong Long Thigh Diet larvae, fast-moving, suction cups on their heads, feeding on people, highly nutritious and crunchy raw. He was wide-eyed, surprised by the number of larvae. Swarm surged, covering Vuong Nhi's legs. They quickly crawled all over him. Vuong Nhi panicked, swatting them away, eyes filled with fear, shouting, "Get off." The larvae clung tightly, while Vuong Nhi struggled and cursed in vain. Finally, he collapsed, screaming as more larvae swarmed over him. Soon only a dry skeleton remained, eye sockets hollow and black. Dean Tri urged him to run quickly. He raised a hand to his forehead, thinking these Thigh Diets were small but all third-rank, a huge amount of experience points. Ignoring the advice, his eyes shone with excitement, calling out for experience points. Instantly, he thrust his spear into the Thigh Diet larvae with violent rain. He then used Plum Blossom Spear, relentlessly attacking the small Thigh Diets, which was sent flying into the air. The system continuously reported, killing third-rank Ba Vuong Long Thigh Diet larvae, gaining 1,500 experience points. He laughed gleefully, surprised that these tiny ones gave so much experience. He unleashed consecutive powerful combos, sending them flying and killing them in batches. Finally, he executed a light strike, scattering the Thigh Diets and raising clouds of dust. The system continued reporting, killing third-rank Ba Vuong Long Thigh Diet larvae, gaining 1,500 experience points. Under the assault, swarms twitched and died. When When the smoke cleared, Thai diet corpses lay scattered. He stood with his weapon as if concluding a perfect battle. Dean Tri stared at the pile, stunned, not expecting him to have cleared all the larvae in under a minute. Thai diets were chopped into pieces, scattered across the ground. Yet he exclaimed in surprise, still not dead. The giant Thai diet appeared again, mouth wide, lunging at him. He immediately unleashed fire, shouting, "Die!" The flames shot straight at the giant Thai diet. Glanced back, seeing both the large one and the small one still there. He immediately accelerated, shouting, "100 birds soaring phoenix." His spear erupted in fierce flames. Surging forward, he said coldly, "Still want to run." Without hesitation, he thrust the spear forward, pressed the tip to the ground, gathering energy. In an instant, the ground erupted with fierce flames. The Ba Vuong Long Thai diet screamed as it burned. The system reported, killing a 4th rank Ba Vuong Long Thai diet, gaining 1,888,888 experience points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to 17. Thai diet was split in half. A red, rare crystal fell from its body. He walked through the corpses of the small Thai diets, calculating that this experience was a windfall. The 4th rank crystal sold for over 1 million, and the skin was also good material. He checked his phone excitedly. The Ba Vuong Long Thai Diet Skin Harvest task on the Martial Artist Alliance page offered 10 million reward, a huge fortune. At the same time, the system showed his info. Level 17. Power increased from 320 to 337. Physique at 107 plus 20. Speed 80. Total combat strength from 2,102 to 2,220. 3rd rank martial artist title added 20 physique points. Rage 0 100. Skills included Analytical Eye, Rage, and Camouflage. Seeing his stats, he happily realized he had reached level 17 and gained 17 points to allocate. He immediately instructed the system to add all to power. From a distance, he waved for Dean Tri to continue. Dean Tri responded, pointing forward, saying that was Hack Deem Lake. The Hack Deem Lake area, the surrounding forest remained dark and oppressive, while the lake stretched wide, its icy surface sending chills down the spine. He asked if this was Hack Deem Lake. Dean Tri looked ahead and confirmed it was. He touched the water, instantly feeling bone-chilling cold, finding it very strange. Suddenly, Dean Tri dropped to his knees. He was startled, confused, and asked Dean Daika why he did that. Dean Tri showed him his phone, eyes full of pleading. Choking up, he said the tree he mentioned was Hack Deem San, growing beneath Hack Deem Lake. Tears streamed down his face, filled with sorrow. Dean Tri explained his daughter had a rare mutant virus, weakening her immunity, so a single cold wind could be fatal. He looked at Dean Tri and the photo on the phone. Dean Tri continued, saying he had searched tirelessly for years before discovering Hack Deem San at the lake bottom that could save his daughter. Dean Tri pressed both hands to the ground, bowing in supplication. He said strong, evolved beasts surely inhabited the lake, but probably not beyond 4th rank. Seeing his skills along the way, if he retrieved the tree, the chance of success was high, so he hoped for his help. He did not reply immediately, just quietly watching Dean Tri. Then he crouched closer, smiling, saying without Dean Daika leading the way, he wouldn't have reached here smoothly. Besides, he had accepted the task to find Deem Kai crystals, so even without his request, he would still have to check the lake bottom. Dean Tri immediately handed him a suit, smiling brightly and thanking him, saying he would not waste his effort. He gave him swimming goggles with a small light to see better underwater. Dean Tri added that Deem Kai crystals did not always appear. Finding them depended on luck. He put on the goggles, saying whether or not they appeared, he would dive to try. He reassured Dean Tri that he would definitely bring the item he needed. Saying this, he plunged into the water, leaving Dean Tri on shore. Diving down, he felt the water's chill piercing to the bone. He turned on the underwater light, thinking that after enveloping his body with full force, the cold was much less. He dove deeper, wondering why such a vast lake had not a single fish. Truly strange. He reached the bottom but still saw no Deem Kai crystals or Hack Deem San. At that moment, he spotted an unusual object ahead. He paused, wondering if the white object was the Deem Kai crystal. Suddenly, a dark shape charged at him, clearly an evolved beast. Under the light, a ferocious fish appeared, the giant clam white fish, a 4th rank evolved beast. The light from his goggles shone directly on its face. His body was still protected by full force-like armor, mouth closed to avoid water entry. He stared at the giant clam white fish tensely. He frowned as the aggressive fish charged straight at him. Observing its movement, he cursed internally at its speed, almost impossible to dodge. Above, the lake's surface remained calm. Underwater, he exerted himself to counterattack the giant clam white fish, activating rage. He kicked strongly at the beast's massive claws. Giant clam white fish glared at him with ferocity. He concentrated, delivering a powerful punch at it. The beast thrashed violently as his punch struck its head. Loud splash erupted as the fish's body was thrown back through the water. He thought the violent fist was hindered by water, its power reduced. unsure if the fish was dead since the system hadn't reported its defeat. At that moment, he noticed something unusual. The surrounding murky mud, a glowing object appeared. He was elated, blurting that it must be the Deem Kai crystal. Shining the light to the side, he also saw Hack Deem Sand. He happily dove deeper, relieved to finally find the item for Dean Try. At that moment, the giant clam white fish charged from behind, clearly still alive. Surprised, he dodged to the side. Violent Fist still had limited effect. He surged forward, punching hard at the fish's eyes. The beast seemed unharmed, circling him as if waiting to counterattack. Suddenly it raised a massive claw, snapping at him at high speed. He dodged, realizing Violent Fist's power underwater was greatly weakened, unable to threaten it. He also had no weapon here. Waiting for rage to end would mean death. He decided to swim up to the surface to reassess. The giant clam white fish glared at him with murderous intent. It accelerated, mouth wide with sharp teeth, as if to devour him. He swam faster, cursing internally as it continued to pursue. He tried to break the surface, but in an instant the fish overtook him, blocking retreat. The beast swung its giant claw to grab him, only catching his combat suit. He smiled triumphantly, thinking it finally fell for it. This is Kim Thien escape. He regretted the suit worth hundreds of thousands of Alliance coins, hoping it was sturdy enough to hold the opponent. He summoned all his strength to drag the fish ashore, shouting at it. Finally, breaking the water, he shouted with exhilaration, reached the shore. Dean Try on shore gaped in shock, exclaiming how enormous the fish was. As he reached land, he immediately kicked toward the giant clam white fish. Pulled ashore, the fish glared angrily. He landed, coldly saying, "Now that you're on land, still think you're my match." He immediately charged, delivering a deadly blow, shouting die. The system reported, killing a 4th-ranked giant clam white fish, gaining 350,000 experience points. The fish's eyes rolled back, life extinguished. It could not withstand his finishing strike. Dean Try ran up, calling his name, anxiously asking if he was hurt. He replied he had found both the Deem Kai crystal and Hack Deem Sand. Saying this, he carried Hack Deem Sand and slowly stepped ashore. He held up the item, asking Dean Try if this was it. Dean Try cried with joy, nodding repeatedly, saying, "Yes, it's exactly that, thank you." Dean Try bowed in gratitude, tearfully saying his daughter was truly saved this time. He smiled, saying no need for thanks. Dean Try then said this was a martial art heritage, but he could no longer continue practicing it. He handed it to him, wishing to give it as a gift. He immediately refused, saying Hong Kim body technique was too precious. He dared not accept. Dean Try explained Hack Deem Sand was equally valuable, being a life-saving medicine for his daughter, and asked him to accept the technique. At that point, he could not refuse further, nodding to accept, then asked if Dean Try would return immediately. Dean Try confirmed, needing to deliver Hack Deem Sand to the doctor. Asked what lay further ahead. Dean Try said another 50 km still within Lam Kai Forest, but he was unsure, as 3 years ago his team had only reached the forest edge before strong beasts forced retreat. He waved farewell, saying if fate allowed, they would meet again. He replied cheerfully, "Fate will bring us back together." At night, he roasted the giant clam white fish, continuously praising how delicious the meat was. Taking a big bite, he mumbled that the name Snow-Treading Silverless was truly impressive. He felt light as a swallow, internally praising the body technique as remarkably effective. Suddenly, a massive lightning bolt struck, making him curse the bizarre weather. His clothes had only dried half a day. Immediately took shelter in a nearby cave, enjoying roasted fish while watching the rain, thinking to wait it out. Suddenly, a girl ran frantically, shouting for help, saying a high-level evolved beast was nearby. The girl was Duong Thien, a 3rd-rank martial artist. He quickly stood to support her, telling her to get up first. She hadn't yet thanked him. He suddenly kicked toward Duong Thien. His kick was powerful, aimed directly at her without restraint. She froze briefly but dodged. Behind him, she asked why he attacked suddenly. He narrowed his eyes at the girl, coldly saying, "Duong Thien, 3rd-rank martial artist. You're also a hunter in Lam Kai Forest, aren't you? Your performance was clumsy, and your killing intent could not be concealed." Thien exclaimed in surprise, not expecting him to know her name. In the rain, she smiled, one hand hidden behind her back, coldly saying it was fine. With a C-class bounty online, small prey like him could be killed easily. She signaled, and more people immediately emerged from the forest. They all charged to attack him. One wielded a sword, face fierce, screaming for death. He swung the sword at him, but with agile footwork he easily dodged. He lowered his center, eyes sharp, observing, then countered with his spear, unleashing violent rain plum blossom. The man's eyes widened in horror, unable to believe what was happening. In an instant, he was flung away, screaming. The system reported, killing a 2nd-rank martial artist, gaining 16,000 experience points. The rest still refused to retreat, charging to kill him. One shouted to slash it, another performed a move. One raised his hand to launch 5 linked cannon of Shen Dian. Another immediately struck with wind sphere fist. Other executed bone-crushing kick of death with murderous intent. He focused on the reckless attackers, swinging his spear, releasing a powerful light strike, Thai technique. They immediately paled and were flung away. Touching his spear, he continued relentless waves of attacks. He continued the chain of violent rain plum blossom, the spear tip splitting into countless afterimages, piercing the attackers. Screams echoed. The system reported killing second-rank martial artists, gaining 16,000 experience points. Killing second-rank martial artists, gaining 16,000 experience points. Tiu Hoa watched in disbelief. Clearly, he only displayed the strength of a first-rank martial artist, yet easily defeated the second-rank fighters. Her eyes grew more dangerous, a smirk curling her lips with excitement, making the situation even more intriguing. Tiu Hoa laughed loudly with joy, her voice filled with excitement. Slashing at the strong fighter's head was the most thrilling. Even from a distance, her figure blinked out of sight. In an instant, Tiu Hoa appeared right in front of him. He immediately raised his spear to block, internally assessing the speed as extremely fast, surely a martial art body technique. Tiu Hoa unleashed a continuous flurry of attacks aimed directly at him, and he dodged each strike in turn. He swung his spear in counterattack. Tiu Hoa held her weapon, smiling with delight, evaluating, not bad. Immediately after, she executed a new technique named Prison Dragon Slash. A fierce force shot out instantly. The illusion of a giant snake appeared, roaring aggressively. He looked up at it in midair and quickly dodged the strike. He smirked, wiping his chin. Behind him, Tiu Hoa's weapon was flying toward him again. He glanced in surprise, not expecting it to reverse direction. Two of Tiu Hoa's throwing weapons flew back at him. He immediately struck them with his spear, deflecting them to the side. But it didn't stop. More projectiles rained down continuously. He could only block each wave with his spear. He gritted his teeth in frustration. What the hell? Why can't I push them all away? Tiu Hoa laughed with glee, eyes full of excitement. The more force he used, the faster they responded. If they hadn't cut him into pieces, they wouldn't stop. The projectiles sliced through the air, leaving more scratches on him. He clenched his spear and charged at Tiu Hoa, gritting his teeth. I'll kill you first. He roared and burst forward. The spear struck out at extreme speed, yet Tiu Hoa nimbly dodged. She was briefly shocked, swearing under her breath, this kid knows how to play. She retrieved her throwing weapons and said, seems I underestimated you. She launched her ultimate move, Moonfang Slash. He showed no fear, instead excitedly laughing, bring it on. Countered immediately with full force strike. The two moves collided, creating a powerful shockwave. Tiu Hoa's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to comprehend how his speed and strength surged so suddenly. Amidst the smoke and dust, Tiu Hoa screamed in despair. The system reported, killing a third-rank martial artist, gaining 300,000 experience points. Beyond the vast desert, ahead lay dense forest and a wide lake. He staggered across the sand, looking parched and exhausted, sweat-soaked, carrying a large plank on his back, tongue out, holding a water bottle. Cursing, this place is bizarre, rain-soaked forest on one side, scorching desert on the other. He tilted his head, drinking, murmuring, it's so hot. Without water, I'd dehydrate fast. Luckily, he had supplemental water for the day. As he walked on the sand, his foot suddenly sank deep. He jerked in shock, swearing, could it be quicksand? Ahead, a mound of sand slowly rose. His eyes widened in astonishment, mouth uttering a gasp. An evolved beast suddenly appeared. The desert sandworm, a fourth-rank evolved desert beast. Extremely agile, skilled at hiding in sand, and specialized in lethal strikes. The giant sandworm reared before him. He immediately attacked, executing 100 birds soaring phoenix. Just as the worm opened its mouth, flames surged forward. Fiery blaze struck the sandworm, knocking it down. In an instant, the giant worm collapsed into the sand unconscious. Its body twitched a few times, then lay still. He laughed scornfully. That's it, such a massive body so useless. Suddenly, loud laughter echoed behind, making him turn with confusion. A group of martial artists ran over, shouting, that's the desert sandworm. A youth looked at him and asked, did you kill it? Another bent over the corpse, disdainfully saying, I overestimated him. A first-rank martial artist couldn't possibly kill the sandworm. He probably just passed by and thought he got lucky. He held his spear calmly, confirming this was his prey. The other still didn't believe it, asking his companions. The one who spoke was Tran Khan. He laughed, waving them off, saying take the sandworm's crystals first, even its teeth, all valuable for weapon crafting. At that moment, a dark-skinned girl and her team stepped forward. Arms crossed, she said coldly, Tran Khan. He said this was his prey, don't cause trouble. Tran Khan and his companion ignored her, mocking her as a foolish woman, suggesting she supported the kid only because he was handsome. She flew into a rage, demanding he repeat what he said, I've had enough. Her teammates held her back, advising to let it go. Listening to the argument, he felt a headache, wondering if they were fighting among themselves. And what does my looks have to do with this? Tran Khan clicked his tongue. His companion egged him on, not noticing the sandworm behind slowly rising. Lei, a girl in Duong Thien's group, shouted, "The giant worm isn't dead, move away." Tran Khan turned his head to look back. In an instant, the sandworm crushed Tran Khan. His companions screamed his name. Duong Thien's group shouted to retreat quickly. He only glared at the beast, silently cursing it for daring to swallow his experience points. Tran Khan's companion immediately blamed him, saying, "You did it on purpose. Clearly knew it wasn't dead and didn't warn us." He coldly replied, "I said already. I told you it's my prey." Tran Khan's companion angrily drew his sword and charged him, shouting, "Die, bastard." He calmly swung his spear, saying, "When in the death trail, be prepared to die anytime." The system reported, killing a third-rank martial artist, gaining 300,000 experience points. Duong Thien and his team were visibly shocked. He looked at the fallen man, tilting his head, asking, "You were with these two. Why didn't you intervene?" Duong Thien calmly replied, "You misunderstood. They weren't a team, just happened to travel together. With people like them, even if you didn't act, I wouldn't have tolerated them long." At that moment, Lei panicked, shouting, "Big brother, the giant worm is coming." Desert Sandworm charged fiercely. He calmly cursed him, "Beast, one chili piece isn't enough to make you addicted." His spear radiated intense power. His eyes gleamed, swinging the spear, activating 100 birds soaring phoenix again. Waves of fierce fire surged at the sandworm. Burned by flames, the beast writhed violently on the sand. Lei's eyes widened in shock, stammering, "What martial skill is that? The man is terrifying." Duong Thien also exclaimed he had never seen such a move, yet it clearly countered the sandworm by destroying it from within. The creature opened its mouth, flames blazing inside. The system reported, killing 4th-ranked desert sandworm, gaining 1,777,888 experience points. He stepped to the fallen sandworm, holding its crystal, smiling in satisfaction. Duong Thien assessed, "This kid is strange, outward aura weak, yet strength is terrifying." Her teammate added he could handle the giant worm alone. Another reminded Duong Thien that the sandworm's teeth were important to them. Duong Thien looked at him, saying, "Let me negotiate." Seeing her approach, he asked what was wrong. She scratched her head, embarrassed, saying, "These teeth are abundant, could you spare some?" She quickly added it wasn't a request for free. They could offer other materials, as these teeth were crucial for the group. He waved as he walked, saying the teeth were useless to him. "Take them as a return for speaking up for me earlier." Duong Thien's eyes lit up, happily saying, "Really great, thank you." She called her team, "Everyone come over and extract the teeth." Lei grinned, amazed he gave all the sandworm's teeth. She teased Duong Thien, "Did he also notice us?" Duong Thien tapped her head, warning nonsense and he would pull all her teeth first. Duong Thien's team immediately began extracting the sandworm's teeth. After a while, they looked around. Lei said, "Seems like he's gone." Indeed, he had disappeared, his back fading into the desert, each step sinking in sand. Suddenly, his foot sank again. He leapt into the air, shouting, "Another giant worm." Clutching his spear, he assumed a ready stance, eyes fixed on the sinking spot. Smoke rose suddenly from the sand. Instantly, he was pulled straight underground, face turning pale, screaming. Finally, he fell heavily into some deep underground space. He crawled up, rubbing his head, muttering in pain, realizing he had fallen into a cavern. Glanced around the strange space, wondering where he was. It resembled an ancient passage. He touched the wall, thinking it might be a relic from the war between humans and alien invaders last century. The death trail reportedly had many relics from that great war. He touched a glowing point among wall patterns, observing odd depressions, guessing it might be some kind of mechanism. Deep in the passage, pairs of red eyes silently tracked him. He narrowed his eyes, noticing something approaching. A giant golden rat appeared, the golden rodent, a third-rank evolved beast. Not just one, but an entire swarm of golden rodents appeared. He was immediately horrified. What now? Instantly he crouched, assuming a ready stance. The swarm charged. He unleashed the spear's power, each light strike sweeping through, taking down golden rodents consecutively. The system reported, killing third-rank golden rodents, gaining 180,000 experience points. Continued attacking relentlessly. The system continuously reporting, killing third-rank golden rodents, gaining 180,000 experience points. In a short while, he had wiped out the entire swarm. Their corpses lay in rows on the ground, while he stood there, panting heavily. He took a deep breath, though not overly dangerous. The sheer number was enough to exhaust him if he killed them all. Yet he still smiled at the bag in his hand, the effort not wasted. The experience points and anomalous crystals gained were quite good. Moving deeper, he realized the golden primordial rats from earlier seemed to have been disturbed by someone, which is why they swarmed toward him. As he walked, he speculated, could there be someone else in this tunnel? Suddenly, he sensed an ambush, immediately raising his spear to block and asked coldly who it was. Duong Thien froze. It turned out to be him. He was also surprised to see this group of people. He asked if the golden primordial rats were disturbed by them, why they appeared here. Duong Thien smiled. explaining they were walking through the desert when it suddenly collapsed, and the evolved beasts were indeed accidentally provoked by them. Duong Thien cheerfully said it was fate to meet again, then introduced themselves. The girl was Loi Loi, the muscular one her boyfriend Kuang Lu, and the other was Bang Vu, all greeting he. He smiled back, introduced himself, and suggested going together for safety since they all fell here. Walking with the group, Duong Thien asked what kind of secret passage this was without visible exits. He guessed it might be ruins from 2554, astonishing Duong Thien as it was over 100 years old. He pointed backward, explaining he had seen the year engraved on the wall. Calling the initial patterns, he asked if anyone recognized the indentations, but Duong Thien still did not understand. Suddenly, he seemed to find the answer. He took out the anomalous crystal. Duong Thien curiously asked which species it was from. He replied it was a level 3 golden primordial rat, the one they had disturbed, explaining that killing them and obtaining the crystal revealed it might be the key to opening the secret passage. He placed the anomalous crystal in the center of the carving. The crystal fit perfectly and immediately glowed. Door gradually opened. He confirmed his guess was correct. Duong Thien exclaimed in astonishment, and the group entered, he explaining that humans once used anomalous crystals as an energy source, so the ruins operated similarly. Before them was a chaotic heap of ruins. Everyone wondered what exactly it was. Duong Thien observed and guessed it could be an ancient laboratory. He speculated the same. The group was shocked to see mutated humans in test tanks, products from the era before humans fused DNA with evolved beasts to fight alien invaders. Close-ups of the mutated heads showed immense strength but bloodthirsty cruelty. The project was ultimately halted, and all were destroyed. The bodies of these creatures were unusually sturdy. He frowned, surprised that such horrors still existed after more than 100 years, when black vines suddenly appeared at their feet. Vines tightly wrapped around Bang Vu's legs. He panicked, calling for help continuously. Everyone shouted, trying to pull him free, but in vain. The vines tightened and dragged him down, desperate screams echoing. Finally, Bang Vu was pulled into the darkness, only his cries gradually fading. Duong Thien rushed forward, shouting Bang Vu's name. The vines enveloped Bang Vu completely, suspending him. He struggled angrily but was choked, when suddenly a flash of power appeared. Duong Luke and Loi Loi were stunned at the sight before them. Duong Thien was filled with extreme worry, calling for his teammate. He charged at the vines, but it was too late. Bang Vu's body was pierced and fell. The team could only scream in despair. He looked at the mass of vines, saying they could no longer be saved. This place was too bizarre. They needed to find an escape quickly. Bang Vu's body suddenly moved, veins protruding across his face and body. He sat up despite being pierced by vines, terrifying everyone. He realized the problem. It was the AMPS virus present in the creature's body. The group immediately ran, Loi Loi leading the way. He shouted for everyone to follow her, pulled Duong Thien along, behind them echoing the roars of evolved beasts. Through a sea of fire, the group ran desperately to escape the danger zone. He stared in amazement at the situation. Behind them, the evolved beasts pursued. He shouted, urging everyone to accelerate. Bang Vu had become a feral zombie chasing them. Bang Vu raised his muscular arm to strike, launched an attack, releasing a stream of bright energy toward him. He sternly explained the AMS virus was extremely dangerous. Infectees immediately become zombies. Decapitation does not stop movement, and bites transmit infection instantly. He swung his spear with force, saying the only way was to cut in half to render them completely inoperative. One of his legs buckled to the ground. The vines coiled into large spirals and lunged to attack, but he quickly evaded. Lam 2's eyes froze as he realized the vines had wrapped tightly around his body. The vines appeared increasingly dense, twisting in bizarre patterns. Lam 2 realized they were not ordinary plants, but a mutated form carrying the AMS virus. Lam 2 immediately warned Duong Thien's team to be extremely careful, as the vines increased in number and relentlessly attacked. In an instant, countless vines surged forward simultaneously like a storm. Lam 2's group quickly counterattacked, charging into combat. Duong Thien was tightly bound, in a critical situation. Luckily, Lam 2 arrived just in time, cutting through the vines to rescue him. Although severed, the vines immediately regenerated, causing Lam 2 to frown. Realizing this opponent was extremely difficult to handle, Lam 2 unleashed his power, creating a large fire to burn the vines, guessing they might have plant-like properties. The red vines writhed in the sea of fire, making Lam 2 smirk as he realized they feared heat. Without hesitation, Lam 2 launched another wave of intense fire attacks. The vines began to panic as they were trapped in the blazing flames. Soon the fire subsided, and the vines stabilized. They twisted into spiral shapes, making Lam 2 realize the risk of explosion and the release of mutants. Lam 2 cursed, recognizing the opponent had intelligence and was looking to counterattack. All four acted simultaneously, frantically cutting down the vines. The vines tightened around the container, cracking it until it shattered, releasing the mutant inside. The mutant fell to the ground, exhausted. Not just one, but multiple other mutants emerged one after another. The creatures opened their eyes, revealing long, sharp claws. They were completely free from confinement. A roar sounded. The system announced this was a level 3 mutant with explosive power and relentless hunting instinct. Lamb 2 realized the extreme danger. All were level 3. He shouted for everyone to find an escape route as a mutant hand nearly touched his face. The monster swung. Lamb 2 quickly ducked to avoid a lethal strike. His heart tightened. One wrong move and it would be over. Lamb 2 counterattacked immediately, but the opponent was ferocious, fighting one-handed still terrifying. One swing knocked Lamb 2 flying backward. Duong Thien called out anxiously. Multiple mutants surged forward. Duong Thien immediately countered. Golden beams shot out, but caused little significant damage. Duong Thien was astonished to realize his attack was almost ineffective. Continued to exert force, launching flames at the mutants. Mutants roared and charged straight at Lamb 2. Lamb 2 ordered Duong Thien to retreat first, while he held the rear, causing Duong Thien great worry. Lamb 2 calculated to conserve energy because the ruins were still dangerous. He decided to use a basic technique, but amplified it to increase damage. A burst of power erupted violently. Powerful strikes continuously hit the mutants' bodies. Lamb 2 smiled in satisfaction as he saw the damage increase, gripping his long spear tightly with both hands. One sweep knocked out the opponent. The system reported the level 3 mutant destroyed and awarded substantial experience. Lamb 2 was delighted to receive over 500,000 experience points. Seeing the mutants before him, he charged in with excitement. The ferocious mutants attacked, difficult to deal with but yielding considerable experience. Lamb 2 used the narrow terrain to eliminate them one by one, avoiding being surrounded. Mutants continuously fell. His teammates were amazed at his strength, especially Loi Loi, full of admiration. But soon Lamb 2 was counterattacked, leaving Loi Loi stunned after praising him. Duong Thien rushed to support, warning him to be careful. He timely saved Lamb 2 from a dangerous strike by a mutant. Lamb 2 struck the mutant from behind with his spear. His gaze was cold. The system continuously reported kills, and he finally leveled up to 18. The attribute panel appeared, his strength surged. Lamb 2 allocated points and continued attacking with a noticeably enhanced force. Duong Thien was astonished to see Lamb 2 grow stronger with each strike, seemingly empowered. Lamb 2 stood before the mutants, ready to face them. A strange sound echoed from deep within, making Loi Loi curious. Lamb 2 guessed it was the roar of a giant evolved beast at the end of the corridor. All the mutants raised their heads and roared. Suddenly they retreated, surprising Duong Thien. Lamb 2 guessed something was summoning them. Lamb 2 decided not to pursue, but continued moving forward. At the end of the secret passage, light shone through a door crack. Light cast shadows of the four on the ground, inside a rich arsenal that amazed Duong Lu. Duong Thien remarked that there were old laser weapons and bombs, which would be valuable if taken. Lamb 2 noted to check whether they could be taken out before collecting them. Loi Loi signaled silence upon hearing fighting sounds, and the group immediately focused. Lamb 2 realized the sound came from behind the door. Duong Thien suspected another warrior was behind. Duong Lu confirmed the sound passed through the door crack. The group pushed the door together, heavy but eventually opened a small gap. As soon as the door opened, a loud explosion rang out. Before them was a chaotic battle between warriors and beasts, smoke and dust filling the air. Lamb 2 realized the number of people and mutants was large, understanding they had been summoned by the beasts. A warrior was knocked toward Lamb 2's group. Lamb 2 quickly caught him. The man wiped blood, thanked him, and realizing they were newcomers amazed Duong Thien. Fong dusted himself off, recognized Duong Thien and greeted her. Duong Thien asked about the chaotic situation and why there were so many people here. Fong explained the exit was blocked by a level 6 beast, forcing everyone to fight. He described the creature as about 10 meters long, resembling a sea monster with extremely hard tentacles capable of piercing steel. Duong Thien was astonished by the strength of such a high-level beast. Fong said over 100 warriors with a 5th rank expert were supporting, so there was hope of defeating it. He encouraged Lamb 2's group to participate, as the beast's odd crystals were very valuable. He also revealed that Lu Kuang had a new L2 bomb, which had injured the monster. Bomb exploded, vines reappeared. A shout rang out signaling the beast had revealed itself. Lamb 2 speculated that all previous vines belonged to this monster, controlling the entire ruin. Lu Kuang ordered the team split, one group blocking mutants, the other handling the beast with him. Warriors surged with fierce energy, frantically slashing at the tentacles of the Luke Dang Kui beast, shouting as they charged. They coordinated to eliminate the mutants that were flooding in. Lam 2 raised his hand to hold Truong Dan's group back, warning everyone to be careful because these mutants were controlled by the Luke Dang Kui beast. Lam 2 observed closely and felt strange, wondering why he was so excited to fight. The sensation was clearly unusual. At that moment, a mutant seemed to notice him. It immediately lunged ferociously toward Lam 2. Lam 2 twisted his spear, thrusting it through the mutant's body. Truong Dan also swung her sword. During the fight, Lam 2 kept watching the warriors battling in the distance. Seeing Truong Dan and Kuong Luke's excited expressions, Lam 2 realized their state was similar to the other warriors in the hall. He continued to observe and saw that everyone was extremely agitated, hitting harder than usual. Pulling his spear from a mutant's body, Lam 2 glanced around and froze. The nearby mutants had been wiped out. Truong Dan excitedly pointed ahead, calling out, "Big Brother Lam, look. The Luke Dang Kui beast seems about to collapse." The Luke Dang Kui beast trembled, raising its head to roar, its tentacles thrashing wildly. The warriors became even more excited, thinking victory was within reach and continued to attack. The warriors laughed greedily, urging each other to kill the 6th rank evolved beast and claim the odd crystal. Some shouted that the crystal was theirs. Truong Dan urged Lam 2 that they should join in. Lam 2 immediately held Truong Dan back, preventing him from advancing, and asked if he didn't notice anything unusual. Truong Dan blankly asked, "Unusual how?" Lam 2 analyzed that since entering the hall, everyone had fallen into an inexplicable, excited state. Except for Lu Kuang, nearly all the warriors were affected. If his guess was correct, the bomb Lu Kuang threw was problematic, likely containing adrenaline-stimulating gas. Watching the warriors still frantically attacking the Luke Dang Kui beast, Lam 2 explained that the gas could stimulate adrenaline, boosting combat power briefly, but causing great harm to the body. That's why they were so reckless. Lu Kuang was clearly using everyone as human shields. Truong Dan realized and angrily cursed it. Lam 2 added that Lu Kuang wanted to use the Luke Dang Kui beast to deplete their numbers for his benefit. The Luke Dang Kui beast continued to wildly lash its long tentacles everywhere. Many warriors were injured. Someone shouted, "It's not right. The evolved beast is feigning death." A nearby warrior covered in red marks insisted it was just a final counterattack before dying, urging everyone to continue. The Luke Dang Kui beast's tentacles swept to attack multiple warriors, cries of pain echoing everywhere. Others quickly checked on their teammates. Suddenly, the warrior hit by the tentacle veins bulged, face pale, eyes bloodshot, and emitted a strange growl. Those people instantly turned into zombies, losing all consciousness and attacking their own allies. Uninjured warriors screamed in horror that it was the AMS virus, warning everyone to be careful. A zombie charged at a normal warrior, who screamed in fear and begged. But the zombies continued their frenzied assault, while other warriors panicked and shouted for them to stop. Truong Dan and her team shuddered at the scene, thankful they hadn't rushed in. Lam 2 deduced that the earlier mutants had been handled, so the evolved beast deliberately lured the warriors close to turn them into its new puppets. Lam 2 spoke, but seeing its current state, it probably could not hold out much longer. Lu Kuang loudly declared that those people were no longer allies and must be wiped out. The incited warriors shouted to kill. Lu Kuang continued to strike forward fiercely. Lu Kuang's attack flew straight at the Luke Dang Kui beast. Luke Dang Kui beast collapsed heavily. Cracks appeared on its body, revealing the object inside. The warriors stared in astonishment, realizing it was a 6th rank odd crystal. The crowd immediately became frenzied, pushing and jostling to claim it, each insisting it was theirs. Lu Kuang's gaze was full of greed, as he firmly declared the object belonged to him. Lu Kuang turned hostile, striking down the surrounding warriors, shouting for them all to die. They could not react in time, screaming. Truong Dan asked Lam 2 if they should snatch it, and Lam 2 smiled, saying, of course, the bastard does not deserve the crystal. Lu Kuang smiled maliciously, enunciating that no one could take what belonged to him. While Lu Kuang was arrogantly claiming ownership, Lam 2 suddenly charged from behind. Lam 2's gaze was cold, sweeping his long spear directly at Lu Kuang. He quickly noticed and growled, "A brat like you dares to compete with me." Lu Kuang immediately turned to counter Lam 2. Lam 2 coldly scolded him for mixing stimulants into the bomb to turn everyone into human shields, while he sat back to benefit. Truly a petty scoundrel. The surviving warriors froze at this and immediately became furious, questioning him. Once the truth was known, everyone cursed Lu Kuang as despicable and demanded to kill him to reclaim the odd crystal. The angry warriors surged toward Lu Kuang, shouting to kill him. Lu Kuang's eyes flashed with murderous intent, swinging his weapon, shouting that the brat should die if he couldn't measure his strength. Lam 2 remained calm, understanding he was only 3rd rank, unable to confront a 5th rank warrior head-on. But but Lu Kuang had just killed the Luke Dang Kui beast, consuming considerable energy. Immediately, two forces clashed violently in midair. Shortly after, Lu Kuang was knocked away. Next, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. Warriors charged at Lu Kuang, attacking and cursing him as a bastard taking advantage of their weakened state. Their anger flared, continuously shouting to kill. Many warriors simultaneously attacked Lu Kuang, and he desperately fought back. Some warriors turned to Lam Tu, shouting for him to get out, insisting the odd crystal belonged to them. Anyone who dared take it must die. Lam Tu struck with a palm, knocking them away. At the same time, the Luke Dang Kui beast's body twitched on the ground. Lam Tu sensed something unusual, frowning slightly. Seeing the tentacles of the Luke Dang Kui beast still moving, Lam Tu said the creature was not yet dead. His eyes flashed with calculation, thinking it was indeed a windfall from the heavens, and immediately unleashed power to finish it. The system announced the 6th rank Luke Dang Kui beast was killed, granting 8,888,888 experience points. The creature completely collapsed after the final strike. Lam Tu showed a hint of disappointment, muttering that one 6th rank evolved beast giving so little experience was truly stingy. Approaching the Luke Dang Kui beast's corpse, Lam Tu quickly realized that because he had dealt less than 40% damage, he received only a tenth of the experience. At that moment, Lu Kuang charged from behind, roaring, demanding he stop because it belonged to him. Lam Tu stood upright, ready to face him. Lu Kuang immediately struck, shouting for him to die. Lu Kuang swung his weapon down, Lam Tu blocked with his spear. Sparks flew from the clash. As he defended, Lam Tu assessed that a 5th rank warrior was truly formidable. If prolonged, he would eventually lose and need to find a way to escape. Lam Tu smirked, deciding to try a different approach. He swung his spear, taking the initiative to attack. Lu Kuang dodged but was shocked, not expecting this low-rank warrior to suddenly grow stronger. Lam Tu sneered that 5th rank warriors are only that capable. Lam Tu's entire body exuded fierce momentum, shouting and commanding Lu Kuang to endure his strongest strike. Lu Kuang's face darkened, realizing Lam Tu's previous attack was not even his ultimate move. Lam Tu shouted to create a presence, then turned to flee swiftly, not forgetting to call him foolish. Lu Kuang fumed, swearing he would tear Lam Tu to pieces. Watching Lam Tu retreat, he immediately pursued closely. Lam Tu reached the door, pulling hard to open it. Behind, Lu Kuang charged with murderous intent, shouting that escape would not be easy. Lam Tu gritted his teeth, using full strength to pull the door. His body tensed to the limit. Finally, the door opened a small gap. But at that moment, Lu Kuang caught up, raising his weapon to strike. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted behind Lam Tu, tossing him aside. Simultaneously, the system announced he had killed a 5th rank warrior and gained 12 million experience points. In the thick smoke, Lam Tu rejoiced, while the system congratulated him on reaching level 19 and gaining 19 potential points. Lam Tu grimaced in pain, rubbing his head, feeling as if his body might shatter. He thought that without first visiting the arsenal and obtaining a bomb, he could not have handled the 5th rank warrior. The personal attribute panel appeared. Lam Tu was level 19, all stats noticeably increased. He immediately instructed the system to add 10 points to strength, 7 to constitution, and 2 to speed. At that moment, Duong Thien's group ran up asking if he was okay. Lam Tu wiped the corner of his mouth, smiling that he was fine. Duong Thien then asked where the 5th rank warrior had gone, as they had just seen him chasing Lam Tu. Lam Tu proudly explained that he had led him into the arsenal and detonated a bomb to destroy him. Tan Fong was astonished, unable to believe a 5th rank warrior was defeated that way. Meanwhile, Duong Thien beamed with pride, repeatedly praising Lam Tu's strength. The group continued forward. Lam Tu said the Luke Dang Kui beast was dead, and they might soon leave the cursed ruins. The ground was littered with corpses, from mutants to those turned into zombies. Lam Tu observed, then solemnly stated that only a few remained. Lam Tu sat down to rest with Duong Thien's team, telling everyone to tend their wounds first and rest a moment before moving on. Holding a water bottle, Lam Tu glanced toward the shattered Luke Dang Kui beast corpse in the distance. He thought the creature's body surely contained useful materials, and perhaps the fallen warriors had some salvageable items too. An hour later, he asked if the team was ready, then called everyone to continue. Loi Loi excitedly raised her hand. The group left that place together. As they moved, Lam Tu wondered whether going straight ahead would allow them to exit the ruins. Tan Fong, with one arm bandaged, said it was likely possible. He explained that he and others had fled across the ruins to reach here, while other paths were dead ends. Lam Tu looked at the iron gate ahead in surprise, muttering why it was designed so archaically. Then he, Duong Thien, Kuang Luke, and Loi Loi pushed the gate together, encouraging each other. Tan Fong, with his injured arm, could only stand aside. When the gate finally opened, Lam Tu froze, eyes wide in amazement at the scene before him. Inside, filled with machinery, Lam 2 quickly realized this was the control room. Duong Thien looked at the machines and asked Tan Fong if he could start the control panel, as he had studied technology before. Tan Fong replied that this was an old system. He wasn't familiar, and they first had to find a way to power it. Lam 2 guessed that this underground relic was likely powered by odd crystals, so they needed to locate an energy source. He quickly found a power box and opened it, deducing it was the energy supply unit. Inside the box were rows of small squares, appearing to await installation of something. Lam 2 tried placing an odd crystal in, and it fit perfectly, so he continued inserting each crystal one by one. Frustrated, Lam 2 muttered at the machine for consuming so many crystals, continuing to insert them until only 2 were left. The power box was finally filled with odd crystals, but the machinery remained silent, showing no reaction. Lam 2 grew increasingly angry, pounding the power box and cursing it for devouring 20 of his odd crystals without activating. That strike inadvertently triggered the power box. All the crystals lit up simultaneously and connected. Lam 2 was speechless, realizing it only activated after being struck. On the other side, Duong Thien happily asked if Lam 2 had found the power source. Lam 2 only complained that it took 20 odd crystals to activate the room. Tan Fong immediately perked up, saying he understood that this was the teleportation center, finally giving them a way out. Lam 2 blankly asked if Tan Fong really knew how to use it. Tan Fong regained confidence, saying it would be fine, then reached to pull the control lever. A beam of light flared up in the center of the room. Tan Fong grinned proudly, complimenting himself as a genius. Pointing to the light in the center, Tan Fong explained that the teleport platform could return them to the surface. Tan Fong and the group hurried toward the light, noting that the crystals couldn't last long and they had to step on quickly. The group immediately stood within the beam. An instant, Lam 2 and the entire group disappeared from that location. Soon after, all 5 of them were thrown out, landing awkwardly and struggling. Lam 2 landed gracefully, while Tan Fong groaned in pain, but then laughed heartily at finally escaping the cursed place. Huang Luke was equally delighted to have survived. Lam 2 told everyone to stop here, and from now on, each would go their own way, meeting again if fate allowed. Duong Thien asked where Lam 2 intended to go next. Lam 2 smiled, saying to keep going straight ahead. Watching his retreating back, Duong Thien wondered if he was heading to the same place. Beside her, Loi Loi teased that if he hesitated, she could just chase after him. Duong Thien glared at Loi Loi, telling her to shut up, claiming she talked too much. Loi Loi covered her mouth, laughing with delight. Night fell and Lam 2 sat by a small fire near a stone wall. He set down his luggage, marveling at how cold the desert night was. Lam 2 rummaged through his bag, thinking that earlier he hadn't had time to carefully inspect the 6th rank evolved odd crystals. When he opened it, he discovered a creature gnawing on other crystals inside. Caught in the act, the creature froze. Lam 2's eyes widened in disbelief, wondering what it could be. Could it be that the 6th rank odd crystal had truly transformed into a living creature? The creature hastily hid the crystal behind its back, pretending nothing had happened. Lam 2 grew more astonished. This 6th rank odd crystal not only felt shame but also fear, truly incredible. Lam 2 picked it up, asking what it actually was. Could it be an evolved beast that sneaked into his bag and ate the 6th rank odd crystal? He was annoyed and wanted to cut it open to retrieve the crystal. 6th rank odd crystal panicked, waving its hands to say not to do it. Lam 2 chuckled lightly, realizing it could understand him. He photographed it and searched online to find out what it was, but found nothing, suspecting it was a strange creature resembling an odd crystal. Lam 2 poked it, making it giggle. Though it appeared hard like a crystal, it was soft to the touch. He finally promised not to kill it, but forbade it from stealing his crystals or escaping. Seeing the 6th rank odd crystal sitting on the ground, Lam 2 thought the journey would be dull, so he would keep it as a pet for fun. He decided to name it Con Con. A few days later, Lam 2 killed an evolved beast with his spear. The system reported killing a red-grain desert 3rd rank beast and awarded 150,000 experience points. Con Con swiftly ran to retrieve the odd crystals from the corpse. Con Con obediently brought the crystals to Lam 2. He smiled and praised it, saying it had helped him collect many crystals, and this one would count as a reward. Watching Con Con happily gnawing the crystal, Lam 2 thought this plump creature, though round, was extremely fast. Each time he killed an evolved beast, it could immediately extract the crystals, saving him much trouble. Moreover, it seemed particularly fond of eating odd crystals. At that moment, a green oasis appeared ahead, with trees and a clear lake, making Lam 2 excitedly call Con Con to look. Blue water rippled, and clear bubbles floated above it. Lam 2 tilted his head, enjoying the water splashing on him, his expression melting in relaxation. Both Lam 2 and Con Con felt immense relief. He laughed loudly from happiness. But at that moment, Lam 2 sensed danger, a sword blade coming close to him. Lam 2 hurriedly blocked and shouted, "Someone there." The attacker had formidable skill, striking both Lam 2 and Khan far away with one blow. Lam 2 immediately realized the sword technique was extremely sharp, and the opponent must be a master, but he was soon stunned. The girl appearing before him was none other than her. Lakangayat was equally surprised to see him. Even more shocking, Lakangayat suddenly dropped her sword and fell. Lam 2 caught her, repeatedly asking if she was all right, worry etched on his face. Seeing his hands covered in red blood, Lam 2 realized she had been injured. Quickly set down his luggage, saying he had medicine inside and would apply it immediately. A long, deep cut on Lakangayat's back bled heavily, making her body tremble. Still, she resisted, telling Lam 2 to let her go. Lam 2 was extremely serious, saying if she asked to let go, he must obey. He refused to release her, applying medicine while telling her it was precious healing medicine and not to bite him. Each drop soaked slowly into Lakangayat's wound. Lam 2 asked who had injured her this badly. Before she could answer, Lakangayat closed her eyes. He covered her with his jacket, thinking that previously he couldn't gauge her strength due to his rank. Unexpectedly, she was a 4th-rank warrior, far surpassing others of the same rank. Lakangayat dreamily opened her eyes and asked why he had come here. Lam 2 crossed his arms, trying to appear mysterious, and said she should guess. A correct guess would earn a reward. Lakangayat showed no interest in the game, coldly turning away, saying, "Say what you like, I don't care." Lam 2 could only sigh at her dryness. Then he truthfully said he came to Saint City Academy because he was selected. Lakangayat remembered when Lam 2 had asked where she was from. She only left the word Saint City and left. Hearing him now, she suddenly sat up, surprised he was truly chosen. Lam 2 casually confirmed, but quickly added he came to Saint City not because of her. Lakangayat scoffed, lay down and turned away, telling him not to imagine. Lam 2 could only remain silent. Soon, both sensed something unusual. Lakangayat sprang up. Lam 2 immediately stood, realizing someone was coming and not just one. Lakangayat's expression darkened, saying they were coming for her, so Lam 2 should leave quickly. Lam 2 slung his luggage forward, lowered his body, and said a man could not abandon a girl. As he spoke, he urged her to climb onto his back. Lakangayat finally clung to his back. Lam 2 immediately accelerated, reminding her to hold tight. From the luggage, Khan peeked out, holding a medicinal pill, giving it to Lakangayat to help her recover faster. Lakangayat looked at it in astonishment, recognizing it as a 6th-rank evolved creature. Lam 2 laughed, introducing it as his pet Khan, and warned her not to take the crystals it carried. Lakangayat held the vial, casually saying it was just a 6th-rank odd crystal. Lam 2 added that he had already consumed the medicine in the vial himself. Lakangayat remained indifferent, responding casually, then asked so what. Lam 2 only sighed, thinking she was not cute at all. Lakangayat complained he ran slowly while carrying her. Behind them, a group was closing in, and Lam 2 calmly realized they had arrived. The leader shouted that they had killed over 100 members of the Black Tiger gang, yet wanted to run. Another man, holding a spear, yelled for them to stop. He then threw the spear, shouting, "Die." The spear passed over Lam 2 and Lakangayat, but he continued to run headlong. The spear plunged right in front of them. Moments later, the group behind caught up. The Black Tiger gang surrounded them, sneering, wondering where the two could escape. Lam 2 looked and saw the new arrivals were all peak 3rd-rank warriors. Looking at the girl on his back, Lam 2 was secretly horrified. Despite being surrounded by so many, Lakangayat had already killed over 100 of them and escaped, her strength truly terrifying. Leader stroked his goatee, smirking, telling the girl to stop struggling because she certainly couldn't escape. But Lakangayat's gaze was ice cold, simply saying they would die. The leader laughed, saying she had been seriously injured before and now wanted to scare anyone. He also mocked Lam 2 as weak and unworthy to intervene. Lam 2's face darkened immediately, a fierce expression evident. The leader licked his lips, eyes leering, telling the girl to come obediently for his affection. Lakangayat told Lam 2 to let her down. Lam 2 only smirked behind her, realizing he had been underestimated. The leader shouted, calling his men to prepare to strike. They pointed their weapons at Lam 2 and Lakangayat, growling that they would kill the man and keep the woman. Such a face would be a waste to kill. Later, the brothers would still enjoy together. The group burst into laughter, their faces both cunning and vicious. Lam 2 remained calm and stared at them. One immediately charged, shouting to take his life. Man swung his sword recklessly, murderous intent overflowing, yelling that Lam 2 must die. A beam of light carrying immense power suddenly flared violently. Lam 2 swung his long spear, standing proudly, the corners of his lips curling into a faint smile. In his hand, the flame of power gradually became clear. Lam 2 immediately executed White Crow Morning Phoenix. The attacker froze, unable to understand what kind of martial skill that was. Lam 2's firepower struck directly, causing the man to scream miserably. On the other side, Lak and Guyot fought alone against the remaining attackers. Leader frowned, secretly feeling incredulous. Clearly this girl had been severely injured, yet she was still so hard to deal with. A subordinate smirked lewdly, calling her closer before charging forward with his spear. Rushed toward Lak and Guyot, but she had already anticipated his intention, though Lam 2's spear blocked the path just in time. Lam 2 stood in front of Lak and Guyot, asking if she was okay. She leaned against his back, saying she was fine and asked if he could handle it. Lam 2 immediately joked that how could a man say he could not. The two quickly separated to engage in combat. Lam 2 fought with increasing vigor, his fighting spirit rising. During the battle, the man with the spear earlier sneered maliciously, mocking that Lam 2 also used a spear, then said he would teach him what real spear technique was. Lam 2's eyes hardened. The man immediately charged and unleashed Shooting Star Strike. Lam 2 twirled his spear, sneering that the boastful one knew no shame. He was the true master of spear play. As he spoke, he also launched White Crow Morning Phoenix, dragging with it a fierce blaze. A violent explosion erupted, light flashing brilliantly everywhere. The spear wielder was pushed back, but his face remained full of excitement, admitting this boy truly had skill. Lam 2 held his spear, smiling, saying he had not even used his full strength. Just then, two more armed men charged from behind, intending to kill. Lam 2 glanced at them, his eyes clearly showing disdain. Immediately after, he unleashed a powerful strike, sending both men flying backward. The spear wielder continued to charge, shouting to kill Lam 2, but midway he froze at the sight before him. Lam 2 had easily dodged that strike, while raising his long spear horizontally. He thrust straight at the opponent, though the man managed to block in time. He gritted his teeth, struggling while cursing in amazement at the sheer weight of this spear. Then he suddenly remembered something. Observing the massive black spear carefully, he was shocked to realize it might be the Black Mang. Lam 2 immediately became intrigued, curling his lips to ask if he really knew about it. The man still tried to block with his own spear, inwardly ecstatic at his perceived luck. If he could kill Lam 2, this supreme weapon would be his. Just then, Lam 2 unleashed a beam of light with a deep boom. Lam 2 was pushed back by the recoil, but still taunted. "Do you like it so much? Then I'll give it to you." As he spoke, Lam 2 threw the spear forcefully, telling him to catch it. The man caught the long spear with one hand, but immediately his body pitched forward, veins bulging as he strained, only able to feel fear at its weight. Lam 2's eyes shone brightly, not forgetting to mock him as truly foolish. Seizing the opportunity, Lam 2 repeatedly kicked straight into the opponent's stomach. The man was sent flying. Lam 2 grabbed the spear and charged, coldly saying people like him were not worthy to hold it. Just then, another man quickly rushed to aid his comrade. On the other side, the leader was also growing tired, cursing under his breath that this woman was frightening beyond expectation. Subordinates still charged with enthusiasm, shouting to kill, while Lak and Guyot's gaze remained icy and unchanged. Lak and Guyot lightly dodged and immediately counterattacked. The subordinate barely managed to exclaim in horror, but it was too late. One strike from Lak and Guyot split his body in two on the spot. Lam 2 loudly warned her to watch behind because the leader was attempting a sneak attack. He also complained that fighting recklessly was no good. A beautiful face should not be cut. Lak and Guyot coldly told him to shut up and take care of himself or risk being cut in two. This side, Lam 2 was still fighting two others alone. The battle was quite tough. One threw a punch, but Lam 2 still managed to evade. Wiping the blood from his chin, Lam 2 silently judged that these three coordinated very well, their long and short weapons complementing each other, making them truly difficult to handle. Just then, the spear wielder charged again, shouting it was time to end it. He split his spear into multiple shadow spears at once, hurling them at Lam 2, fiercely demanding he go to the underworld to register. Lam 2's eyes momentarily showed surprise. The barrage left no gaps. Seeing the encirclement, Lam 2 cursed inwardly for having no way back. He scanned each opponent, then decided to unleash his fury. Lam 2's whole body shone. He roared and activated fury. The spear wielder panicked, not understanding why Lam 2's aura had suddenly surged so violently. Wrapped in the strong light, Lam 2 charged straight ahead, shouting and executing furious rain of blades. Lam 2's spear points also split into countless illusions rushing forward. The spear wielder's eyes widened in disbelief. Countless spear points pierced through his body. The system immediately announced the third-tier martial artist was killed, awarding 302,300 experience points. The remaining two were pale with shock, not understanding why Lam 2 had suddenly become so strong. They shouted at each other not to hold back and to use their strongest techniques. One immediately executed Red Lotus Strike, flashed out two blazing sword beams, simultaneously shouting fury fire. Lam 2's gaze remained unwavering. He coldly said, "Just fire flames, I also know how to use them." Immediately after, Lam 2 struck similarly, but with much greater force, White Crow Morning Phoenix forming a gigantic blazing fire phoenix. The man cursed in panic. Finally, he was engulfed in the sea of flames. The system announced Lam 2 had killed a third-tier martial artist, gaining 306,500 experience points. The last man risked everything to unleash Ice Mountain Fury. A series of attacks struck. He roared to take Lam 2's life, but Lam 2 only spun his long spear to block everything. Immediately after, Lam 2 swung his spear back with extreme force, shouting "Die." The man immediately showed extreme fear. Lam 2 and Black Mang pierced straight through him. The system displayed that a third-tier martial artist was killed, gaining 301,110 experience points. Lam 2 was quite satisfied to have finished. On the other side, the leader was still fighting Lack and Gaia. Fought while sneering, praising the little beauty for holding her own. But once his subordinates killed that weakling, she would have no chance to respond. Just then, Lam 2 descended from above. The leader looked up and hurriedly dodged his downward strike. Landing in front of Lack and Gaia, Lam 2 blocked for her, scolding the leader to open his eyes and see where his subordinates were now. The leader was furious to the point of seeing stars, cursing the three as a bunch of trash. Boiling with rage, he exerted all his strength, roaring that he would risk his life against the two of them. His gaze was sharp as a blade, murderous intent overflowing. The leader leaped into the air and unleashed thunderstorm myriad soldiers. Lam 2 sneered, saying he was also about to see him off. He immediately replied that now he would return it in full. In midair, one wielded a sword, one a spear, their weapons clashing with sparks flying. The leader quickly lost ground. Lam 2 had pierced him. The system announced a third-tier martial artist was killed, gaining 301,110 experience points. After the battle, Lam 2 carried a log on his shoulder, holding his spear, and walked slowly forward. He sat beside Lack and Gaia, panting, asking if she was okay. Lack and Gaia hugged him, saying she was fine. Lam 2 handed her a bottle of medicine, assuring her it was safe as he had never taken it. After taking the medicine, Lack and Gaia looked at him in surprise, admitting that his rate of growth was really fast. Lam 2 immediately became self-admiring, chuckling that it was natural. A handsome guy like him was a rare genius. Lack and Gaia stood up. Lam 2 asked where she intended to go. She replied to Holy City. Lam 2 was stunned, then happily realized she was going there too. He hurriedly put on his gear, telling her to wait a moment as he had exerted too much helping her and needed a short rest. Lack and Gaia ignored him, continuing to walk silently. Lam 2 had no choice but to flusteredly chase after, constantly calling her to wait and not go so fast, or he would be exhausted. Entering the verdant forest with lush trees and a few camouflaged geckos, Lam 2 marveled at finally seeing a proper forest. Walking behind, Lam 2 did not forget to admire the scenery, guessing that Holy City Academy could not be far. Suddenly, a voice rang out, snarling that they would not let anyone easily reach Holy City Academy. Lam 2 and Lack and Gaia simultaneously turned toward the sound. On the other side, Duong Thien was confronting a group of people, coldly asking Hao Thien what his intentions were. Hao Thien displayed a cunning look, saying that Saint City Academy was about to hold a test for new students. To make it easier for their team to pass, eliminating some competitors early wouldn't be such a bad thing. Duong Thien immediately understood, coldly asking if that meant he wanted to kill them. Hao Thien casually rationalized that they were all classmates, saying killing sounded harsh. He only wanted them to know their place and withdraw. Tan Feng was furious, asking if they hadn't realized the dangers along the way. Forcing them back now would be like pushing them into death. Watching from afar, Lack and Gaia quietly asked Lam 2 if he knew those people. Lam 2 replied briefly that he did. Lam 2 and Lack and Gaia slowly approached. He raised a hand to greet, smiling that he hadn't expected this place to be so lively. Duong Thien's eyes lit up at once, joyfully calling out Lam 2 big brother. Lam 2 looked at Hao Thien and calmly said that if that was the case, he too was a new student of Saint City Academy, so should he also turn back. Duong Thien was surprised and delighted, saying that indeed Lam 2 big brother was also a new student of Saint City Academy. He sighed, noting that although they were new students too, the difference in ability was huge. Hao Thien glared at Lam 2's appearance with irritation, then glanced at Lack and Gaia with lecherous eyes, saying the beauty beside him was tempting. He reached out to touch her, even stipulating he would spare them if the two beauties became his girlfriends. Lack and Gaia immediately drew her sword from its sheath. Hao Thien still jeered, calling her over, but Lack and Gaia coldly swung her sword. The blade slashed across Hao Thien's finger, making him recoil, cursing in horror at nearly losing it. One of his subordinates shouted, "Big brother, she must be a 4th-rank warrior." Hao Thien looked at Lack and Gaia calmly, then laughed, saying, "So what if she was a fourth-rank warrior? Haven't you noticed she's injured? A beauty like her, he couldn't easily let go." Lam 2 then spoke, his tone deep and warning. Lam 2 asked if he knew the Black Tiger Gang. Hao Thien replied that he did. So what? They were just over 100, and third-rank warriors weren't many. He asked if they were connected to the Black Tiger Gang, claiming he wouldn't fear because of that. Lam 2 crossed his arms, his eyes darkening, saying they indeed had ties to that group. But because of offending them, the entire Black Tiger Gang had vanished from the world. One subordinate listened in horror, stammering that over 100 people, including at least 5 peak third-rank warriors, had all been killed by them. Another added that even they didn't dare provoke that gang recklessly. Hao Thien immediately interrupted, huffing that if Lam 2 said they were dead, they had to believe it. Lam 2 just smiled, asking if they didn't believe him, then try it. Hao Thien also laughed, saying, "Oh, this kid is bold." Hao Thien immediately prepared to strike, drawing his sword at Lam 2, saying, "Try then, no need to hesitate." Lam 2 condensed his strength in one hand, coldly saying that after trying, he would die. Finishing his words, Lam 2 launched a fist using Savage Fist. The punch struck directly against Hao Thien's arm. His subordinates rushed forward, shouting if he wanted to die. Hao Thien also shouted at his men to charge, "Kill that kid for him." But at that moment, a sword was pressed to Hao Thien's neck, making him freeze. Lakangayat had the sword to his neck, coldly warning that if he moved, she would kill him. One subordinate pointed, demanding she release their big brother. Lam 2 held up 3 fingers, saying they had only 3 seconds left. He smirked, asking one last time if they wanted to leave or die here. On Truong Dan's side, the group was ready to fight. Tan Fong and Kuang Luke grew serious. The atmosphere suddenly fell into heavy silence. Hao Thien suppressed his anger, reluctantly saying, "Fine, we'll leave." He and his gang withdrew. Truong Dan gratefully thanked Lam 2 big brother, explaining that Hao Thien was a strong warrior from another academy in their city, extremely arrogant. Without them, they wouldn't have known how to handle it. He scratched his head, thanking Lak and Gayat as well. Lam 2 waved off their thanks, saying it was nothing, all on the same side. Lam 2 asked Lak and Gayat if continuing straight ahead would reach the end of the death path. Lak and Gayat confirmed it. Truong Dan hesitated, asking Lam 2 big brother if they could go together. Lam 2 agreed, saying having more help along the way would be good. Truong Dan thanked him happily. Not far away, another group of warriors sat around a fire, chatting animatedly. Lam 2 glanced at them while gnawing on meat, noting that they also seemed to be from Saint City Academy, and the number was considerable. Lam 2 asked if anyone knew how many new students Saint City Academy accepted each year. Truong Dan thought and said he wasn't sure, only that 5 were chosen from their academy, and another 5 from Kong Hao. Lam 2 was surprised, asking if 10 new students had been chosen just from their city. He thought that Stellar City had only him, showing it was a small city. Truong Dan laughed, saying numbers didn't matter. Even if they had 5, none could match Lam 2 big brother. He added that this year a student from Sky Academy, only 18, had become a 5th-rank warrior. Lakangayat suddenly said that person's name was Kai Tin, and she studied at the same academy. Truong Dan's group froze in shock. Truong Dan stammered, asking if they knew each other, and if she also attended Sky Academy. Loi Loi immediately showed admiration, saying she was amazing since that academy was the most prestigious in Sky City, and ordinary people couldn't enter. Lakangayat blushed slightly, embarrassed yet trying to maintain her cool silence. High above, the blue sky stretched, and treetops swayed gently in the breeze. A cliff was crowded with warriors. Lam 2 was amazed that there were over 1,000 new students. The weakest were at least junior 3rd-rank warriors, most aged 17 or 18. Truong Dan looked and asked why the end of the death path was a cliff, and where Saint City Academy was. Lam 2 guessed there was likely a teleportation mechanism here, but Lam 2 smiled, saying it seemed they had guessed wrong. A giant spaceship suddenly appeared in the sky, gradually descending near the cliff. A man named Ma Than stepped out, introducing himself and telling everyone to stay silent. He was Ma Than, a male teacher at Saint City Academy, responsible for welcoming new students. Ma Than continued to announce that something must be clarified. As everyone could see, Saint City Academy was not at the end of the death path. The arrangement was to let the path naturally eliminate the weak. Many warriors were enraged, cursing that they had fought through life and death, drenched in blood, all for meaningless lies. Some demanded Ma Than avenge their fallen comrades. Ma Than coldly replied that the academy did not accept rubbish. The weak must be eliminated. Those who didn't understand the power gap immediately rushed to attack Ma Than, shouting he was the trash. They would not accept it and must kill him to avenge their brothers. Watching from the side, Lam 2 only remarked, "What a bunch of fools." One of them swung a weapon directly at Ma Than, shouting for him to pay. Beam of light suddenly shot out, striking the man directly. In an instant, he collapsed and died on the spot. Others paled in horror. Ma Than raised his hand, and a special elite team with guns appeared behind. Ma Thien coldly commanded them to act. Teams simultaneously raised their guns and fired. Previously arrogant men were immediately shot down, their screams echoing. Ma Thien calmly watched the corpses, saying anyone who disobeyed rules would meet the same end. Ma Thien then instructed everyone to take out their admission letters. Lam Tu and the others immediately retrieved their letters. Ma Thien guided them to tear the back of the admission letters and continue to affix the paper to themselves. Ma Thien's lips curled, announcing that the final trial task was. Hearing that, Lam Tu momentarily froze, guessing what was about to happen. Ma Thien loudly declared that only those who seized the admission letters of 3 people could board the spaceship. As Lam Tu expected, it was indeed that type of trial. Ma Thien shouted, officially starting the trial. He even smiled meaningfully, wishing everyone luck. A warrior in front of Lac and Guyot grinned, telling the beauty to hand over her admission letter. Lac and Guyot scornfully replied that he didn't know his limits, didn't realize he was about to run into trouble, reaching toward Lac and Guyot, teasingly calling the young lady over. Immediately, a group was knocked aside, shocking the surrounding warriors. Lac and Guyot was cold and strong, like a proud rose under the blazing sun. The other warriors grimaced, realizing she was difficult to deal with. Lac and Guyot handed a stack of admission letters to Lam Tu, telling him to take them. Lam Tu shook his head, saying he didn't need them. Lac and Guyot then passed the letters to Loi Loi, telling her to take them. Loi Loi's eyes lit up, happily thanking her sister. Meanwhile, Truong Dan was being kicked while fighting. That person demanded he hand over his letter. Truong Dan muttered in frustration. Loi Loi rushed to Truong Dan, who was on the ground, showing him the stack and saying it was enough for 3 people. Truong Dan looked at the letters in her hands, astonished, asking where she got them. Loi Loi replied that Lac and Guyot had just given them to her. Truong Dan wiped his face and declined, saying he didn't need them, passed them to Tan Fong and Kuong Luke first. He would take his own later. Loi Loi sighed. That moment, Hao Thien and his gang appeared again, grinning, saying you seem to have quite a few letters. He immediately charged, ordering them to hand them over or die. Truong Dan immediately blocked the attack with his weapon. Just then, approaching footsteps echoed clearly. Ma Thien looked at the 2 newcomers, raising his eyebrows slightly, saying your speed is impressive. With admission letters for 3 people, you can board the spaceship. He reached out to take the letters. Kai Tin then greeted, saying it had been a long time, Lac and Guyot. Lac and Guyot still maintained a cold demeanor, completely ignoring everything. Kai Tin could only force a helpless smile. Kai Tin stepped inside, guessing she still did not want to mention that matter. Well then, see you at Saint City Academy. Ma Thien called out, Lac and Guyot, your turn. She replied that she was waiting for a friend. On the other side, Loi Loi was struck by Hao Thien, dropping all the enrollment papers. Kuong Luke stood afar and shouted for Loi Loi. Lam Tu stepped up from across the river and unleashed White Crow, paying homage to the phoenix. Thien was stunned by Lam Tu's powerful flames. In an instant, all of his group's papers were snatched thanks to Lam Tu's snow-stepping silverless technique. Lam Tu returned the papers to Truong Dan's group, saying to keep them. With Lac and Guyot's share it was enough. Truong Dan happily said even his papers were retrieved, thanks. Hao Thien's group, furious and unwilling to lose, thought Lam Tu was showing off in front of the girl, and shouted to charge and snatch the papers back. Lam Tu glanced at them with disdain, saying since yesterday in the forest they had been an eyesore. One immediately launched the divine sword technique. Lam Tu countered with violent rain pear blossom. The opponent was struck before finishing his move and scolded for being slow. The system reported killing a 3rd-rank martial artist, gaining 350,000 experience points. Ha Thien was horrified at being defeated with a single move. Another rushed forward to challenge Lam Tu. Lam Tu lightly blocked his weapon, criticized his weak strength for attempting to use a sword, then withdrew his spear to taunt. The man was astonished, as his sword was easily caught. Lam Tu coldly pierced the opponent's neck, dismissively calling him a fool. The system continued to report experience points. Lam Tu knocked the opponent's weapon away, causing him to panic. Hao Thien saw this and shouted for everyone to charge. He and 2 others rushed forward, simultaneously unleashing their skills. Their weapons emitted a fearsome, sharp aura. Lam Tu slightly bowed his head, eyes filled with contempt, saying no matter how many, it was useless. He unleashed a move as powerful as a tidal wave, pushing back all attacks. In the thick smoke, Lam Tu lunged out chasing Hao Thien, causing him to panic. Lam Tu laughed coldly, warning him to be more careful in the next light. Hao Thien trembled, begging for mercy, saying no need for the papers. But before finishing, Lam Tu wiped him and his companions out. Lam Tu spun his spear in the midst of the dust, the system continuously reporting experience points from eliminating multiple martial artists. Everyone witnessing it was utterly astonished, praising his incredible strength while being too afraid to intervene. Truong Dan and Loi Loi ran over to thank him. Another person approached and expressed gratitude. Lam Tu responded modestly. Suddenly, he was surprised. saw Lakangayat standing with her hands on her hips, cheerfully asking if she was waiting for him. She did not answer and turned away. Lam too could only sigh, marveling at her proud character. Afterwards, on the splendid armored spacecraft under the sun, the guide congratulated everyone for passing the exam and officially entering the academy. Mothan happily declared they were now classmates and forbade fighting. Loi Loi coldly mocked how they had just fought to the death and were now preaching morals. Truong Dan remained silent. Lam too was also annoyed. Mothan continued to announce that they would arrive in about 3 hours, and everyone could rest. The spacecraft had no windows to conceal the academy's location. Lam too asked Lakangayat about this place. She explained that Saint City Academy was the strongest in both faculty and research. She said this place could be compared with the world's top academies. Lam too observed from their treatment that the academy was harsh, and ordinary geniuses here were insignificant. He worried for those robbed of their papers, unsure if they survived. After 3 hours, the spacecraft approached a flying island with massive structures. Spacecraft landed on a clear patch of land. Mothan announced that they had arrived. In front of the majestic academy gates, he welcomed everyone. Suddenly, a giant bird flew out from inside. Someone shouted it was the 9th rank fiery mystery bird. Lam too also looked up in astonishment. Now he could clearly see it resembled living fire. Mothan explained it was the academy's companion beast. Lam too was shocked, as this was one of the strongest evolved creatures. Mothan led everyone inside and requested data collection. In front of them was a scanning pedestal with a glowing cube. Beside it, a gentle professor instructed them to line up for scanning. Students stepped forward, the light scanning from head to toe. After scanning, the machine produced a card numbered 6. The professor explained it was a pass card with points. External money could not be used. Student asked if there were students from other places. The professor replied there were 641 students from the north who had passed the exam earlier and would meet soon. Everyone received their cards. Lam too asked Lakangayat the meaning of the number on the card. He handed card number 1 and briefly said it indicated the class. Lam too realized he was in class 10. Guessing due to his concealment skill, he was placed lower than her. Mothan called everyone to gather. Explaining the number on the card was the class. The teacher would arrive to lead them. Lam too raised his card, saying he belonged to class 10. Truong Dan's group rejoiced as all were in class 10, surprising Lam too as well. Lakangayat stood watching them cheerfully. Mothan introduced the teaching team and asked them to follow by class number. Teachers appeared with class numbers on their armbands. Mothan instructed the students to follow. Lam too sighed, saying goodbye. Lakangayat remarked the academy was not large. Watching her leave, he pondered the meaning of her words. Before finishing his thought, Truong Dan called and he quickly followed them. He moved toward his class teacher named Chin Hai, with long hair and an armband number 10, introduced himself as the homeroom teacher. The system could not analyze his true power, making Lam too realize he was extremely strong. Class 10's classroom was clean and beautiful, just inserting the card linked to the desk. Besides theory, there was also mechanical practice, simulation, and martial artist training. Back in class, the teacher proposed electing a class monitor and explained benefits, such as using the training room and earning extra points. The students were excited about the attractive benefits. Everyone settled into their seats, Lam too quickly finding a spot as well. Teacher activated the voting system. The student list appeared before Lam too. Lam too decided to vote for himself. Many other students did the same, not wanting to miss out on benefits. Lam too received 5 votes becoming class monitor, causing dissatisfaction among some who claimed it was unfair. The teacher asked how they would consider it fair. Labin suggested fighting to choose the strongest as class monitor. Teacher agreed, but chose a different method to decide. A force measuring machine appeared. Whoever struck hardest would win. Everyone agreed. Labin volunteered first. He confidently struck the machine with great force. Screen displayed a force of nearly 9,800 kilograms. Students marveled and praised, but Lam too appeared indifferent. The teacher complimented the strength. Labin provoked Lam too, but he replied confidently. Lam too asked if breaking the machine required compensation. The teacher said to use full strength. Labin laughed, mocking him for being overconfident. Lam too channeled energy into his right hand, delivering a powerful punch. A loud explosion sounded as the punch created a strong shockwave. Chin Hai was astonished as the force meter shattered into pieces. Labin was so frightened he gaped, screaming that he was truly smashed. Was he even human? Chin Hai looked at Lam too's knowing smile, still feeling a stir in his heart. Thinking this kid clearly used martial skills, Yet even so, a force-measuring device isn't so easily destroyed. Finally, he had to admit the kid's strength could not be underestimated. Duong Thien laughed excitedly from below. I knew it. Lam 2, big brother, is definitely number 1. Lam 2 smiled brightly, his handsome face shining. Chin Hai's calm voice rang out. If no one objects, Lam 2 will be the class monitor of Class 10. In addition, using a phone to scan the card allows access to the school intranet. If there's nothing else, today's session ends. Assemble at class tomorrow at 6 a.m. Hearing that, Duong Thien suddenly remembered something, quickly raising his hand to ask, wait, teacher, where is our dormitory? Chin Hai smiled, saying Saint City Academy does not assign housing. Students must use accumulated points like money to rent what they want. Everyone can go to the housing registration office, select a suitable unit, and complete the rental procedure. All the students widened their eyes, shouting in unison, what, we have to rent ourselves? The teacher still smiled happily, quickly agreeing and declaring the dismissal. In front of the housing registration office, the crowd was bustling. Lam 2's group stood in the hall, watching the images and discussing. A standard 50M2 apartment rents for 50 points per month, while a villa with a training room and full amenities costs 500 points per month. A spacious, luxurious house appeared on the screen with the caption, Bamboo Villa rents for 500 points per month. Loi Loi looked at the villa with adoring eyes, cheerfully saying, if you live in the best place. This one isn't bad at all. Lam 2 immediately shattered the dream, spreading his hands and squinting, saying the rent for a month is already 500 points. Spending all would leave nothing to eat. In the cafeteria, breakfast costs 5 points, lunch and dinner 10 points each, so the monthly food alone wouldn't be enough. He pointed at the screen, closing his eyes, concluding only a fool would spend 500 points on such luxury. But before he could react, a hand suddenly appeared behind him. A crisp thump rang out. Lam 2 was pained and spat saliva. He held the bump on his head, turned around stammering in panic. Who hit me? Lakangayat appeared, coldly asking, you call who a fool? Lam 2 froze, trembling, pointing at her, saying, you didn't really spend 500 points to rent that villa, did you? Lakangayat ignored the question, asking instead if he had chosen a place. Lam 2 blinked, said not yet, then asked why. She held out her hand, giving him his card. Lam 2 handed the card to her, cold sweat forming as he saw her approach the counter, cautiously asking, hey, what do you intend to do with my card? Lakangayat said the villa she rented has 2 floors. You transfer 250 points to me and stay on the first floor. I'll stay on the second. When the screen showed the fingerprint confirmation, she called Lam 2 over to verify his fingerprint. Lam 2 placed his index finger on the screen, forcing a smile, asking if that counted as us staying together. Before finishing, the aura around Lakangayat deepened. She crossed her arms and frowned, warning with one word, I'll kill you. Lam 2 jumped, immediately silent. After a while, the two were in the bright yellow villa. Lam 2 sat cross-legged on the living room sofa, letting the small creature run around the house, laughing joyfully, saying, indeed, a villa is different. This place is worth the money. He opened the Academy website to check maps, shopping centers, combat rankings, and point accumulation missions. He sat upright immediately when a series of missions appeared. Getting hit 1 hour a day earns 150 points. Cleaning the girls' toilet for half an hour gives 100 points. Playing Dead Glory 5 hours gives 250 points. Helping others review for half an hour gives 120 points. Lam 2 looked at the missions, speechless, blurting out, what kind of missions are these? Then he noticed the exchange area, excitement immediately rising. Items can also be exchanged for points. Calling the materials he collected along the way, Lam 2 felt extremely lucky. Great, he collected plenty of resources from evolved beasts along the way. Excited, his eyes lit up. He slung his backpack and headed straight to the exchange station. Inside the station, many senior students were gathered, chatting lively. The atmosphere shifted slightly. A few whispered to each other, seemingly noticing him. Immediately, comments focused on Lam 2. Look, the new student this year. Uniform not even received and already here looking clueless. This year's new students don't seem impressive. What is this kid bringing to the exchange station? What could a new student have worth bringing? Despite the noise, Lam 2 paid no attention. He calmly approached the exchange counter and politely said, hello, teacher. I want to exchange some items. The silver-haired professor stroked his beard, curious, asking, uniform not yet received, and you have items to exchange. Remember, points only cannot be converted to alliance money. Lam 2 understood, replying, yes, I know. He then took out the skin of a 4th-ranked tyrant dragon, asking how many points it could exchange for. The professor's eyes widened in disbelief, lifting the skin to examine, saying this is the skin of a 4th-ranked tyrant dragon, a rare evolved beast, can be exchanged for 10,000 points. A nearby male student almost dropped his jaw, exclaiming he even has 4th-ranked tyrant dragon skin. Someone behind sneered, probably found on the death path. This kid is insanely lucky. 10,000 points was not bad. Lam 2 then took out a block of ice emitting 7-colored light, saying there's also this. The old professor pushed up his glasses, examined carefully, then said seriously, "This is flame pearl crystal, extremely rare. I'll exchange it for 100,000 points." Murmurs of astonishment rose around. Flame pearl crystal, so much in one go, still in excellent condition. This kid is incredibly lucky. 100,000 points, how many missions must be completed to earn that? Ignoring the chatter, Lamb 2 smiled, taking out the last item, politely saying, "Teacher, I have a few more items, please check these too." The professor was startled, stammering, This is the flesh of a 6th rank vine beast, a 6th rank evolved beast. How did you get this? Did you kill a 6th rank evolved beast? Didn't hear wrong, a 6th rank evolved beast. Everyone present gaped. A 4th-year senior exclaimed in astonishment, followed by others cautiously asking the background of this new student. Could he be a genius from a major family to have enough trump cards to handle a 6th rank evolved beast? Yet some were arrogant, huffing, looking at him. He doesn't seem like a noble. Those items must have been picked up. A person behind added, Tyrant Dragon Skin, Flame Pearl Crystal, and the 6th rank Vine Beast Flesh. Maybe he just collected them. The professor inserted Lamb 2's card into the machine, saying the 6th rank Vine Beast Flesh is valuable. But the amount is small, so I'll give you 500,000 points. Combined with the previous 2 items, total 610,000 points. Fine, thanks, teacher, Lamb 2 said, then thought of something else. Can I ask if skill cards can be exchanged here? The professor shook his finger, explaining skill cards, weapons, and battle suits are mass-produced by Saint City Academy and cannot be exchanged. Fine then. Also, I want to use points to exchange a 6th rank gem. Is that okay? Lamb 2's face showed regret, thinking he had used 4 system draw attempts before coming, receiving a diamond skill card for dagger skill which he thought could be exchanged. If possible, worth at least 1 million points. The professor placed the item in his palm, saying a 6th rank gem is worth 80,000 points. I've deducted it from your points. Lamb 2 casually said okay. Under the dimming afternoon sky, the sunset cast yellow over the green leaves, making them look wilted. Lamb 2 stopped, rubbed his temples, sighed, muttering why is nothing ever new. He turned back, annoyed, saying, "You 3 leave. There's no one around, convenient for some killing and looting." 3 students in second-year uniforms stepped out. The leader arrogantly said, "New student, let's get acquainted. I'm Trung Dao Dai Chuang. I saw you exchange quite a few points at the station just now." He frowned, rubbing his index finger with his thumb, continuing angrily, "So we came here to borrow 10,000 points from you." The 3 immediately surrounded him. Lamb 2 remained calm, asking, "There's no point withdrawal machine here. How should I transfer points to you?" Trung Dao Dai Chuang smirked, exhaled, then sneered, "New student is really foolish. Points card can transfer points." Lamb 2 feigned innocence, taking out his pass card, eyes wide, saying, "Oh, so it has this function too," nodding, "Good." But in the next second, his expression changed. Lamb 2 smirked arrogantly, saying, "Then transfer your points to me." Trung Dao Dai Chuang immediately rolled up his sleeves, veins bulging, angrily shouting, "Kid, you're reckless. We came to rob you, and you dare aim at our points." Lamb 2 looked at his gritted expression, smiling comfortably, saying, "If you can rob me, why can't I rob you?" Trung Dao Dai Chuang glared, shouting, "Bastard." He swung his fist at Lamb 2, shouting, "Want a hit?" Lamb 2's eyes flashed dark blue. Martial skill, snowstep silverless. In a blink, Lamb 2 vanished. A streak of blue light flashed, making the 3 second-years scream in unison. The dust cleared, all 3 were stunned. Lamb 2 was behind them, walking calmly and slowly. Trung Dao Dai Chuang spun to look at him, horror and caution in his eyes, stammering, "Is this a body technique?" Lamb 2 glanced at him, cracking his knuckles with a mischievous smile, asking, "Senior, how do you find your junior's agility?" Then he leapt forward. He charged at one of the 3, delivering a series of kicks to the face, making the man scream in agony. Then he moved to the remaining one, using Fire Claw Hand to grip the opponent with extreme speed. Trung Dao Dai Chuang saw his companions fall one by one, unable to resist, angrily cursing. He roared die and used Serpent Fist, furiously charging at Lamb 2. Lamb 2 flinched slightly, unable to dodge in time. The strike hit him directly, making him groan. Sliding backward from the blow, Lamb 2 wiped his mouth. Trung Dao Dai Chuang sneered coldly, saying, "Kid, you refuse a friendly drink and prefer punishment, forcing me to act. At first it was just 10,000 points, now quickly hand over all your points or I'll put you in the infirmary for a month." Lamb 2 looked up, holding his chin, saying, "You should feel lucky to be at Saint City Academy." "Outside, then." Trung Dao Dai Chuang's cold eyes cut him off. "Outside, then what?" "Outside, the 3 of you would have long become my experience points." Lamb 2 shouted, channeling spiritual energy into his right arm, blue fire quickly bursting on his fist. Savage fist. "First year like you dares to fight me, I'll cripple this arm of yours." He laughed, using Serpent Fist again, his arm coiled as if by a python. Boom, the 2 fists collided, sending a violent shockwave around. Trung Dao Dai Chuang screamed, flesh and arm twisted, horrified at his own hand. Companions rushed over, shouting, "Your arm." Another concluded it was broken, panic increasing. But it seemed he couldn't hear. Trung Dao Dai Chuang clutched his arm, screaming in pain, Hurry, take me to the infirmary. Lamb 2 couldn't let go so easily. He stepped in front of them, coldly saying, I'll let you go when I decide. You started it, now want to run, run then. Trung Dao Dai Chuang gritted his teeth, saying you. Lamb 2 instead smiled warmly, raising one finger, saying each of you give me 10,000 points. Today's matter is settled. The long-haired one holding him exclaimed, 10,000 points. Do you know how many missions it takes to earn that? Trung Dao Dai Chuang immediately bulged his neck. Impossible, you must be dreaming. Lamb 2 leaned close, grinning wickedly, voice like a demon. Don't hand it over, then I'll cripple this arm of yours. Trung Dao Dai Chuang froze. This time he was truly scared, hurriedly pale, saying, don't. I'll give 10,000 points, okay? His two companions also stared at Lamb 2 in panic. The bald one hurriedly said, stop hitting. We'll give it 2. Lamb 2 crossed his arms, calmly saying, at least you know better. Tell me how to transfer the points. Trung Dao Dai Chuang held up his pass card, eyes glistening with fear, said quickly, press the button and the front of the card becomes a screen. He asked for your ID. Enter the ID to transfer points. Lamb 2 read 9,814,126. Trung Dao Dai Chuang gritted his teeth, slammed the card, reluctantly saying the transfer is complete. Lamb 2 looked at the three, hands on his hips, smiling brightly but arrogantly. Ha ha, 30,000 points received. Then he turned, waving at them while laughing. Thanks for the points, goodbye. Damn that brat, I will never forgive him. Trung Dao Dai Chuang gritted his teeth, eyes fixed on the fading back, full of hatred. That kid seemed weak, so why was he so strong? Maybe he was pretending. The bald one frowned in doubt. The long-haired one also recalled the previous scene. The murderous aura he displayed was terrifying. Is he really a new student? Trung Dao Dai Chuang huffed coldly, viciously saying, I'll spend 5,000 points to have a fifth-year senior cripple both his arms. He stared at Lamb 2 leaving, clutching his arm, eyes icy. His two companions kept adding, 2 arms is too cheap. Add 5,000 points more, cripple his legs too. Back at the villa, Lamb 2 called Lack and Guyot, finished training yet, let's go eat. In the training room, Lack and Guyot sat cross-legged, eyes closed, cultivating, faint aura circulating around her. After a while, Lack and Guyot emerged, breathing softly, pointing in a direction with eyes still closed, saying the screen in the living room can order fast food. Lamb 2 held the remote toward the TV, pressing continuously, turning to say, Lack and Guyot, you go shower first, I'll order. All right, whatever you want to eat, just say, I'll treat today. Later, Lack and Guyot came from the shower, warm steam around her, hair tied, looking up, asking, already ready. She immediately froze, face slightly dumbfounded. In front of her was a table of food with 8 main dishes and 2 soups. Lamb 2 sat at the table, eating heartily, joyfully calling her over, come on, eat. Since entering the death path, he had only eaten bland meals or tough, evolved beast meat, almost nauseous. Lack and Guyot widened her eyes, still a bit surprised, estimating and asking that this must cost at least 100 points. Where did you get so many points? Lamb 2 almost choked. He quickly composed his face, pointed to his cheek, face slightly red, corner of mouth curled with pride, saying, kiss me and I'll tell you. Lack and Guyot immediately drew her sword to Lamb 2's neck, coldly saying, if you're capable, repeat that. Lamb 2 turned pale, sweat pouring like a stream, panicking, sister, I was just joking, why? Lack and Guyot frowned, her face darkened, her cold voice carrying danger, who did you just call sister? Lamb 2 hurriedly jumped off the chair, knelt down to hold Lack and Guyot's leg and cried for mercy, okay? I won't call you sister anymore, or should I call you little and Guyot? After all, in the eyes of others, we are like housemates. Hearing this, Lack and Guyot kicked him away and shouted, get lost. A moment later in the training room, Lack and Guyot faced Lamb 2 holding his long spear. She lightly shook her sword and said, come on, let's duel a few moves so I can see your current strength. Lamb 2 went into a defensive stance, still unable to resist asking the question on his mind. You just finished bathing and still want to practice swordsmanship. Remembering the times he had been hit in less than graceful ways, he secretly thought, could this girl be as violent as Hao Lin, wanting to use a duel as an excuse to beat me? Why are all the beautiful girls around me so fierce? Lack and Guyot cut off his thoughts coldly. You dare lose focus during a duel. She lunged with her sword, letting out a soft shout, want to be hit. Lamb 2 had not fully recovered from the skirmish earlier this morning, with injuries already on his body. So this one strike from Lack and Guyot immediately made him cough and spit fresh blood. Lack and Guyot immediately stopped, slightly startled. Seeing him clutch his chest and gasp, she asked in a flustered tone, when did you get hurt? Lamb 2 propped himself with the spear, forcing a smile. It's nothing. This afternoon I brought evolved beast materials to the exchange station to trade for points, but was ambushed halfway by Trung Dao Dai Chuang and some second-year students. I was only slightly injured, but they fared worse, and in the end they obediently compensated me with 30,000 points. He still managed to smile after speaking. Being beaten up like this is nothing to be proud of. Lack and Guyot turned her back and tossed him a bottle of medicine, saying, this is medicine for your wounds, take 2 pills twice a day. Lamb 2 held the bottle, squinting as he said, I'm not sick, Such a small wound doesn't need medicine. Lakangayat decisively replied, no, you are sick. She tapped her forehead, glanced at him, and said, the sickness is here. Lam too was speechless, only quietly turning away. Behind him, Lakangayat said coldly, no training today, rest and recover. Watching her back, Lam too secretly thought, could it be she really likes me, worrying because I am hurt? Returning to his room, in the dim space, the red stone like a ruby emitted a faint blue flame in the darkness. Stone floated before his chest. Lam too sat cross-legged to cultivate. The aura surrounding the odd crystal also wrapped around his body. He secretly assessed. The sensation of power constantly flowing into his body was truly amazing, and moreover, absorbing it increased his experience points surprisingly fast. Truly an unexpected discovery. He resolved to absorb more high-grade odd crystals to increase his experience. But the 6th rank odd crystal contained such wild energy, it felt like it wanted to tear his body apart. The final odd crystal shattered into various sized pieces. Lam too concluded that a warrior's body is like a container. Only by continuously expanding can it absorb more energy, and thus the power grows stronger. At the same time, a few thuds sounded as the crystal fragments fell, and the aura around him gradually dissipated. Lam too concluded that the reason warriors must constantly train their bodies was for this very reason. Suddenly Lam too opened his eyes wide, went to the window and saw Lakangayat wearing a long coat, as if preparing to go somewhere. A thought crossed his mind, oh, so late and she's sneaking out, could it be a date? No, she already has me, forget it. Stop thinking nonsense, better focus on cultivation. Elsewhere, Trung Dao Dai Chuang's face was full of rage, his hand in a cast, venting his anger on the people around him. He asked if Hong Ban Hai Dao, the senior, had agreed to help them. The man standing with arms crossed by the wall replied that Zio Xuan had been sent to invite him, and with 10,000 points, he would definitely agree. Just then another person appeared at the door. Zio Xuan, panicked, clenched fists, said, Trung Dao, I have invited Hong Ban Hai Dao. Hearing this, Trung Dao Dai Chuang immediately smiled with satisfaction. A heavy snort sounded. The person had not fully entered the room before speaking. Getting beaten up by a first year like this, truly useless. Hong Ban Hai Dao let out a sharp shout, veins bulging. But before he could show any authority, a person suddenly appeared and kicked. The voice sounded extremely familiar. Don't block the way. Hong Ban Hai Dao immediately fell to the ground, the spiked mace in his hand flying away. He turned his head sharply, eyes wide, shouting, who dared strike me from behind? Lakangayat looked down at the fat man from above and calmly replied, a new student. Hong Ban Hai Dao was stunned, incredulous, shouting, a new student, how could it be a new student? Lifted the giant spiked mace, his bulky body lunging straight at her with a roar. I don't care if you're a new or old student, dare strike me from behind, and today I will cripple you. Lakangayat drew her sword, sweeping a cold gust, directly knocking the fat man's weapon away. She coolly said, incompetent. The sword's edge pressed against his neck, freezing Hong Ban Hai Dao. Lakangayat's eyes suddenly sharpened like ice. She hissed in a low voice, move again and you'll die. Trung Dao Dai Chuang standing aside saw this, not only unafraid, but laughed mockingly, dying, ha ha, is the beautiful girl joking? Saint City Academy forbids killing. Lakangayat glared at him, frowning, and asked back, you try it and see if I dare. Suddenly Hong Ban Hai Dao trembled, pointing at her and stammering, you are Lakangayat, this year's genius freshman of the academy. He widened his eyes, sweat immediately rolling down his cheeks, both horrified and repeating the name, Lakangayat. Trung Dao Dai Chuang looked at the senior he had invited, bewildered, Lakangayat. Someone shouted the Lak family from Thien Kong City. All eyes turned tightly to Lakangayat, yet she remained unfazed, the sword still at the fat man's neck. Trung Dao Dai Chuang stammered her name, and Hong Ban Hai Dao also shrank back. He trembled, finally unable to hold on, and fell to his knees. Trung Dao Dai Chuang also knelt, body shaking, eyes red, gritting his teeth, thinking, indeed this girl is from the Lak family, then she really dares to kill in Saint City Academy. Trung Dao Dai Chuang trembled, breathing with difficulty, his face pale, saying, Miss Lak, it was our ignorance, offending your friend. We hope you will forgive us. We will never provoke your friend again. Lakangayat just quietly watched him kneel without replying. Lakangayat snorted coldly, sheathed her sword, and turned to leave. Behind her, Hong Ban Hai Dao seemed to have lost all strength, slumping to the ground with Trung Dao Dai Chuang, silently watching her back disappear. He breathed a sigh of relief, murmuring, finally gone, that girl's aura is truly terrifying. Immediately afterward, he turned to scold the people who had invited him. Damn you all, how could you offend her? Trung Dao Dai Chuang explained fearfully, I didn't know, just conveniently blocked a freshman who knew he was acquainted with such a big figure. Despite that mess, night quickly passed, and the gentle morning sunlight shone on a corner of the villa roof. At this time, freshmen like Lam 2 finally received their uniforms. He put it on, yawning, and called out, "Lak and Gaya." No one answered. He was slightly stunned, seeing only a small portion of breakfast left on the table, a bit surprised, thinking they had left some food for him. Lam 2 picked it up and ate by hand, eyes on her room's door, chewing and muttering, "She already went to school this early." Then he thought to himself, though usually cold as ice, she actually cares about me. As he stepped out the door, Lam 2 saw Loi's group waiting. The two girls immediately waved and shouted, "Big Brother Lam." Huang Luke and Tan Fong suddenly approached him, whispering repeatedly in strange voices, "How is it, class leader? Did you sleep well last night?" Lam 2 felt annoyed and quietly shouted, "Go away." Arriving at the 10th grade building, the teacher's voice sounded evenly. "Today's theory class ends here. Next is free study and training." The study atmosphere at Saint City Academy was very relaxed. Teacher Chin Hai propped his hands on the desk, saying seriously, "Theory class, come if you like. Absent doesn't deduct points." The students cheered excitedly. Some even asked aloud, "Wow, this is so relaxed." Teacher Chin Hai smiled cunningly and added, "But I warn you, every month there will be a small test. Those who fail, don't blame me for punishing you without mercy." The students immediately frowned. "Turns out there are tests too. I knew nothing good comes easily." Chin Hai held a card, saying, "Upstairs there is a training room and gravity room, enough for everyone to practice daily. Lam 2, this door card is for you." Teacher handed him the card, then continued, "The training room is open from 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. daily. Remember to clean up afterward." Lam 2 took the card and replied, "Yes, teacher." But the teacher did not let him go immediately. Chin Hai suddenly remembered something, holding out his hand, said, "Right, give me your ID card. I will transfer 500 bonus points to you, class leader." Teacher inserted the card into the slot on the desk. Immediately, an orange transparent screen appeared in front of him. Seeing the numbers, Chin Hai could not help but exclaim in shock, 640,200 points. The teacher looked at him in disbelief, asking Lam 2, "How do you have so many points?" Because the question was not hidden, the whole class erupted in chatter. One student asked in surprise if the teacher misread, 640,200 points. Another sighed, "Heaven, turns out the class leader is the richest in the class." Lam 2 just looked at them without replying. But Labin, clearly provoked, veins bulging on his forehead, loudly demanded, "How can this be? Teacher, yesterday he had the same points as us. Why does he suddenly have over 640,000 today?" He pointed at Lam 2, shouting, "He must have hacked the school system to steal points." Some immediately joined in, "Yes, teacher, you must investigate this carefully." Chin Hai frowned, shouting loudly, "Quiet, all of you. Do you think Saint City Academy is a place where its system can be easily hacked? Try hacking it and see." The system clearly shows all these points are from Lam 2 bringing evolved beast materials to the Academy exchange station to trade. Labin froze, dumbly asking, "There is an exchange station too. Why didn't I know? That means I also have a few things to trade." A student behind him immediately cheered, "I do too. After class, let's go exchange." Lam 2 looked at the group of clueless people, quietly cursing, "Truly a bunch of idiots," his voice full of disdain. Chin Hai, reading the transaction history, could not help but praise, "Kid, impressive, coming to the road of death and getting so much." Suddenly the teacher noticed something unusual, squinting, said, "Oh, what is this transfer? Could it be you have friends who are second-year students at Saint City Academy?" Lam 2 immediately scratched his chin embarrassedly, ruffled his hair, smiling, "Yes. When I returned from the exchange station, I met 3 acquaintances. They feared I would lack points as a new student, so generously gave me some. I told them I didn't need it, but they insisted I accept." Lam 2 lied without changing expression. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the academy, Trung Dao Dai Chuang's group sneezed repeatedly. Chin Hai obviously knew he was lying, but only smiled and privately said, "Kid, know your limits." Then the teacher let him return to his seat and turned to the class. "All right, now I have to attend a meeting. A week from now there will be a freshman event. Everyone must practice diligently. Then I will select the 5 strongest fighters from the class to compete for first place with other classes." Students excitedly slammed the desk and cheered. Labin loudly said, "Teacher, rest assured, we will practice seriously." The one next to him agreed, "Yes, we won't embarrass the 10th grade." In the training room, the 10th grade students stood scattered, everyone practicing their own part. Lam 2 held his long spear, practicing diligently and seriously. Suddenly Labin approached, carrying a wooden blade on his shoulder, frowning, said, "Lam, let's spar a bit, how about it?" Lam 2 had not yet spoken when Truong Dan intervened, face serious, asking Labin, "What do you mean by this?" Labin smirked, arrogant, replied, "Nothing, just want to test my skill against the class leader." "Class leader, aren't you scared?" He secretly thought, the punch that broke the force meter yesterday must have been a coincidence. His aura is clearly weak. How could he smash the device with one strike? Lam 2 calmly replied, "You are so weak. Of course I wouldn't dare fight you. What if I accidentally bruise you?" That immediately made veins bulge on Lebin's forehead. He ground his teeth in anger, shouting, "You really like showing off." Then he swung the blade and charged. The clashing of the two weapons rang out continuously. Lamb 2 skillfully blocked every strike, mocking, "Too slow, take this." Lamb 2 immediately adjusted his skill. The long spear in his hand became like a torrential rain, countless afterimages stabbing toward Lebin. Lebin gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the hundreds of relentless spear strikes. In the end he could not hold, was knocked backward by Lamb 2 and screamed loudly. Lebin's close students rushed over, shouting, "Master Bin, we will help you." Lamb 2 only gave a cold smile. Duong Thien tilted her head, angrily scolding, "Unbelievable, using superior numbers without shame." Huang Luke, "Let's help big brother Lamb." Huang Luke immediately took stance. Tan Fong did not stand idle, nodding, agreed. But just then Lamb 2 stopped them, his arrogant voice ringing, "Duong Thien, you don't need to come. Dealing with a few weaklings, I alone am enough." He thought inwardly, might as well use these guys to assert authority for the class leader position. Bin and his followers charged at once. He gritted his teeth, shouting, "Arrogant brat, you will regret this." Then he went forward first, but was unexpectedly blocked by a strike and knocked back, causing all of Lebin's group to scream in pain. Immediately afterward, Lamb 2 closed in, launching a chain of consecutive kicks straight into Lebin's face. The kick made him fall to the ground, groaning in pain. Lamb 2, still smiling, dragged the long spear across the floor and advanced, asking, "Surrendered yet?" Lebin clenched his teeth, silent. Veins bulged on his forehead. He wiped the corner of his mouth, eyes coldly watching Lamb 2, then huffed heavily. Lebin stood up facing him, while Lamb 2 only quietly looked back without speaking. Finally, seemingly accepting defeat, Lebin clasped his hands and lowered his voice, apologizing, "Class leader, I lose, heart and mind convinced." Duong Thien beside him smiled faintly, whisper. Lamb 2 spoke up again, his eyes sweeping around as he loudly asked, "Does anyone else want to go up?" Standing in the midst of the 10th grade students, he showed no arrogance or flattery, only stating seriously that because their combat performance was the lowest in the entrance assessment, they were assigned to the 10th grade. But are they willing? If you don't want to lose face at the freshman event, start training diligently from now on. Then everyone went to the gravity room. Duong Thien asked in doubt, "Is this the gravity room?" She tried the controls a bit, then said it seems a card scan is needed to enter. Lamb 2 focused on the gravity room door, quietly analyzing that although a warrior's training can strengthen the body, the internal organs and systems are difficult to exercise effectively. Training in a gravity room is different, because under that pressure, the body's cells consume energy intensely, and the strain on internal organs and other systems increases significantly. Therefore, if one circulates techniques in the gravity room to absorb energy or perform other exercises, it would be extremely beneficial for strengthening the body. Thinking this, he immediately stepped forward to open the door. Seeing the interior layout, everyone was amazed and exclaimed, "Is this really a gravity room?" Tan Fong entered first, unable to hide his surprise. "It's the first time I see a place like this." Just then, Duong Thien seemed to notice something and called everyone to look to one side. She widened her eyes and shouted, "Heavens, using the gravity room costs points too." The screen clearly displayed, double gravity consumes 2 points per minute. Triple gravity loses 3 points per minute. Tan Fong panicked, raising his hand to calculate. Double gravity for 1 hour already costs 120 points. Each of us only has 500 points, plus rent and food, basically not enough to train here. Just then Lamb 2 spoke. "Duong Thien, don't you have the flesh of the Luke Dangqui beast? Those can be exchanged for quite a few points." Tan Fong seemed to remember he had traded points before and happily shouted, "Right." Lamb 2 put one hand in his pocket, turning to the group. "Besides the exchange station, there are many point-rewarding tasks on the school intranet." He smiled at everyone, holding the card, and said, "Today is on me. Anyone who wants to train in the gravity room can stay. Let's start with the simplest level, double gravity." Hearing this, the group immediately jumped for joy, some thanking the class leader, others shouting, "Class leader is really rich. Long live the class leader." After scanning the card, the gravity equipment immediately lit up. At the same time, a cold mechanical voice rang out, "Double gravity training begins." On the ceiling, a huge device began operating, the roaring engine sound echoing. Everyone was startled and looked up simultaneously. Within a minute, Tan Fong could not withstand it and dropped to one knee, shouting in fear, "Oh my, this." Loi Loi also sat down on the floor, struggling to say, "This is double gravity." Lamb 2 only felt slightly uncomfortable, gritting his teeth and squinting, thinking that under gravity, the body's cells seemed to be constantly consuming energy, but also dividing to create stronger new cells. He gripped the 6th rank odd crystal in his hand, silently deciding that circulating techniques to absorb the internal energy now would be far more effective. Time gradually passed. The 10th grade students finally stabilized, sitting cross-legged to cultivate. After an hour, some began groaning, "I can't take it anymore." Even Lebin felt tired. wiping sweat from his forehead and looking at Lam 2, who remained calm, shocked that after more than an hour he was still relaxed, truly powerful. Gradually, some left the room, Tan Fong following, complaining he felt like he was about to break apart. Duong Dan admired Lam 2's composure, murmuring that Big Brother Lam is truly unflappable, then sighed, even as new students, how could there be such a gap? 2 hours later, Lam 2 slowly opened his eyes. He glanced around and was surprised. Oh, am I the only one left? If so, then let's try triple gravity. Saying this, he scanned his card again. The mechanical voice immediately rang out. Triple gravity training begins. At that moment, Lam 2 felt as if struck by heaven, falling to the ground and shouting, damn. He trembled, struggling to sit up, gritting his teeth, muttering, this is truly terrifying. But then he laughed with excitement, sitting cross-legged, taking out a spherical 6th rank odd crystal, silently thinking that his body ached immensely, as if all his organs and bones were about to shatter. Yet the system showed his experience points increasing wildly, faster than when hunting beasts. Outside the training room, everyone gathered in small groups, each practicing on their own. Duong Dan was somewhat worried. Big Brother Lam has been in the gravity room for 5 hours. He won't be in trouble, right? Recalling just an hour earlier, she felt short of breath, her brain lacking oxygen. Loi whispered beside her, teasingly, if you care so much for Big Brother Lam, go see for yourself. Don't worry, the gravity room has an intelligent system. If a trainee exceeds limits, it will automatically shut off and bring them out. At that moment, a new student stepped in, delivering news that shocked everyone. The class leader is currently training at triple gravity. Duong Dan gaped in horror. Triple gravity. Tan Fong beside her was no better, panicking. Triple gravity for 5 hours. Is he human or an evolved beast? Back inside the gravity room, Lam 2's state still appeared fine. He looked down at the 6th rank odd crystal in his hand, now gray, muttering that the internal energy was absorbed fast. After class, he should go to the exchange station to trade for more. Then he clenched his fist, struck the air, thinking that under triple gravity, his reflexes and speed were much slower, and the power of violent fist weakened significantly. But if he could still release a full-power strike under triple gravity, wouldn't the strength of violent fist be triple? His gaze settled on the system panel. The gravity training section showed difficulty levels from 1 to 99. Lam 2 pondered, what does gravity state training mean? Though not fully understood, he still wanted to try and directly selected difficulty 1. The cold mechanical voice said simply, start. Immediately, a small compartment in the gravity room revealed a machine gun. Whistling through the air, it fired laser bullets. Lam 2 reacted quickly, dodging, exclaiming, impressive, that powerful. I haven't worn armor yet, if hit I could die. Indeed, a mistake, shouldn't activate training recklessly. The laser gun immediately changed direction repeatedly, firing 2 more beams. Lam 2 hurriedly lowered his body to dodge. The lasers were so fast they were mere afterimages. 4 or 5 beams fired simultaneously at him, forcing Lam 2 to use his movement skills to dodge. After a while, the cold mechanical voice sounded again. 30 minutes have passed. Training ends. Lam 2 was exhausted, collapsing to his knees, panting heavily, calculating in his mind, 3 hours double gravity minus 360 points, 2 hours triple gravity minus 360 points, level 1 reflex training minus 100 points. Recovering quickly, Lam 2 took his card and stepped out of the gravity room, still thinking that although it wasn't 6 hours yet, 820 points were spent. But the effect of 6 hours training surpassed more than 10 days of solo practice. He immediately concluded, having money is truly wonderful. Outside, Duong Dan immediately approached, clearly waiting for a long time, face full of impatience. Big Brother Lam, finally you are out, are you all right? You were in there for 5 straight hours. Lam 2 slung his gear over his shoulder, smiling at everyone, rest assured what could happen to me. You all continue training, I have some matters to attend to outside. Watching his back disappear, Tan Fong could only raise his thumb in astonishment. The class leader endured 5 hours in the gravity room, came out unscathed. Truly incredible. Duong Dan couldn't help but praise. Big Brother Lam has never disappointed. After leaving the exchange station, Lam 2 sighed in frustration, muttering that a 6th rank odd crystal had cost 80,000 points, and more than 600,000 of his points barely got any crystals in return. He silently considered. He could not sit and wait for luck to fall. He had to find a way to earn more points himself. Before him stood a towering spire. Lam 2 suddenly had an idea. This was the competition tower mentioned on the academy map, where anyone on the leaderboard earned points daily. He smiled with excitement. Truly an ideal place to gain points. He had to check it out. Under the bright light, the tower sparkled even more, with 100 floors in total. The academy selected the 100 strongest students to guard each floor. Just defeating the floor master of level 1 already put 1 in the top 100. The academy ranked students based on the weekly tower challenges. Every match broadcast on the large screen in the hall. To encourage challenges, each floor offered different point rewards. The rookie leaderboard showed clearly. Rank 1 Kai Tin at floor 20. Rank 2 Yu Duong Hang at floor 19. Rank 3 Dean Tu Ha at floor 18. Rank 4 Lak Ngayat at floor 17. Additionally, there was a weekly challenge leaderboard with the top player receiving points. Lam 2 looked at the list in surprise. Lak Ngayat was here and had won floor 17. Ahead, two students whispered. One with wine-red hair exclaimed the rookies this year were strong. Someone had already beaten floor 20 on day 1. The blindfolded companion added he heard there was a genius from Thien Kong Academy and some great families, making the top 100 ordinary. But when they saw Lam 2 approach to register, they looked contemptuous. The red-haired one said another rookie is here. The blindfold sneered, saying he didn't know his own limits. Top 100 wasn't easy. Red-haired snorted, thinking he would be knocked off floor 1. Blindfold sighed, saying every year there were a few reckless newcomers. The match began. Lam 2 ignored the chatter and stepped in, just as the previous match ended. Heavy collision rang out. The challenger was thrown off the floor. The referee declared Yu Lap Year to the winner. The other read the announcement on the device. Lam 2 Year 1 versus Yu Lap Year 2. Next match preparing. Lam 2 on the floor was slightly surprised. So fast it was his turn, no one else challenging. He stepped onto the arena. Murmurs rose below. Another rookie testing skills. Someone laughed, saying wonder if he would cry. The referee coldly replied surely he would. According to data, this rookie was just a third-grade martial artist, while the one who lost was fourth grade. The other froze, looking at the device, showing suspicion. Strangely, rechecking showed his combat power hadn't even reached third grade. Yu Lap was a tall youth with dark blue HKT-style hair. He stepped forward sneering and asked if the rookie wanted to use a weapon or fists. Lam 2 replied lightly, just floor 1. No need for a weapon. Hearing this, Yu Lap became furious, eyes wide, shouting at the arrogant kid. He launched a violent punch straight at Lam 2, with aggressive momentum. Lam 2 dodged. Slightly surprised the opponent knew violent fists, Yu Lap grunted, thinking dodging once wouldn't save him. Immediately, Yu Lap used the snow-stepping silver technique. Countless dense punches rained down. Lam 2 also used a similar body technique, quickly evading all consecutive punches. Yu Lap was shocked the opponent was agile despite heavy gear. He attacked while taunting, "Don't run." Lam 2 smiled, saying he wasn't running and also knew violent fists. Then struck blue energy covering his fists, eyes confident with a smile. The audience was surprised. Some exclaimed the rookie practiced violent fists. Others dismissed, saying third grade versus fourth grade outcome was obvious. Only the referee wearing glasses noticed something unusual, panicked, saying this fist technique was different. But too late, as Lam 2 combined it with Ho Kin fist, red flames burst forth. The two fists collided, firepower engulfing him. Yu Lap screamed in pain, arm feeling crushed. The referee declared Lam 2 the winner. Yu Lap was thrown off the floor. Lam 2 withdrew his hands, smiling coldly, remarking he was truly weak. The audience erupted in astonishment. No one expected bare hands could defeat Yu Lap. Even the referee was stunned, doubting the measuring device due to the rookie's strength. Lam 2 did not stop, continued to challenge. Floor 2, a single punch ended. Floor 3, similarly. Kick ended cleanly. Announcement rang out, Lam 2 won. Viewers watching the screen were amazed. He used bare hands to reach floor 4. The referee panicked, thinking the device was wrong. Lam 2 entered the match for floor 5. The opponent this time was a muscular female student. She smiled, saying if the boy wants a hand-to-hand match, drop your weapon, otherwise you cannot win. Lam 2 complied, set down his gear, then drew the spear, smiling, saying he would use it, and warned her to be careful. He leapt forward, unleashing 100 birds facing the phoenix, fire surging along the spear. One strike sent the opponent flying. She screamed in alarm. The winning streak continued. Floor 6 victory, floor 7 victory. He retreated lightly. The year 2 referee was furious, wanted to smash the device, shouting, "Is this a rookie climbing straight to floor 20? A companion quickly stopped him, as the device was worth 1,000 points. Next match began. Bakok year 2 versus Lam 2 year 1. Lam 2 saw the opponent and realized he was a 5th grade martial artist. This would be difficult. Even Kai Tin had lost to him. Bakok smiled coldly, gripping his sword, saying a 3rd grade climbing here was surprising. Today he had just defeated a genius, not lasting 10 minutes before losing. He drew his sword, eyes dark yet full of excitement, asking how long Lam 2 could endure. Lam 2 smiled, replying he had plenty of time. The two immediately clashed weapons. In another villa, someone said Kai Tin quickly broadcast the competition tower. Someone also reached floor 20. Kai Tin operated the computer, asking if it was his class students. The companion said not, it was class 10. Kai Tin was shocked seeing the screen, realized it was Lam 2, not understanding why a weak class student was so strong. A friend asked if he knew him. Kai Tin remembered Lak Ngayat, face darkened, only said a friend of a friend. Back in the match, Lam 2 wiped sweat, breathing hard, thinking 5th grade martial artists were indeed difficult to deal with. The opponent too graceful while he struggled. Nevertheless, he saw the opponent's body technique pattern, continued to attack. but Ba Kok used a strange body technique to evade and said attacks were useless. Lam 2 immediately used snow-stepping silver, following the real body, laughing saying he was not the only one with body technique. Ba Kok panicked being discovered. Before reacting, the spear with fire passed his hand, causing him to scream. He stepped back, right hand torn, exposing flesh. Ba Kok was angry being injured by a third grade in front of the crowd, gathering strength to counterattack. He roared and charged. Lam 2 raised spear to block, gritting teeth enduring the strike. However, he could not hold long and was knocked back. He braced himself on the ground, feeling overwhelming power. The audience was stunned, could not believe their eyes that Lam 2 could injure Ba Kok. Ba Kok advanced with violent sword aura, saying the rookie had made him furious. He declared he would fight seriously. Countless sword intentions rained down. Ba Kok closed in, continuously attacking in rapid succession. Lam 2 could only grit his teeth defending against the storm, strikes becoming increasingly dense. Ba Kok aimed to pierce Lam 2, while he felt the 5th grade strength clearly. Opponent wielding weapon made him more terrifying, sword stronger with each strike. He believed the other could not dodge long. Conversely, Lam 2 was excited, finally facing a strong opponent. The clashes like a symphony, the battle extremely intense, delighting the viewers. Fought while calculating quickly, life and death sensation thrilling him. Ba Kok could not understand why the weaker dared to fight like this. He looked at Lam 2, seeing him more aggressive, situation becoming difficult. Ba Kok used Golden Ice Wind 3-inch technique. Countless ice shards like swords appeared. Lam 2 used 100 birds facing the phoenix with powerful fire. His move could not break the ice wind. Hundreds of ice spears flew like raining swords. Lam 2 retreated in panic, realizing this move could not be blocked. A loud explosion, ice covering half the floor, Lam 2 frozen. Audience gasped. Freezing a person was terrifying. Looks like the rookie lost. In the ice, Lam 2's eyes flickered, cold, forcing him to decide to use a secret technique. Ba Kok asked the referee why victory was not announced. Replied, wait 10 seconds. He intended to kick the ice block down. Suddenly a cracking sound rang out. Ba Kok's eyes widened in shock. Phoenix illusion burst forth, 100 birds facing the phoenix blazing, fire stronger than before. Audience shocked seeing him use fire technique to break ice. After escaping, Lam 2 smiled confidently, having used Fury skill combined with firepower to free himself. He immediately counterattacked, spinning spear unleashing 300 birds facing the phoenix strikes. Ba Kok frantically defended, could not believe the opponent escaped so quickly. Lam 2 closed in, smiling saying goodbye. Ba Kok only managed to utter one word. He thrust the spear. Ba Kok raised sword desperately to block. Lam 2's gaze cold, focused power to launch a strike, sending the opponent off the floor. The referee declared Lam 2 the winner. He carried the spear on his shoulder. Audience erupted as 3rd grade defeated 5th grade. This rookie was too strong. Descending from the floor, the referee asked if he wanted to continue to floor 21. Lam 2 did not turn, only waved, saying to do it tomorrow. Before leaving, he saw the leaderboard change. His name at rank 1 on floor 21. He was surprised to be top after defeating floor 20, meaning Kai Tin had not beaten Ba Kok. This position earned 1,000 points daily, making him smile in satisfaction. In the villa, Kai Tin's friend was astonished, saying a 5th grade loss to a rookie. Could not understand why someone like that was class 10, moreover surpassing Kai Tin on the leaderboard. Kai Tin clasped his hands in front of the computer screen, eyes serious. This one was indeed worth noticing. He would have to pay special attention. Meanwhile, Lam 2 walked, panting heavily, looking exhausted as if he might collapse in the cold night. Lam 2 could not help but mutter, this damn side effect of fury. Why hasn't it returned to the villa yet? I'm about to break down. Haha, seems like your energy is completely drained. Huh. A mocking voice suddenly rang from behind. Lam 2 leaned on a lamppost and turned around. In front of him were 3 second-year students. The leader with blonde hair spoke sarcastically. So mighty on the stage, now looks like he's about to die. He snorted coldly and added, a 3rd grade martial artist daring to fight a 5th grade, no wonder you're exhausted. Ba Kok just fought 2 rookies consecutively, wearing him out. You're just picking up some advantage. Lam 2 looked at them, breathing heavily but still replied, if I'm not mistaken, Ba Kok is also not at full strength. You just waited for me to be exhausted before coming to make trouble, right? So what, this year's rookie is too arrogant. Already on day 2, someone reached floor 20. As senior students, we have to suppress that pride. The blonde looked righteous and continued, we investigated among the rookies on the ranking. Only you have no foundation, just from some Tindio academy. Lam 2 smiled coldly, so it's because I have no backing that you chose me to vent your anger, huh? Tell me, why are you so sure I have no support? The dark-skinned one next to the blonde immediately grabbed his collar, raised a fist threateningly. What's the point of talking? Fight first, talk later. I bet Ba Kok wins. You're the one making me lose 5,000 points. But before his raised fist could come down, it was held firm in midair. The dark-skinned one widened his eyes and shouted, Who are you? Lakangayat did not bother answering, only said coldly, let him go. Lam 2's face pale as if he had starved for years, yet still smiling. Look, just mention Cow Cow and Cow Cow comes, here's my backing. Lakangayat angrily repeated, deaf, I said let him go. As she finished, she twisted the opponent's arm behind. A crisp crack resounded. The other two immediately rushed forward. Blonde snarled, you little brat, you want to die. The ones wanting to die are you too. Saying so, Lakangayat kicked, sending the dark-skinned one's teeth flying. Seeing Lakangayat strike decisively, Lam 2 could not help but be startled, he thought. Unexpected, she is so skillful without weapons. She then activated violent fists. Just one strike sent two male students flying, making them scream. Lam 2 widened his eyes, as if struck by lightning. Turns out this girl also knows violent fists, and the force even surpassed his own. The matters settled, Lakangayat crossed her arms watching the two second-years run off, then glanced at him. Lam 2 immediately smiled to please, hee thanks, but how did you know I was here? Saw you in the video broadcast from the competition tower, so I came. After explaining, Lakangayat snorted lightly. 5 hours in the gravity room and still rushing to the tower to fight. You're really not afraid of being beaten to death. Then Lakangayat quietly asked, can you still walk on your own? Lam 2 thought he misheard. He immediately placed a hand on his forehead, pretending weak. Now I have no strength left, but resting a bit should recover. Though he said so, he thought to himself, this girl outwardly fierce is actually still concerned for him. What a hassle. I'll carry you. Lakangayat finished speaking and without waiting 2 seconds, ignored his consent and lifted him onto her back. Lam 2 was flustered, a guy being carried by a girl like this, impossible. Lakangayat merely shot him a sidelong glance. She calmly said, don't overthink, I'm just repaying a debt. Lam 2 froze, recalling the last time he carried her, his face flushed. Under the sunset on the school road, many turned to look and whispered, look, that beautiful girl is carrying a boy. Could they be lovers? Lakangayat carried him through the crowd, ignoring the whispers. Only Lam 2's cheeks burned hearing the murmurs grow, lucky fellow, carried by a girl, so enviable, why isn't it me on her back? Some even voiced envy. Lakangayat walked steadily, carrying him all the way home. When the road thinned and teasing ceased, Lam 2 finally looked up. As he lifted his eyes, he was stunned by her angled face, thinking she looked beautiful from every side, hair faintly scented pleasantly. In a daze, he unconsciously kissed her cheek lightly. Immediately, Lam 2 snapped awake. Face pale, heart racing, heavens, what have I done? How did I kiss her without control? This is surely death. Lam 2 broke out in cold sweat, stammering apology. I didn't mean to just now. But the reply was Lakangayat's calm voice, you dare. Saying so, she threw him down, furious, shouting, dared to kiss me. Lakangayat radiated a terrifying aura, stepping forward. Lam 2 scrambled up, flustered, waving his hands. Lakangayat, Zio and Gayat, I was wrong, spare me this once. Time quickly passed after that shocking incident. At the dining table, Lam 2 looked at Lakangayat thinking, what's wrong with her? I acted so excessively, yet she didn't hit me to death. Could it be she actually has feelings for me? Thinking this, Lam 2's face blushed. Lakangayat noticed. She wiped her mouth and asked, do you feel better now? Lam 2, cheeks puffed while eating, startled replied, much better now. Lakangayat immediately arranged, stop eating, go train. Lam 2 exclaimed in surprise, hey, just finished eating and exercising will cause stomach pain. Watching her back depart, Lam 2 thought miserably, I'm doomed, this girl must be taking the chance for revenge. Looks like she hasn't let go of the previous incident. In the training room, the two quickly exchanged blows. Lakangayat faced him seriously, internally evaluating. His strength revealed today was much stronger than yesterday. He thrust her sword, thinking, martial artists get harder to train as they advance. Yet on him there were no obstacles. This pace of improvement was indeed ostentatious. Lam 2 used his spear to deflect the sword. She continued thinking, how exactly is this guy training? He hurriedly widened distance, panicking, hey, calm down, are you trying to kill me? Lakangayat swung her sword, coldly shouting, shut up. Lam 2's spear was knocked away. He immediately raised both hands in surrender as he was disarmed. Lakangayat praised his current spear technique. Lam 2 smiled smugly, of course, have to see who I am. Suddenly Lakangayat dropped the sword hilt and said, I remember you practiced violent fists before, let's see. She clenched her fist, aura blazing. Let's see whose violent fists are stronger. As soon as she finished speaking, she launched a violent fist. Lam 2 panicked, dodging, hey. She said strike, and she really did. Just dodging one attack, Lakangayat's figure vanished. Lam 2 could not help but be horrified so fast. In an instant, she appeared behind him, delivering a violent fist. Lam 2 was immediately knocked back. Lakangayat from behind coldly warned, don't just rely on your eyes, release your full force to feel it. Lam 2 scrambled up, teeth gritted in pain. The two continued exchanging strikes and kicks. Lam 2 silently marveled, is this a girl's fist, so hard as steel? Must use full force to sense it. Lam 2 used snow-stepping silver technique, quickly retreating to dodge her strikes. Kangayat widened her eyes, amazed. This person is really smart to progress so fast. First time in Area A20, he wasn't even first-grade martial artist. Within a few months reached third grade past St. City Academy. Even on day 2 defeated a fifth-grade martial artist at the competition tower. Just then Lam 2 spotted an opening, heart leaping, time to attack. He lowered his body, stepped forward and said, "Witness my orthodox violent fists." But Lakangayat seemed distracted, startling Lam 2. Why is she dazed now? What is she thinking? He hurriedly shouted, "What's with you? Be careful or I'll hit you now." Lam 2 gritted his teeth, bracing his arms and shouting, "Stop." Luckily, the fist was still a short distance from her. But it was safe. Unexpectedly, his hand still slid forward. In an instant, the air stiffened. His hand accidentally touched her chest. Lam 2's face turned pale. He retracted his hand, shouted, I didn't mean to. Why didn't you dodge?" Then, of course, came a near-deadly beating. Gon, holding the sixth-grade demon, watched his master being hit without daring to help. Lam 2's shouts rang repeatedly. "I didn't mean it. Stop hitting. Don't punch my face. Help. Domestic violence. Domestic violence." Next morning, in the classroom of Class 10, Duong Thien looked at his bruised face cautiously, asking, "Lam 2, what happened to you?" Loi looked at him and guessed, "Was it Miss Lack hitting you? Did you two argue?" Huang Luke beside him whispered slyly, "Class leader, with a girl you shouldn't use strength. Need me to give you some experience." Loi immediately twisted Huang Luke's hand back, smiling brightly. "Oh, you seem very experienced." Huang Luke grimaced in pain, hurriedly explained, "No, I don't, just spoke casually to the class leader." Suddenly, Bin excitedly shouted, "Class leader, congratulations on topping the rookie leaderboard at the competition tower. You're so strong. I was blind before." Someone asked in amazement if it was the St. City Academy competition tower. Another immediately replied, "Yes." The class leader reached floor 21 straight. Even genius Kai Tin of class 1 only reached floor 20. Praise and admiration flooded in. The whole center focused on him. While class leader is awesome, even pushing Kai Tin, truly incredible. "Class leader, how did you train? Only us." Lam 2 held the point card, responded leisurely, "All right, first 5 hours in double gravity room, then I'll tell you." The gravity room, all class 10 students came to train. Everyone sat properly, bodies trembling as if electrocuted. Bin gritted his teeth, enduring to the point he could not speak. Double gravity pressed so hard, even fingers hard to move. How could the class leader endure this? He lifted his head. He saw Lam 2 dancing with the spear. Bin petrified, in this environment still moving gracefully with a spear. Truly a huge difference. After 5 hours, everyone groaned. "I can't endure any more, finally done." Lam 2 casually said, "That's it, and you're already complaining." He then stepped to the control panel and said to everyone, "Next is triple gravity. Who wants to continue?" Immediately everyone panicked and fled. Class leader, "My pants still drying in the dorm." Class leader, "My stomach hurts, I can't play." Class leader, "My mom called for dinner. I need to use the restroom." In the blink of an eye, Lam 2 was left alone. He looked around in frustration. They ran so fast, clearly not tired. Tomorrow must train them in triple gravity. Weak like this, no wonder no progress. Just then Huang Luke returned, bringing a girl. He said, "Class leader, Miss Lack, the great beauty, came looking for you." Lam 2 turned, "Lakangayat, why are you here?" Lakangayat calmly replied, "My card ran out of points." Lam 2 was momentarily speechless, eyes quietly assessing, thinking, if out of points, why come to me? I'm not your husband. Just then, a few heads peeked outside, everyone collectively gossiping, "Class leader, is this your wife?" Then a burst of laughter. Lam 2 glared at them and shouted, "Quiet, too free, or want to train triple gravity in here." No need, class leader. We won't disturb you two anymore." Saying so, the group immediately fled. Someone even closed the door behind. Lam 2 sighed tiredly, "These guys really." Just then, the system announcement rang, startling him. "Begin training with quintuple gravity." Quintuple gravity. "Lakangayat, are you trying to kill me?" As he finished speaking, he collapsed face down. Lakangayat stood firm, arms crossed, looking down sternly. Only quintuple gravity can't endure already. Another building, class 1 first years. In the classroom, students sat properly focused. Kai Tin suddenly asked, "Zio-chi, have you seen Lakangayat?" Zio-chi replied, "Seems she's gone to class 10. Kai Tin frowned, "Gone to class 10? Could she be looking for that brat?" Zio-chi immediately added, "If you want, I can lead someone to discipline that kid." No need to touch that guy for now." Kai Tin replied coldly, "First find a chance to send someone to straighten out the class 10 trash." Back in the gravity room, Lam 2 collapsed on the floor panting, saying quadruple gravity is just enough. Quintuple has reached the limit. Lakangayat casually commented, "Too weak." System announced again. 10,000-volt electric training begins. From the ceiling, 2 electrified chains slowly lower. Lamb 2 turned pale, screaming in despair, "Damn it. Gravity 4 times stronger plus 2 electric chains of 10,000 volts. Is she still human?" Lakangayat dragged the 2 chains across the floor and slowly approached him, calmly saying, "My house has a gravity room too. I have trained like this since childhood." Suddenly her expression darkened. "Just now didn't you say I was not human?" Lamb 2 immediately curled up, stammering in defense, I didn't say that." Lakangayat's face went cold as she swung the chains toward him. Lamb 2 couldn't dodge in time. The 2 chains immediately wrapped tightly around him. High-voltage electricity running through his body made him scream in agony. Outside, Duong Dan looked at the gravity room and muttered, "They are fighting in there again." Huang Luke also got goosebumps, fearfully saying, "This scream is too tragic. Indeed, the more beautiful a woman, the more dangerous." Loi Loi stood beside them, eyes gleaming dangerously, then asked, "So am I scary?" Huang Luke flinched, quickly replying, "Not scary at all." Loi Loi immediately twisted Huang Luke's hand backward, voice full of deadly intent, "You mean not beautiful?" Huang Luke grimaced in pain, frantically begging for mercy. "I was wrong. Loi Loi is both beautiful and scary." Hearing this, Loi Loi got even angrier. "What did you just say? Where am I scary? Say it again." This time, Huang Luke was completely speechless, only able to groan, making the entire group of 10th graders nearby freeze in fear. Inside the gravity room, Lamb 2 finally escaped the torture, lying on the floor gasping that the electric shock nearly fried him. He could even smell roasted meat on his body. Lakangayat snorted coldly, mocking him for being weak, saying it was only 10,000 volts. Lamb 2 lay face down, pain making him feel his whole body was falling apart, thinking he probably couldn't train dodging lasers today. However, the electric shock increased the experience bar significantly, though not as much as absorbing rare essence, but even more effective than hunting rare beasts. Seems idly getting shocked isn't so bad. Suddenly Lakangayat spoke, giving him this. "Consider it a reward for letting me use your accumulation card." She then threw him an item. Lamb 2 immediately brightened up, smiling excitedly. "How could I refuse? My Ngayat can use my points however she wants. How could I refuse such a precious gift?" Lakangayat extended her hand, coldly saying, "Return it if you don't need it." Lamb 2 quickly put it away and laughed, "Of course I need it. How could I not accept something given by Ngayat? Hearing this, Lakangayat stayed silent. 2 hours later in the gravity room, Lamb 2 was already using the 2 high-voltage chains to train himself. "Ting, congratulations, owner reached level 20, received 20 accumulation points. Congratulations on acquiring the skill Devour, can absorb all types of energy into experience. Congratulations, owner officially becomes 4th-tier martial artist. 4th-tier martial artist title unlocked." A series of system sounds rang out. Lamb 2 was overjoyed, ready to jump. The 4th-tier martial artist title increased physical points by 50, finally reached level 20. All those electric shocks weren't in vain. Lamb 2 clenched his fists, self-encouraging, every day absorbing 6th-tier rare essence under quadruple gravity and enduring 10,000 volts, experience increases rapidly. The system also added 20 potential points to physical, changing the title to 4th-tier martial artist. Now his physical was 228. System panel summarized. Host Lamb 2, level 20. Strength 400, physical from 158 plus 20 to 178 plus 50. Speed 101. Total combat power from 4020 increased to 4520. 4th-tier martial artist title, plus 50 physical points. Skills include Analytical Eye, Rage, Camouflage, and Devour. Stepping out of the gravity room, Lamb 2 thought the freshman tournament was coming. He must prepare well. Tonight he must finish learning Galaxy Fallen 9 Heaven's skill and visit the exchange station for any suitable golden techniques or foot techniques. Elsewhere under the fading afternoon sun, repeated cries of pain echoed. Labin, covered in injuries, gritted his teeth, shouting, "Stop hitting me." "Tai Tuan, what do you mean?" Tai Tuan laughed coldly. "Nothing special, just that from today you 10th graders can't use this path anymore." Labin wiped his face, angrily saying, "This path isn't yours. What right do you have to forbid us? This is the way to the exchange station. We still need to pass to trade items." Tai Tuan still acted arrogantly, pointing below his crotch and saying, "You want to pass, just crawl here. From now on, any 10th graders who want to use this path do as such." His companions laughed loudly hearing this. "I'll just use my foot to get through." No sooner had he spoken than Tai Tuan was hit by a precise kick. Tai Tuan screamed in pain. The groin area felt as if it would shatter. Lamb 2 stood there smirking, how careless. The pain from the kick was so intense it numbed him. Tai Tuan clutched his stomach, screaming pitifully. Calls for the class leader rang out continuously, all from 10th graders. Lamb 2 stood still, coldly watching Tai Tuan convulsing on the ground. Another aggressive guy immediately charged at him, shouting, "You are done for." That man immediately used Golden Martial skill Wolfclaw. M2 smiled while deploying Violent Palm to confront directly. Two forces collided, creating a moderate shock enough to make onlookers pale. The man screamed in pain, retracting his arm, clutching it. Glared, questioning, What kind of palm technique is that of yours?" Lam 2 clenched his fist, smirking. "Mine is the Copper Martial skill Violent Palm, not bad, want to try again." His tone teasingly stretched the last word. "Wait," Tai Tuan suddenly raised his hand to stop him. Lam 2 looked at him surprised. Tai Tuan struggled to speak. "I'm Tai Tuan, Class 3. Before this was just a misunderstanding. Can we stop here?" Looked at Lam 2, silently calculating. This guy may seem weak outwardly, but Violent Palm is extremely powerful. Reaching this level with a Copper Martial skill isn't simple. No need to entangle further. Lam 2 ignored what he was thinking, just nodded comfortably fine. Lam 2 said, "As long as you kneel and apologize to him, this ends." He pointed toward Labin. Chaos erupted around, all shouting he was too much. This kid is too oppressive. Lam 2 didn't bother arguing, directly using Complete Foot and Fire Claw to teach the arrogant ones a lesson. Tai Tuan quickly slipped behind Lam 2, grinning wickedly. Refuse a drink, then like to take punishment." Class leader. Amid the screams, Tai Tuan unleashed Golden Martial skill Violent Palm straight at Lam 2. An electric-like energy coursed through him. Tai Tuan laughed madly. This palm could kill a third-tier evolution beast. Just enjoy it slowly." But contrary to Tai Tuan's expectation, Lam 2 felt the energy pleasant, secretly surprised. This felt comfortable. At that moment, the system interface popped up. Attack energy detected. Use Devour skill. Lam 2 immediately responded. Use. Devour energy initiated. Gained 1,000 experience points. Experience bar surged by 10%. Lam 2 almost widened his eyes. Amazing. Devour skill is this powerful. System replied coldly. It's not the skill, the opponent is too weak. Lam 2 calmly turned to the man behind him, asked nonchalantly, "What are you doing?" Tai Tuan gaped in horror, shouting, "Why are you unharmed?" "'Cause your move was too weak." Saying that, Lam 2 threw a punch straight at his face. Tai Tuan fell backward from the momentum of the hit. Just as Lam 2 was about to advance to deal with Tai Tuan, a commanding voice rang out, "Stop. No fighting is allowed in the academy." Tai Tuan's swollen face lit up like seeing a savior. He immediately shouted, "Teacher." The Class 3 homeroom teacher stood among the students, speaking in a deep voice. "I know you started this, and by now have learned enough. Stop here." Since the teacher had spoken, Lam 2 did not want to escalate things and stepped aside. The Class 3 students rushed to support Tai Tuan. The Class 3 homeroom teacher glanced at the group and ordered, "Quickly take them to the infirmary." The Class 3 students hurriedly replied, "Yes, teacher." Lam 2 watched as Labin came closer from behind to express thanks. "Thank you, class leader." Lam 2 crossed his arms and asked, "Why did you get involved in this?" One side of Labin's face was swollen, so he spoke with difficulty. "Honestly, we don't understand what happened. We just wanted to go to the exchange station. Unexpectedly, we were attacked for no reason." Hearing this, Lam 2's face twisted slightly, his expression thoughtful, but he said nothing. In the infirmary, the Class 3 homeroom teacher looked at Tai Tuan lying on the bed as the doctor bandaged his arm. He grimaced and then gritted his teeth. He asked coldly, "Who told you to provoke the 10th graders?" Tai Tuan glanced around, hesitating slightly. "I just found them annoying." Naturally, the teacher did not believe him, but did not press further, only reminded, "You have been used by others. The youth who fought you is Lam 2. Although a 10th grader, he is top of the freshmen." Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Tai Tuan pale, his voice rising uncontrollably, body nearly collapsing. "He is Lam 2, who broke through level 21, ranking above Kai Tin." Tai Tuan gritted his teeth in hatred, hands trembling as he clenched, cursing internally that La Tiu, that bastard, dared to trick me. I will offend someone like him. The Class 3 homeroom teacher spoke no more and turned to leave, but paused at the door to add, "The freshman tournament is in 2 days, remember Class 3. If you lose to Class 10, then be ready for punishment." Elsewhere, the exchange station remained crowded as usual. The professor in charge of the exchange station saw him and spoke first. "Little brother, you're here again." He leaned on the table and asked directly, "What do you want to exchange this time?" Lam 2 did not beat around the bush, stating his purpose. "This time I want to buy Golden Martial skill cards, including spear, palm, and foot techniques." The professor tapped on the screen and showed him, "All are here, choose." After a moment, he was slightly surprised as Lam 2's gaze stopped at the Silver Thunder Violent Palm card on the screen. The professor asked sternly, "Are you choosing this? This skill is extremely difficult. As far as I know, those who tried were seriously injured." He slowly explained, "Have you heard of the powerful Copper Martial skill called Violent Palm? To master it, first you must harm yourself before advancing to injure others." The professor continued, "The Silver Thunder Violent Palm is an upgraded version of Violent Palm, not only with explosive power but also channeling force into electricity to increase strength. But mastering violent palm alone is not enough. During training, you must endure extreme electricity or suffer severe backlash. Hearing this, Lamb 2 only smiled and snapped his fingers confidently. Then I'll take it. Also get me the Divine Wind Foot card. As he spoke, he selected another card. The professor said nothing further, turned to prepare the cards. Lamb 2 was in high spirits, thinking happily that lately he trained with electricity daily, and with a foundation in violent palm, this skill fits him perfectly. Stepping out of the exchange station, the setting sun peeked behind the mountains, bathing Saint City Academy in warm tones. Lamb 2 looked at the cards in his hand, thinking while walking, only 2 days until the freshman tournament. Tonight I must master Silver Thunder Violent Palm, Divine Wind Foot, and Galaxy Fallen 9 Heavens. Hey, you're Lamb 2 right. Suddenly a voice called him. Kai Tin stood on the wall, hands in pockets, looking like he had been waiting for a long time. Lamb 2 appeared indifferent, only asked, "What is it?" Kai Tin calmly said, "Defeating Ba Kok shows your strength is not weak, but that does not mean you are qualified to be with Lak and Gaiet. You two belong to different worlds. If you understand," his expression darkened, "I advise you to stay away from her." Lamb 2 listened as if hearing a joke, corners of his mouth lifting. "Are you threatening me? The incident with Tai Tuan must also have your involvement." Kai Tin closed his eyes, replied calmly, "Not a threat, just a reminder. I've investigated your background, both parents dead, poor upbringing. Unless you reach 9th tier martial artist, you will never be worthy of Lak and Gaiet." Lamb 2 ignored him. This guy isn't Lak and Gaiet's concern anyway. He walked away, saying, "My business is none of your concern. Focus on yourself first. In 2 days is the freshman tournament. If you try to provoke me, better go train instead." A follower of Kai Tin gaped, hearing this. "Young master, he is really lacking discipline." Kai Tin's face was hidden in the shade of the trees. His face lost its usual gentle scholar look, becoming dark and tyrannical. Kai Tin took a few deep breaths, clenched his fists, making the violent palms fire energy flare, then said in a low voice, "In just a few days at the freshman tournament, I will strip all your face away." Lamb 2 walked home slowly, hands in pockets, thinking, a family capable of producing such strong martial artists is definitely extraordinary. Lak and Gaiet is from the Lak family in Thien Kong Kai City. Just how powerful is the Lak family's status? Thinking further, Lamb 2 realized worrying about this was pointless, muttered 2 meaningless words, then snorted, laughing at himself. Why think so much, not like proposing? Entering the house, the delicious food on the table immediately caught his eye. At that moment, Lak and Gaiet walked out of the room, seeming to have just finished sword practice as she still held a small sword. Seeing Lamb 2 return, she said, "I've eaten. Your portion is on the table." Lamb 2 sat down leisurely, casually asked, "Right, in 2 days is the freshman tournament. I heard areas for training schedules will be selected between 2 locations." Chewing, he continued, "Have you chosen an area yet?" Lak and Gaiet did not sit to chat but walked straight to her room, only turning her head at the question, lips curling mysteriously. "You'll know when the time comes." Lamb 2 was probably really hungry, mouth full of food, silently scolding affectionately in his head. When did this girl always know how to be so mysterious? Tick, tick. 2 days passed quickly. The eagerly awaited freshman tournament finally began. In the huge stadium, chatter and announcements mixed like a swarm of disturbed bees, making the space extremely lively. After a while of greetings, the loudspeaker announced, "Attention everyone, the freshman tournament is about to start. Enter the field in order." The crowd quickly gathered by class. Truong Dan raised his hand, calling out, "Lamb 2 over here." Lamb 2 smiled and raised his hand to signal he saw them. Lamb 2 was busy scanning the crowd, looking here and there, scratching his head thinking, "Don't see her in Class 1's team either. Where did that girl run off early?" Turns out he was looking for Lak and Gaiet. Just then, Chin Hai's voice rang out, immediately drawing all eyes to him. Now, let me introduce a bit." Chin Hai smiled and pointed, announcing to Class 10, "This student is Lak and Gaiet, who just transferred to our class. Actually, she originally was." But before he could finish, Lak and Gaiet interrupted, "Master, no need to introduce my transfer." Chin Hai understood and nodded, "All right." Then Chin Hai looked at the class, smiling and instructing, in short, everyone be friendly, no one bully her. But he did not expect the class was already familiar with her. Lamb 2 froze, calling her name Lak and Gaiet. Soon cheers erupted, "Sister Lak and Gaiet, Sister Lak and Gaiet." Lamb 2 scratched his head in confusion. Why is she here? Lak and Gaiet just looked at him, smiling gently without replying. At that moment, Chin Hai froze, realizing everyone already knew each other. Huang Luke, standing beside Lamb 2, seized the moment to tease, "Sister Lak and Gaiet is the class leader's girlfriend, also our elder sister-in-law." How could you not know her? Lam 2 blushed deeply and quickly changed the subject to silence Kyung Luke. Wasn't she in class 1 before? Why on earth did she transfer to my class? Kyung Luke wouldn't stop, laughing mischievously. This is even more shocking than before. Class leader, you don't know. Lakangayat of course transferred because of love. Lakangayat remained silent in the face of his teasing. As a result, no sooner had Kyung Luke finished speaking than he received 2 kicks to the butt from both of them, and was scolded away harshly, get lost. Only then did Lakangayat coldly reply, because you are too weak. If pressed by another class it would be troublesome. Lam 2, still stunned by her transfer, immediately frowned at that remark. Couldn't she speak without hurting others a little? Though he said nothing, Lam 2 felt quietly pleased. His gaze softened as he looked at Lakangayat, lips curling slightly. Seeing her comfortably chatting with classmates, he felt relieved, having thought he might need to compete with her during this freshman tournament. Now he didn't need to at all. Lam 2's cheeks flushed as an unexpected thought crossed his mind. Could it be that this girl really has feelings for him? The thought alone was quite thrilling. After a few minutes of playfulness, the principal on stage began speaking, welcoming the new students who passed the entrance exam to St. Domain Academy. I trust you have begun to understand this place over the past few days. After the greeting, he introduced himself. My surname is Bok Lai. You may call me Principal Bok Lai. Today, without long introductions, according to Academy tradition, we will hold the freshman tournament, which also serves as an exam for new students. Just a glance showed his stern demeanor, red-brown hair, glasses, piercing eyes, and a thick beard nearly covering his mouth, leaving others unable to guess if he was pleased or angry. Lam 2 looked at him and suddenly recalled, Bok Lai, could he be related to his master? Feeling the invisible aura radiating from Bok Lai, Lam 2 silently thought, standing this far yet still sensing the pressure. Truly a 9th-tier martial artist of legendary reputation. Bok Lai calmly snapped his fingers and said, please watch the big screen. 2 different scenes appeared. He explained clearly, this exam allows you to choose between 2 locations. The class that collects the most rare essences wins. In addition to accumulation points, the top class will receive a special martial skill card unavailable elsewhere. Bok Lai pointed at the left screen, showing a lush green forest, first the Thai Luke jungle, located south of the academy. Though it also had high-level evolution beasts, the danger was not extreme. All classes could go. Switching to the second image, Bok Lai's voice immediately grew heavier as if warning, the second location is the G17 ruins north of the academy, an abandoned urban area occupied by high-level zombies and high-level evolution beasts. This place is extremely dangerous. Not all students must enter, but each class must send 7 people. Hearing this, Labin immediately turned pale, sweating, stammering, G17 ruins too, that place will kill people. Lam 2 crossed his arms, observing the reaction, then asked, you know that place? Labin immediately replied, eyes full of panic and fear as if recalling the horrifying zombies. Years ago, a terrible virus outbreak occurred there. Many martial artists went to eliminate it but were infected and turned into high-level zombies. Moreover, most evolution beasts there were level 4 or above. Reportedly, even level 7 existed. Nearby students who eavesdropped were also frightened out of their wits. What level 7 evolution beasts? Chin Hai remained calm and reminded, Lam 2, divide your team between the G17 ruins and Thai Luke jungle. He immediately replied, understood. Lam 2 stepped forward, clapping to gather everyone and said, quiet everyone, let me assign teams. Just by looking at Lakangayat's expression, he could guess somewhat, You plan to enter the G17 ruins too? Lakangayat closed her eyes, acting obviously no need to ask. Already enjoying challenges, now with a beauty accompanying, Lam 2 immediately added his name to the list. Who else wants to go with me and Lakangayat? Seeing others hesitate, he encouraged, though G17 ruins are dangerous, danger brings opportunity. I won't force anyone, step forward if you want to go. Duong Thien immediately raised his hand, excitement on his face. Lam 2, I'll go with you. Meanwhile, Kyung Luke looked at the girl beside him, Loi Loi with a calm, gentle gaze, completely different from his sly expression earlier. Then Kyung Luke held Loi Loi's hand and said, class leader, I'll go. His small girlfriend agreed, I'll go with Kyung Luke. Fan Feng did not hesitate either. Our 4-person team already has 3. Of course I can't be left out. Lam 2 counted and said, that makes 6, still missing 1. At that moment a hesitant hand raised, clearly someone very unsure. It was Labin. After inner struggle he finally stepped forward, class leader, I'll go. Lam 2 nodded with satisfaction, good. Finally team selection complete. Lam 2 clenched his fist and shouted, both to rally morale and act as a model class leader. All right everyone, 7 of us will enter the G17 ruins, the rest to Thai Luke jungle. Give me 12 parts of spirit, this time we must achieve excellent results. The class responded enthusiastically. Class leader, don't worry, class leader, be careful, everyone. Team assignment finished. All students headed to their chosen locations while spaceships flew overhead. The spaceship Lam 2 crossed his arms and asked intently, Labin, what's wrong? You look strange. He stammered, I'm fine. Other students on different ships teased maliciously, Tusk, if you're scared, don't go, your little life won't last. Ha ha ha, class 10, either weak or cowardly. Truong Dan, annoyed, shouted, what are you saying, want to fight? Labin hesitated for a long time, then confessed, actually I've been to the G17 ruins before. Everyone looked surprised. Truong Dan immediately asked, what, you've been there? Calling the past, Labin painfully lowered his head, hands on his head. My temper is hot. I can't yield to anyone. Once argued with classmates, provoked that I wouldn't dare enter G17 ruins for training. When speaking of the result, his eyes darkened, filled with deep sorrow. I'm competitive, so I went with friends. Labin recalled the horrifying scene. Hundreds of zombies frenziedly attacked classmates. His voice trembled with bitterness. On the first day in G17 ruins, my friends were bitten by evolution beasts, infected and mutated. In the end, only I escaped, which caused the most anguish. Lam 2 carefully inquired, your friends were bitten and mutated by evolution beasts. Does that mean all beasts there carry the virus? Labin nodded firmly. Yes, any bitten by an evolution beast there will turn into a zombie within 24 hours. Silence fell, everyone wondering how terrifying the upcoming trip would be. Spaceships flew past a forest in full bloom, the scene as if wishing them luck for the upcoming battle. Finally, the group landed. A master's voice over the loudspeaker reminded, dear students, you have arrived at the G17 ruins. Please gather below the spaceship. The 7 stepped down one by one, faces showing traces of anxiety. Orange-haired Master Tide High gave instructions before departure. There are things you must remember. Not only the zombies in G17, but also the evolution beasts carry the virus. He continued meticulously, if bitten, return here for treatment within 24 hours to survive. Nearby, a large python peeked as if eavesdropping, its curious face more amusing than frightening. Finally, the master concluded bluntly, if not treated in time, only ancestors can save you. Hearing this, everyone exclaimed, oh damn, even evolution beasts carry the virus. So the class 10 guy was telling the truth, not just scaring people. Lam 2 pointed decisively in one direction and said, we go that way. Lak and Guyot immediately nodded, agreed. Tan Fong's eyes were deep thoughts, and everyone felt unease. Huang Luke stayed close to Loi Loi, eyes rarely leaving her. Labin, knowing G17's danger best, was extremely anxious. The group slowly advanced deeper into G17 ruins, moving in small teams. Time passed silently. They advanced further into the desolate forest. Ahead was an abandoned house, covered in tangled vines and brightly colored flowers, but beauty often hides danger. Lam 2's group passed with serious expressions. From the leaves a shadow moved, sliding stealthily with rustling sounds. Clearly something was about to happen. What appeared was a level 4 zombie, transformed from a martial artist infected by virus, extremely agile and powerful. A bite would infect immediately, turning victims into its kind. Seeing it leap suddenly, Loi Loi screamed in fright. Lak and Guyot darted like lightning, eyes sharp with sparks, her movements both agile and decisive, as if aiming to kill the disgusting zombie in one strike. As expected, her agility and decisive strike were powerful enough. In a blink, Lak and Guyot defeated the zombie, saving Loi Loi from danger. Feeling safe, Loi Loi crouched, patted her chest and said, you scared me to death. Thank you, Lak and Guyot. Huang Luke hurriedly asked, unable to protect her but terrified. He grabbed her hand, worried, Loi Loi, are you all right? Truong Dan, blunt as usual, complained, this demon even knows to hide in bushes to ambush. Lam 2 silently calculated, how much experience would a level 4 zombie give? Out loud, he went along with Truong Dan, yes, ambushing like this lacks any martial ethics. Lam 2 suddenly smiled subtly, as if thinking of someone special. Lak and Guyot looked back at him, coldly warned, be careful. After dealing with one, the group continued deeper. After the earlier scare from the zombie, everyone was tense, eyes scanning all around. Another zombie leapt from the bushes, its craving gaze comically obvious. Lam 2 clearly was not afraid but acted as if on the verge of tears. The system announced Ting, killed level 4 zombie, received 150,000 experience points. Truly Lam 2's style, clean and decisive. Seeing the zombie lying on the ground, Lam 2 felt slightly disappointed, thinking, a level 4 zombie only gives this much experience. Moreover, it ambushed here, doesn't it know the system owner needs monsters for leveling? As it died, another jumped down from above. Clearly the ambush on the ground was ineffective. Lam 2 slapped his forehead in frustration. Again, isn't this annoying? The outcome of this zombie was no different from the previous. It rushed at Lam 2 and was immediately knocked down. Lam 2 seemed to toy with it, not killing immediately, swaying it back and forth. The zombie, dizzy, tongue out, eyes rolling, head shaking as if possessed. Labin ran over in panic. Class leader, why haven't you killed it? It can call more zombies. It turned out Lamb 2 had a plan. Unlike Labin's anxiety, Lamb 2 remained calm. I want it to scream to lure all the other zombies. If each hides and ambushes, it's troublesome. Better gather and deal with them all at once. As he expected, zombies followed the screaming of the first, each deformed differently. Actually, only two types, standing or crawling, all shabby looking. Not only ahead but all around, zombies appeared densely. Labin screamed in fear. So many were done. Class leader, we must run. But Lamb 2 wasn't the type to flee. He charged ahead, excitement on his face, ready to fight. Labin panicked, shouting, class leader, don't joke. To Lamb 2, these were merely piles of experience points waiting to be harvested. Gaiet also accelerated, running parallel to Lamb 2. Seeing her more enthusiastic than himself, he was surprised. Gaiet, why are you more eager than me? She replied coldly, I don't understand why you always rush headlong into death. Even now he joked, oh, little Gaiet worries about me. Gaiet's expression remained unchanged. She said simply, shut up. Seeing the two charge with such spirit, others couldn't stand idle. The group took defensive stances, readying weapons. Huang-Luk spoke first, brothers, let's go. Loi Loi added, these two are crazy. Tan Fong, amused, hands in pockets, said, class leader and elder sister-in-law are perfectly matched. Truong Dan reminded him, careful, Gaiet might hear, better zip your mouth. Meanwhile, Lamb 2 unleashed the white bird technique. On the other side, Gaiet simultaneously used Chi Wind internal power. System notifications kept ringing. Ting. Killed level 4 zombie, gained 150,000 experience. Ting. Killed level 4 zombie, gained 130,000 experience. Ting. Killed level 4 zombie, gained 150,000 experience. Truong Dan observed from afar in awe, Lamb 2's martial move seems much stronger now. Tan Fong nodded in agreement. Indeed, first time seeing class leader use it wasn't as powerful. Must have reached golden martial skill level. Gaiet still darted forward like an arrow. Huang-Luk feigned admiration, but I think elder sister-in-law is even stronger than class leader. Where did these two gods and goddesses fall from? Their strength is insanely high. At that moment, a zombie suddenly charged at Labin, but he did not react, not even noticing it. Only when it was right in front did Labin scream, ah! Immediately the zombie was struck, face distorted. Lamb 2 rushed to rescue him, scolding heavily, if you want to die, get out of my way. I don't need useless teammates blocking me. Labin stayed silent, ashamed and self-blaming for cowardice. He forced himself to stand, shouted, I won't be looked down on by anyone anymore. After killing all the zombies, the group moved to another area. Seeing too much quiet, everyone was curious and uneasy, not right. According to online records, this place should have the most evolution beasts, yet none appeared. Lamb 2 squinted and realized, then only one possibility remains. He fixed his gaze on a huge indentation in the cliff ahead, calmly assessing, there must be a powerful evolution beast here, so others dare not enter this area. Lamb 2 looked elsewhere and spoke, look, it's coming. The ground suddenly shook violently. Birds scattered in panic. The surrounding air turned murky. Gaiet shot ahead, quickly saying, it's ahead. Lamb 2 ran excitedly after her. Come, let's check it out. The roar sounded extremely strong, likely a 4th-tier evolution beast. Truong Dan, seeing them rush ahead, called frantically, hey, wait for us. Before them stood a beast with 2 long horns like a buffalo, thick black fur covering its body. From head to tail ran a strip of faded yellow fur. Its spine was arched. Cloudy eyes and exposed fangs made it look extremely fierce. This beast is called golden-backed mad boar, a 5th-tier evolution beast. Ordinary wild boars infected by virus mutate into it. Size of an elephant, golden fur on the back with metal-like tough defense. Lamb 2's face changed. 5th-tier evolution beast. Gaiet, be careful. Almost immediately as he shouted, Gaiet leapt straight onto the back of the golden-backed mad boar. Its steel-like skin blocked Gaiet's sword strike, leaving her stunned. Why couldn't she cut through? But only unable to slash through, Gaiet was thrown into the air by its hind leg. Lamb 2 rushed over, anxiously calling her name, Gaiet. Immediately, Lamb 2 caught Gaiet and ran swiftly like an arrow. As he ran, he hurriedly asked, Gaiet, are you all right? Gaiet calmly replied, I'm fine. I've already used my force to neutralize nearly 90% of the power. From a distance, the golden-backed mad boar charged forward, looking furious. Suddenly, the beast accelerated extremely fast, rushing straight at them. Instantly, Gaiet pushed Lamb 2 aside and drew her sword, shouting, get out of the way, don't block me. Mad boar prepared to ram Gaiet, and she assumed a battle stance. Lamb 2 beside her shouted, careful. Gaiet's eyes instantly turned cold, ready to strike. Without any unnecessary movement, Gaiet swung her sword in a deadly strike. Her sword caused the boar's eyes to bleed black. Seeing this, Lamb 2 admired loudly, amazing little Gaiet is truly formidable. The beast staggered from the blow. The two behind Lam 2 were also stunned. The dark-skinned boy said, "Indeed, Lakangayat is formidable, but now it's enraged. How can we get close?" Lam 2 smiled and said there's no need to get close. Everyone attack with martial skills from a distance. No sooner had he spoken than he used 100 birds soaring and laughed. "Watch me roast this beast for everyone." Seeing this, the people behind cheered, "Wow, nice." Then the dark-skinned boy launched forward, shouting, "Then watch us." Everyone else also used their martial skills. Landslide Earth Split, Moon Fang Slash, Five-Linked Slash, and Crimson Fire technique. Continuous attacks struck the beast, making it roar in pain, the forces hitting it relentlessly. The strikes left scratches all over its body. Suddenly the boar's eyes flashed, looking terrifying. It went berserk, charging at the group. Lam 2 immediately shouted, "Careful, this beast is coming. Is it risking its life against us?" As he spoke, he leapt into the air, swinging his spear, shout, "Its hide is too tough to pierce, I'll crush you." He struck a powerful blow to its head. At the same moment, Lakangayat also charged. With one sword, she severed the boar's head from its neck. Lam 2's eyes widened, shouting, "Damn, how did you do that? I just called it a fat piece of meat. You already beheaded it. This is like slapping me in the face." Lakangayat sheathed her sword and explained calmly, "Didn't you see the skin on the back of its neck was already charred?" Lam 2 felt slightly embarrassed, scratching his head. "Ah, so it was already roasted." Just then someone approached from behind. Surprisingly, it was you guys. It turned out to be Jiang Hui and his group. Jiang Hui continued, "The prey we hunted was killed by you." Then looked at Lam 2 and introduced himself. "I'm Jiang Hui, Class 4 North Academy. This golden-backed mad boar was chased here by us." He touched the boar's horn and grinned wickedly. "Thanks for helping handle it. We'll take the rare essence. The rest of the boar is yours. Its back can be crafted into a good weapon." Hearing this, the dark-skinned boy angrily shouted, "What do you mean, isn't this robbery?" Jiang Hui shamelessly replied, "No, no, no, we're just reclaiming our spoils. This was our prey originally." The dark-skinned boy got even angrier. "How can you prove this was your prey?" Jiang Hui added, "Didn't I just say we fought this golden-backed mad boar for a long time? Look, its claw is chipped. My friend Tun Oh-hai broke it with an axe." This moment, the spiky-haired guy sneered, "Truly a bunch of scum from the South Academy." Lam 2 spoke. 5 or 6 level 4 martial artists surround a golden-backed mad boar and only chip a claw. Outsiders would think you were grooming its nails. Lam 2 continued sarcastically, "So who really are the scum? Even if you die in G17, Saint Domain Academy wouldn't care to investigate." At that moment, Lakangayat drew her sword. Her sword point slashed straight at Jiang Hui. Seeing this, he dodged and shouted, "What are you doing? You dare to kill us?" Lam 2 immediately countered, spear in hand, charging at Jiang Hui. "This isn't even in the academy. Killing a few thieves is nothing." He struck with extreme speed. Jiang Hui barely blocked with his sword. Lam 2 muttered in annoyance, "Damn it." Lam 2's companions, including the red-haired guy and the dark-skinned boy, also charged at them, shouting, "Kill." Lam 2 had no intention to stop, while Jiang Hui panicked, shouting, "You crazy people, how dare you steal our rare essence?" Hearing this, Lam 2 frowned and smiled mockingly. "You really know how to flip black and white. Since it's come to this, leave all the rare essence and accumulation points in your news cards." Jiang Hui silently cursed, "Damn it. Initially thought Class 10 North Academy was trash, who knew their skills were not only decent but also strong." Lam 2 continuously pressured him, leaving Jiang Hui only able to defend. Suddenly, Jiang Hui unleashed a golden martial skill. Face wicked, said, "Want to kill me? Not so easy." Lam 2 blinked, losing track of him, Where did he disappear? From behind, Jiang Hui suddenly charged, shouting, "You're right. The scum will die during training. The academy won't punish. Go die." Lam 2 calmly turned, said, "Your speed is far behind the lasers in the gravity room." Hearing this, Jiang Hui froze, "Damn." Lam 2 counterattacked, making him shout, "How did you know I was behind?" Lam 2 immediately used Silver Thunder Violent Palm and laughed coldly. "You have no idea. Taste my new move." Jiang Hui was stunned, only managing to exclaim, "Damn." Immediately after, he took the full punch from Lam 2 and was sent flying. Lam 2 laughed triumphantly, "Ha ha ha. Paralysis effect is perfect. From now on, I'm the king of thunder and electricity techniques." On the other side, Lakangayat continued wildly dominating the remaining two. One of them was flung away screaming, while Jiang Hui sat up cursing, "Damn, this girl is too strong." Immediately after, Lakangayat pressed her sword to his neck, coldly saying, "Try moving." Her face was icy. She only said, "You'll die." On the other side, both sides continued fiercely attacking. Hodak, furious, drew his sword, shouting, "Level 3 martial artist daring to face our level 4, like throwing eggs at stones." Swinging his sword, he snarled, "Dare criticize my combat skills, I'll chop your head off." Fortunately, a spear suddenly flew from somewhere. The spear pierced Hodak, causing him to fall backward. Stumbling, he dropped his hammer onto Hodak's leg, making him scream. Lam 2, standing before the red-haired boy, said casually, "Use your hammer to trim his nails too." Lam 2 looked at him provocatively and asked, "How does that feel?" The man looked up with a ferocious face and roared, "You're done for." As soon as he spoke, he rushed toward Lam 2. Lam 2 immediately used Silver Thunder Violent Palm, saying, "Dare to fight me. You're the one who wants to die." They collided, both fists striking each other with force. Lam 2's strength far surpassed him, knocking Hodak away, making him scream. The others of Jiang Hui panicked. The pink-haired guy stammered, "How could this be?" Jiang Hui and Tun Ohai were knocked out. The one beside gritted his teeth. "Cursed damn." At that moment, the dark-skinned boy shouted, "Good opportunity." Immediately, they all unleashed attacks, leaving the others unable to respond, only able to scream. Jiang Hui's men, all injured, sat on the ground groaning. Lam 2 stood before Jiang Hui, making him beg, "We were wrong. Please spare us this time." Lam 2 looked at him disdainfully, calmly said, "I can spare you. Just hand over all the rare essence and all accumulation points in your news cards." Hearing this, Jiang Hui trembled. "Accumulation points we can give, but if all the rare essence is handed over, this training round is ruined for us." Hearing that, Lam 2's face turned frightening, not giving it. Then I'll kill you and take it myself." As he spoke, he pointed his spear at them. Jiang Hui's men turned pale, stammering, "We'll give it, don't kill us." A moment later, the dark-skinned boy spoke excitedly. "Surprising. North Academy Class 4 has 2 level 5 rare essences, ha ha. Now we have 3, definitely no longer inferior." Lakangayat calmly said, "Not necessarily. Anyone coming to G17 ruins doesn't hold back fuel." Lam 2 added, "Still a week left. Can't waste time, must collect rare essences diligently." Lam 2 then asked Lakangayat what's wrong. She lightly replied, "I feel like someone is watching us." Just then, a flash appeared from a distant abandoned building. Immediately, Lakangayat shouted, "Disperse quickly." A purple light shot out with extremely violent force. It grazed Lam 2, ripping his pants. The system immediately notified external energy detected, activating Devour skill. Absorbed 2% energy, gained 2,000 experience. Lam 2 shouted in shock, "Damn, what kind of skill is this? Why absorb so little energy? Luckily, my uniform is combat grade, otherwise this leg is ruined." Instantly, he used Snow Step Silver technique to shield and protect the team. Lakangayat immediately charged into the building, saying, "The snipers are hiding inside, we must deal with them." Lam 2 shouted, "Lakangayat, be careful." Inside, the sniper saw her charge and alerted teammates, "Attention, someone entered the building. Team 1 prepare to engage. Team 2 continue attacking the target." The dark-skinned boy worriedly asked, "Lam 2, are you all right?" He immediately replied, "I'm fine." He then gripped his spear tightly and instructed teammates, "You guys hide here. I'll help Lakangayat." While avoiding sniper shots, Lam 2 exclaimed, "Damn, there are snipers in the next building too." Accelerated toward the building entrance, shouting, "Damn it, I'll clear them first." Seeing this, the teammates behind discussed. The dark-skinned boy said, "These two really are a pair," charging ahead. The one beside asked, "What do we do? Should we help?" He replied, "Lam 2 can dodge lasers under triple gravity. We don't have that skill. Going out is suicide." Man in the black hat cursed, "Damn, how could someone ambush us?" The dark-skinned boy explained, "Did you think only our Saint Domain Academy students are training here? In this area, all kinds of people exist, even murderers and thieves." At this moment, a group in blue uniforms was also secretly hiding nearby. Hearing the noise, the dark-skinned boy immediately turned and shouted, "Hey!" A short-haired boy in blue fearfully stood up, explaining, We are Class 10 North Academy. You are South Academy, right?" Hearing this, the man in the black hat sighed helplessly, "Class 10 North Academy. We are Class 10 South Academy, ha ha." Suddenly, it feels like family falling from the sky. At that moment, the dark-skinned boy looked at them and asked why they appeared here. The short-haired man showed clear panic, stammering that they had just arrived, saw someone firing laser guns wildly. So they hid, then remembered seeing the two run into the building and asked if they were their teammates. Hearing this, the man in the black hat nodded to confirm they were the class leader and his wife dealing with the ambush. The short-haired man was stunned, shouting in astonishment that only 2 people dared to confront a group armed with lasers. Their Class 10 strength was that terrifying. Suddenly, a cry came from the building. Someone being thrown to the ground screamed in pain. It turned out to be a sniper falling. The short-haired man panicked, while the dark-skinned boy confidently affirmed the South Academy people were strong and tough. Elsewhere, the blue-haired man, looking fierce, frantically pulled the trigger as streams of bullets shot out. Lakangayat tightened her facial muscles, charging through the dense hail of bullets without hesitation. The sniper gritted his teeth angrily, unable to understand why all his shots missed while Lakangayat had closed in, her sword radiating a hellish aura. In a flash, she struck, leaving an afterimage as the blue-haired man was sent flying, screaming miserably. From the roof of another building, Lam 2 observed in awe, another enemy down. His little Ngayat was too strong. Laser shot suddenly came at him. Lam 2 dodged, then a storm of bullets forced him to move continuously, irritated by the sheer number of enemies. Seeing several on high aiming down, Lamb 2 thought they were well-equipped and trained, possibly bounty hunters, perhaps even targeting him. He smiled slyly. An idea flashing in his mind seemed to have figured out a way. Sweeping his hand forward, his body's electric energy erupted, activating his palm technique, electricity spreading rapidly through nearby metals. Snipers on the scaffolding were electrocuted, screaming in prolonged fear. Lamb 2 instantly appeared before them as if teleporting, wielding his spear infused with inner power, smiling confidently with his title. He struck once. The fiery phoenix shadow surged into the crowd, knocking them back. Many were thrown from rooftops, hitting the ground with heavy thuds. A male student in academy uniform cowered beside. Eyes wide, trembling, exclaimed in horror, "Is this the power of Class 10? Truly terrifying." The sniper knelt begging for his life, but Lamb 2 did not respond and directly ended him with a spear strike. Seeing the dead face still showing expression, Lamb 2 laughed scornfully, thinking the man was foolish for expecting to exchange his life for rare essence. Noticing the phone screen half broken, he became even more certain they were online bounty hunters. Lamb 2 squatted to search their pockets, happily finding many high-level rare essences, offsetting the loss, then quickly located Lakangayat and asked her status. She calmly replied all was handled. Lakangayat handed him a backpack of spoils containing many precious rare essences, exciting Lamb 2, as their total level 5 essences had significantly increased. At this time, Duong Thien's group approached, asking about Lamb 2 and Lakangayat's situation. Lamb 2 smiled, showing the spoils, saying all was fine and they gained plenty, then noticed the strangers behind. Spiky-haired youth smiled warmly, introducing them as from Class 10 North Academy. Lamb 2 slightly frowned, calmly asking if they were also Class 10. The youth hesitated, proposing to make an exchange. Lamb 2 showed curiosity, asking what exactly they wanted to exchange. The youth said he wanted to trade important information for rare essence, sparking Lamb 2's interest to hear more. He revealed knowledge of a spatial rift and proposed to trade it for 2 level 5 rare essences, surprising Lamb 2 as it could contain valuable opportunities. Lamb 2's gaze sharpened, asking how he could trust him. The youth honestly presented his info card as collateral, inviting verification and promising not to fall behind other classes. He also said with their strength they could reach it and hoped Class 10 would grow stronger together, making Lamb 2 empathize and ask if he was the class leader. Lamb 2 smiled, saying no need to keep the card and he would give him 3 level 5 rare essences. The youth was utterly shocked, unable to believe Lamb 2 trusted him so much. Lamb 2 confirmed as fellow Class 10. They understood each other, handing over the bag of rare essences and encouraging him to lead the class to prove themselves. North Academy group quickly departed, waving before disappearing. Duong Thien watched anxiously, asking Lamb 2 if he trusted them, and he replied he did. He explained their resolute gaze was unlike liars, then led everyone in the opposite direction to find the spatial rift. Ahead stood a large building covered in vines, as if swallowed whole. Lamb 2 led the group to the base, and confirmed the rift's location according to the map. Duong Thien noticed no evolved beasts around, suspecting the spatial anomaly's influence. Lamb 2 agreed, reminding that opportunity comes with danger, then stepped in first. Inside, Lamb 2 warned everyone that dense energy might conceal strong creatures. He suddenly looked up, seeing webs and strange transparent liquid everywhere. Loi Loi shivered, saying it looked like an insect nest. Then something grabbed her leg. She screamed in fear. Duong Thien immediately protected her from behind and struck the thing hard. After calming down, Duong Thien realized it was just a corpse, making Duong Thien lightly scold for overreacting. Loi Loi noticed the corpse showed signs of movement, flesh shifting, as if something crawled inside. A larva emerged, terrifying her. It was a level 2 beetle larva parasitizing the host. Duong Thien looked at surrounding corpses in horror, suspecting all contained this type of creature. Lamb 2 warned it was a parasitic worm, told them to be careful, then killed the larva but was disappointed by the low experience points. As they moved, he thought if there were larvae, there must be an adult nearby. Finally, they reached the place with the spatial rift on the ceiling, glowing like an aurora with a cosmic scene inside. Duong Thien was amazed, Loi Loi fascinated by its beauty, but Lamb 2 felt uneasy. He silently activated the system's analysis through his eyes. The system displayed a sleeping level 6 beetle, terrifying Lamb 2, but fortunately it had not noticed them. He signaled silence and quickly probed, while Duong Thien noticed a strange stone. Lakangayat assessed it as an extremely hard metallic material, and tested it by striking. Lamb 2 checked and found it highly elastic, suitable for weapon crafting. Duong Thien speculated the rift only dropped this type of stone, but Lamb 2 sensed fire energy in another direction and suggested investigating. Approaching, the temperature rose sharply, making everyone realize something lay ahead. At the base, they discovered a flower formed from flames. Gaiet excitedly called it Red Lotus Flame and explained it was extremely rare energy surpassing normal rare essence. Lamb 2 curiously asked if it could be absorbed, thinking it would be very beneficial. Gaiet immediately stopped him, warning its energy was too dangerous and could disintegrate someone. Lamb 2 suggested taking it back and finding a way later, but she said special tools were needed to collect it, making him regretful. Suddenly, from behind, a strange voice announced the target had been found. Lamb 2 turned to see the North Academy group, also surprised someone arrived first. Duong Thien realized it was Class 2 North Academy. The leader ordered preparations to retrieve the item. Lamb 2 noticed they carried full specialized equipment. He raised his hand to stop them, asserting they had discovered it first. The leader sneered, saying since they were prepared they deserved it, mocking Class 10, and suggesting a few lower-level rare essences as charity. Lamb 2 closed his eyes, smiling, asking if trying to chase them away with a few level 4s wasn't excessive. The man approached arrogantly, declaring, "So what if you do?" Gaiet suddenly appeared, attacking fiercely, forcing the opponents to defend and curse angrily. He immediately ordered his team to eliminate Lamb 2's entire group. Duong Thien drew his sword, loudly declaring he would cut down the enemies. During the fight, the opponents were both attacking and astonished at Gaiet's strength and status, not understanding why she was with Class 10. Seeing the opponent still babbling, Gaiet immediately swung her sword straight at him, coldly shouting to stop talking nonsense, sending him flying onto a ceiling beam. The class leader fought while glancing at the other, secretly horrified that the opponent was equally strong, realizing a direct confrontation would cost dearly even if victorious. He immediately turned and ordered Hector and Hoa Min to hold Lai Mac's opponent, while Lai Mac had to seize the Hong Lian Kai Hoa, both responding promptly. At that moment, a sudden flame burst in front of Lai Mac, making him startle and halt. Lamb 2 suddenly appeared, loudly warning that no one should touch the Hong Lian Kai Hoa, knowing the blue beetles on the ceiling were guarding it and would instantly attack anyone attempting to take it. Hearing this, the red-haired man laughed contemptuously, raising his claws to mock that they came for the Hong Lian Kai Hoa. Then Lai Mac stepped forward, opening his box proudly, saying this was a big score. On the ceiling, green lights thickened, while Lai Mac kept a victorious expression, lifting the metal box in his hands. Seeing that, Lamb 2 was shocked inside, realizing the green beetles had indeed awakened. Lai Mac excitedly called out to the class leader and Hector that he had obtained it, but before he finished, a green beetle leapt from the ceiling straight at him. With a swoosh, it struck in a flash, blood splattering everywhere. Witnessing this, his teammates screamed in panic, calling Lai Mac's name while fearing that the attacker was an extremely powerful spatial beast, capable of killing a level 4 martial artist in a second, probably level 6. It didn't stop there. More monsters charged from all sides. The class leader's sweat ran cold, realizing before them were 5 or 6 level 6 spatial beasts, beyond their ability to resist, leaving no choice but to abandon the Hong Lian Kai Hoa to survive. He turned and fled, shouting for everyone to retreat, for these monsters were far beyond what they could handle. Obeying the order, his teammates scattered, screaming in fear, while Lamb 2's group remained in place. Lamb 2 turned to the beetles, telling everyone to leave immediately as the place was too dangerous, when suddenly a loud explosion rang out. A boulder blocking the exit trapped the group inside. Class leader outside laughed triumphantly, cursing the male Class 10 as useless and claiming he intentionally used them as bait for the beetles. Witnessing this, Duong Thien froze, angrily gritting his teeth, cursing that bastards dared to block their only way out, while Loi Loi trembled, asking if they would really die here. Lamb 2 and Gaiet were silent for a moment. Then he suddenly dashed forward, shouting that he would lure the beetles away, telling everyone to find another escape route, prompting the group behind to frantically call his name. The beasts on the ceiling lunged at Lamb 2, but he reacted swiftly, leaping to evade their ambush. Immediately, they all changed direction, chasing Lamb 2 in unison. Hugging the Hong Lian Kai Hoa to his chest while running, Lamb 2 looked back at the approaching monsters, calculating that if they truly guarded the treasure, he could use it to draw them all away, then activated Snow Step No Sound, darting forward like an arrow, shouting for the beasts to follow him. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the ground. Another rose to block his path, startling Lamb 2 to exclaim there was yet another. The monster spread its massive pincers to bite him. Lamb 2 leapt to evade, but the box in his hands was struck and fell. As the box dropped, a blazing red flame erupted, shocking Lamb 2 to yell as the intense heat quickly burned his armor. In an instant, The flame enveloped his entire body, making him almost unable to believe the scene. Painful screams echoed everywhere. Lakangayat's group ran toward him from afar, frantically calling his name, seeing his body engulfed in fire. At that moment, the system notified of external energy detection and automatically activated Devour skill, absorption progress creeping from 1%, 2%, 3%, while Lamb 2 screamed in agony from being burned. Lakangayat charged forward, continuously slashing through the crowd of monsters. While fending them off, she anxiously called to see if Lamb 2 could withstand it. In the sea of flames, Lamb 2 screamed in pain, his body about to explode, prompting Lakangayat to hug him tightly, letting both be engulfed in the fire. He urgently explained that her icebone energy could help suppress some of the heat, startling Lamb 2 to call her name. Onlookers paled, all shouting for the class leader and Lakangayat. Still holding Lamb 2 in the fire, Lakangayat firmly told him to quickly absorb the Hong Lian Kai Hoa, while she used her icebone energy to control it. Lamb 2 gritted his teeth against the burning heat, while the absorption progress finally rose clearly to 10%, 15%, 20%, making him secretly rejoice that under icebone suppression, the devour rate had sped up considerably. Duong Thien fought ahead, glancing back in shock at Lakangayat risking herself to save Lamb 2, seeing her tighten her weapon on a monster, silently thinking she was ready to risk her life for him if necessary. She struck hard at the giant beetle's back, having long decided her life belonged to Lamb 2 for all the times he had saved her. Swinging widely, Duong Thien cut away several surrounding monsters, then agilely retreated, determined to buy time for Lamb 2 even at the cost of his life. Running, she intentionally provoked the monsters to chase her, prompting Bao Hoke to ask in astonishment, while Tan Fong quickly realized she was using the beetles' hatred to buy time for the class leader. Thinking so, Tan Fong decided to rush in and assist, loudly calling everyone to attack together. For Duong Thien alone could not hold them, though Bao Hoke still trembled as these were level 6 spatial beasts. Tan Fong insisted they had to fight together or all would die. By Lamb 2, the absorption bar neared completion at 85%, 90%, 95%. His eyes wide as orange light streamed into his body, veins bulging around his eyes. Understanding the Hong Lian fire was continuously destroying flesh and organs, only the system's frantic regeneration kept him standing. With Lakangayat's icebone energy support, his body felt reforged, physical strength increasing. Then the system announced Devour successful, awarding 310 million experience, level 21, and 21 potential points. Standing amid flames, Lamb 2 slightly moved, feeling immense power surging, thrilled at the massive experience he would otherwise never accumulate from hunting evolved beasts. Immediately checked the system and allocated all 21 potential points to strength, noticeably boosting his stats, especially overall combat and physical power. Exhausted, Lakangayat collapsed into Lamb 2's arms. He quickly supported her and asked. She weakly replied, having overexerted her energy. Lamb 2 handed her a nutrient vial to recover, quickly absorbing level 5 rare essences before heading to assist Duong Thien, prompting Lakangayat to worry he couldn't handle high-level spatial beasts alone. The other battlefield, chaotic combat sounds and calls to restrain monsters echoed relentlessly. Lamb 2 calmly observed, stating that although he absorbed the Hong Lian Kai Hoa, it was not fully digested. The violent energy in his body could explode at any moment, so he had no choice but to fight to release some energy. After resisting too long, Duong Thien finally exhausted, tripping to the ground. As the green beetles swarmed her like prey, her teammates outside shouting for her to run, but she could barely hear. At the critical moment, an orange shadow surged, kicking the nearest green beetle away from Duong Thien. Lamb 2 positioned himself in front of his teammates, ready to fight, turning to ask if anyone was injured. Duong Thien, just saved, anxiously asked if he was okay. Lamb 2 didn't turn but said he was fine, ordering everyone back while he dealt with the green beetles, as the lingering Hong Lian Kai Hoa flames spread across his body, forcing him to acclimate to the burning, fierce, uncontrollable power. The giant green beetles charged at him, the group behind panicking, repeatedly warning Lamb 2 to be careful. Despite being surrounded, Lamb 2 remained calm, his gaze locked on each monster. He swept his staff, creating a massive purple-orange vortex, confidently feeling the flame could nearly consume spirit, then executed Fire Refine Void, shooting a column of orange light skyward, himself hovering inside, the energy below sharp as arrows. The green beetles had no time to dodge, and were immediately struck by the technique. One by one, they exploded in the blinding light, the system displaying notifications of killing level 6 green beetles, and awarding 10 million experience each. Tan Fong's eyes widened in disbelief, wondering what martial skill this was, remembering the class leader's fire techniques were not like this. While Duong Thien stammered, confirming a single strike killed 2 level 6s. Bao Hoke lamented that Lam 2 left no path to survive, yet he continued evading counterattacks from other beetles. While fighting, Lam 2 calculated that the previous strike was triggered by the Hong Lian Kai Hoa's raging energy, inadvertently activating Fire Refine Void like an armor technique, difficult to reuse shortly without mastery. He continued sweeping his blade, forming a broad purple light to block the monster's onslaught, thinking he could only hold with Phoenix Assault for now. Explosions echoed, white smoke filling the space, indicating several beetles were hit. Lam 2 continued Phoenix Assault, thinking that despite his internal energy, the move wasn't enough to incinerate them, but could burn wings and strip air superiority. Understanding this, he decisively thrust the staff into the swarm, knowing that after Fire Refine Void and continuous Phoenix Assault, the violent energy in his body had calmed, showing that constant fighting helped digest the raging energy. He repeatedly struck the monster's wings, but their armor only cracked, making him curse loudly that they were too tough, though the fire from Phoenix Assault caused some damage, and Black Mang's spear barely pierced a small hole. Yet Lam 2 wiped his mouth and arrogantly laughed that he would pierce them like a sieve, his energy still far from depleted. Thinking so, he unleashed a flurry of attacks, consecutively using Phoenix Assault twice, and then 2 rampaging thunder strikes. Watching from outside, Tan Fong marveled at the class leader daringly soloing many level 6 spatial beasts, while Bao Hoke gaped, doubting whether this was truly a level 6 martial artist's rhythm. Duong Thien noticed something unusual, sensing Lam 2 was in a risky state, attacking frenziedly without defending as if fueled by hot blood. Lakangayat, holding her arm behind, calmly explained that the fire on Lam 2 wasn't his normal energy, prompting Duong Thien to ask if he could be in danger at any moment, and if there was a way to manage it. Without directly answering, Lakangayat infused her pale red spirit energy into her sword, coldly stating that they must eliminate the spatial beasts first. Finishing, she leapt, sweeping to freeze the monsters, while Lam 2 immediately coordinated to strike. He stabbed through the ice, the system instantly notifying that a level 6 green beetle was killed, granting another 10 million experience. Seeing the clear effect, Lam 2 couldn't help exclaiming that it really pierced through. Spotting the opponent's weak point, he fought even harder, while Lakangayat explained that the beetle's shell, heated then frozen by her icebone energy, became brittle, making Lam 2 understand immediately. Excited, Lam 2 leaned against Lakangayat's back, laughing loudly that the couple would now work together to sweep this insect nest. Lakangayat immediately frowned, tapping his head hard, causing him pain, sternly warning that if he spoke nonsense again, she would sew his mouth shut. Tan Fong watched from afar in admiration, noting how the two could still tease each other mid-battle, while Tran Duong silently revealed jealousy as Lam 2 dashed to perform another Phoenix Assault. A green beetle was hit in the abdomen, flipping violently backward. Lakangayat matched it, swinging her sword repeatedly to freeze the monsters ahead. The frozen monster remained open-mouthed, ready to bite, while Lam 2, perfectly coordinated, stabbed through the ice and unleashed rampaging thunder strike, the system announcing another level 6 green beetle defeated. Immediately after, countless tiny beetles emerged from the mother, the system showing them as level 2 beetle larvae, spatial creatures with strong reproduction, parasitic and gnawing the host's flesh. Lam 2 saw the swarm and shouted in horror that the previous one was only the mother, warning everyone to be careful as the level 2s were numerous. Tran Duong swiftly led his teammates to tackle the small beetles. Lam 2 nodded in agreement, telling him and Lakangayat to hold back the larger ones, prompting Tan Fong, Tran Duong, and Bao Hoke to grit their teeth and charge at the swarming larvae. While still concentrating his attack on the mother bug, Lam 2 suddenly glanced toward his teammates. He immediately shouted a warning, "Labin, watch out behind you." Before Labin could fully respond to the class leader's call, it was already too late. Lam 2 had lunged forward, spear thrusting straight into the wide-open mouth of the monster. His entire body dangled midair along the spear embedded deep in the monster, making Labin panic and shout that it was not okay. Class leader quickly let go of the spear. Yet Lam 2 refused to release, shouting that a martial artist would never abandon his weapon, then told everyone to grab his black mang carefully and be sure not to stab the monster's mouth. He channeled power until his eyes nearly rolled back, a red-orange energy enveloping the spear, then directly unleashed 100 birds facing the phoenix. In intense pain, the monster had to open its mouth to release the spear, trying to widen its jaws to extinguish the fire inside, but it was completely futile. Soon, its entire body smoked heavily, then softened and collapsed to the ground. Lam 2 laughed triumphantly, saying he did not expect this method to work. no matter how tough it was tomorrow. He would burn it from the inside to death, then fiercely rallied everyone since 3 adult beetles still remained, urging them to charge together. Duong Thien raised his hand and yelled kill. After some time, the bodies of the baby bugs lay scattered across the ground. Duong Thien panted heavily, now finally relieved, saying that they had finally cleared everything. Planting his sword into the ground and plopping down beside a monster's corpse, Duong Thien sighed that surviving while surrounded by so many level 6 space beasts was incredible. Loi Loi echoed thanks to the class leader and Kai Lak and Gaia, while Lam too irritably called out asking why everyone had stood so far from him, as if he knew how to eat people. Watching from afar, Tan Fong stuck out his tongue, sweat pouring like a shower, saying that the class leader now resembled an alchemy furnace. Just approaching him felt like being roasted alive. Lam too tilted his head back to drink from the flask, frowning as he replied that when he saved them, no one said anything like that. After finishing, Lam too set the flask down, panting out sparks and sweltering heat. Lak and Gaiet stood with arms crossed, telling him not to waste any more nutrient potion. She would continue using full-force ice bones to help him suppress Hong Lian Tri Hoa. Resting was enough. Now it was time to continue the journey. He stood up, hoisting the spear onto his shoulder, a faint flame enveloping his body. All right, continue into the city center. He needed to fight to face even stronger opponents. The group stared at him as if facing a madman. They all advanced into the unfamiliar urban area, some wondering why the fog here was so thick. He immediately became alert, warning the team to stay vigilant, as creatures might be hiding in the mist. Just as he spoke, a red, sinewy tentacle suddenly emerged from the fog. It silently slithered forward, wrapping around the girl's thigh, making her freeze and gasp. Duong Thien was lifted off the ground by the tentacle, screaming in terror. He quickly called her name, and they immediately clasped hands tightly. Leapt forward, swinging the spear to sever the tentacle. He anxiously asked Duong Thien if she was all right. She was still shocked, but replied she was fine, just confused by the horrifying thing. Loi Loi shivered, exclaiming how terrifying it was. The severed tentacle lay limp, oozing green fluid. Sudden noises erupted, and he realized a horde of zombies was approaching. He warned these were level 4 tentacle zombies and instructed everyone to be careful. The system explained tentacles could stretch and change size, ideal for restraining targets. The zombies swung their tentacles, attacking his group simultaneously. He shouted for the team not to scatter, then leapt, sweeping the spear horizontally, executing 100 birds facing Phoenix on the monsters. Heat and dense smoke did not hinder the swarm of zombies advancing like ants. He grumbled, frustrated, unsure how many there were, as the fight seemed endless. Turned to ask Lak and Gaiet but saw nothing behind. He realized the others had vanished. He called each name repeatedly, searching in every direction. Monsters exploited his distraction, forcing him to dodge desperately. He realized the fog had split the group without their notice. He poured energy into a burning attack to annihilate the surrounding zombies, then calmed, flames subsiding as he frowned to observe. Seeing the monster corpses scattered, he concluded the last wave had been dealt with. Took out his phone, but there was no signal. His face turned serious. Even with the G17 map, he couldn't pinpoint his location. He pocketed the phone, deciding to find the way himself. Just then, a bolt of electricity shot toward him, sensed but too fast to react. The electric bolt struck near him. He dodged to the side, shouting to see who it was. A bandaged-faced man wielding dual swords stepped out with his companions, smirking, surprised they were still alive. He sneered back, calling them Northern Institute dogs. The other asked why he was alone, taunting that his teammates were dead. Couldn't hold back, replying his group was fine, just separated by the fog. He also claimed he had slain a space beast and obtained a level 6 alien. The other didn't believe him, angrily mocking that they couldn't kill a level 6 beast. He sensed the aura on him, astonished that it was Crimson Lotus fire. Panicking, the man asked how he was still alive after absorbing it, claiming it made no sense. He scoffed, telling him not to compare him with useless people. It was only Crimson Lotus fire, it couldn't harm him. The man, enraged, signaled to encircle him, saying that if they killed him, they would seize the energy. He smiled coldly, saying even a level 6 beast could be slain, let alone a level 4 like him. The man ordered an attack, his group charging. He was surrounded but remained calm. He dodged every strike. One swung and missed, another lunged, yet he still avoided them, leaving them astonished. He used violent storm petal attack, leaping to counter as the opponents intended. The spear's tip attacked continuously, forcing the fat man to retreat, unable to defend, exclaiming at the overwhelming power. Flames erupted around him. He mocked, unleashing 100 birds facing Phoenix, a fiery phoenix charging forward. The attack struck the fat man, who screamed in horror. He was thrown far, wailing in agony. Fell convulsing. The others panicked, seeing just 2 attacks had felled him, flames powerful enough to turn him to ash. The leader began worrying, recognizing the strength of Crimson Lotus fire. calling for reinforcements as they couldn't handle it. Another group stepped out, mocking their weakness. 3 people appeared confidently. He realized they were level 5 martial artists, wondering why senior students were joining the trial. Man laughed, saying they joined to hunt freshmen, the main mission being to eliminate people like him. He recalled rumors about the trial, that many freshmen died not from monsters but by others. He confirmed they were the killers. Man laughed, admitting it was an annual hunting opportunity, using the excuse of eliminating the weak for the academy. He asked about the fog. The man replied it was created by advanced evolved beasts, perfect for hunting. He was furious, condemning their collusion in evil and declaring he would destroy them. The leader with matted hair was enraged, begging seniors to kill him painfully and take all his possessions. Hodak laughed, agreeing. He charged to attack, while the leader ordered subordinates to rush in. Elsewhere, Labin moved through dense fog, frustratedly searching for teammates. He gripped his flail warily, suspecting tentacle zombies behind him. He swung the flail, but was blocked in time by Duong Thien. They leapt away, Duong Dan shouting for Labin to observe clearly before attacking. Duong Dan's group appeared, scolding Labin for nearly killing them. Labin wiped his sweat, explaining he thought it was a zombie, boasting of slaying many monsters. Duong Dan asked about Lam 2 and Lakangayat but had no news. Duong Dan was angry at losing contact. The group decided to stick together to avoid separation. Lam 2's side, he unleashed a move sending opponents flying, wailing in pain. He continued using Fire Fist to strike ahead, making the man spew blood. Hodak began doubting his strength. The matted-haired man confirmed Lam 2 was level 4, but had absorbed Crimson Lotus Fire, greatly enhancing his power. Hodak laughed excitedly, saying killing him would claim the undigested energy. One man burned by fire screamed and fell. The scene terrified them. Hodak ordered a halt to direct attacks, realizing Lam 2 was using combat to exhaust energy. He observed Lam 2 was under great pressure, not entirely effortless. He analyzed that if energy wasn't released, Lam 2 would explode, then ordered an encirclement, waiting for exhaustion. He laughed, saying he would absorb the energy when Lam 2 erupted. Group immediately surrounded him. He frowned, raising the spear in defiance. He realized the danger, deciding to strike quickly to defeat them and seek Lakangayat's aid. Hodak suddenly attacked, catching him off guard. Invisible blue force struck his abdomen. Lakangayat appeared, grabbing and pulling him out of danger. Hodak's strike missed. He was astonished to see his rescuer was Lakangayat. They paused, he exhaled, joking it was like a beauty saving a hero. Lakangayat coldly said he wasn't a hero but a weakling. He was speechless. He turned to scold her for teasing. Ahead, Hodak led people forward, mocking her presence. The matted-haired man warned Lakangayat could suppress Crimson Lotus Fire. Hodak sneered, saying he had known for long, even praising her as an ice-type beauty. He charged, ordering subordinates to kill both. He defended while Lakangayat drew her sword to counterattack. Hodak's sword strike was easily blocked by Lakangayat. He was pushed back, astonished to see she was even stronger than Lam 2. Lakangayat surged forward, cutting down one man, making Hodak retreat in fear. He realized she had at least reached peak level 4, quickly ordering concentrated forces to eliminate her first or face defeat. Obeying the command, the subordinates immediately surrounded Lakangayat, rushing forward shouting to take her life. Yet she advanced with unusually calm composure. One man swung a sword directly at her. Lakangayat merely glanced and evaded. He shouted to intimidate, then a volley of spears rained down relentlessly. Behind, he used Violent Storm Petal to blast the axe-wielder attempting to strike down, sending him flying. Lakangayat looked up. The two quickly backed against each other amid the mist. Eyes alert, he twirled his spear with a smile. She gripped her sword tightly. They exchanged glances, one smirking, the other frowning calmly. Opposite Hodak ground his teeth in fear, secretly cursing for being lured into a trap with their coordination so precise. He leapt, the spear ablaze, loudly warning that this move was freshly learned and being tested. Hodak startled, looking up, thrust the spear forward, executing the golden martial skill Milky Way 9 heavens, face full of pride. The spear shot down at immense speed, immediately causing a huge explosion with dense smoke and violent tremors. Hodak turned pale, dropping a toothpick, screaming in terror at the move's overwhelming power. The matted-haired subordinate also wide-eyed in shock. He bent low, spinning the spear behind, smirking that it was their turn, simultaneously realizing the move's power increased significantly thanks to Crimson Lotus Fire. Charged with the flaming spear, using 100 birds facing Phoenix, fire swirling around, Hodak froze, then panicked, raising hands to defend, internally screaming at the greater force. Hodak suddenly grabbed the matted-haired man by the collar as a shield, grinning maliciously, claiming he was not ready to die. The man, trembling in fear, called out to him. The spear struck, sending the man flying in pain, while Hodak swiftly dodged, smiling slyly. He ran toward Lakangayat, who was fighting. but froze, trembling desperately as nearly all his comrades were wiped out, screaming inwardly not wanting to die. Lunged, interrupting his thoughts, unleashing Fire Claw Hand, teasingly asking if he had permission to flee, making Ho Dak whirl with panic. He touched his hand, causing him to tremble in pain, tightening his grip, laughing and mocking about wanting Crimson Lotus Fire. The man screamed in terror. Ho Dak panicked, shouting he belonged to the Ngayat Duck Legion to intimidate, but he merely scoffed, claiming never to have heard of it. Ho Dak, furious, pointed a sword at his hand, cursing while trembling, yet his hand remained firmly held. He recklessly slashed down, severing his own arm to escape. When he fled into the forest, he holding the severed arm watched, astonished, remarking on his escape speed and cowardice. He suddenly realized something, muttering that the man was not entirely cowardly for daring to cut his own arm, then moved on to ask Lak Ngayat about the Ngayat Duck Legion. She calmly explained it was a powerful force tasked with dangerous missions. Hearing this, he widened his eyes in shock, not expecting them to be able to strike a small nation, sweat dripping with worry. Lak Ngayat calmly added that their strength came mainly from the level 9 captain and extreme vengeance, once destroying a nation in a week for killing one of their members. He held his head in panic, exclaiming he had just encountered a level 9 martial artist. What bad luck. He asked Lak Ngayat why she remained so calm, but she only muttered disdainfully without replying. She turned, eyes filled with contempt, simply stating that if they dared to come, they would be killed, making him release his hand, feeling admiration and curiosity at her bravery. She changed the subject, saying in his current state, he would die even without the Legion, also noting the Crimson Lotus Fire's energy was too strong even for her to control. Groaned, falling back, asking for a solution, she thought, then said finding an ice or water evolution item could suppress it. He recalled the other's mention of the beast creating the fog, guessing it was water or ice type. Lak Ngayat agreed, suggesting they head to the center. At that moment he sensed movement, gripped his spear, cautiously warning Lak Ngayat that something was approaching. A pack of level 5 evolved red-eyed dogs appeared, their blazing eyes staring at them. He frowned, alert, then charged with Lak Ngayat against the horde with orders to annihilate. Another forest corner, curses echoed amidst the chaos. Ho Dak sat on a spaceship, escaped yet complaining about his terrifying power. He glanced at his bandaged arm, grimaced, took medicine, then claimed he would need a prosthetic later, tossing the vial arrogantly, declaring no one could kill him. He climbed the spaceship, rummaged through items, muttering he would prepare a big gift, needing only for it to awaken. His eyes narrowed, a mad grin spreading, declaring all would die, laughing maniacally. The spaceship lifted off the forest, he below startled, shouting out. Turned to ask Lak Ngayat what it was, guessing a flying device. She also looked. He was amazed as the flying device attacked the fog center, bright bullets continuously striking, causing massive smoke and fire. Then amidst the smoke and fire, red embers began glowing. A great fire erupted, the spaceship seemingly having completed its objective, promptly turning away. Finally, a blue wing gradually appeared. Then the sharp beak began to form. Last, a giant bluebird spread its wings, screeching amid smoke, wind, and mist. It was the Ice Star 100 Birds, a level 8 evolved beast. It screamed continuously, cracks forming around its body, cold air streaming out relentlessly. He and Lak Ngayat could only barely raise hands to withstand the enormous pressure from the bird. He gritted his teeth, squinting forward, concluding with difficulty. A level 8 evolved beast, Ice Star 100 Birds. Unexpectedly, a terrifying creature existed here. Beside him, Lak Ngayat looked up, scanning calmly, saying the fog had dissipated, apparently created while the bird slept. She speculated someone attempted to ambush to awaken it, smiling with interest at him, asserting its alien star suppressed his state. He could only gaze at the bluebird flapping to disperse the fog, face frozen, stammering, asking if she really expected him to kill a level 8 evolved beast. Elsewhere, someone stood atop a building. Behind them, a voice asked, Chuang Th I letter 1 EBFU. What level is this evolved beast? At the edge of the rooftop, Kai Tin looked up and replied, level 8, Ice Star 100 Birds. Everyone behind followed his gaze. Hearing this, chaos erupted immediately. A green-haired youth screamed level 8. Another trembled, suggesting they flee. The one nearest Kai Tin paled, saying a level 8 evolved beast was beyond their ability to resist. Meanwhile, Kai Tin stepped down from the rooftop, smiling, one hand in pocket, the other relaxed, calmly stating he had sent a message to the hunters. Guild reinforcements would arrive soon, giving them a chance to benefit. Below, the bird hunted animals, causing flocks to flee in panic amid its furious screams and chaotic sounds. Turned pale, shouting to Lak Ngayat that the beast tide was coming. Zombies and evolved beasts around the Ice Star 100 Birds rushing this way. She remained calm, glancing at the rear hordes, frowning while retreating, saying the numbers were too many to eliminate, just avoid for now. They immediately dashed toward a nearby building, He advised climbing high to avoid the beast tie. Behind, waves of animals fled from the bird's claws. Finally, they reached the rooftop. He bent over, panting, Lakangayat more composed, standing straight, cleaning sweat, frowning slightly. He raised his spear to look down, solemnly assessing the scene. Beside him, Lakangayat advanced, sword in hand, observing the tide of monsters and giant animals below. Regaining composure, he squinted, suspecting those in the fog center had likely perished. He also wondered if Truongdim's group would survive, as many houses below began shaking and collapsing. Suddenly, multiple spaceships appeared in the sky. He looked up, exclaiming in surprise at the swift arrival. Lakangayat calmly remarked they were likely here to hunt the Ice Star 100 birds. A spaceship then landed on the roof where they stood. The group disembarked, led by an old man. A bearded man looked at them, frowning, asking if any students were here. Behind, a bald man squinted fiercely, all equipped with weapons and gear. Above, the white-haired old man observed them calmly. He slowly concluded that recent days were when freshmen ventured out of the academy's training schedule, and news of the awakened Ice Star 100 birds came from a student online. Both he and Kai Tin looked back at him. The old man squinted, frowned, saying it seemed this kid had gone mad. He pointed at him, astonished, muttering that this old man must be a level 7 martial artist, already screaming inwardly that even analysis was impossible, at least level 7. Beside him, Lakangayat remained extremely alert, eyes fixed on the group. Sensing hostility from the two, the old man clasped hands behind his back, smiling gently, telling them not to be so wary. Stepping closer, he said his target was only the white bird, uninterested in the kids. He asked how long the Ice Star 100 birds had appeared and if anyone had fought it while the others watched them. During this, he hoisted his spear, still cautious, replying it had mostly been asleep until attacked by aircraft. At that moment, the bird behind began flying toward them. The old man looked up, saying the kid meant someone intentionally awakened it. The old man clasped hands and flew up, ordering the followers behind to follow, all ascending with him. The 5 confronted the blue bird directly, charging straight at it. He squinted, muttering at the crowd. Bird quickly noticed them, swiveled its gaze, turned, opening its beak with a powerful screech, sound spreading across the area. From it, ice blocks shot rapidly toward the 5. Seeing this, the old man raised a hand, face serious, shouting, "Light cannon, fire." Instantly, a cannon on the ground began charging an energy projectile. In a blink, a shot struck the bird's head, staggering it. Below, he watched, eyes wide in shock, gasping, asking if they used the military K-17 light cannon. He couldn't help but marvel at the extravagance. Then countless rounds fired from all directions, causing massive airborne explosions. Seeing this, the old man frowned, pointing at the bird, shouting that it was severely wounded, "Kill it." The sunglasses man yelled in excitement. Below, he gaped, eyes wide, asking if a level 8 evolved beast could really be defeated so easily. Beside him, Lakangayat explained that the K-17 light cannon must belong to the Allied forces, her tone showing contempt for those relying only on technology. In front of them was a cloud of smoke and a fiery explosion. Yet the bird above seemed almost unharmed, squinting at the people around as the smoke gradually cleared. Immediately, the bird roared, shooting ice blocks everywhere. Under the tremendous pressure, the 5 scrambled, flipping backward to evade. One screamed, another was blasted back by electricity. Face blackened, another wide-eyed, stammering in disbelief. In the air, the old man unleashed an energy sphere, gritting teeth, cursing that the damned beast still feigned weakness. The sunglasses man holding a greatsword glowered at the chaos below. Then he turned to the spaceship, glaring, ordering light cannon continue firing. Obeying, the cannon began charging another energy projectile, slowly raising it. On the other side, the bird flapped, creating violent tornadoes toward the opponents. The dragon-like vortices swept across, striking multiple structures. In an instant, buildings were crushed by the wing-generated whirlwinds, including the rooftop where the spaceship was docked. Lakangayat folded her arms, calmly concluding that the Allied forces' weapons had all been destroyed. Now the real show began. He frowned, looking at her, asking if other martial artists arrived this quickly besides the Allied forces. On another rooftop at a different level, a man leapt into the air, laughing arrogantly, shouting that the moment had come. A brutish man with a cunning smile, bulging muscles, and unruly hair and beard leapt from the terrace, commanding an attack with full vigor. Subordinates below immediately followed, closing in on the fierce bird flapping its wings, and one swordsman in front gasped in astonishment at its tremendous wind. A man wielding dual maces laughed loudly, lunged from behind, and shouted encouragement to his teammates, emphasizing that capturing it would make its icy feathers extremely valuable. The bird immediately turned to look at him, while another slashed at its body but seemed to cause no significant harm. Provoked, the bird became enraged, its eyes fierce, instantly summoning a force that formed a whirlwind, sending the dual mace man flying. The collision finally hurled him violently against the wall. Lam 2 observed in astonishment, his body slightly recoiling, furrowing his brow in admiration for a level 8 evolved beast, its power truly terrifying. Lakangayat beside him sat down, set her sword aside, took out a spirit stone, and closed her eyes calmly, saying there was still plenty of time to rest, noting the battle might last several days, which surprised Lam 2. She recalled a battle from her childhood, when her family faced a level 9 beast for a whole week before winning, her tone calm as if recounting a normal story. Lam 2 widened his eyes in shock and asked in astonishment, while she calmly confirmed she only watched to learn from the experience. He gradually regained composure, shouldered his spear, muttering about the power gap and thinking he had underestimated someone influential, then placed the spirit stones on the ground with her. Lam 2 stretched, yawned, and sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. Watching the battle still ongoing, he muttered that they had been fighting all day and night, while Lakangayat remained in silent meditation. Lo, the bird landed to observe the fallen enemies, battle cries still echoing, and Lam 2 commented that the group fought recklessly while the bird had not weakened at all. Suddenly, an energy bullet shot straight at the top of the bird's head. At the same time, multiple spacecraft entered the area. Lam 2 looked up and realized the Allied forces had arrived with advanced equipment. The ships fired as they flew, causing massive explosions, while Lam 2 lay back, frustrated, wondering if technology and martial artists could quickly kill the bird. Lakangayat kept her eyes closed, calmly saying there was no rush and they should wait to see how the situation unfolded. She turned her gaze to a nearby building, insisting they wait for the hidden enemy to make the first move. The bird screamed as it was electrocuted, then fell to the ground, creating a dense mist. The group immediately cheered triumphantly, believing they had defeated it, laughing loudly in celebration. They landed, the bird motionless with electricity surrounding it. The leader turned and said to take only the exotic stone, share the rest, then stepped forward to strike the bird's head. He dug into its body, revealing a six-winged, star-shaped exotic stone, exciting everyone like never before. The leader laughed smugly, reaching for the stone, while the subordinates behind cheered for its immense value. A swordsman rushed forward to claim the stone, but the leader sneered and asked contemptuously. Lightning bolts suddenly tore through the space. The man was immediately struck down, causing the leader to stare up in shock. Warnings sounded from the spacecraft to prohibit stealing Allied property, and the ship's guns immediately aimed at the group. The leader froze in astonishment. He tightened his weapon in tense grip. The spacecraft continued warning before opening fire, causing a fierce explosion. He still resisted, fending off attacks while cursing the Allied forces and charging forward. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle, shouts of kill echoing endlessly. Lam 2 smiled with amusement at the chaos, while Lakangayat prepared her weapon, ready to act at any moment. Hearing a familiar call, Lam 2 turned to see Duong Thien and teammates, smiling in relief at their safety. Bin recounted nearly dying in the mist, while Duong Thien excitedly said they found them by observing the rooftops. Lam 2 confirmed everyone was safe and told them to retreat, but Duong Thien questioned why he and Lakangayat stayed behind. He candidly replied that they had not left. Duong Thien suspected they intended to steal the exotic stone, reminding him that their opponents were all high-level masters. Lakangayat calmly said the exotic stone would belong to them, explaining it could help Lam 2 fuse energy, which surprised and worried everyone. Lam 2 waved them off, telling them to retreat quickly and not interfere with his plan. The friends left reluctantly, reminding him to be careful, while Lam 2 waved them off. After they left, the battlefield below was a wasteland, with scattered corpses and machinery. The man with the dual maces still stood firm, his eyes burning amid the corpses of his teammates. Elsewhere, Duong Thien stood on high ground, declaring it was time to act. He eagerly pulled out a grenade, while Lam 2 realized the enemy did not pursue. He smiled lightly, saying that the smoke created by the others ensured their safety, and Lakangayat nodded in agreement. Lam 2 happily searched his pocket, thinking he had easily obtained a level 8 exotic stone. When he took it out, he froze, realizing it was just a large egg, and shouted in panic. Lakangayat sighed helplessly, asking why he had taken the ice crystal bird's egg by mistake. Lam 2 was still in shock, standing dumbfounded, unable to believe he had taken the wrong item, muttering what use this egg could be. Lakangayat explained it was a level 9 extremely rare egg that could hatch into a mount, sparking Lam 2's vivid imagination. He nodded in approval, acknowledging the idea was quite cool. Lakangayat handed him the exotic stone, urging him to absorb it immediately, while he still held the egg in confusion. He joyfully asked when she obtained the exotic stone, but she coldly told him to focus on absorption. Outside, Duong Thien was furious at losing the exotic stone, and his teammates were shocked. He quickly took a tracking device, claiming he could locate the exotic stone. The device displayed many red dots, and Kai Tin explained its function and prepared to pursue. A bright red dot appeared, and he confirmed he had found the target. Kai Tin immediately led his people in pursuit. Lam Tu felt both hot and cold, as if being burned and frozen simultaneously. He endured the extreme sensation as the two energies conflicted in his body, trying to balance them. The system announced a level up, bringing him joy despite the pain. Lak and Gayat sensed danger, turning vigilantly as zombies were drawn nearby. She immediately drew her sword and charged, telling Lam Tu to continue absorbing. The zombies were quickly cut to pieces. After finishing, she panted, wondering how far Lam Tu had absorbed. Suddenly, Kai Tin appeared, claiming they had taken the exotic stone. Lak and Gayat recognized him and his approaching teammates. Kai Tin demanded the exotic stone, promising mercy, and noticed Lam Tu was absorbing it. He was furious seeing the stone in use, while Lak and Gayat grew concerned. Kai Tin assigned teammates to steal it while he blocked Lak and Gayat. A Tiu that led his people forward, and Lak and Gayat immediately blocked and warned them. Kai Tin blocked her path, creating an opening for his teammates to approach Lam Tu. He laughed coldly, insisting they must seize the exotic stone. Tu rushed to snatch it, but Lam Tu caught them with one hand freezing and one hand burning. Lam Tu opened his eyes, his power erupting, coldly declaring they were not qualified to steal the exotic stone. Latiu that and his teammates screamed in pain, as both hands were simultaneously frozen and burned. As soon as they felt the counterattack, both immediately withdrew their hands and stumbled backward, barely keeping their balance, while he gripped the spear with his flaming hand. He spun the spear forcefully, creating a swirling vortex around his body, standing at the center of the wind, then unleashed 100 birds soaring towards the phoenix. In the blink of an eye, a fiery phoenix screeched and shot straight forward. Two opponents quickly leapt aside. Latiu that staggered backward in shock at the blazing heat of this fire technique, while he surged forward, the spear tip spinning with countless sharp ice fragments, forming a circle before releasing Ice Frost Tempest Spear. The spear finally thrust straight up, cracking the ground below into a deep fissure. Immediately after, he grabbed Lak and Gayat along with a backpack and leapt across the fissure, shouting for her to move quickly, leaving the three others behind in the pipeline. In an instant, the two disappeared, while below Latiu that and his companions were caught off guard, their faces dark with rage as they cursed for letting them escape, one struggling to stand while wiping blood from his face. Kai Tin reopened the tracking map, clutching the device with both hands, his face dark and furious as he shouted why the level 8 exotic stone was gone yet the red dot still glowed, wondering if the energy had been absorbed, but how could it vanish so quickly? Latiu that beside him scowled. In panic, he turned to Kai Tin asking what to do now that the tracker lost the signal, while Kai Tin gritted his teeth, gripping the control panel tightly. Moments later, he threw the panel to the ground, shattering it, then stepped toward the upper gap, clenching his fists and swearing that Lak and Gayat and he would wait for his vengeance. A small wooden house deep in the forest, he sat in meditation, absorbing the exotic stone in his hand, light rings gradually appearing around him. Then the system's voice sounded. The system repeatedly congratulated him for leveling up to 23, then 24, and 25, awarding 4 ordinary draws and 94 potential points, causing him to open his eyes in astonishment at the exotic stone, silently marveling that absorbing a level 8 exotic stone along with Scarlet Lotus Flame had yielded massive experience, allowing him to rise 3 levels in one night, then immediately allocating 42 points to strength, 30 to physique, and 22 to speed. The stats panel appeared. Lam 2 level 25. Strength increased from 421 to 463. Physique from 178 plus 50 to 208 plus 50. Speed from 101 to 123. Total combat power from 4650 to 5124. Holding the title Martial Artist level 4 plus 50 physique with skills Analytical Eyes, Fury, Camouflage, Devour. Then new rewards showed he had entered Martial Artist level 5. Gained the title Martial Artist level 5 with 30% chance to have damage when attacked. Unlocked level 2 genes. And acquired the skill Phantom Clone, able to summon a clone with 30% of his combat power for 30 seconds with 12-hour cooldown. Seeing all these transformations, he excitedly stroked his chin, smiling inwardly as his total combat power finally surpassed 5,000, truly entering Martial Artist level 5, unlocking level 2 genes and gaining a new skill, then happily noting that although the level 5 Martial Artist title no longer added 50 physique, the 30% chance to have damage was truly a life-saving trump card. Just then, Lak and Gayat's voice asked from behind if he had finished absorbing, causing him to close the interface and glance at her, momentarily unsure how to reply. Lak and Gayat looked at him with astonishment mixed with surprise, saying that for others to absorb a level 8 exotic stone would take 3 days and nights, yet he did it in just one day and night. Hearing this, he immediately puffed out his chest, pointing a thumb at himself and grinning, boasting that his talent was extraordinary. But Lakangayat ignored him, coldly turning to remind him that if finished, they should depart, today being the final day, leaving him embarrassed for several seconds. On the way out, he followed behind with a wounded expression, clutching his chest, asking Lakangayat why she could not give him a compliment for his effort. But she just frowned and told him to disappear. And they stopped at the foot of a city gate. There, a spearman led his people to confront Truong Dan's group, causing bloodshed, and Truong Dan clenched his fists in fury, while he immediately ran over, anxiously asking Truong Deem and the others if they were all right. Group turned to look at him, their bodies full of injuries, faces shocked, then quickly smiled in relief at his arrival. Truong Dan immediately pointed at the spearmen blocking their path, angrily accusing that the first-year Northern Institute had stolen their exotic stones, while the man also glanced at Lam too. As if recognizing someone, he flinched briefly, while he and Lakangayat calmly stepped forward, making his expression sour. Then he folded his arms, retracting the spear, and sneered, asking if he was Lam too, the top newcomer in the 10th grade Southern Institute Tower competition. Then introduced himself as Duong Hang of the first-year Northern Institute, and the short-haired girl wielding dual swords beside him was Dean Tu Chan, also of the first-year Northern Institute. In his mind, Lam Tu quickly organized the rankings, recalling Kai Tin second, Duong Hang third, and Dean Tu Chan fourth, then pressed his lips in thought since he was first, muttering that he finally remembered they were those previously behind him on the newcomer board. Lam Tu nodded with a smirk, frankly confirming that he had trampled them all beneath his feet, causing Duong Hang's face to darken, teeth clenched at such unbearable confidence, then pointed at him to provoke that his top rank was merely luck, and challenged him to a fight to see who was truly number one, declaring that if he won, they would return the exotic stones stolen from his friends. He immediately radiated pressure, holding the spear horizontally at chest height with both hands, coldly stating that if Lam Tu lost, all their exotic stones would belong to them, while Dean Tu Chan silently watched. Hearing this, Lam Tu coldly replied that the condition favored the opponent too much. Win or lose, they would not suffer. Did they think him a fool? Then drew the spear and assumed a stance, countering that if they lost, they must hand over all the exotic stones to him. Lam Tu and Lakangayat simultaneously drew a circular battle line with weapons, one exuding fire, the other coal, confidently declaring that if they did not surrender, their only choice was to kill the thieves to reclaim it. Enraging Duong Hang, who immediately charged, shouting that just one of him and he wanted to kill him. Two spear tips collided, emitting waves of tremendous force, while Lam Tu grinned with excitement, saying it was interesting that the opponent also used a spear. At the same time, Dean Tu Chan advanced toward Lakangayat with dual swords, confidently asking why a first-year Southern Institute student would venture to 10th grade Northern Institute. Did she want to ally with those trash? While Lakangayat calmly advanced with her sword. Lakangayat leapt with an icy expression, swinging her sword downward, declaring that anyone daring to provoke her had only one path to death. Dean Tu Chan hastily raised her swords and across to block, while Lam Tu launched a flurry of thrusts, forcing Duong Hang to struggle to defend and exclaim that he had only been level 4 when climbing the tower, yet now his strength was nearly level 5. Lam Tu did not hide, attacking continuously while sneering that indeed, his level-up speed was fast, and trash like them could not compare. Provoked, Duong Hang's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. He gritted his teeth angrily and braced himself to counter with the spear. He then leapt high, shouting as he thrust the spear at Lam Tu and unleashed golden technique stone shattering heaven, while Lam Tu silently faced him, lifting his spear to meet it, the two tips clashing midair, forming a tremendous energy stream. The impact sent Lam Tu flying far, breaking through several walls before stopping. In the dust, his voice reminded that once entering martial artist level 5, the power gap would be immense. He slowly stood from the smoke, tilting his head, holding the spear toward Duong Hang, saying this was all his prowess, useless even with another chance, then swept the spear forward, shouting his turn as his body radiated chilling cold while unleashing Tempest Spear. Facing this attack, Duong Hang's face went pale, pupils shrinking in disbelief. He hastily raised his spear to block, gritting his teeth in shock at how densely the spear attacks could be unleashed in such a short time. Lam Tu's spear struck Duong Hang's shoulder, instantly releasing freezing air, causing him to scream in cold pain, dragging himself on the ground, his forehead veins bulging red as he hissed that even a level 10 Southern Institute trash like him dared to wound him. In an instant, a raging golden light enveloped his entire body, hands still gripping the spear, face darkening as he roared that he would drag Lam Tu to hell. Duong Hang accelerated, thrusting again with stone shattering heaven as if slicing the wind, while Lam 2 did not hesitate, thrusting his spear forward to counter with Tempest Spear. Twisted the spear to block, growling that no single move could harm him. But Lam 2 smirked with interest, frowning, and said he would switch techniques then. Immediately, he thrust a massive spear shaped like a flower, shouting the technique Ice Frost Tempest Spear. Duong Hang's expression changed, his spear numb in his hand from the invading cold, terrified in his mind as he recalled the opponent previously only used fire. The cold seeped into his flesh, making Duong Hang shiver violently, one leg buckling, face in pain, foot stiffening, realizing his right leg was almost completely frozen. Opposite, Lam 2 gripped his spear with a cold smile, tilting his head to ask how it felt, saying he would let the opponent taste the dual forces of ice and fire, then swept the spear in a circle forming 100 birds soaring towards the phoenix before leaping into the air. Duong Hang looked up, his face twisted in struggle, gritting his teeth as he realized his right leg was frozen and could not dodge. He pressed the spear tip to the ground, tightened his grip on the spear, and shouted that he had no choice but to use this move, golden red aura and energy sphere enveloping him. Yet the Phoenix and Lam 2's spear still surged fiercely forward. From behind, Lam 2 tilted his head toward him, smirking and saying not to think curling up behind a guard layer could avoid his fire. This time he would turn him into a clay-roasted chicken. As the technique dissipated, Duong Hang appeared struggling desperately, glared up angrily, shouting that Lam 2 was cursed, and he would chop him into 100 pieces, while his body steamed with heat and his lower leg froze, then continued charging with the spear, saying this move was originally meant for Kai Tin of the first-year Northern Institute, but testing it on Lam 2 first was fine. Duong Hang thrust the spear forward, shouting the technique Diamond Flaming Flame Slash. A massive pillar of fire shot straight at Lam 2. Seeing this, Lam 2 flinched slightly, gritting his teeth, realizing it was Ao Engia technique, judging that even with talent art he might not counter it. After a brief consideration, he decided to use the other technique, then immediately left. He spun the spear, fusing ice and fire into the tip aimed at Duong Hang's attack, calculating to test how powerful the strike was after absorbing level 8 Ice Exotic Stone and Scarlet Lotus Flame. Then he shouted Milky Way Fallen 9 Heavens. The two spear tips clashed violently. A blazing sea of fire erupted at the center, one side red and blue, the other gold, colliding fiercely. The impact caused Duong Hang to spit blood and fly backward. Lam 2 also felt a strong shock, spitting blood and recoiling. Duong Hang rolled onto the cracked ground. Classmates rushed in panic, calling the class president, while he stubbornly sat up, bloodied, frowning, and claiming he was fine, as the others anxiously observed through smoke, acknowledging the boy's real skill. Then looked at Dean Tu-chan and Lak Ngayat, seeing Lak Ngayat press forward continuously while Dean Tu-chan merely defended, concluding Dean Tu-chan was no match for Lak Ngayat, truly two formidable opponents. Duong Hang immediately pointed in that direction, shouting for everyone not to worry about him, but to support Dean Tu-chan, first taking down the girl. Hearing this, the students rushed at Lak Ngayat, making her pause, but Truong Dan and his group simultaneously blocked, angrily shouting that if they tried to take more by force, they would not succeed. First-year students became even more aggressive, cursing the 10th grade Southern Institute as trash and threatening to wipe them out, while Truong Dan did not back down, shouting he would play to the end with them. Duong Hang braced himself, gritting his teeth at Lam 2 and urging that regardless, the duel between the two was not over. He would deal with him. Even unarmed such as him was no match. Then swung his fist, facial muscles twitching violently, launching golden fist rock piercing technique. His body shot forward like an arrow, while Lam 2 looked directly at him. Lam 2 also raised his fist, electric sparks flashing, coldly stating not to think he alone knew martial arts, then unleashed Silver Thunder Strike Fist. Two fists collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion, electricity and light scattering everywhere. The moment they touched, electric crackling sounded. Duong Hang withdrew his hand, screaming in pain as if it would explode. His body was thrown into the air by the electric current, screaming miserably, while Lam 2 below furrowed his brow and charged aggressively. Finally, Duong Hang collapsed to the ground in dust, while Lam 2 stood arrogantly above, and Dean Tu-chan was pinned by Lak Ngayat's sword at her neck, pupils contracting in fear. Dean Tu-chan trembled before the sword at her throat, looking at Lak Ngayat in horror, while Lak Ngayat remained expressionless, forcing her to beg for mercy and admit defeat. Meanwhile, the students crowded around Duong Hang panicked. While he lay motionless, Lam 2 glanced over with a smirk confirming they had lost, with Dean Tu-chan still under Lak Ngayat's control. Not long after, Duong Hang regained consciousness, helped to his feet, then kneeling laboriously admitted defeat, his classmates worriedly supporting him, while Lam 2 pointed cheerfully, saying bets must be honored, hand over all the exotic stones. Nevertheless, Duong Hang stubbornly glared, saying they would only yield 1/3 of the exotic stones. Hearing this, Lam 2's gaze instantly turned icy. His face darkened as he declared that in that case he would have no choice but to kill them all. Duong Hang immediately braced himself on the ground, growling that at most they would surrender 1/3, but otherwise they would fight to the end. Dean Tu-chan and the first-year students all glared at him fiercely. He even threatened that Lam 2 and Lakangayat might survive, but the others were not guaranteed, and if chaos erupted, they would surely die, as the tense atmosphere grew suffocating and the sunlight shone brightly down. He reluctantly braced the spear to stand firm, then waved lightly toward them as if granting approval. All right, take 1/3, while the opponents' faces darkened at him, then stared at them, seriously considering that their strength was not weak. If they truly risked their lives, Truong Deem's group would surely lose someone. As the agreement concluded, Dean Tran Tu immediately tossed a backpack to him, face cold, loudly stating it was 1/3, take it and see if they could leave. Zin Feng received it silently, and he just nodded, frowning to signal them to go. Once the injured were led out of sight, he silently watched their backs without a word. Uncertain the opponents were out of sight, he knelt, bracing the spear, spat black blood, and silently exclaimed that Duong Hang was truly formidable, indeed a peak level 5 martial artist. Seeing him thus, Truong Dan hurried over to check. He stood, wiping the corner of his mouth, one hand still holding the spear. Loi Loi worriedly called out, but he calmly said it was only a minor injury, then led the group while taking a sip of water, urging everyone to follow closely. Outside the city, the school warship announced that Class 1 Northern Institute had obtained 208 level 5 alien stars and 10 level 6 alien stars, totaling 258 points. Inside, Dean Tran Tu waved for some people to support Duong Hang, instructing them to take the class leader to the treatment cabin, leaving other matters to her, standing beside the examiner. Soon, Kai Tin entered carrying a loot bag on his back and 2 handheld bags, mocking and taunting that Duong Hang had been crushed, clearly facing a very strong opponent, making Dean Tu Tran startled. Then Kai Tin threw the 3 bags in front of the examiner, one hand on his hip, eyes closed arrogantly, saying 258 points were nothing special. Dean Tu Tran glared, and the examiner widened eyes at the 3 bags. The announcement continued that Class 1 Southern Institute obtained 222 level 5 alien stars and 12 level 6, totaling 280 points, while the examiner still sorted alien stars, holding a red one. Hearing this, Kai Tin raised his head, arms crossed, looking at Dean Tu Tran in irritation, smirking that the top position surely belonged to Class 1 Southern Institute, while Dean Tu Tran inwardly seethed at having to share 1/3 of the alien stars with Lam 2, otherwise the top spot would be theirs. Dean Tran Tu glanced at Lam 2's team, then looked at Kai Tin mockingly, reminding him not to celebrate prematurely as they might not keep first place. Kai Tin crossed arms, face darkening as he saw Lam 2 advancing calmly. Kai Tin furrowed brows, sneering back that did she think the useless 10th grade Southern Institute could gather more alien stars than them. Yet in his mind he calculated if Lam 2 submitted a level 8 alien star, that group could win, though no one would foolishly submit such a precious item. He walked to the examiner's table, dumping the bag's contents, surprising both the examiner and Kai Tin, while he smiled proudly, continuously adding more. The examiner looked at the measuring device in alarm. Shouting erupted at the sheer number of alien stars. People astonished as the 10th grade Southern Institute, once considered weakest, now had more on the table than Class 1 Southern Institute. Then the system announced both Class 1 Southern and 10th grade Southern Institute scored 280 points, tying for first. Class 1 Northern Institute 258 points second. Then announced 10th grade Southern Institute obtained 205 level 5 and 15 level 6 alien stars, totaling 280. Hearing this, Kai Tin panicked, exclaiming that with their strength, how could they have killed so many evolved beasts? Surely just coincidence, points shouldn't count. Yet Dean Tran Tu crossed his hips, mockingly saying if it were that easy, they could try. Kai Tin immediately approached the examiner, asking how to distribute rewards for tied first place. Internally furious as he had expected a generous champion prize, now interrupted by a low-class group, the examiner remained calm. Finally, the examiner stroked his chin, lowering his head, saying a tied first had never occurred, so the director's opinion was needed. Kai Tin's face darkened further, glaring at Lam 2, thinking it was absurd they tied without submitting level 8 alien stars. Stark contrast, the 10th grade group surrounding Lam 2 celebrated wildly, while he gritted teeth, suddenly remembering the level 8 alien star had been his, vowing to reclaim it. As for Lam 2, he sighed, muttering regretfully that he hadn't absorbed so many alien stars on the way back if he knew they'd reach first. A short week passed. On the green grass below the school spaceship, over 100 freshmen who entered the abandoned G-17, only about 60 survived, a 40% mortality rate, while Lam 2 and his 10th grade team disembarked, faces radiant and confident. In the 10th grade area, Chin Hai excitedly pointed at them, shouting they had all returned. Another student said the class leader and everyone had returned, causing him to worry, while someone else confidently said as long as the class leader leads the team, they would be safe. Chin Hai stepped forward jubilantly, saying G17 was extremely dangerous, hunting level 5 evolved beasts for alien stars even harder, so survival mattered more than score. Then added their 16th place in Thai Luke Forest earned 10,000 points each, but Lam 2's group only smiled subtly without replying. He pouted, questioning if their abilities were so low. The teacher hadn't checked their true performance. Truong Dan beside him also expressed dissatisfaction, making Chin Hai curious. Then he clasped his hands, laughing, asking if they were really 16th. Lam 2 smiled proudly, shaking his head, telling him to keep guessing. Chin Hai became even more excited, face flushed, looking at him expectantly, asking if the class had entered the top 10. Seeing the teacher guess wrong, Lam 2 raised a finger, one hand in pocket, confidently declaring their class first with 280 points. This stunned the class, eyes wide, especially Chin Hai, who stammered, then embraced him in exhilaration, praising, saying this achievement would go down in academy history, causing surrounding students to erupt. Felt slightly embarrassed, only forcing a smile, scratching his cheek, then added regretfully that it was a shared first, as Class 1 Southern Institute matched them. Chin Hai barely minded, slinging an arm around him, shouting that shared first was still first, making him lean back in surprise. Later at the stadium, Bok Lai stood on the podium summarizing Thai Luke Forest results, announcing first as Class 1 Northern Institute, 50,000 points and a golden martial artist card each. Second Class 1 Southern Institute, 40,000 points and a card each. 10th grade Southern Institute 16, 10,000 points each, causing a stir as they were no longer last. Rumors even suggested great success in G17. Bok Lai held the results board, smiling gently, announcing G17 performance, noting many talents appeared this year, declaring first Class 1 Southern and 10th grade Southern Institute tied for first. Hearing this, 10th grade students cheered loudly, shouting 10th grade Southern Institute forever and class leader forever. Amid this, murmurs of disbelief arose as no one expected 10th grade Southern Institute to rank first. Achieving 16th in Thai Luke Forest was impressive, now topping G17. Some astonished, asking how many level 5 evolved beasts they had to kill for 280 points. Even Bok Lai turned to the director, laughing wryly, saying only one champion prize was prepared. Now with 2 firsts, what to do? The director frowned awkwardly. Suddenly Kai Tin stepped forward, frowning, loudly requesting to duel Lam 2 from 10th grade Southern Institute, his companions sternly cheering, asserting only the winner deserved true first place. Hearing this, Class 1 Southern Institute students cheered in support, claiming if no one cheated, the 10th grade Southern Institute score was suspect, while Kai Tin confidently glanced at Lam 2, who immediately responded. He coldly said if Kai Tin wanted to fight, he would. Nothing to fear. 10th grade Southern erupted in cheers, urging the class leader to act, while Bok Lai watched their confrontation, feeling awkward as this was the first direct duel between Class 1 and 10th grade. Then he looked to the 2 teachers below for advice. Class 1 teacher calmly clasped hands, eyes closed, having no opinion. Chin Hai remained silent. Seeing this, the Class 1 teacher opened eyes, taunting if Teacher Nam feared defeat. Still clasping hands, smiling mockingly, reassuring he would tell Kai Tin to hold back, not injure Lam 2. Chin Hai quietly smiled, eyes closed, replying if Lam 2 felt fine, he need not hesitate, pleasing the Class 1 teacher, then pointing at Kai Tin on the arena, tilting head confidently, saying he would let Lam 2 crush Class 1 Southern Institute geniuses underfoot. After agreement from both teachers, Bok Lai declared the day settled on the arena, letting the 2 determine who held first place. Kai Tin quickly drew his sword, smirking arrogantly, glancing at him, loudly calling Lam 2 up. He teased Lakangaya, asking if she thought he could win. She lazily replied that having absorbed a level 8 alien star, if he still couldn't win, he should just go home, angering him to scowl, heaving the spear onto the arena, while cheers erupted below urging him to strike Kai Tin. Behind, Dean Tu Tran clasped hands, squinting, commenting they dared challenge Kai Tin. Duong Hang in a cast frown, saying the outcome was still uncertain. In the arena, they faced each other, Kai Tin resentful, saying Lam 2 stole his level 8 alien star, schemed. Today he would teach him a lesson, while Lam 2 casually advanced with the spear. He scratched his hand, bracing the spear, coolly replied that many competed for it. Why should it belong to Kai Tin? Raising an eyebrow, mocking that even if it was his, now it was in his sight not to be ignored. Hearing this, Kai Tin lunged, swinging forcefully, roaring at the fool to die, while he remained calm. As Kai Tin swung at his spear, he gritted teeth, belittling that a normal level 5 newcomer could only reach this. Defeating him was still far off, while he gripped the spear tightly, silent. He stepped back, sweeping the spear in a curve, executing 100 birds facing Phoenix. Flames erupted around him, forming a fire phoenix charging at Kai Tin, who raised hands, shocked at the extreme heat. Kai Tin regained composure, frowning, recalling Lam 2 had used this move in the tower before, but the temperature had never been so high. Soon, Kai Tin darted out of the flames with a suspicious expression, still wrapped in lingering fire. His hair and clothes caught fire. Kai Tin realized continued contact would burn him severely, face pale, hair charred like popping corn, body smoking, struggling while Lam 2 jeered, asking if roast pig tasted good. Provoked, Kai Tin darkened, furious, swinging his sword, shouting that daring to challenge him meant death, releasing Lu Kuang then Chu. Seeing the speed, he frowned in surprise, thinking he couldn't dodge, deciding to use that move. Immediately, he swung the spear in a curve, while Kai Tin advanced at incredible speed. When the moves collided, a small explosion occurred. Both were thrown apart amid the dust before landing. Kai Tin looked at him in astonishment, asking what martial skill could reverse his Lu Kuang then Chu, eyes sharpening, sword raised in defense. Yet he remained arrogant, gliding lightly, smirking that Lam 2 had only blocked by chance. Once he used body technique, the move would be useless, while Bok Lai observed, noting Kai Tin came from a wealthy family nurtured into a genius, while Lam 2's origin was humble, once considered ordinary at Tin Deer Academy. Bok Lai squinted, thinking it incredible Lam 2 became level 5 in under a year, without banned substances or dark arts, proving he relied entirely on his own ability. Watching the sharp exchanges, Bok Lai grew serious, concluding Lam 2 wasn't ordinary, a supreme genius, needing a special condition to unlock full potential. Then suddenly remembering the spear, eyes widened. Thoughts flashed. Bok Lai's mind pictured Hack Mang, suspecting Lam 2's connection with Hao Lin receiving that weapon. At that moment, Lam 2 pointed at Kai Tin, unleashing violent storm petal with ice attributes, while Kai Tin dodged, mocking the spear as too slow. Kai Tin swung, shouting the attack could never reach him, his sword glowing as he used Lu Kuang then Chu. He observed, withdrawing the spear, frowning, realizing Kai Tin's body technique was too fast to hit, deciding to slow him, covering his hand with frost. He then unleashed Ice Frost Violent Storm Petal, startling Kai Tin, while Bok Lai watched in awe, exclaiming the boy wielded Ice Force, a rare talent. On the arena, Kai Tin panicked, quickly curling as ice bound his legs, screaming it was Ice Force. He landed with difficulty, sweating, gripping his sword, asking how his martial skill, originally fire, froze his legs. He squinted, sweeping the spear, flames erupting, shouting 100 birds facing Phoenix, then sweeping again, forming a fire phoenix charging Kai Tin. Kai Tin jumped to evade the charging fire phoenix. Though mostly avoided, he was injured, curling to brace with the sword, struggling to escape the attack. Finally, Kai Tin was thrown, bracing the ground to stabilize, trembling with rage, glaring at him, growling that Ice Force, could it be that he is? But before finishing, Lam 2 wiped his mouth, smirking, raising an eyebrow, confirming Kai Tin's guess. His level 8 alien star had been absorbed. Enraged, Kai Tin darkened, gritting teeth, muttering that a worthless Lam 2 dared absorb his level 8 alien star. Unforgivable. Kai Tin immediately entered a rage state, veins bulging, shouting that this worthless fool must die. Eyes red, gripping his sword, using force augmentation, terrifying Lam 2 as his strength surged, wondering if he practiced a skill like Fury, body turning dark purple. The moment he realized it was concealment technique, recalling its practitioner with purple body. Realizing this method forced internal energy to erupt in combat, exceeding one's limits. He analyzed that the more energy compressed, the more terrifying when released. Kai Tin's arm smoked, one eye closed, full of dense purple aura. Lam 2 horrified at the harsh technique, impossible for ordinary people, yet Kai Tin mastered it. Once ready, Kai Tin went mad, gritted teeth, charging with his sword, roaring Lam 2 would surely die, unleashing soul-slaying slash, tipping the balance in his favor with concealment technique. Kai Tin concentrated all power into the sword, slashing across Lam 2 violently, sending him flying, blood spraying, collapsing immediately. Witnessing him fall, everyone panicked, shouting his name, some thinking he was dead, while Lak and Guyot, frowning, commanded them to stay calm. He was still alive. Class 1 Northern Institute students were surprised. Dean Tu Tran asked if he truly survived. Duong Hang, arm in cast, annoyed, said clearly he remained, while Kai Tin, seeing he was struck down, exhaled, his power dissipating. Suddenly white smoke rose, obscuring Kai Tin's vision, making him immediately alert, scanning all directions. When the smoke cleared, Kai Tin realized Lam 2 had vanished, horrified to see the strike he landed. Lam 2 stood behind, silently thinking. Clones were indeed formidable. He leapt forward, channeling all his strength into the spear and executed the violent storm petal spear, speed and precision leaving Kai Tin unable to react. Face turned pale. He hurriedly spun to raise his sword in defense, but Lam 2 had already thrust the spear straight into Kai Tin's shoulder. The pain made him frown, cold sweat beading his forehead. The spectators below murmured, some believing that with Kai Tin pierced through the left shoulder, Lam 2 almost certainly had the upper hand, but others argued the wound wasn't decisive, and the match remained unpredictable. A stream of poison from Kai Tin's hand ran along the spear. Lam 2 realized it too late to respond. Kai Tin smiled cruelly, laughing loudly, saying not to assume victory too soon. Noticing the poison reaching his hand, Lam 2 panicked, asking if he dared use poison. Kai Tin still gripped the spear tightly, the poison thickening. He sneered that any means were acceptable if it led to victory. The poison sapped Lam 2's strength. He collapsed to the ground, while the spear remained lodged in Kai Tin's shoulder. Seeing his opponent fall, he planted his sword in the ground and exerted full force to pull the spear out. Gritting his teeth, he yanked hard. Finally, the spear popped out, blood splattering. Kai Tin threw it aside and scoffed, saying there was no need to bully an unarmed opponent. He continued, declaring he would crush Lam 2's bones with dual fists, unleashing the Dark Dragon Annihilation Fist, the punch transforming into a black dragon lunging at the opponent. Poisoned, Lam 2 could only lie there, continuously enduring a series of deadly blows. While being beaten, Lam 2 thought the poison didn't kill but weakened the body, making evasion impossible. He was like a fish on a chopping board, spitting blood as he tried to defend against Kai Tin's finishing strike. Kai Tin growled, saying this punch would end everything, and continued with the Dark Dragon Annihilation Fist. Power formed a giant black dragon, swirling down at Lam 2, cracking the ground around him. Male 10th grade students panicked, believing the match was over, astonished by Kai Tin's martial might. He stood above the ruins, confidently declaring his opponent would be dead or seriously injured. Lam 2 was beaten almost to the point of suffocation, but still forced himself to rise, recalling the trust of his class. He told himself he could not lose as the representative of the 10th grade male division. Failure would bring ridicule, and decided to risk unlocking level 2 genes with the system. System prompted whether to unlock level 2 genes. Lam 2 knew the risk of death, but accepted the gamble. He shouted to unlock. Immediately, a tremendous power surged into his body with excruciating pain, muscles and veins bulging. Yet he gritted his teeth and endured. The pain made him realize the system's warning was true. This level was enough to cause death from agony. Lam 2 screamed. Kai Tin was stunned, not understanding what happened, and the 10th grade homeroom teacher quickly asked the director if emergency aid was needed. Director Bok Lai observed calmly, stopping the concern, saying there was no need to worry. He thought Lam 2 was breaking through some limit, curious about the martial method he practiced. After enduring, the system announced level 2 gene unlock successful. Lam 2's energy surged, and his wounds quickly healed. With his new power, Lam 2 stepped in front of Kai Tin, smiling, saying it was his turn to counterattack. After the upgrade, Lam 2 reached full force, immediately accelerating his counterattack. He unleashed Silver Lightning Violent Fist. Kai Tin roared in response with Dark Dragon Violent Fist. He continued deploying Dark Dragon Earth-Crushing Fist at extreme speed. Two massive forces collided violently, clashing hundreds of times faster than the eye could follow, creating countless explosions. Gradually, Kai Tin fell into a disadvantage, thrown by Lam 2, surrounding rocks and earth shattered. Amid the dust, he panicked, unable to believe what was happening. Kai Tin rose, angry and unyielding, declaring he had not lost and demanded to continue the fight. Lam 2 charged forward, countering, using Divine Wind Kick to strike the opponent's head, knocking him down. Before reacting, Kai Tin was restrained by the transforming claw hand, unable to move. Lam 2 held the opponent with one hand, while the other continuously struck with Tiger Prowl Fist into the abdomen. He then finished with Silver Lightning Violent Fist. The electrically charged punch sent Kai Tin flying, shaking the ground. Lam 2 stood in place, smiling, declaring victory. The stands fell silent for a few seconds before erupting in joy at the spectacular comeback. People cheered, danced, shouting Lam 2's name. The homeroom teacher praised and felt proud. The director stepped down to applaud the outstanding match. He remarked that this was indeed a rare heroic youth. Kai Tin's classmates ground their teeth in anger upon hearing the result. He rushed to the arena to accuse Lam 2 of using banned substances, followed by many first-grade male students protesting, demanding a recheck. Lam 2 merely crossed his arms, smiling faintly, saying to check as they pleased. Director reminded that if following their claim, Kai Tin could also be suspected of using banned substances instead of the concealment technique. A leading student explained Kai Tin used concealment technique, while Lam 2's case was unclear, raising suspicion of banned substances. But the director immediately revealed level 9 prowess, silencing him. Passing through the 10th grade area, he was scolded by students there, criticized for refusing to admit defeat. Despite his anger, he could do nothing, only turning to tell everyone to take Kai Tin to the infirmary. Director declared the 10th grade male division first place, each student receiving 50,000 points and a golden martial skill card. The class cheered excitedly. First grade students could only watch with furious eyes, as if wanting to devour their opponents. At the Martial Skill Academy, housing countless skills, Lam 2's group had the right to select rewards. Each person chose a golden card, astonished by the rich treasure. Lam 2 explained the system was strictly protected, so no one dared steal. Lakangayat urged everyone to quickly pick suitable cards instead of wasting time. While touring, Lam 2 suddenly noticed a golden card covered in cobwebs and was astonished. He was surprised it had been abandoned so long, and wiped it clean to see which skill it contained. After cleaning, he saw it was Celestial Dragon Wall Break, a spear martial skill featuring a powerful blue dragon. Lakangayat stepped forward, explaining this was a very special card. 20 people had chosen it, but none had mastered it. Lam 2 looked at the card, pondering its difficulty. Lakangayat then picked another card, saying both needed to be combined to unleash maximum power. Lam 2 carefully looked at the card Lak Nguyen handed over and could not help but be surprised. This was truly the Tyrant Spear technique. Suddenly, from afar, a martial artist approached and praised, "Hee, this little girl knows quite a lot." The martial artist slowly said, "You are right. A few years ago, many students wanted to learn this martial skill card, but they could not even grasp the information on the card." Hearing this, Lam 2 became curious. It turned out the difficulty was so high that one could not even read the card. The martial artist said seriously, "If you understand Heavenly Dragon City Breaker and combine it with another card, your power will be maximized. But unfortunately today you can only choose one of the two cards." Lam 2 thought to himself that when he first chose Explosive Fist, people also said he could not learn it, but he did it. Just because others cannot does not mean he cannot. He is always the variable. After thinking, Lam 2 decided. He picked up the card and firmly said, "Teacher, I choose this Heavenly Dragon City Breaker card." After leaving the martial library, Lam 2 returned to the rented house with Lak and Gayat. Entering the room, he excitedly looked at the card in his hand and said, "All right, let me try. Maybe I can succeed in cultivating it." Suddenly, the door burst open. Golden martial skill card flew in and hit Lam 2 on the head. Picking it up, he saw it was the Tyrant Spear technique. Lam 2 turned to Lakangayat in surprise and asked, "This is?" Lakangayat crossed her arms at the door and answered frankly. Lam 2 asked awkwardly, "You chose it for me. What about you?" Lakangayat turned away and said, "That martial card does not suit me. I did not find any good one." Lam 2 was speechless at her domineering attitude. He thought, "What? Who is this person? How can she look down on the martial skill cards of the Saint Domain Library?" Lam 2 comfortably accepted the card and happily said, "All right, thank you." Lakangayat was about to leave but still reminded him, "Do not overthink. If you are too weak, I will lose face." Looking at Lakangayat coldly, Lam 2 thought, "Cold outside but warm inside. Will you die if you do not act tough?" After she left, Lam 2 decided to learn the card she chose first. Lam 2 placed the card on his forehead and entered the illusion training. Inside, he learned a new skill, the Golden Martial Skill, Tyrant Spear technique. In a short time, Lam 2 finished learning and was amazed by its power. Spear technique was domineering. Previous spear techniques combined offense and defense, but the Tyrant Spear technique was purely offensive. Lam 2 held the long spear and practiced repeatedly to master it. If he does not kill, then he dies. After fully comprehending the Tyrant Spear technique, Lam 2 looked at the Heavenly Dragon City Breaker card on the table and said, "Lakangayat said they can be combined. Now let me see if it is true, as the martial library said." Lam 2 pressed the card onto his forehead and shouted, "Golden Martial Skill, Heavenly Dragon City Breaker, activate." He kept the pose, hand on his forehead, face tilted upward. After a minute, there was no reaction. After 10 minutes, he lost patience and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, there is no reaction at all." Lam 2 stared at the card without any change. Did he activate it the wrong way? Lam 2 changed posture, placed the card on his forehead, wondering if he was not sincere enough, then switched to stretching both legs. Finally, he changed to a kneeling posture, thinking maybe this is right, looking at how sincere he appears. Despite trying many ways, the card still had no reaction. Lam 2 angrily threw the card onto the table, eyes blazing, cursing inwardly, "Damn it. What a scam." As the card was thrown, the system sounded, "Unknown energy detected. Do you want to devour it?" Lam 2 was surprised the card still contained hidden energy. Lam 2 placed the card on his forehead and said, "Devour." The system activated, ding, devour skill initiated. 1%, 10%, 45%. During devouring, Lam 2 entered an illusion. Standing on a battlefield filled with smoke and fire, surrounded by killers, he suddenly realized. The general hand was the Mu Cheng Destruction Spear. riding a warhorse charging into battle, slashing and destroying. The general shouted, "Break the city," coordinating with the warhorse to crush the enemy, causing them to flee in fear. Lamb 2 snapped out of the illusion, drenched in sweat, breathing out, looking at the card that had turned gray, proving the marshal's skill had been absorbed. Lamb 2 was delighted. Holding the spear, he excitedly said, "Martial cards contain mysterious energy. Perhaps even diamonds cannot achieve this. The illusion is the essence of the marshal's skill." Lamb 2 focused and executed Heavenly Dragon City Breaker. Energy condensed into a dragon shape, but the destructive power was too strong. Lamb 2 was blasted back by recoil. The spear dropped. He was injured and spat blood. Lamb 2 struggled to withstand the storm force. Damn. The recoil is too strong. The red flow has not formed yet. It feels like he is about to be hung up. As he struggled in exhaustion, suddenly a bell rang outside the door. Ding dong. Lamb 2 was surprised, stopped training and thought, "Who comes at this hour?" He opened the door, clothes torn, blood on his lips, asking, "Who is it?" Hoke stood straight at the door and asked, "You are Lamb 2. Lamb 2 had not answered yet. He looked at the injury on his face with concern. He said, "You are injured, domestic violence. I heard Lack is very beautiful but hot-tempered. Living with her you must be beaten often." Lamb 2 looked confused. He was making wild assumptions. Lamb 2 darkened his face and said, "What nonsense. Some lunatic knocking at midnight. Are you from the mediation committee?" Bao Hoke knocked on Lamb 2 door in the middle of the night. After a while he introduced himself. "I am Bao Hoke, rank 25 in the competition tower. I heard you are the top freshman, so I want to ask if you dare to fight one-on-one." Lamb 2 quickly refused. He thought, "Are you crazy? Why should I go rank 25? I think you should be 250. Bao Hoke said, "As a martial artist, the top freshmen should not avoid challenges. Only the weak are afraid." After the passionate speech, Lamb 2 waved his hand and turned back inside tiredly, thinking this provocation method is useless on him. Bao Hoke was surprised, then smiled slyly and said, "You have no reason to refuse. If you defeat me, you will get a diamond movement technique card." He took out the card and handed it to Lamb 2. Lamb 2 looked at the diamond card, eyes shining. His mouth spoke reason, but his eyes were fixed. He accepted the challenge, not caring about the card. Bao Hoke saw the attitude and felt uneasy, thinking he should be cautious. Bao Hoke put away the card and happily said, "Good. Next Monday wait for you at the competition tower." Lamb 2 stared blankly as he left. Bao Hoke walked a few steps, then turned back and reminded, "Each week the competition tower resets once. Previous rank does not count. Tomorrow you must fight again from floor 1. If you cannot climb, you will not even see my shadow." After speaking, he left leisurely. Lamb 2 thought there is such a mechanism. Lamb 2 walked back into the house, thinking, "Never mind. The diamond card is secured. A bit of hardship is worth it." On the way back, Bao Hoke met Duong Thien and was asked, "So did he agree?" Bao Hoke boasted. He saw the diamond movement martial card and drooled, agreed immediately. Duong Thien was angry. "Huh, a country bumpkin, senior go all out. He dared offend me. I will make him wish he were dead." Lamb 2 room, he opened the system and saw there were 5 spins left. He was happy. Earlier he already got 2 golden martial cards, plus this diamond one. Haha, these days are really lucky. Lamb 2 spun and got a common item. He shouted loudly. The system announced, "Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a golden martial skill card." Lamb 2 happily said, "Indeed, his luck these days is very good." He spun again and drew a staff technique card. Useless. The system announced 4 spins left. He thought, fine. Even if unusable, at least he can sell it for money. He waited for the next turn, told the system to spin again. 3 spins left. Holding the card, he felt bored. Another useless golden martial skill. He spun again with 2 spins left. This time he saw a silver card. Lamb 2 became extremely angry. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. Worse than before, now even a silver card. Lamb 2 spun crazily again. Receiving 1 million alliance coins, 1 spin left, he went mad. The system is too much, all trash. The last spin must be big. This time it did not disappoint Lamb 2. The system announced, "Ding, congratulations on receiving a mysterious gift bag. Do you want to open it?" He happily shouted, "Damn, open it now." The system activated, opening the mysterious gift bag. Ding, congratulations on receiving healing items. Lamb 2 held 2 bottles of medicine. So angry he could not speak, shouting and crying while cursing the system as heartless, calling this a big reward, no description, a low-quality product. After a while, Lamb 2 accepted the gift, curiously opened a bottle, smelled fragrance, and tried it since he was injured. Lamb 2 calmly swallowed the pill, thinking the system plays tricks but would not kill the host. As soon as he swallowed it, the effect was immediate. All wounds healed quickly. Lamb 2 felt full of energy. His strength increased. He decided to try Heavenly Dragon City Breaker again. Excitedly holding the spear, seeing his injuries healed, he continued training. Lamb 2 continued to create a fire dragon from the vortex, but it failed before taking shape. Lamb 2 could not withstand it. The recoil struck him, he spat blood, flew back. He sat to rest, still unable, damn it. So many healing potions, yet still could not master Heavenly Dragon City Break. Lamb 2 trained desperately. Drank medicine when injured, continued training. Lakangayat stepped out and saw him still training. Puff, puff. Lakangayat wiped her hair, exclaimed, "This guy is wrecking the house again," yet still heard him training. Puff, puff. Lakangayat ignored him and walked away. Even so, she saw his effort. Entering the bedroom, Lakangayat received a message. Ding. She hurried to check. The screen, a photo of a girl with someone else in the forest. At the end of the image, a line read, "The person you want to appear, come to the dark forest." Lakangayat looked closely at the photo, her face gloomy. She said, "Finally found you." Early morning in the apartment, Lamb 2 woke up tired, his face still full of wounds, blood at the corner of his mouth. He muttered, "Damn, overslept, probably from overtraining." Lamb 2 slept on the ground, beside him a spear and empty potion bottles. Lamb 2 sat up and stretched, trained all night, drank all the green potions, vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, finally mastered Heavenly Dragon City Break. Lamb 2 went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. Recalling last night's challenge with Bao Hope, he said excitedly, "Today I must go to the competition tower and spar with Bao Hope." At the dining table, Lamb 2 saw Lakangayat had prepared a delicious and beautiful breakfast. He smiled inwardly. Hee, breakfast is ready. Having a wife is wonderful. In that moment of bliss, Lamb 2 suddenly turned pale, panicking. Damn, if I said that out loud and she heard it, I am finished. Looked around in panic but did not see Lakangayat, sighed in relief. She probably went to school early as usual. Morning at Than Vuk Academy, Class 10 South Courtyard. As soon as Lamb 2 entered, he was warmly welcomed. "Greetings, class leader." "Hello, big brother Lamb 2. Lamb 2 cautiously asked Duong Thien and the others, "Where is Lakangayat?" He glanced around but did not see her, looking slightly confused. She seemed not to be in class. Duong Luke stood nearby teasing. Class leader just separated and already missing each other. Lamb 2 punched him, reducing his nosiness. Duong Luke held his head in pain. Duong Thien crossed his arms, warning, "If Lakangayat hears this, you are dead." Lamb 2 replied, "Right. If you want to die, do not drag us in." At noon after class, Lamb 2 wondered, where did that girl Lakangayat go? Not seen all morning. He felt uneasy. Used to training with her, without her it felt empty. Duong Luke rushed over, teasing again. "Pitiful class leader. Such a resentful gaze after being abandoned by your little wife." Before finishing, he was pushed away by Lamb 2, yet lost. Lamb 2 turned to Duong Thien and the others, said, "Now I will go to the competition tower to challenge. Are you coming?" They excitedly followed to cheer. Duong Thien jumped and shouted. Duong Luke smiled and said, "Class leader, we will cheer for you." Group went to Than Ku Academy competition tower. Seeing Lamb 2 enter, people made way, whispering, "Look, Lamb 2 from class 15 via. Heard he defeated Kai Tin, now the top freshman, very strong. Today he wants to challenge Bao Hoke, rank 25. Even as the top freshman, he may not have the ability to challenge seniors. This kid is too arrogant." Seeing the crowded stands, Lamb 2 asked why so many people today. Labin checked his phone. "Class leader, the forum knows you challenged Bao Hoke, rank 25. Tan Fong is angry. Some people deliberately spread the news widely." Lamb 2 understood someone was plotting. He sneered, "Want to make me a laughingstock?" Duong Thien behind him said, "Displeased. Who laughs is not decided yet. Big brother Lamb 2 will win." The group entered the tower first floor. The stands were packed, shocked to see Lamb 2. He really dared to come. Some people laughed and discussed. How many floors will he reach today? I guess he will be taken down before even seeing Bao Hope. Lamb 2 cracked his knuckles ready. Last time reaching floor 20 took more than 2 hours. This time reaching floor 25, he did not know how long. Students of Class 10 South Courtyard cheered enthusiastically. Lamb 2 stepped onto the arena like a fish in water. One move defeated the opponent. Floor 1, victory. Floors 2, 3, 4, 5. Lamb 2 won consecutively. Blink. Lamb 2 passed floor 14, preparing to challenge floor 15. The stands were shocked at the speed. Duong Thien admired big brother Lamb 2, faster than an airplane. Lamb 2 said plainly, "Below floor 15 are level 4 challenges. I am level 5, so it is easier. From floor 15 onward, all are level 5 students." Backcash and Yahello looked down on Lamb 2, looked at him and said, "Today you challenge the competition tower, very confident." Backcash and Yahello disliked people like him, swung his sword and rushed forward. Lamb 2 calmly countered. Silver lightning explosive fist. With one punch he sent Backcash and Yahello flying. That man collapsed, unable to stand. Lamb 2 stepped forward, lightly pressed his palm onto that man's face. Lamb 2 turned away disdainfully. Time is precious. One punch defeated a level 5 student. The stands fell silent. Duong Thien was shocked. defeated already. A level 5 like that. Tin below saw Lamb 2 easily defeat the opponent. Angry. Such a rocket like freshman, too embarrassing, must stop him. Match with back cash and low ended. Lamb 2 met a familiar opponent, level 5. The man waved his sword, greeting, "Oh, we meet again." Lamb 2 provoked, "Yes, we meet again," defeated subordinate. The level 5 got angry and rushed. "Do not think beating Kai Tin makes you great. I have also beaten him." Kai Tin below the stand said, "You fight. Why drag me in?" Lamb 2 used a move. "I am different from you. You beat Kai Tin. I beat both Kai Tin and you." The level 5 rushed to slash. Lamb 2 blocked. "Kid, do not bully." That man remembered the bone ice skill before caused him suffering. This time he would taste being frozen. The level 5 unleashed a move. Golden martial skill, frost cocoon sever. Lamb 2 laughed proudly. "Bone ice again. I have it too." Bone ice violent pear blossom, creating an ice vortex that shattered the opponent's ice rain. Two streams of ice collided with loud explosions. Lamb 2 easily neutralized the level 5 move. That man saw Lamb 2's move and was shocked, said, "Bone ice attribute. Impossible, your martial skill should be fire." Lamb 2 held the advantage, showed his strength. "You mean this move?" 100 strands binding, created a large ring of fire around the opponent. Bach was blasted away by flames. The vortex lifted him high, then slammed him to the ground. He spat blood in pain. Bach trembled trying to sit up. Damn it. Using both fire and ice at the same time, last time was evenly matched. This time lost quickly. The referee announced Lamb 2's victory. Bach's friend watching said, "So fast? You are truly useless." Bach was furious, face darkened, shouting. That man thought, only at floor 20. To reach floor 25, he still must fight for more. Each floor has experts, not easy. Seeing Lamb 2 prepare for floor 21, Bach was confident he would lose. But shortly after Lamb 2 reached floor 25, Bach panicked, shouted, "So fast. Floors 21 to 24 are all boys. How could it be so fast?" Bach's friend was shocked, discouraged. Even faster, still not as good as him. Lamb 2 faced Bao Hoke. He thought silently, in one night this kid improved a lot. Bao Hoke threw a diamond card, said, "Keep it for now." Bao Hoke threw the card to the referee. The stands erupted. "Damn, a real diamond card." The referee raised the card. Students discussed, relying on the diamond card too much. No wonder Lamb 2 challenged. Bao Hoke shouted, "The game begins." That man held a hammer and rushed forward. Lamb 2 quickly dodged. Seeing Bao Hoke's speed, Lamb 2 thought, though big and strong he is fast, the hammer move is extremely powerful. The changing moves made Lamb 2 wary, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, domineering. Bao Hoke laughed viciously. "Do not think you can dodge me with agility." Lamb 2 counterattacked, who said, "I am dodging." He used Overlord Spear technique, like thousands of spears thrusting forward, flexible offense and defense. Bao Hoke struggled to block, each spear like arrow rain. Lamb 2 became faster and faster. Bao Hoke remembered before he had not seen Lamb 2 fight so domineering. The spear tore the air. He dodged in time but still got scratched on the face, anger rising. Bao Hoke unleashed a golden ultimate, martial skill, Mountain Strike Tiger Tremor. The powerful strike came in. Lamb 2 swiftly dodged, turned pale sensing the immense force, hurriedly using Overlord Spear technique to block the mountain striking tiger shaking blow. When the long spear met Bao Hoke hammer, a shockwave explosion erupted. The destructive force stunned the audience. Lamb 2 at level 5 unleashed such power. Lamb 2 was pushed back by the force, barely holding on. Everyone admired him. A level 5 facing level 6, worthy of the top freshman. Lamb 2 wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face twisted with madness as he laughed loudly. "Ha ha, this feels great. Come again." His hand still secretly channeling internal energy. Move 100 birds paying homage burst forth. Flames surrounded Bao Hoke. The intense heat made him sweat. He shouted, "The temperature is too high." Bao Hoke could not face it directly, creating a protective circle around his body. The audience saw Bao Hoke protective barrier. Stunned, only a level 6 martial artist could do this. Thanks to the barrier, Bao Hoke was almost unharmed. Everyone was shocked. Lamb 2 sneered, "That turtle shell defense is truly strong." Bao Hoke proudly said, "This is the difference between level 5 and level 6. If you cannot break it, let me see what you can do." Could even attach scales to his body without affecting combat power. The scales wrapped around him like armor. Even weapons were protected. Bao Hoke was confident. "You are bound to lose." Lamb 2 surged forward like a general in battle. The black turtle shell consumed energy. Continuous attacks would shatter it. He gripped the long spear, combining Overlord Spear technique and Bone Frost Violent Rain Pear Blossom Thrust, both fast and freezing the enemy. Freezing while stabbing continuously, Bao Hoke struggled to resist. Even with scales, he was under pressure. Some parts of Bao Hoke's body were frozen. His movements slowed, he thought. What a monster, extreme heat and extreme cold together. Though he had defense, his speed had slowed, seeing Bao Hoke weaken. Lamb 2 unleashed full power for the final strike, Violent Rain Pear Blossom Thrust. The speed combined with Bone Frost, caused cracks to appear on Bao Hok's scales. Finally, they shattered completely. Bao Hok panicked. Even the leg scales are broken. Seeing Bao Hok's scales break, Lam 2 followed up with violent rain pear blossom thrust. Streams of bone frost from the spearhead spread in many directions like tentacles wrapping Bao Hok and rushing forward. Bao Hok turned pale, sweat pouring like rain. Damn, do you like using violent rain pear blossom thrust that much? Bao Hok was defeated by Lam 2 finishing move. Lying face down on the ground, the hammer flew far away. The audience was horrified. My god, Lam 2 broke Bao Hok's scale defense. Bao Hok magic weapon fell outside the arena. How can he fight now? This time he clearly lost badly. Even the platinum card is gone. Tu Tran of Class 1 crossed his arms angrily saying, "A bunch of idiots." Duong Hang saw Bao Hok lose his weapon but was not angry. Instead he confidently said, "Bao Hok's strongest weapon is not that hammer." Seeing Bao Hok drop his weapon, Lam 2 confidently said, "You have no weapon left. Consider yourself defeated." Unexpectedly, Bao Hok stood up with a sinister smile. His face revealed cruelty. That big hammer is not my main weapon." Hearing this, Lam 2 was both surprised and cautious. Bao Hok turned and took out a pair of shining metal gloves. His face twisted. "I prefer using my fists more than that hammer." Bao Hok put on the gloves and said excitedly, "Now the game truly begins." Used rage of the violent ape like an enraged gorilla. His power surged. The burst of fury could destroy everything. Dean Tu Chan observed the move and admired. Without drugs, his power increases rapidly. "This martial skill is the first time I have seen it." Duong Hang said seriously, "This martial skill is extremely rare. Bao Hok family only passes down this one." Seeing Bao Hok power surge, Lam 2 thought, "His martial skill is similar to my rage. I wonder if it has time limits or side effects." While thinking, Bao Hok threw a punch. Lam 2 quickly drew his spear to block. His fists clashed with Lam 2's spear without damage. The strength was equal. Lam 2 widened his eyes in shock. He did not expect fists could resist a spear. It seemed Bao Hok fists were gaining the advantage. Lam 2 was knocked backward. Not giving Lam 2 any chance, Bao Hok leaped up and slammed down with a punch, nearly pinning him to the ground. Bao Hok unleashed the ultimate skill fist-to-flesh barrage, throwing more than 10 punches, each strike forcing Lam 2 deeper into the ground. The surrounding earth shattered. Lam 2 classmates watched in horror, shouting, "Big brother Lam 2, class leader." Lam 2 was flung up by Bao Hok, like lifting a frog and thrown far away. Lam 2 body was covered in blood. Bao Hok used inner iron fist again. The enraged gorilla appeared, his destructive power terrifying. With full force he pierced through Lam 2's chest. He spat blood and fainted instantly. A large hole appeared in his chest. Bin screamed in panic. Big brother Lam 2 was pierced through the chest. Truong Dan remained rational, insisting, "It is impossible for Big brother Lam 2 to die like this." She suddenly remembered, "Did you forget he has a special martial skill?" As she finished speaking, Lam 2's body on the arena vanished. Bao Hok could not see Lam 2, anger driving him insane. Bao Hok became alert, realizing earlier it was just a clone. He can create clones, a strange martial skill never seen before. As he spoke, he quickly blocked Lam 2's attack. He thought, "With my current strength, only rage and quick victory will work." Lam 2 immediately used the rage skill, his power rising rapidly. Everyone watching was stunned, truly eye-opening. Tu Tran angrily mocked Duong Hang. "You said power-boosting martial skills." Duong Hang was confused. Such rare skills suddenly become common. Lam 2 used Galaxy Ascension, as beautiful as the Milky Way. Spear tips rained down like meteors. Bao Hok was struck by many spear hits, in pain but still stood up. Bao Hok laughed in praise. "Not bad, fighting at this level is fun." Bao Hok shouted, "Fight to the fullest." Blood burst activated, his power increased. Muscles expanded, clothes tore, eyes turned dull, bloodthirsty. Lam 2 thought, "What martial skill is this? He is injured, yet his power rises. My rage has limits, defeat is certain." Lam 2 gritted his teeth, thinking only rage can be used now. Heavenly Dragon Break City. Bao Hok was no weaker. He directly unleashed the move. Chaos erupted. Bao Hok saw a shadow flash past, tried to grab but failed. Realized, damn it, it is a clone. Bao Hok was dragged into an illusion, standing on a battlefield filled with smoke and fire. Soldiers everywhere, flames raging. A general riding a horse rushed forward holding a long spear. Bao Hok quickly turned. The general raised his spear. Heavenly Dragon Break City. Bao Hok was startled by Lam 2 illusion. The bloody general move was identical to Lam 2 previous strike. The earlier move and clone were deception. Now this is the real move. What martial skill traps the opponent in illusion like this? Despite being shaken by the overwhelming power, Bao Hok refused to wait for death, gritting his teeth and pouring everything into his final move. Golden martial skill, great chaos strike. Bao Hok 5 powerful punches clashed with Lam 2 black spear. Terrifying force collided. The arena exploded violently, its structure shattered. Everyone struggled to endure the sight, shouting, "The power is too terrifying. The arena is about to collapse." After the explosion, Lam 2 still stood firm. Bao Hok could barely stand, shocked by his powerful martial skill. Bao Hok finally admitted defeat. "I have lost." After speaking, he collapsed. The referee declared Lam 2 victory. Students of the South Academy grade 10 cheered. Long live the class leader. Lam 2 wins, defeating a level 6 martial artist. Duong Thien angrily punched the wall, gritting his teeth in hatred at Bao Hok's uselessness. After the match, Academy doctors rushed to treat Bao Hok. Duong Thien hurriedly asked Lam 2, "Are you all right?" Lam 2 gently said, "I am fine, just a little dizzy, support me a bit." Referee handed Lam 2 a diamond martial skill card. "This is yours." Lam 2 accepted it, joyfully forgetting his fatigue, a top 30 body movement martial skill in the world. Lam 2 held the diamond card happily. "Ha, did not expect Bao Hok to be so rich." Conveniently gifted it. While he was pleased, Duong Thien shouted angrily, "Lam 2, do not be arrogant." He threatened, "Sooner or later we will settle this." Lam 2 provoked, "I already beat Bao Hok, why would I rush?" Suddenly Lam 2 realized something. He raised the card and smiled. "This movement technique martial skill card came from you, I knew it. You used this card to compete with me, wanting to use Bao Hok to teach me a lesson, but you did not expect me to win." Lam 2 smugly mocked Duong Thien, "Haha. Next time if you want to give a martial skill card, just say it directly. No need to go around." Duong Thien was furious but could do nothing. He turned and left. Lam 2, "Just wait." Night Lam 2 walked along the small path of Than Academy. Tu Tran appeared and called him. He asked in surprise, "Is something wrong?" He sneered, "Was not Duong Thien planning to use a martial skill card to have you fight me?" Tu Tran smiled, not angry, and said gently, "Lam 2, you probably have not seen Lakangayat today. Do you not know where she is?" Lam 2 asked seriously, "Do you know where she went?" Tu Tran said, "This morning I heard Lakangayat tell teacher Chin Hai she planned to go to the dark forest to save someone." Lam 2 was shocked. His face darkened. The dark forest, saving someone. Tu Tran continued smiling. "The dark forest is an S-level danger zone. Only warriors level 6 and above dare to enter. Lakangayat seems not high enough level. Tell me, will she die?" Lam 2 was angry. "You want me to go to the dark forest, so I die together with Lakangayat." With one sentence, Tu Tran revealed her malice, her cruel face exposed. "Will you not save your beloved?" Lam 2 was resolute. "I will definitely go, but Lakangayat and I will return alive together." Next morning at the teaching building, Lam 2 walked from the dormitory to the lecture hall. As he walked, he thought. Last night he entered the Vo Than Alliance website to find information about the Dark Forest, formed after spatial rifts appeared. Plants and creatures from another space fell down. A few missions existed but were all taken in front of the building. First-year Southern Institute students were arguing with second-year seniors. Labin shouted, "Why are you looking for Lam 2? Is it because yesterday the class leader beat Bao Hok, so today you came to cause trouble?" The second-year seniors quickly explained, "You misunderstood." Lam 2 hurried over and asked, "Who is looking for me?" Everyone turned and saw Lam 2 approaching. Labin happily called, "Class leader." Duong Thien also shouted, "Big brother Lam 2. The second-year seniors saw Lam 2 and asked, "Is he Lam 2? Suddenly a charming girl walked forward. She smiled kindly, "Hello Lam 2. Lam 2 saw her and was startled, shouting, "Enhuok Thai." Enhuok Thai ran over and hugged him tightly, saying, "I missed you to death." Lam 2 blushed in embarrassment, feeling awkward. People around saw the striking scene. Labin blushed while watching. Duong Thien was so jealous smoke seemed to rise from his head, not knowing who she was. The second-year seniors were also embarrassed, saying, "Hey, we do not know." Enhuok Thai said she knew Lam 2. Judging by this, their relationship seemed unusual. Duong Thien shouted in jealousy. The onlookers were frightened and closed their eyes. Lam 2 finally broke free from Enhuok Thai's warm embrace, awkwardly asked, "Why are you here?" and wearing the second-year uniform of Than Academy. Enhuok Thai shyly said, "I'm a second-year student of Than Academy, your senior." Lam 2 was suspicious. "Are you not the medical teacher of Tindio Academy?" Enhuok Thai said, "The medical teacher of Tindio Academy is my brother. Due to family matters, I temporarily held the position." Lam 2 was shocked. "Filling in for your brother. Even a medical teacher can be replaced. Do you know medicine?" Enhuok Thai laughed. "Medicine is nothing. Now there are treatment machines. Any illness, just lie down and it is done." Lam 2 was speechless. "With a careless medical teacher like you, it is strange no one dies." Enhuok Thai proudly put her arm around Lam 2. "My brother is slow, returning to Tindio Academy late. I just returned and rushed here. Long time no see, you must have missed me. I heard you are the top freshman of G17. Defeated Kai Tin. Challenged the competition tower twice. Second-year seniors in ruins. Haha, as expected of the little friend I value." Though smiling happily, she became serious. I heard the little demon of Class 1 Southern Institute transferred to Class 10 because of you, and even lives with you. Manhwa was angry, how hateful. When I was not here, someone dared to steal my person. Lamb 2 hurriedly explained, it is not as you think. It is just that the villa she rented is too big, wasting space alone, so I shared the rent. Manhwa said, HMPH, having money makes you bold. Today I will change dorm to a villa, you share rent with me. Labin looked up at Lamb 2 with envy, two beauties competing for the class leader. Truong Dan was fuming with jealousy, arms crossed. Lang Fat saw Truong Dan expression and broke into sweat. He reminded Manhwa, cough cough, that Sister Tiu, let us talk about the main matter. Manhwa turned and pinched Lang Fat sharply. Is reminiscing with Lamb 2 not the main point? Lang Fat hurriedly waved. Ah yes, right, main matter. You two continue. Manhwa became serious again. All right, we will discuss later. Today I came to find you for something. I invite you to join a mission of Than Vuk Academy. Lamb 2 was surprised. Second year is higher than me. Why need me? Manhwa explained, an S-level mission to find the mutated black fang spider living in the dark forest. Though strong, it fears fire. Your fire martial skill can counter it. Lamb 2 smiled. Without benefit, it will not work. What do I gain? Manhwa said, HMPH. Helping me and you already ask for benefits. Do not worry, you will not go empty-handed. There will be rewards. After completing the mission, there are 500,000 points. Besides me and you, there are 4 others. I will give you 200,000 points. Lamb 2 thought, 200,000 is not much. He was already planning to go to the dark forest. Consider it helping Manhwa. She once helped him. After thinking, Lamb 2 decided, I agree. When do we depart? Manhwa happily hugged Lamb 2. Haha, I knew you would agree. Tomorrow gather at the main gate of the academy, remember. Manhwa and the second-year seniors walked away. She turned back and blew a kiss to Lamb 2, her expression charming. We will go prepare first. See you tomorrow. Truong Dan quickly advised, Big Brother Lamb 2, are you really going to the dark forest? The S-level area is very dangerous. Lamb 2 was serious. Yes, I have a reason to go. Loi Loi laughed wickedly, class leader bewitched by a senior sister, HMPH. I will tell Lak and Gaia. Lamb 2 face darkened, saying nothing more. Before leaving, Lamb 2 reminded, I will give the training room key to Truong Dan. You all work hard. When I return, I will check. Everyone must reach level 4. The class trembled. Ah, must reach level 4. Class leader, we are not as good as you. Just kill us. At the instructor building, Teacher Nam shouted, S-level mission, dark forest. No, too dangerous, I do not agree. Lamb 2 said directly, rest assured. I will go with second-year seniors, all level 6. Teacher Nam blushed and opposed. Still not allowed. Do you know the dark forest? Even if I go, I am not sure to survive. Lamb 2 asked, is Lakangayat also going to the dark forest? Teacher Nam heard the question and nodded. Beside, Lakangayat's situation is special. She directly asked the principal, I cannot stop her. Lamb 2 was serious, teacher. I heard Lakangayat went to the dark forest to save someone. She is in trouble, I must go, please trust me. We will return. Teacher Nam saw his determination and sighed, all right. Must be careful, Lamb 2. Thank you, teacher. Then he immediately left. The next morning, the main gate of Than Vuk Academy. Manhwa waved. Lamb 2 over here. Bao Hok also appeared, politely greeting. Hello, Lamb 2. Lamb 2 was surprised. Why are you here? Manhwa pinched Bao Hok hard. You fool, I called him. I did not expect you to trick him for the Diamond Movement Martial Skill card. Do not worry, I have taught him a lesson for you. Bao Hok cried in pain. Ah, be gentle. I have admitted my mistake. Bao Hok raised his hand to greet Junior Lamb 2. I did not know you were Sister Tiu friend. Otherwise, even with 100 guts, I would not dare trick you. Consider it as we did not know each other. Let us be friends. Lamb 2 raised his hand to make peace. It is in the past. Thank you for the Diamond Martial Skill card, Bao Hok awkwardly said. That was from Duong Thien. The airship has arrived. Manhwa called. Let us go. The Academy airship will take us to Deep Blue. Then we walk into the dark forest. At Deep Blue, the airship landed. Manhwa led Lamb 2 and introduced that the Academy often sends students into the dark forest. There are dedicated airships, an office for procedures and dormitories. Deep Blue is closest to the dark forest. The scenery is strange, from Deep Blue gradually turning black toward the dark forest. Manhwa shouted, from now on, 200% focus, we must return alive. At the port, Taro heard a black-clothed subordinate report. He sneered, Than Vuk Academy. Someone observed Lamb 2 leaving the airship and reported back. Young master, just now I saw them come from the Than Vuk Academy airship. He remembered Manhwa killing someone, became angry. That girl from Than Vuk Academy dared to kill members of Hak Zion Association. This time must take revenge. Taro angrily ordered Mita to ambush at the town outside the dark forest. Gather brothers to assist. The subordinate quickly obeyed, yes, young master. Taro lustfully remembered Manhwa and Quach Lin. saying it would be a waste to kill such beauties. ManhwaCapped and the group arrived at Ko Fan Pha town. They would rest there overnight and depart the next morning. Suddenly the group was ambushed. Laser beams shot toward them. Lam 2 was alert and shouted, "Be careful." Bao Hok created a barrier around everyone. Hence laser beams fired from many directions. Lam 2 was confused. Why is there an ambush? Bao Hok maintained the protective circle, suspicious. Who are you people? ManhwaCapped drew her fan and commanded. Many lasers are attacking. Bao Hok cannot hold long. Everyone target and eliminate. They responded in unison, understood. ManhwaCapped saw the timing and shouted, "Act." ManhwaCapped unleashed butterfly dance. 2 fans flew like projectiles toward the opponent. Lam 2 used 100 turns Phoenix, shooting a fire Phoenix straight at the enemy. Quach Lin used a fire blade, then Sam curved blade slash. Lang Fat used Grand Hall sword energy. After several ranged attacks from the group, small flames clung to the branches. The enemy had to reveal themselves. ManhwaCapped withdrew her fans. The mouse showed itself. The brothers moved to kill, their momentum blazing. The black-clad enemies fired lasers, furious, damn it. They dared provoke. Lam 2 rushed forward, dodging all lasers, stepping on snow without a trace. And Kin Bai said, compared to training with lasers in a room at 6 times gravity, this was nothing. The man in black panicked, threw away his gun, drew 2 blades. His movement strange, not a single shot hit. He slashed with both blades at Lam 2. He quickly dodged. Lam 2 used Overlord spear technique. Hundreds of spear thrusts struck in succession. He could not block in time, was flung far away. Lam 2 used Violent Rain Pear Blossom Spear. 1 strike finished him. ManhwaCapped handled 2 enemies. Saw Lam 2 finish with 1 strike. Praised, so mighty, I like it. Lam 2 was startled. Do not say strange things while fighting. On Bao Hok's side, they also quickly took down the black-clad group. They trembled in fear, so strong. The leader reminded, do not be reckless, hold them back. Wait for the young master to arrive. ManhwaCapped heard this. Cruel, oh, there are reinforcements. But I guess you cannot hold out. They trembled and shouted, do not come closer. Kurakawa gang, Taro and his subordinates entered the town. A report came, Mida led 10 people to attack Sacred Domain Academy. Taro was confident, no need to act, Mida could handle it. The subordinate was afraid, young master, Mida said, they are about to arrive. Taro shouted, useless fools, cannot even handle some students. Give them 3 more minutes, we will arrive. The subordinate trembled, even 1 minute would not be enough. Taro panicked, Bakyero, hurry, do not stand there, move at full speed. The subordinate asked, the vice leader is nearby. Should we report? Taro shouted, report to Yugaza. Thought gloomily, she would probably scold me, whatever, if danger comes call her. Move quickly, hold them back. Killing them all is best. No, wait for Agasan to arrive. Let them experience a fate worse than death. Taro stared in horror at 2 corpses on the ground, his face pale. Taro was terrified, all dead. Lam 2 and his team stood watching. Taro pointed, fools, you dare kill Kurakawa members, wanna die. Bao Hok pointed, they are with the ambushers. Lam 2 said, then eliminate them all. Taro sneered, academy students are bold, daring to challenge Kurakawa. Pointed, that ugly girl who is cold for 1,000 years will be dealt with first, then the other girl. Lam 2 was puzzled, cold for 1,000 years. Lam 2 asked, the silver-haired girl behind with a longsword. Taro laughed, oh, you know her, that is the girl, looks like a student but so cold, does not know her place. Lam 2 gripped his weapon, quickly give me information about her. I will spare your life. A fat man angrily stepped out. Even a level 5 dares act arrogantly before the young master. Just 5 early level 6 and 1 level 5, let Kurakawa deal with them. Taro said, fine. Taro pointed and shouted, brothers show them Kurakawa's might, the subordinates charged. Fat white man smashed a flaming iron mace down. Lam 2 easily dodged, shouted, courting death. Lam 2 used Violent Rain Pear Blossom Spear. Spear tips rained continuously, blasting the fat man away. Lam 2 swung the spear, creating a whirling spiral. Softly said, meaning of the spear. Another Violent Rain Pear Blossom Spear shot straight at the floating fat man. The spear pierced his forehead. He died instantly, falling and creating a small crater. Bao Hok swung his fist and sent a Kurakawa member flying. ManhwaCapped waved both fans, sending crimson energy waves that blasted several others away. Taro was shocked. What kind of monsters are these? Lam 2 looked at Taro, your turn. Lam 2 used Violent Rain Pear Blossom Spear to stab toward Taro. At the same time, ManhwaCapped used Butterfly Dance. 2 iron fans spinning like saw blades shot toward Taro, making him pale and hide behind a subordinate. Suddenly, a commanding voice shouted, stop. A person said, surround them. A bronze gold shield appeared covering Taro's group. The attacks of Lam 2 and ManhwaCapped were completely blocked. Blue-haired woman descended, her muscular body prominent. Miko saw this and said joyfully, Miko finally arrived. A subordinate behind Taro said, great, the vice leader has arrived. Miko's face was sharp, her lips thick with bright red lipstick, her eyes sharp as blades. Bao Hok exclaimed in shock, orange energy. A level 7 martial artist, Lam 2 thought. Indeed a level 7 martial artist. Miko shouted fiercely, "You dare kill Kurakawa members and touch my son." Miko slammed her sword down. "You are tired of living." Enhuakthai recognized Miko, shocked. "You are Miko, and a class-wanted criminal of the Federation." Miko sneered. "Oh, I did not expect this sacred domain student to know my name. Since you know, how could I let you go?" Enhuakthai calmly replied, "This place is near the Dark Forest. Alliance forces guard it. Are you not afraid of attracting attention?" Miko smiled disdainfully. "If I were afraid, I would not build the Kurakawa base here. Killing a few of you is like crushing ants. It will not affect the Alliance." After speaking, Kurakawa Yashida Miko charged forward with her sword. Huakthai quickly warned everyone to be on guard. The three jumped together to avoid Miko's energy wave. She ignored it and continued swinging her sword, creating countless sharp energy waves. Laughing, fast reactions, more interesting. Energy waves shot out, suspended like a net. Huakthai raised her fan to block in front, ordered Lam 2 and Baohok hold Miko. "Quachlin, you three deal with Taro's group." Quachlin nodded. "All right." The three Lam 2, Ma Baohok and Enhuakthai surrounded Miko, forming a triangle. Quachlin's three charged toward Taro's group. Taro pulled something from his clothes, laughed. "Miko is here. I do not need to risk it, just sit and wait for you." The small round object emitted deep blue waves. Quachlin looked suspicious. The waves formed a protective barrier around Taro. The attacks could not break it. Taro cursed. "The latest scientific defense, no energy consumption." Taro said, "Even fighting for 3 days and nights would be useless." Quachlin looked at them. "If they want to hide like turtles, then ignore them. We help Enhuakthai deal with that old woman." The other two agreed. On Miko's side, she leaped and swung her sword. Them too, Baohok and Enhuakthai struggled to resist so as not to be blown away. Looking at them, Miko said, "If you were peak level 6, there would be some pressure." Miko laughed disdainfully. "You are just a mixed group with even a level 5, killing many genius students of Sacred Domain Academy at once." Miko, just thinking about it already feels insanely satisfying. Miko rushed toward Enhuakthai, starting with you all. She enjoys destroying what is most beautiful. Enhuakthai quickly raised both fans to block in front and was sent flying. Miko swung her sword using violent dragon tail sweep. Sharp slashes shot out continuously. Enhuakthai shouted, "Everyone be careful." Everyone used various enclosing techniques together. A purple barrier formed, but shattered on contact. Enhuakthai was blasted away by the recoil. Lang Fat and then Sam collapsed to the ground. Enhuakthai and Lam 2 crashed into a tree. Supporting each other by the shoulders, Lam 2 asked, "Are you all right?" Enhuakthai replied, "I am fine." Enhuakthai said, "Just one strike broke all defenses. The difference in strength is obvious." Lam 2 thought, "Rage boosts strength to level 6, combined with thrust force. The martial skill Heavenly Dragon Break City could resist, but rage and thrust force can only be used once." Lam 2 thought it must be used at a critical moment to be effective, glancing at Taro arrogantly. "Perhaps that guy is that old woman's son, could be exploited." Enhuakthai said, "Quachlin, attack those turtle cowards outside. Do not ruin the crucial moment." Quachlin nodded. Enhuakthai raised her fan. "Attack that old woman with full force. A message has been sent. Hold on until the allied forces arrive." Lam 2 replied, "All right." Lang Fat rushed forward with his sword. Quach then Sam used a blade. Baohok charged ahead shouting, "Great Hall sword energy." But in truth it was fists landing flesh. All three attacks were blocked by Miko's sword. Lam 2 attacked, using the profound rainstorm pear blossom spear. The spear tip was fast and powerful. A faint purple vortex carried great force. It was still blocked by Miko. She said, "You have a profound martial skill, not bad." Miko sneered coldly. "Unfortunately, your strength is low, useless against me." She swung her sword and shouted, "Go die." Seeing Lam 2 about to be cut down, Enhuakthai turned pale and shouted, "Lam 2." Lam 2's body faded into purple and slowly dissipated. It was an illusion. Miko was startled, unable to believe it. Enhuakthai was also shocked. Miko became alert. A figure appeared behind her. Lam 2 unleashed the rainstorm pear blossom spear. The spear tip carried bone-chilling frost. Miko turned back in disbelief. Why is it bone ice? The ice struck Miko and froze her, restricting movement. She gritted her teeth. Her actions slowed. Baohok saw it and rushed forward. A good opportunity. Baohok used Rage Iron Fist. His fist was as strong as steel, tearing through the air. The sound shook the ears, its force like a mountain. Miko did not miss a single move. She was sent flying into the air. Baohok laughed in delight. "Ha ha." Knocked a level 7 old woman flying. Miko sat up, smiling sharply. "You ants managed to hit me. Impressive. I will chop you to pieces." Group charged forward to attack. Miko swung her sword to gain momentum. Miko used violent dragon tail sweep. The blade swept horizontally like a dragon's tail, breaking their attacks. Ma Baohok and Enhuakthai were pushed back. Lam 2 gritted his teeth. Lam 2 swung his spear, executing Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. Miko laughed disdainfully, H-1EB. Even a profound martial skill is useless, just an ordinary move. Hearing something strange, Miko turned back. Lam 2 was still behind her, she exclaimed, two of them. Miko was furious. That damned clone technique again. Miko slashed forward. A blade of energy shot out. Lam 2 rushed forward. Miko did not dodge. It must be fake. Miko turned back. This one is real. Watch me cut you apart. As the strike passed through, the body dissipated. Miko shouted, Nanny, why is it fake? How does this brat have so many clones? A sense of unease rose within Miko. She looked up in panic. She saw Lam 2's spear tip blazing with scorching flames. Countless flames burst forth. Lam 2 used void fire refinement. The spear descended with fire, its power wild and violent. Miko was confused. How can this brat with ice attribute use a fire move? Flames fell and exploded beside Kurakawa Ayasida Miko. She gritted her teeth. Damn it. How can a level 5 unleash such intense heat? Miko said no time to dodge, only defense remains. She raised her hand. A thin barrier appeared. Enhuakthai thought, she is using a barrier, must stop it. Enhuakthai immediately used butterfly dance, throwing her iron fan toward Miko. Miko was furious. Raising her sword to block the fan, the barrier vanished. She shouted Bakero, more flames fell, explosions chained together, shaking the ground. On the other side, Taro turned pale with fear. A subordinate called Vice Guild Leader. The smoke cleared. A sword blade was embedded deep into the ground. Miko shifted her body, furious, gritting her teeth. She did not expect a level 5 to put her in such a state. She held her sword behind her back. She must get serious. Taro let out a breath. Good, Miko is fine. How could a mere level 5 harm her greatness? A subordinate said, she is serious now. Another said, he, they are about to be cut down. Lam 2 suddenly said, oh right. Lam 2 pointed. You are a wanted criminal, rank A. The bounty must be high, Taro said, of course, up to 100 million min coins. Lam 2 was startled. 100 million is that much. Lam 2 turned and told everyone, come on, split the 100 million reward after killing that old woman. Enhuakthai said, all right, choose suitable weapons. Too bad there is no money to buy yet. Miko said, relying on these useless people to kill me. Keep dreaming, Lam 2, Baohok and Enhuakthai leaped forward. Lam 2 said, how would we know without trying? Lam 2 swung his spear, using 100 turns welcoming Phoenix. The spear tip formed graceful curving flames. The Firebird rushed past Miko. Miko shouted, you bastard. Where are you going? As the vanguard, why are you so weak? Or have you already exhausted yourself? Lam 2 sneered, he, I was not aiming at you. Miko turned back with a worried expression. Leon saw the attack heading straight toward Taro's group. Miko panicked and shouted loudly. But the others had already formed a circle, blocking Miko's advance. Lam 2 jumped onto the defensive shield of Taro's group. Lam 2 said, turtle cowards. Although the shell is not easy to break, heating it up should work. Lam 2 thrust his spear down. Flames surged and heated the protective cage. Taro inside shouted, it is too hot. What kind of fire is this to be so terrifyingly hot? Taro blushed and cried out, cannot endure anymore, too hot. A subordinate suggested, how about we go out first before being roasted? On Kurakawa Yashida Miko's side, she angrily swung her blade to push everyone back, shouting, damn it, get lost. Enhuakthai blocked with her fan and said, keep going everyone. Taro's side could not endure any longer, shouting, charge out quickly. Teacher Quachlin turned back and said, the turtles have come out of their shells. Quachlin, Langfat, and Quach then charged into Taro's group. Taro shouted in panic, were they not fighting Miko? Taro asked, why are they suddenly attacking us? Under the pressure of the three from Quachlin's group, the black-clothed subordinates collapsed like withered grass. The three swung their weapons and rushed toward Taro. Taro was terrified and did not know where to run. On Kurakawa's side, Yashida Miko screamed like mad, get lost, all of you. Lam 2 laughed, too old to hold on any longer. Lam 2 swung his hand to activate an explosion. Power surged and formed a purple aura coiling around his body. Lam 2 said, now is the time, Baohok, why hesitate? Baohok replied, let's go. Then Baohok used furious core rage. His muscles bulged. A phantom of a giant ape appeared. Kurakawa Yashida Miko was startled. How did these two suddenly surge in power? Miko said, how do you know how to boost martial power right in front of me? Lam 2 leaped forward holding his spear. Lam 2 unleashed 9 Heavens Galaxy Spear. Spear strikes fell like meteors, dense like rain. Kurakawa Yashida Miko panicked. It was only level 5. How did this strike reach level 6? Miko raised her hand to form a shield. No, not right. This strike has reached level 7. The defense can barely hold. Cracks like water ripples appeared on the shield. Finally, the shield shattered into pieces. The attack hit Miko. Baohok unleashed Rage Iron Fist. Primal force gathered around his fist with immense power. Bao Hok punched Miko flying. Lam 2 placed his hand on Bao Hok's shoulder, said, Bao Hok, we just took down a level 7. Bao Hok said, good, even if it is a small target. The world shifted. Surroundings turned into a ruined battlefield. The sky blood red. Miko said, this is an illusion realm. Lam 2 lowered his stance, raised his spear into the heavenly dragon city break stance. Red primal force gathered. Bao Hok swung his fist. If not using great havoc, then no. Miko raged, damn it. I will fight you to the death. Using furious dragon rage, primal force exploded. Furukawa Ayasida. Miko thrust her blade, clashing with the attacks of Bao Hok and Lam 2. Cracks appeared on her body. Finally, the blade shattered. Miko's body was hit directly. She was blasted into a rock wall. The wall cracked apart. Miko collapsed powerlessly onto the ground, leaving heat-like marks. Furukawa Ayasida Miko directly went to meet her ancestors. Hyuok turned and asked, is it done? At her feet was also Tero's corpse. Lam 2 said, don't worry, it is resolved. Achlin was excited. Unbelievable. Did we really take down a level 7? Then Sam said, we only coordinated. It was thanks to Bao Hok and Lam 2. And Hyuok looked at Lam 2 and Bao Hok's seamless coordination, said, these two worked together so well after the battle. I am a bit jealous. At this moment, a military airship arrived. And Hyuok looked up and shouted, Alliance troops. And Hyuok continued, they only come after the fight is over, truly standard procedure. Man in combat gear with short blue hair and a scarred eye asked, you reported encountering the furious dragon and still intact. Not a false report. Tiu N. Hyuok said, not a false report, go see for yourself. The blue-haired man stepped forward to inspect the corpse. The blue-haired scarred man exclaimed, damn, it really is the furious dragon. The blue-haired man looked at Lam 2 and Bao Hok, asked, you two killed her. Which organization are you from? And Hyuok said, who else but us? Quach Lin said, of course we killed her. We are students from Sacred Domain Academy here for training. The blue-haired scarred man said, students of Sacred Domain Academy are all monstrous. Today I have truly learned, you even took down a level 7. Blue-haired scarred man turned to a brown-haired person. Zio Zhang, send the corpse video to headquarters. The blue-haired scarred man asked, who provides the card number? I will now distribute 100 million to everyone. And Hyuok said, Lam 2, give them your card number. After receiving the money we split it. Lam 2 said, all right, my account is. The screen displayed a payment notification. Lam 2's eyes showed coin symbols. Ha ha ha. I have completed my small goal. Lam 2 said, all right, the money has been transferred to everyone. Lam 2 said, let's depart. The blue-haired scarred man pointed at Tero's group and asked, these corpses. Lam 2 said, these corpses are for you. Their backpacks and weapons are intact. The Black River Guild should be quite wealthy. Blue-haired scarred man laughed. Hee hee, you guys know what you are doing. The blue-haired scarred man said, no need to worry about the corpses. The evolution collectors around here will clean up, confiscate valuable items. After a while someone appeared and said, Guild Master, the vice leaders and young master's corpses are here. The tattooed man with sea blue hair sorrowfully called Kurakawa Yashida Miko Taro. That was Kubo Daiki, the leader of the Kurakawa Guild. Kubo Daiki said, who dared kill my wife and child? I will cut them into 4 pieces, find them for me. Kubo Daiki roared, no matter who it is, find them for me. The subordinate replied, yes, at the village near the dark forest. Hyuok said, everyone go find a hotel first, Lam 2, and I will go to the bar to gather information. Bao Hok said, all right. At the bar, the atmosphere was lively with vibrant music. Lam 2 looked around. Wasn't it said the dark forest only has level 6? Why are there so many level 5 here? And Hyuok said, before there were not many level 5, now it has increased many times. I just heard them mention Ice Lotus Flame. And Hyuok said, seriously, right? There is news about the dark forest on the Alliance Martial Forum. And Hyuok read the forum. Deep in the dark forest there is a cold ice lake. There is Ice Lotus Flame there. It looks like fire but is extremely cold. Hyuok said, Ice Lotus Flame forms from rare interdimensional energy. A martial family is offering 100 billion Alliance coins to buy it. Lam 2 thought, an extremely cold item, suitable for Zio Yu. Let's try. We have to go deep into the dark forest anyway. And Hyuok said, therefore those coming for Ice Lotus Flame will surely have bloody battles. Hyuok sighed, this trip to the dark forest will not be peaceful. A group from the Black River Guild pushed the door and entered. And Hyuok said, they seem to be from the Black River Guild. Lam 2 said, looks like they are searching for someone. Lam 2 said, probably not searching for us. And Hyuok said, probably not. We left no one alive, took all items, hard to trace. Lam 2 said, right. This time the dark forest is too unstable. On the second day, the village was still shrouded in darkness. Dim light pierced through dense leaves. Lam 2's group, fully equipped, stood before a stone gate, the vast entrance to the dark forest. A brown-haired man laughed. Oh, cats and dogs also come to the dark forest, looking for Ice Lotus Flame. Hee hee, you will be slaughtered before leaving the village. Lam 2 turned back, not sure if I will be slaughtered. Lam 2 said, but if you say one more sentence, you will definitely die under my feet. The brown-haired man released primal force. A level 5 chicken dares speak like this to me. He leaped forward. The man shouted, I think you're tired of living. A sharp spear tip flashed right before the brown-haired man's eyes. Man stopped trembling you. The blue-haired one was shocked. Clearly only level 5. How is the speed so fast? Lam 2 threatened, do not dare touch me or it will pierce straight into your brain. The brown-haired man trembled and said, Big brother, I was wrong. He said, please be magnanimous and spare Andy. His eyes tightly shut in fear, thinking, that gaze is too terrifying. Just meeting his eyes means the end. Lam 2 withdrew his spear and shouted loudly, get lost immediately. Brown-haired man hurriedly picked up his weapon, trembling as he said, yes, thank you, big brother. We will withdraw right away. Bao-Hok reminded, you are a bit out of control. Lam 2 replied, you think so? And Huok-Thai explained, Lam 2 did that intentionally. And Huok-Thai said, those reckless fools only rely on strength. Applying strength is a way to avoid unnecessary trouble. Bao-Hok replied, big sister is right. And Huok-Thai said, all right, stop standing around, let us go. A large family in the town. A voice sounded, President, yesterday 3 teams entered the small town near the dark forest. We have been tracking them. The subordinate handed over the report. Based on the injuries of the vice president and the young master, these 3 teams are the most dangerous. Kubodeki ordered to send people skilled in concealment to follow. The dark forest loses signal. Track their traces. He said, I have contacted them. See if we can trace the culprit within the Alliance army. Once confirmed, I will regroup with you. Kubodeki stood up, releasing a cold, killing aura, saying, after that cut them into 4 pieces. Scene shifted to the dark forest. Strange trees appeared with vein-like patterns bulging on their trunks. The 3 of Lam 2 walked in the forest. Bao-Hok noticed something strange, raised his spear and said, the trees here are too strange. As he spoke, he punched a nearby trunk to test. And Huok-Thai panicked and raised her hand to stop him. Idiot, do not touch those trees. It was too late. The veins on the tree split apart, weaving into sharp, thorny vines extending outward. Bao-Hok grabbed them, gritting his teeth and cursing. Damn, what is this? Suddenly, countless other thorny vines rushed over. He targeted Bao-Hok directly. He jumped back, his face pale. These trees can move. And Huok-Thai quickly turned to Lam 2 and said, these trees fear fire, burn them. He calmly replied, all right. Began using 100 streams toward the phoenix. Fierce flames erupted, attacking forward. The tree monsters began to panic. Their blood-red eyes opened wide. Suddenly, the roots intertwined into tripod-like legs and began to move. After a while, they scattered and fled in all directions. Lam 2 and Bao-Hok scratched their heads in confusion. Lam 2 asked, are these really trees? Why can they run? Bao-Hok also doubted. Big trees growing long legs. And Huok-Thai grew angry and explained, idiots. The trees in the dark forest are one of 5 types of evolved beasts mutated into tree forms. Bao-Hok hurriedly admitted his fault. Sorry, Sister Tiu, I was wrong. She reminded everyone, suppress your curiosity, do not touch things randomly. Everyone replied in unison, yes. Then they continued forward and Huok-Thai warned, the light is getting weaker, everyone be careful. Suddenly a giant spider appeared before them. It leaped up, causing Quach Lin to be startled. Spider raised its sharp legs, preparing to stab down at Quach Lin's neck. Suddenly a familiar spear shot forward. Spear pierced the spider body. Quach Lin closed her eyes in fear, waiting for death. Lam 2 observed, then asked, level 5 black iron spider right. The panel displayed killing a level 5 black iron spider grants 2 million experience. And Huok-Thai held a glowing fan and explained, no, we came to the dark forest to find another mutated black fang spider. Be careful, they move in groups. Their fangs are extremely poisonous. Then countless other giant spiders crawled over, and Huok-Thai shouted, they are here, be careful. She turned to Lam 2 and Quach Lin. You 2 use flames as the main attack. The rest defend. Both released fire power and replied together. Understood, many spiders burned around them. System notified, killing a level 5 black iron spider. Grants 2 million experience. Lam 2 saw the experience points rising and grew more excited. Haha, no one compete with me. The notification repeated. One gives 2 million experience. Though little, killing many spiders is still good. Before killing that tyrant dragon woman was cooperation. No personal points were counted. This time he must make up for it. Notifications kept adding points. And Huok-Thai stared in a daze. Bao-Hok was confused. Why is he so excited, like injected with chicken blood? After a while, the spiders were roasted into charcoal by Lam 2. He still felt unsatisfied. It ended too quickly. He had not had enough either, thinking to herself, just a bit more and I will level up, give a few more. Quachlin stood pale at the side, thinking this kid is crazy, and Huokthai admired and praised. Lamb 2 is the strongest. There are many evolved beasts for you to kill to your heart content. Lamb 2 was also surprised by this attitude. Then he turned and replied, all right, then let us go. Forest remained pitch dark. Bao Hok looked up and said worriedly, it gets dark too fast, too many trees to distinguish direction. The phone has no signal, even the compass is useless. Fog surrounded them, and Huokthai decided, it is dark, we will rest here today. Quachlin happily put down her backpack. Finally, I can see you. Exhausted, she leaned against a rock panting. Lamb 2 read the notification panel and was shocked. He worried a notice about a level 6 evolved beast, black rock giant beast, huge in size, resembles a turtle. Its stone shell is hard. It often disguises as a rock to ambush. He quickly reminded Quachlin, do not lean on that rock, that is the black rock giant beast. But the rock behind Quachlin began to move. Its head turned back, red eyes staring. It opened its mouth wide to attack. Quachlin trembled, unable to dodge in time. She waved her hands in panic and screamed, ah. Lamb 2 used his movement technique to rush forward. In one move, he pulled her away. Quachlin disappeared from the spider sight. Lamb 2 carried Quachlin to another place. Using snow step without trace, white smoke surrounded him. He put Quachlin down and reminded, Tiu already said, do not touch anything in the dark forest. Quachlin blushed and thanked him. Black rock giant beast angrily stood up and roared, its red eyes bursting with power, and Huokthai reminded to be careful. Bao Hok cursed. Why is this thing so big? Its mouth opened, revealing a glowing inner core. Power erupted from it. The power from the core blasted downward, targeting Lamb 2 group. They dodged in time, but the force shattered the ground and rocks. The light shot straight into the forest. After the attack ended, it left a circular path through the forest, revealing the sky. A voice exclaimed, the energy from that beast is terrifying. Bao Hok was stunned. Lamb 2 was also shocked. He suddenly smiled with excitement. This is really enjoyable. Lamb 2 thought happily, killing it will raise him to level 26. He waved his hand, provoking the black rock giant beast. Little beast, come into my bowl. Suddenly there was a leap. It was Lang Fat. He used Earth Sword energy to slash down, but the strike hitting the black rock giant beast was like biting stainless steel, completely ineffective. Lang Fat bounced back to the ground and said casually, its shell is too hard, cannot break it. Lamb 2 jumped up and said, let me. He used 100 streams toward the phoenix. Flames surged fiercely. The black rock giant beast opened its huge mouth. It swallowed the flames effortlessly. Moments later, 100 streams toward the phoenix disappeared. Lamb 2 was shocked. It absorbed his fire. The black rock giant beast opened its mouth and spat fire toward Lamb 2. He remained calm, using my own fire against me. After spitting fire, it advanced forward. Its massive foot stomped down at Lamb 2 position, causing a huge explosion. He leaped to dodge. Calculated, if its mouth absorbs fire, then burn it from behind. Lamb 2 circled behind and swung his spear, releasing flames again. She looked back in panic and said, good. Stones on its body gradually cracked due to the fire. Lamb 2 became excited. Aha, the turtle's shell is broken. Stones are falling everywhere. Lamb 2 was both confused and shocked. And this is. The creature roared. Its eyes red, rocks fell from above around them. Lamb 2 raised his hand to shield. Not good. This is a defensive method. He quickly used mirror clone technique. His body dissipated into space. A human figure appeared in the air. Lamb 2 held his spear and plunged down at the black rock giant beast, shouting, let me stab your eyes blind. Lamb 2 used Storm Pear Blossom Spear, thrusting the spear tip into the blazing red eye. The spider cried in pain. Raising its hand and growling, Bao Hok watched excitedly. That was a beautiful strike. The black rock giant beast opened its mouth wide. The glowing core appeared again. A stream of power shot out from the core, and Huokthai dodged to both sides, warning, this thing has gone mad, be careful. The black rock giant beast raised its head and roared. Flashes of light burst around it. Lamb 2 was confident. The eyes are the weakness. Stab the other one too. He used Galaxy Falling 9 Heavens, swinging the spear tip at the other eye. Once again, Lamb 2's spear tip pierced into its other eye. It became even more frenzied. Starting to move to attack the enemy, Lamb 2 swiftly leaped over its head and slid behind it. And Huokthai saw this and turned to Bao Hok. Lamb 2 intends to stab straight into the eyes of the black rock giant beast. Bao Hok, prepare to retreat. She still held 2 golden fans in defense. Bao Hok quickly jumped up and responded, understood. He unleashed a powerful punch that shook the sky. the force transformed into a golden fist of light. These two strikes aimed directly at the face of the black rock giant beast. After taking the heavy blows, it quickly fell down, appearing as if waiting for death. Lamb 2 lowered his head to observe. Lamb 2 pulled his spear out from the spider eye. He held the spear, thinking back on cooperating to kill the spider. The experience points would be added. Tears rolled down, a feeling of grievance. Manhwa noticed his strange expression and turned to Bao Hoke. Bao Hoke, Lamb 2 wants to kill this black rock giant beast. The strange crystal should belong to him. He generously replied, "All right, I did not help much anyway." Manhwa said to Lamb 2, "Did you hear? The strange crystal is yours." Lamb 2 turned back, his eyes lit up. Smiling happily, he thanked everyone. Thank you, seniors." Manhwa put down her backpack. Sitting beside them, she told everyone, "The danger has decreased. Let us rest here." The spider appearing earlier means this forest no longer has other evolved beasts. It is quite safe. After some time, Lamb 2 team continued forward. Arriving before a cliff, Lamb 2 looked down. Sweat poured out. Something unexpected appeared in the forest again. A large water trace made him quickly step back. He assessed it is bottomless, cannot see anything at all. Suddenly, Manhwa handed him a flashlight, saying, "Take this." Lamb 2 accepted it, slightly confused. Manhwa took another flashlight and explained, "Black fang spiders fear light. They will rush toward fire if they detect light." She shone it down the cliff. There, countless pairs of glowing eyes below are staring up, as if searching for food. They are climbing up. A loud sound rang out. Some crab-like creatures climbed up. Manhwa urgently reminded, "Quick, take out the equipment." Seeing everyone holding guns, while Lamb 2 held a spear, he scratched his head and asked, "What are you all using?" Manhwa explained, "Flamethrowers are highly accurate, necessary in the dark forest." Lamb 2 angrily blew out flames. "Damn, you carry flamethrowers yet still make me handle the fire." Manhwa pouted and explained, "To save resources. Do not worry, it is only a backup. Lamb 2 is the most important in my eyes." Lamb 2 blushed and stepped back. "Please do not say such strange things." Beside him, Bao Hoke seriously reminded, "The black fang spiders are climbing up. Everyone prepare." Everyone sprayed fire to burn the spiders. Lamb 2 used 100 threads facing the phoenix to release flames downward. The flames burned the spiders. The notification of points gained sounded. Killing a level 5 black fang spider grants 5 million experience. Repeated. He continued releasing fire, burning more. Seeing many black fang spiders still present, Lamb 2 asked, "Where are the mutated spiders?" Manhwa replied, "Normally 1 in 100 mutates. It might appear soon." Points notification appeared. Killing a level 5 black fang spider grants 4.8 to 5.1 million experience. Then Sam noticed something to the side. Seeing a group of black fang spiders crawling elsewhere, he panicked. It has appeared. Lamb 2 rushed forward fiercely, saying, "The right side is mine," thinking these are all experience points. Burning them is too wasteful. The sound of points being added rang continuously. Killing a level 5 black fang spider grants 4.9 to 5.3 million experience. Lamb 2 was delighted. "Haha, the experience points are increasing so fast. This feels great." Lamb 2 intense actions caught everyone's attention. Manhwa exclaimed, "The kid is fired up again." Bao Hoke was confused, enjoying killing black fang spiders. These two look like monsters. Then a giant spider appeared. It rushed forward quickly. Lamb 2 jumped back to dodge, startled. "What is this thing?" Flames formed a defense. Its body was huge and ferocious. He turned and asked loudly, "Is this a mutated black fang spider?" Manhwa replied, "Yes, that is a mutated spider. It is mutated for too long, so it is large. It cannot be captured alive. Only the smaller, newly mutated ones can." Lamb 2 excitedly gripped his spear tightly. "Fine. If it cannot be captured alive, then I will deal with it." Smoke spread around. Seeing the mutated spider crawling closer, Lamb 2 was pleased. It must give a lot of experience. The flamethrowers were weakening. Then Sam worried. "The fuel is almost gone. If there are no smaller ones, we will have to kill with bare hands." Lamb 2 stabbed his spear into the spider head. Still calm, "There are still flamethrowers here. No need to fight barehanded." Another mutated spider leaped up from the cliff. Lang Fat was shocked. Another mutated black fang spider. Lamb 2 smiled. Lamb 2 stood among the roasting black fang spiders, telling everyone, "Quach Lin and I will hold them back. You all go capture the mutated one." The flamethrowers were put down. Manhwa replied, "Be careful, you and Quach Lin." He ran together with the others, reassuring, "Once we catch it, we will come support." The 4 of Manhwa surrounded the mutated spider. A voice sounded, it is them. Two masked men in black spoke. Their appearance matches what the guild leader described, but it seems two people are missing. One said, quickly inform the guild leader. The other nodded. A familiar figure appeared, saying, this small matter does not need to be reported to the guild leader. Hezi, with a muscular and fierce body, stepped forward, saying one person is enough to handle them. Two masked men on the tree reminded, Sister Ahiji, this group killed the vice guild leader. They cannot be underestimated. Otta replied disdainfully, what a bunch of flies killed the vice guild leader, who would believe that? She covered her face awkwardly. As long as I deal with them for the guild leader, maybe I will be promoted to vice guild leader. They did not say to rush in and kill people anyway. The best ninja assassin, her eyes shone brightly, holding a dagger looking dangerous. Turning to ManhwaCapped group, Bao Hok punched the mutated black fang spider flying away. The spider fell to the ground. Still stunned, Lang Fat laughed and jumped up holding a large box. Two placed the box over the spider, trapping it inside. The two happily chuckled and clapped, caught it. Suddenly the ground shook. The two observed, then Sam worried. Did you hear that movement? Several men in black jumped out and slowly attacked. The two turned pale in panic. Then Sam shouted, this is bad, Hack Zion Guild is ambushing. A masked man swung his sword fiercely, shouting loudly. A blade dropped beside their feet. The two were attacked from both sides, unable to defend. Bao Hok and ManhwaCapped rushed over. Bao Hok reached out anxiously calling, then Sam Lang Fat. The masked man formed hand seals. White smoke spread around. He leapt down to attack ManhwaCapped. A shout warned, Sister Tiu, be careful. Bao Hok jumped forward to take the sword strike. ManhwaCapped cried out in panic, Bao Hok. Bao Hok angrily punched out. The others stepped back. He shouted, you dare ambush me. ManhwaCapped reminded everyone, quickly gather, maintain defense. Back to back, countless masked men holding swords surrounded them. Lam 2 and Quach Lin holding back the black-fanged spiders also saw it. Quach Lin worried, what is happening over there? The senior group seemed to be fighting someone. Hurry over and check, she said while killing spiders. Lam 2 calmly replied, do not panic. A thrilled smile appeared, hee. Now we have a lot of help. Give me your flashlight, he said while standing at the cliff edge. A pair of high heels appeared, smugly saying, you are surrounded. Ahiji like a gym demon shouted, brothers, kill them. Avenge the young master and vice leader. The subordinates with red eyes charged with swords. Lam 2 appeared behind her holding a spear, hee. The ones surrounded are you? Ahiji replied confidently, what, you think you can surround us alone? Lam 2 calmly shone two flashlights behind him, replying, look carefully. Who said I am alone? I brought many friends. As he spoke, he led the black-fanged spiders over. He threw the flashlight toward the masked man, saying, take this. The man was still stunned. Lam 2 dashed past, saying they really like light. The masked man holding the flashlight was suddenly swarmed by spiders crawling over him. He fell, only crying out, ah. They crushed the flashlights in their hands, crying out, black-fanged spiders, quickly retreat. Ah, what the hell is this? He glanced aside and told his subordinate, Araki, quickly use your flame skill. Araki immediately ignited a few weak flames, shouting loudly, watch me. Suddenly a force surged from behind him. Lam 2 stood beside him with a spear. Araki had already been knocked face down onto the ground. Another man saw this and turned pale, shouting Araki. Ahiji grew even more furious, gripping her blade tightly. Eyes blazing red, growling, despicable, you dare attack sneakily. Lam 2 sneered, this is called assassination. HMPH, is this not your strong assault? Why call it despicable? As he spoke, he used 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Flames burst forth. The flames formed a barrier, blocking the black-fanged spiders. He continued, these people will stall the spiders for a while. Everyone quickly treat your injuries. Lam 2 urged. The three Bao Hok quickly drank recovery medicine after hearing. Ahiji furiously pointed and shouted, Baka, if you want to die, then die together. Lead the spiders over there. The others rushed forward, right, die together. Lam 2 calmly picked his nose and mocked, only now thinking of that trick, truly idiots. Leapt up using the fire refinement skill. Flames merged into spirit power particles. Fireballs surged forward toward the black-fanged spiders. The spiders and masked men were blown apart by the fireballs. A few who escaped fled in panic. The notification sounded, killing level 5 black-fanged spiders grants 4.5 to 5.3 million experience. A huge explosion erupted. Bao Hok group recovered and charged forward, shouting, kill them all. They dealt with each one swiftly. Eyes bloodshot, Lang Fat raged while punching and shouting, you dare attack me, die. Lam 2 fought while gaining experience. Killing level 5 black-fanged spiders grants 5.1 to 5.4 million experience. Level up successful, reached level 26. He rejoiced, haha, finally leveled up. System displayed, host Lam 2, level 26. Strength 463 to 489. Physique 208, speed 123. Total combat power 5124 to 5550. Title level 5 warrior. 30% chance to block 50% damage when attacked. Skills analysis I, rage, camouflage, devour, spirit splitting mirror. After reading, Lamb 2 felt pleased. The system added 26 potential points into strength. He pressed on the screen. Finished, Lamb 2 shouted loudly, haha, refreshing Aheji panic. This guy is crazy. Still excited, holding his spear toward her. Thrilled, come on, girl in red, fight me. She was frightened, raising her hand to resist. You do not come closer. Miserable scream echoed through the forest. Help me. The spiders were roasted and charred. Aheji and Aten lay collapsed on the ground. Lamb 2 and the others sat panting. Abaohoa laughed darkly. Haha, all killed, that felt great. The young woman laughed along. Lang Fat also spoke. Eliminating Hack Zion Guild and black-fanged spiders, perhaps the best achievement of my life. At a water patch in the dark forest, Enhuak Thai group sat before a pile of colorful strange crystals. She admired the Hack Zion Guild is generous. Bao Hoke happily said, haha, plus black iron spider and black fang crystals, this time we profit. Enhuak Thai picked up the crystals into her backpack, telling everyone, put them in the backpacks, take all materials and weapons from the guild. After filling the backpacks, she stood up, saying, return to the academy and share some with each person. Bao Hoke carried the backpack and the mutated black-fanged spider box, looking energetic and cheerful, saying, mission complete, let us go back. Lang Fat agreed. Quach Lin also smiled happily. Lam 2 waved his hand, you all go back first. I have something to do, Enhuak Thai asked, what do you have to do? Bao Hoke panicked, you are not planning to snatch the Fire Lotus gang, right? Lam 2 waved his hand explaining, I do not care about the Fire Lotus gang, I am going to find someone. Bao Hoke was confused, find someone. Enhuak Thai angrily said, Lam 2, are you going to find that fox spirit? I know, your classmates told everything. Lam 2 smiled outwardly but was annoyed inside. Those loose-mouthed guys, I will punish them when I get back. Enhuak Thai turned to her teammates. Bao Hoke, go. I am not going. Bao Hoke panicked. You are not going. Enhuak Thai hugged Lam 2, pouting, I have to go with him to watch him. To avoid him dying for that fox spirit. Lam 2 blushed, dodging, defending himself. No need, senior sister, I am not that weak. Enhuak Thai still followed him, reminding the team, Bao Hoke, go ahead, be careful on the road. Ma Bao Hoke froze slightly, then called out, hey, Sister Tiu. Quach Lin behind spoke up, useless, once decided. No one can change it, Bao Hoke sighed helplessly. Quach Lin turned away, saying, let us go. Back to Lam 2 and Enhuak Thai. The two walked a while and encountered people beaten lying on the ground, unclear if alive or dead. Enhuak Thai said, no traces of evolved beasts, mostly a fight between warriors. Lam 2 silently observed one person. Suddenly he grabbed that person's strong arm, flipped him over and saw a neatly bandaged chest wound. The strike was decisive, the wound clean with bone stabilizing bandage. Lam 2 exclaimed, Lack and Gaiet. He quickly stood up, guessing. These people were killed by Lack and Gaiet. The wounds are all the same. Suddenly he turned back. The sword of Lack and Gaiet on the ground was familiar, he exclaimed. Enhuak Thai asked, are you sure it is her sword? Lam 2 picked it up and examined, replying, I am not mistaken, this sword is very precious to her. Never leaves her hand, Lack and Gaiet left it here. She must be in danger. He placed the sword on his back. He ran quickly without a weapon in dangerous circumstances. I must find her. Enhuak Thai saw Lam 2 anxious, jealous. You really value that fox spirit. Still chasing after him. Pouting, earlier when attacked by Hack Zion ninjas you were not this anxious. Lam 2 replied quickly, senior sister, it is different. So many people, Lack and Gaiet is alone. As he spoke he ran faster in worry. Enhuak Thai still kept her tongue sharper than her anger. Fine, I will not tease you anymore, look over there, those chaotic footprints. Perhaps Lack and Gaiet went that way. When he noticed the footprints on the ground, he exclaimed, oh, senior sister, you can even track in the wild. Enhuak Thai lifted her chin and replied, of course, Lam 2, I know many things. It is just a pity you do not understand my feelings, treating that girl like a treasure. Then she sighed. After a while, deep in the forest came urgent shouts. Be careful, hurry up, kill it. Lam 2 heard the noise and said, there is the sound of fighting over there, let us go take a look. Enhuak Thai rushed forward and quickly reminded him, do you hear the roar of a transformed beast? This is not a martial artist fight. Lam 2 said seriously, they might have encountered Lack and Gaiet or are chasing her. At this moment a blond man was flung backward by something, crying out in pain. The impact against the tree made him grit his teeth in pain. At this moment a wild buffalo with blazing red eyes approached him. Suddenly an arm pulled his clothes away. The wild buffalo charged straight into the tree. The blond young man hurriedly said, thank you, Lam 2 smiled. It is nothing, just in time. The two-horned wild buffalo roared in anger and attacked. Lam 2 quickly used 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix to create flames in front. The buffalo stopped and did not dare advance, yet it still showed anger. The flames clung to its body and its eyes revealed clear fear. The blond man's teammates came to support him. Duong Thien, are you all right? The other two exclaimed in admiration. What kind of martial skill is this? In the blink of an eye, it burned that thick fur mad buffalo. Lamb 2 kept attacking the buffalo and said, Beast, do you think I cannot burn you to death? He continuously used 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix to attack. Duong Thien's teammates fled. Damn, retreat quickly. The fire is too hot. Ah, I am about to be cooked. Mad buffalo cried out in pain. Unable to withstand Lamb 2's flames, it collapsed to the ground. Lamb 2 stood beside it thinking, the system has not announced the kill. Guess the beast was playing dead. A long-haired teammate stepped forward and said, thank you for your help. That black buffalo was already heavily injured by us. You came at the right time. The benefit belongs to you. Lamb 2 turned back and asked, is that so? Pointed angrily and asked, is the energy crystal of this black fur electric buffalo yours? Long-haired man still smiled arrogantly. Yes, very smart. We put in a lot of effort. We cannot let you take it all. Well, since you contributed a bit, I will not be stingy and can give you the buffalo hide. Lamb 2 remained calm with red eyes, thinking, trying to steal the energy crystal, dream on. Yet he still smiled. If you killed it, then take it. I will not compete. The long-haired man proudly walked toward the buffalo. Good. At least the kid knows his place. He swung his shining blade, a rare level 6 transformed beast energy crystal. The mad buffalo opened its red eyes, leapt up and charged straight at the long-haired man, bellowing loudly. The long-haired man clenched his teeth and anxiously looked at the charging buffalo. Buffalo's horn slashed across his chest. Pain, damn. Lamb 2 rushed forward and used forceful thrust strike, stabbing his spear straight into the buffalo's eye. The buffalo collapsed. A notification sounded, killed level 6 black mad buffalo, gained 2,200,000 experience. Long-haired man trembled in anger and pain. Bastard, you did it on purpose. That buffalo was not dead. Lamb 2 said calmly, you were careless. What does it have to do with me? Who knows if it was dead or not? The long-haired man turned pale with anger. Duong Thien advised, forget it. Lie Tam, hurry and treat your wounds. That black buffalo was indeed killed by him. Then he kindly handed over a red crystal. Brother, we need the black buffalo's low-grade energy crystal. Can I exchange this with you? Level 6 fire type transformed beast crystal. It will help you a lot. Lamb 2 saw he was decent and accepted. All right, let us trade. This black buffalo belongs to you. He drew his sword and asked, right, brother, have you seen this long sword or a cold silver-haired girl? A brown-haired young man raised his hand. I have seen that sword. Lamb 2 hurriedly grabbed his shoulder and asked, yes, you have seen it. Where was anything happening at that time? The young man said, I saw that cold silver-haired girl using this sword. She was being chased by many people. The leader was a woman with mechanical arms. Lamb 2 analyzed. The woman with mechanical arms is Lack and Gaiet's enemy. Young man pointed at the sword and asked, only the sword. What about that girl? Lamb 2 sighed, I am also looking for her. Thank you for the information, goodbye. The two turned away. While later by the fire, Lamb 2 said, Sister Tiu, sleep first. I will cultivate and keep watch tonight. Manhwa stretched, her curves fully revealed and said, Lamb 2 is so gentlemanly. I will sleep first to take care of my beauty. I must stay beautiful to stand beside Lamb 2 without embarrassing him. Before she could add more that made him blush, he took out the energy crystal from earlier. What does that have to do with embarrassment? After thinking, he absorbed the energy crystal. His body emitted a strong aura. Suddenly throwing knives flew from all directions. Lamb 2 opened his eyes in shock. Manhwa woke up. Both jumped aside to dodge the knives. Two drew their weapons. Lamb 2 angrily asked, who is it? Kubodeki appeared with a dark aura. Finally, he had found them. Lamb 2 asked, you are from the Kurakawa Association, staying highly alert, evaluating him as a level 7 martial artist. He angrily thrust his sword and said, I am the leader of the Kurakawa Association. You dare kill my wife, I will slice your flesh piece by piece. Lamb 2 calmly pointed and asked, you are the leader of the Kurakawa Association. Is that so? Are you not on the bounty list? His eyes gleamed with greed. Manhwa was startled. Lamb 2 poured water and pointed while asking, how much is the bounty? Kubodeki also asked, my bounty. Lamb 2 looked around and sighed. This is a deep dark forest. Would the Alliance troops dare to come? Forget it, I will take a photo as a memorial, leave the dark forest, and claim the reward from the Alliance. He lowered his phone and took a picture. Kubodeki grew even angrier and shouted, you arrogant brat. Lamb 2 smiled smugly, fool. Just a few words and you are already shaken. He used 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix. The fierce flames transformed into a phoenix and charged forward. Manhwa drew her fan and used butterfly dance. The fan flew out forming a circle with great power. Kubodeki gripped his sword with disdain. 2 ants dare to kill me. He used flying dragon slash. Manhwa's fan collided with the sword and was knocked back. She was shocked. A single sword strike tore apart the flames of 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix. Lamb 2 was also startled. Damn, it shattered the flames. Kyubodeki moved. He slashed even harder and shouted, "Go die." Lamb 2 stood anxious. So fast, damn, cannot dodge in time. He used lightning dragon slash. The sword struck the ground and debris flew. Kyubodeki was startled. It blocked it. This is a barrier. No, the defense is much stronger. Lamb 2 dodged the fatal blow and breathed level 7. This guy is stronger than that woman. Luckily, I have level 5 defense. Otherwise, I would be dead. Manhwa warned, Lamb 2, this guy is hard to deal with. Be careful, Kyubodeki observed. How did a level 5 martial artist block my full force attack? He must be using tricks. Lamb 2 used violent rain pear blossom spear. Countless spear tips rained down from above attacking him. Kyubodeki swung his sword and gritted his teeth. Let me see how many strikes you can block. He used flying dragon slash. The sword split Lamb 2's spear in half. He was struck and retreated to dodge. Kyubodeki could not believe his eyes. Nanny, everything was blocked. What kind of trick is this? Lamb 2 quickly used mirror clone. His body dissolved into the void. Kyubodeki panicked. Lamb 2 appeared behind him. He used bone ice and pear blossom rainstorm. The spear thrust toward Kyubodeki. He was horrified. Damn it. Why is it ice attribute? Just now it was fire. He struggled to resist. Ice froze his feet. Manhwa saw an opening from Kyubodeki. Delighted, she threw her fan and used butterfly dance. The fan struck Kyubodeki's arm, causing a wound. He roared, "Trash, 2 ants dare hurt me." Then he shouted in anger, "Go die." In the end, countless sword energies slashed out from Kyubodeki. Lamb 2 used mirror clone. His body dissolved into the void. He appeared behind Kyubodeki. The man turned back annoyed. I already knew that was a clone. Using the same trick to fool me again. His gaze turned dangerous. 2 sword energies were arrogantly slashed out by Kyubodeki. Lamb 2 failed to dodge in time, took both hits. He muttered, "Ah, how could this be?" Kyubodeki pointed arrogantly, "Brat, fall into hell, ha." At this moment, Lamb 2's body vanished into the void again. He continued to use mirror clone. Kyubodeki panicked, teeth clenched, shocked. Still a clone. What kind of martial skill can create clones twice in a row? He did not notice the strange red mist around him. When he realized it, his whole body was already submerged. Kyubodeki spun around in panic. Ah, here indeed. He had fallen into an illusion. The sky dyed crimson. The surrounding space seemed completely collapsing. Lamb 2 immediately used Heavenly Dragon City Breaker. The image of a giant general appeared behind him. Kyubodeki could only look up. Not yet over, so strong. He swung his sword using diamond martial art. Behind him appeared a strange creature, neither dragon nor serpent. He shouted, "Brat, even if your move is strong, how can a weakest level 5 warrior defeat me?" His sword strike descended as Black Dragon slash. The creature opened its mouth and lunged forward. The strange creature clashed with the Heavenly Dragon General. Each collision produced earth-shaking explosions. A huge explosion erupted in the sky. The pressure blasted rocks flying. When the techniques ended, Kyubodeki was thrown back, sliding across the ground. Lamb 2 was at a disadvantage. His body was suddenly flung upward. His hand lost control of the spear. Seeing this, Manhwa shouted in panic, "Big trouble." Lamb 2's body slammed hard to the ground, creating a large crater. Blood spurted from his mouth. When he got up, he sighed in pain. Indeed, a level 7 warrior easily broke Heavenly Dragon City Breaker. Kyubodeki was pleased. "Even if you die under my diamond martial art, it is your honor." Lamb 2 spat blood disdainfully, replied, "Who wants that honor?" Inwardly calculating. Luckily, there is the rage skill freezing time. He activated rage, used momentum strike. Even if he could not kill the old man, he had to seriously injure him. Gritting his teeth, preparing to activate rage. Suddenly, someone spoke from behind. "Hey, are you looking for this sword?" Lamb 2 turned back in surprise. The person asked, "Who are you?" stepping closer to his backpack. Without courtesy, he picked up the spear. Lamb 2 angrily shouted, "Damn it, that sword is mine, give it back." Seeing this, Kyubodeki swung his sword, asked, "Who are you? Do not interfere in my business." The stranger still faced Lamb 2 and asked, "Answer me. Where did you find this sword?" In a flash, he appeared before Lamb 2. Lamb 2 grew angrier and shouted, "Let go of it." But the stranger lightly grabbed the spear. Still smiling, he said, "You just got beaten badly by that Japanese guy, yet you did not seem angry." Lamb 2 was startled, thinking, "He stopped my spear barehanded." The stranger holding the sword continued, "Seems this sword is very important to you." Kyubodeki observed the two, worried. This strange man's strength is too strong. Why does it feel like they know each other? He began to calculate, not good. If he truly came to help, I will definitely lose. Must strike first to gain advantage. He gritted his teeth and unleashed Black Dragon Frenzy Slash. The stranger emitted dark aura, turned and said, "Even a fly dares sneak attack me." With a sword in hand, the stranger drew it. releasing a powerful aura. Bodeki turned pale with fear at the sight. The stranger coldly unleashed countless powerful sword energies. Stellar slash. Lam 2 watched in shock. Damn, a level 7 warrior gets cut like that. Enhuok Thai beside him was equally stunned. Lam 2 read the system notification, thinking, no wonder the system did not display his info. A level 8 warrior. After finishing, the stranger turned back, aura swirling. I have helped you deal with the trouble. In return, give me information about this sword. Lam 2 hugged the spear unhappily. I did not ask for help, regretful my experience points. Did not forget to take a photo of Kubodeki's corpse, a level 7 warrior, the experience gone with the wind. The stranger was confused, asked what are you doing? Lam 2 explained, this guy isn't a level wanted criminal. There is no signal here, so I take a photo first, go out and find the Alliance army to claim the reward. His eyes gleamed almost showing money. The stranger was speechless. You are truly strange, thinking the reward should be mine. Pointed at Lam 2, said, if I am not mistaken, you must be Lam 2 from Sacred Domain Academy, right? Lam 2 put his phone into his pocket. Cheeks flushed, asked, how do you know my name? Do we know each other? Stranger looked at the sword in his hand, explained, the owner of this sword told me. Lam 2 pointed at him. Lakangayat told you. You know Lakangayat. Stranger smiled, cough cough, I am Lakhoa Thien. Lakangayat is my younger sister. Lam 2 was shocked, exclaimed, ah, so you are the brother-in-law. This made Enhuok Thai beside him jealous and annoyed. The next second Lam 2 approached Lakhoa Thien with a gentle attitude, shook hands happily, said, brother Lakhoa Thien, you and Lakangayat are really alike. Lakhoa Thien could not react in time. Lam 2 continued, Lakangayat never said she had a brother. Are you also here to find her? Lakhoa Thien replied cheerfully, at first I went to Sacred Domain Academy to find her. Heard she came to the dark forest alone, so I rushed here. Lam 2 sighed, I heard some warriors say Lakangayat is being hunted by an enemy. Seems like a woman with mechanical arms. Lakhoa Thien pondered, a woman with mechanical arms? Does Lakangayat have such an enemy? Lam 2 was annoyed. Are you not her brother? You do not even know her enemies. Lakhoa Thien smiled awkwardly. I rarely go home. He put his arm around Lam 2, said, you are also looking for her. Come along with me here, no one dares touch you. Lam 2 asked, do you know where Lakangayat is? Lakhoa Thien raised both hands, replied, I do not know, but to escape enemies my sister will go to crowded places. Lam 2 was speechless. Lakhoa Thien continued, she will likely go where warriors gather. The dark forest has many warriors. Lam 2 panicked. You mean Lakangayat may also be like them, possibly at the Ice Lotus Flame location. But how do you know where it is? He weakly asked. Lakhoa Thien put his hand into his chest. He took out a device like a controller, showed it. I have a detector for Ice Lotus Flame. Lam 2 was speechless. You came to find Lakangayat, not the Ice Lotus Flame. Lakhoa Thien put his arm around Lam 2. You still do not believe, let us go. Lam 2 asked, can the device find Ice Lotus Flame? Lakhoa Thien calmly replied, of course, pointing ahead, look detected. There are people ahead. Lam 2 was speechless. I already saw, there is a group chatting ahead. Lam 2 observed, the device only detects people, not Ice Lotus Flame. Lakhoa Thien put it away, said, warriors come to the dark forest for Ice Lotus Flame. It must be in this direction. Lam 2 said, they will treat us as competitors, eliminate them quickly. Lakhoa Thien was decisive. If they dare attack, kill them all. Lam 2 thought of Lakangayat, spoke firmly, exactly like someone. Each with different hairstyles walked forward. One person glanced mockingly, someone is coming. Other said disdainfully, only 3 people. Heard they are not strong. The buzz cut laughed, haha. 3 chickens dare snatch Ice Lotus Flame. Lam 2 kept a friendly expression and waved. Gentlemen, do not be tense. This little brother is not here to steal. Just asking if anyone has seen a cold, silver-haired girl. He moved close to the blonde man's face. The man remained arrogant, brat in the martial world. Information costs money. Lam 2 chuckled darkly. Of course there was, but it depended on whether the information you provided was worth the price. Blonde parted ways, looked at the heavy bag on his back, opened it to see if it was worth it. If interested, then he would provide the information. Lam 2 waved his hand. No sincerity, forget it. I will find someone else to ask. The blonde drew his weapon and faced him. His eyes turned red with danger. Brat, you caused trouble and still want to leave. Lam 2 calmly raised his spear. Otherwise what? Do you want to treat this guy to a meal? Without hesitation, he pointed it straight at him. He raised his axe to block but struggled too fast. Immediately after, both man and weapon were knocked flying backward. Teammates saw their ally in trouble but did not help. Instead they laughed. Haha, at him. Can you even do it? A level 5 nobody and you still cannot handle him. The blonde Tam pointed angrily. This guy has no morals. Holding his weapon, he stood up. Damn nobody. This time even a level 2 alien crystal is not enough to settle it. Dropped the bag behind him, speaking as he slashed down. Lam 2 and Tam rushed into combat. The teammates outside watched and laughed loudly. Ed Steps appeared, saying, "A level 5 brat fighting a level 6 head-on, not bad. Lakangayat has a good eye." Lakhoa Thien observed with satisfaction. Thai asked, "Are you not helping? Did you not say before that with you guaranteeing? No one would dare provoke him." Her tone was displeased. Lakhoa Thien spoke frankly. "He did not call me, and I see Lam 2 is not at a disadvantage." Turned to Thai and asked, "Right, what are you to Lam 2? Why do you keep following him? Oh, I see you fancy that brat. Are you my sister's rival?" Thai shouted, "I am Lam 2's girlfriend. Your sister is stealing someone else's love." Lakhoa Thien still smiled. "That is your business. What does it have to do with me?" He kindly reminded, "But I advise you, being my sister's rival requires caution. If she goes mad, even I cannot control her." The two continued fighting. Tam stood in the smoke. Teammates provoked him. Tam, you are at a disadvantage." Two men patted his shoulder. The crew cut said, "Need help? We can assist you." Tam brushed their hands away, said normally, "What you two plan I do not know. Long hair, finish quickly. Deal with the brat first, then talk." The long-haired man and the crew cut excitedly rushed at Lam 2. Nobody brat, except death. Several surrounded Lam 2. Thai was angry, shameless bunch. Level 6 bullying level 5. She turned to Lakhoa Thien. "Hey, you are just watching your sister's husband get killed." Lakhoa Thien sighed helplessly. Seeing you so steady like an old dog, fine. Who told me I am your brother-in-law?" Thai said no more. She waved two fans and used butterfly dance. The long-haired man noticed and glanced. Then he excitedly raised his weapon to defend. Weapon was immediately knocked back into Thai's hand. She grabbed the weapon and said, "A whole group bullying one boy. Do you take us as invisible?" The long-haired man licked his lips with disdain. "You are pretty. I plan to deal with you last. But if you cannot hold back, then I will not be polite." But before he could rejoice, countless sword energies had already slashed across his body. The remaining two turned pale in fear, exclaiming, "What?" Lakhoa Thien continued using star-shattering slash. Wherever the sword energy passed, it severed everything. Their bodies were cut into many pieces. They could only scream in pain. The teammates behind were also horrified. One move and dead. Those Tam guys are truly level 6 warriors. Is he that strong? They spoke while trembling and looking at Lakhoa Thien. After killing, Lakhoa Thien still smiled brightly and said, "No need to thank me, it was nothing." Lam 2 was speechless hearing that. Lam 2 was furious inside. "Do I still have to thank you, my reward, higher-level warriors? A sea of experience points." Lakhoa Thien turned to the group. "Do you want to gang up or fight solo?" They were already trembling. An older man with a beard stepped forward to mediate. "Senior, those three were ignorant and offended you. They have been killed. The items in their backpacks are your spoils. We were careless. We hope you forgive us." As he spoke, he threw out their backpacks. Lakhoa Thien saw this and smiled. "Oh, you are sensible." He turned to Lam 2. "Lam 2, take those 3 backpacks over here." He replied happily, "Yes, big brother." Picking up the backpacks, he thought, even without experience points, these alien crystals are worth it. Better than nothing. After dealing with the group, Lakhoa Thien waved goodbye out of respect. "I will not pursue this matter. Farewell." 3 left. A ponytailed man asked Lao Vuong, "Are we just letting them go? He is only peak level 7. You are also level 7, and we have numbers." Lao Vuong stayed silent. Lao Vuong turned serious. "Did you not sense the killing aura, even restrained?" "I still clearly felt its intensity. Killing aura condensed like a sea of blood. If he attacked, none of us might survive." Scene change. The 3 of Lam 2 continued on. Lakhoa Thien walked ahead, this brat facing level 6 fighters. A level 5 daring to be tough. "Very bold, I approve. Divide the unlucky guy's items among yourselves." "I am not interested." Lam 2 was delighted. "Thank you, brother." The two poured out the alien crystals and split them. Lakhoa Thien reminded, "But you are still too weak." Lam 2 sulked at the pile of crystals. His mood dampened hearing that, truly siblings. The image of Lak and Gaiat saying you are still too weak appeared. He felt helpless, truly arrogant. Lakhoa Thien seemed to sense something and quickly drew his sword. He swiftly slashed behind him. The giant creature silently approaching was cut in half. The corpse fell at Lakhoa Thien's feet. Lam 2 widened his eyes. "You killed the unique level 7 creature of the dark forest. How did you detect it?" He subdued it lightly. Lakhoa Thien sheathed his sword calmly. "Killing aura." Explained, "When it attacked me, I sensed the killing aura, including those earlier, and the 3 warriors just now. In the instant they attacked, the killing aura locked onto targets and predicted their moves." Lam 2 scratched his head. "Killing aura. You can even sense invisible presence." Lakhoa Thien said proudly, "Hee. This kind of intuition requires bathing in a sea of blood and standing atop piles of bones to train." The words conjured images of bones piled high. He must have killed many people. Lakhoa Thien's gaze turned fierce. "You cannot sense it because you have not killed enough people." He said cheerfully, "Lakangayat can also sense others, killing aura and predict in advance. but she has not killed as many as me, so she is still inferior. Lamb 2 slowly understood, acting decisively because of sensing killing aura. Could it not be because of her temper, cutting off heads at the slightest disagreement? He recalled Lack and Guyot angrily holding a sword. Hoa Thien blushed. Yeah, that girl really has a bad temper. Suddenly a group flew over. A blonde shouted loudly. Lao Hyan sent a signal confirming the location of Ice Lotus Flame. Several figures leaped midair. The one in front urged, "Hurry, the mountain peak ahead, move quickly." Hoa Thien paid attention. Said to the two, "Did you hear that? Ice Lotus Flame has appeared." Lamb 2 guessed, seeing them rushing it must be true. Hoa Thien took out an item that expanded. Rarely flustered, he said. A sensing device pointing to warriors. "Go, we go." Without hesitation, he rushed forward. 2 quickly followed, Lamb 2, thinking, this excitement is not just because of Ice Lotus Flame. Above was a crescent moon. Below were eroded mountains surrounded by light clouds. Warriors below struggled to climb. The 3 had arrived. Hoa Thien held the device and said, "This is the place." Climbing the cliff above was Ice Lotus Lake. He stored the item in his clothes. Hoa Thien sat down and circulated spiritual power. Gun returned. Level 5 brat. "I will not wait for you anymore." Taking the first step, he leaped swiftly upward. Lamb 2 below felt annoyed. Is being higher level that impressive? Let me show my brother-in-law's ability. He bent down to gather force. His whole body surged with spiritual power. Using flash step, he climbed rapidly, not inferior to Hoa Thien. His eyes shone as he used snow tread without trace to accelerate. Hoa Thien was surprised. Damn, full stone movement technique. "Kid, you are good." Thai trembled, climbing bit by bit, shouting loudly. The kid was not harsh at all. Not caring about being a weak girl, she clung to the rock and climbed up. At the mountain peak, countless martial artists stood around a large lake as if waiting for something. Thai climbed to the top, jumped up, snorted in annoyance. HMPH. "I do not need a man to climb." Seeing the scene ahead, there were too many people. She walked behind her 2 companions and asked, "Why are the martial artists gathering here? Is the Ice Lotus Flame not at the lake ahead?" Hoa Thien said, "You 2 do not understand the Ice Lotus Lake yet. Broaden your horizons." He kicked a stone beside him into the lake. The stone fell into the flowing water below. It instantly shattered into many pieces. Then it turned into dust and vanished into nothingness. 2 inexperienced ones saw it turn to fragments and spoke together. Hoa Thien explained, "When the Ice Lotus Flame appears, it changes the lake's properties. Extreme cold, anything touching the water becomes powder. Martial artists level 6 and above, if not bleeding, can use energy to resist the lake water, but it consumes too much, unless they absorb special crystals to replenish. Otherwise, they will turn to powder in 3 minutes. The Ice Lotus Flame has not bloomed yet. Only after it blooms can it be picked with tools. The martial artists are waiting for the flower to bloom." Calm before the storm, he explained to the 2 inexperienced ones. Lamb 2 looked around like a monkey, did not see Lack and Guyot. He said she might appear. Hoa Thien said, "Only might, not certain." Sound came from the lake surface. Lamb 2 sat observing and said, "The lake water is changing." Hoa Thien reminded, "Stay away from the lake." Suddenly bones shot up, along with eyes and tongues. System notified, Beast Evolution Level 6. Ice Lotus Snake, after absorbing Ice Lotus Flame energy, evolved into a venomous snake, capable of turning hunters into powder. Lamb 2 was alarmed, a level 6 Ice Lotus Snake. He stepped back and warned everyone to avoid it. The snake is extremely poisonous. Hoa Thien was surprised. Oh, the kid knows this too. Martial artist failed to dodge and was bitten on the arm, crying out. The snake kept biting. The flesh there seemed to melt and evaporate. Another martial artist held a blade and told the bitten one, "Quickly cut off your arm," decisively slashing. Martial artist screamed in pain as his arm was cut off. The severed arm evaporated. More Ice Lotus snakes appeared. The man with the blade shouted, "Retreat." Others also scattered in panic. Another person was bitten on the thigh and cried for help. Hoa Thien reminded the 2 inexperienced ones, "Even the shore is not safe. The snake's poison is like the ice lake." The lake's surface boiled again. A group of snakes surged up. The martial artists shouted to retreat. The blond man and his team panicked and ran. A snake approached. One opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue. It leapt toward Lamb 2. He was startled. Damn, it can shoot that far. Immediately used 100-Tide Phoenix. A massive flame surged along the spear, forming a phoenix head to block the Ice Lotus snake. The snake was burned, leaving only a short piece. Suddenly footsteps appeared and a voice sounded, impressive. Red-haired man with round glasses said, "You play well. Your flame is excellent. How about teaming up to obtain the Ice Lotus Flame?" He invited kindly. Lamb 2 said frankly, "Sorry, I already have a team." Man still shamelessly grabbed his shoulder. "You only have 3 people, 1 level 7, 2 weak, look over there." A group watched like tigers. Lamb 2 looked and said, "Those guys." The group stared at him with strong killing intent. Lamb 2 said bluntly, "HMPH. Before this I killed 3 of them, they still dare to attack. Are we afraid of them? The stranger said, it seems they have found strong reinforcements. He placed a hand on Lam 2's shoulder and said, think carefully. Should you let us join? If your flames help deal with the Ice Lotus snakes. When we obtain the Ice Lotus flame, your share will be enough. Lam 2 immediately shook him off and refused. No need to team up. If they dare to act, then let them. Only then did the man reveal his true face and drew his sword. Fine. If you do not agree, then forget it. Lam 2 also became serious. The man slashed and shouted, then you are the enemy, go die. Lam 2 quickly raised his spear to block. Strike was quite strong, forcing his knees to buckle. Lam 2 exposed him. In fact, you are with them. Level 7 martial artist Kim Sun Seon, planning to ambush me. A level 7 playing dirty like this. System displayed, Kim Sun Seon, level 7 martial artist. He panicked. How do you know my name? Lam 2 pointed and laughed mockingly. Your face looks exactly like it. Kim Sun Seon angrily swung his sword and shouted, damn, die, cross character slash. The leader raised his weapon and called out, they killed 3 of us. Do you think we will accept it? Now we have 4 level 7 martial artists. They only have 1. Others kill them. The 3 of Lam 2 were surrounded. Duong Thien released killing intent and drew his sword lightly. 4 level 7, not bad, haha. Today is a great slaughter. Duong Thien reminded the 2 newcomers, take care of yourselves. Soon there will be many people. I cannot protect you. And Duong Thien angrily pointed and shouted, did you not say no one would dare provoke us? Duong Thien laughed, hee. Let Lam 2 train. If he wants to feel killing intent, he must experience life and death. Released spiritual power and leapt up, his voice echoing, Lam 2, kill all who carry killing intent. Lam 2 said nothing, swung his spear and charged, kill, and Duong Thien followed closely. The 3 fought fiercely, each strike killing one. Kim Sun Seon sneered, brat, you are the weakest. I will deal with you first. Lam 2 was worried, thinking, although he is level 7, not level 5 like me that I can handle. If I do not use rage, it is uncertain. He has not found Gaia. Cannot use the final trump card yet. This man underestimates him. He tried to withstand the attacks. He calculated must strike by surprise. A martial artist shouted, the Ice Lotus snakes are coming again. Everyone retreat. Scattered, Kim Sun Kshin stood with his back turned as if unaware. Suddenly an Ice Lotus snake stuck out its tongue and attacked Kim Sun Kshin, making him panic. Damn it. He rushed forward excitedly. Brat, consider your death meaningful. Circling behind Lam 2, use him as a shield. Lam 2 cursed, despicable. Snake opened its mouth to bite. He used mirror clone. His body vanished. Kim Sun Seon panicked. Ah, a clone, the brat dares to trick me. The snake nearly bit his arm. Kim Sun Seon was not afraid, forming an energy barrier. The snake only bit the barrier. His arm remained intact. Smug. A small snake cannot break my defense. Lam 2 appeared behind him and said, what about adding me? Still cannot break your defense. He gripped his spear tightly and used a power thrust. The spear tip struck the barrier and shattered it. Kim Sun Seon panicked. The defense broke. His arm was bitten by the snake. Cried in pain, tears flowing, his face pale. Kim Sun Seon raised his sword to his arm as if to cut it off, enduring the pain and slicing, muttering, damn it. Lam 2 used 100-Tide Phoenix and provoked. You tasted extreme cold fire, now taste extreme hot fire too. Kim Sun Zeon was furious, releasing killing intent. A level 5 dares to kill me. He used one hand to raise his sword and blocked the incoming 100-Tide Phoenix, but the flames blasted him backward onto the ground. Lam 2 smiled. Of course he could not kill him. Just knocking him away was enough. Kim Sun Zeon turned pale and looked back. The clear blue water in the lake awaited him. Kim Sun Kshin cursed, damn it. In the end, that despicable man fell straight into the lake. He screamed, His face was being corroded. A few pieces of clothing boiled on the surface. The martial artists above were horrified. A level 7 had died. The Ice Lotus Lake was terrifying. If not injured, with full energy one might hold on. The group of old men fiercely attacked Lam 2, shouting, die, kill that brat. Shout rang out, be careful of the Ice Lotus snakes. The snakes silently shot forward. Lam 2 turned to observe. He used mirror clone, vanishing before the snake bit through. The blonde, red-haired man panicked. The snake lunged again. It was another clone. Ponytailed man rushed in to save his teammate, knocking the snake aside. The snake turned its head toward Lam 2. He panicked. The clone was broken, not good. Lam 2 was bitten on the arm by the snake, crying out in pain. And Duong Thien panicked, calling out loudly, Lam 2. Duong Thien turned back with a dangerous gaze. Lam 2 eyes lit up. Oh. He realized nothing had happened, looking at his hands in surprise. Both hands, one emitted fire, one emitted water, he guessed. Could it be using 2 attributes at once? Others gritted their teeth. How could he be bitten by snakes and not be dissolved? Damn, there are too many this time. Be careful. The snakes shot upward. When the snake bit Lam 2's arm, He came up with a bold idea, hee. He spread his arms, letting the snakes open their mouths to bite and tear. The martial artists were shocked. That guy is crazy. Why hug a bunch of snakes, just bitten and not dissolved? He is finished tomorrow. 5 or 6 snakes biting together would turn him to dust. Lamb 2 was still joking around. Not dissolved, but it hurt a bit. He turned back, revealing a ghostly smile, hee. Lamb 2 rushed toward the group of old men. They panicked. What are you trying to do? Do not come closer. They ran in terror. Save me. Do not come closer. The martial artists outside trembled. Is that guy still human? So vicious, do not provoke him. Countless things fell into the lake, screams echoed. A giant ice lotus snake surged up. Everyone shouted to retreat. Lamb 2 exclaimed, why is it so big? The ponytailed man was bitten and cried out. The ice lotus snake king lowered its mouth and cleanly bit that man. Then it opened its mouth wide again. Its body struck Lamb 2. He could not react in time, falling freely in midair, panic. In the end, he fell into the lake, water splashing everywhere. The martial artists above were delighted. One said, ha, hanging in the air and not getting smashed would be strange. You reap what you sow. Duong Thien was stunned, calling Lamb 2. Duong Thien held her safely. Do not go over there. That kid was bitten by snakes and not dissolved. Falling into the lake should be fine. The ice lotus snake king struck people. Those laughing men were flung away. Avoid quickly, attack, join forces. Lamb 2 sank underwater, his body intact and not corroded. He floated underwater, surrounded by snakes, his whole body wrapped in spiritual energy, opening his eyes. Although bitten by small snakes and not dissolved, sinking into the ice lotus lake still hurt, using energy to protect his body temporarily, and also searching for the ice lotus flame. He exerted strength to swim. Seeing a streak of light, he guessed white at the bottom of the lake. That is the ice lotus flame. Looking closer, it was the figure of a long-haired girl. He turned her face. Lamb 2 was astonished. Lacking Gaiet on the surface of the lake, everything sank into darkness. Underwater, Lamb 2 was still astonished. Lacking Gaiet was real. Lacking Gaiet saw him and wondered, why are you here? Lamb 2 waved his hands and feet comically. Came to find you, got knocked into the lake. Lacking Gaiet looked puzzled. What is this fool trying to say? She moved closer and held Lamb 2 hand. Pulling him along, he wondered where she was taking him. The two moved toward the light. Lamb 2 eyes widened in shock. This was the ice lotus flame. Before them was a blue flower. Its petals were flames intertwining. Judged, it seemed not fully bloomed yet. Bubbles rose from below. Water bubbles appeared around them. Lamb 2 worried. Is the lake bottom shaking? The ice lotus flame petals began to bloom. He exclaimed, the flower has bloomed. The petals burst open brilliantly. The martial artists above saw the strange phenomenon and panicked. One stood there anxiously. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? The group stopped to observe. The tremor came from the lake. Here, look. Water shimmered, forming a vortex. Cheers erupted. The ice lotus flame has bloomed. The ice lotus flame has bloomed. One man nearly went mad, shouting, ha. The ice lotus flame is mine. Do not even think of stealing it from me. He jumped into the lake. Others eagerly followed. The ice lotus flame, hurry, go grab it. Duong Thien worried, is Lamb 2 okay underwater? Duong Thien reassured, do not worry, there is no problem. Several martial artists raced to swim into the lake with all their strength. Lamb 2 looked up worried. The lake was full of martial artists, not good. They are about to snatch the ice lotus flame. Suddenly a hand tapped his shoulder. Lacking Gaiet pointed to a nearby rock. Lamb 2 cheeks flushed, right, hide behind and let them deal with it. 2 swam to hide behind a large rock. The first crazed martial artist swam over greedily. The ice lotus flame is mine. Suddenly he was slashed across the back by another man. He cried out in pain after the sword strike. The swordsman laughed happily. Get over there. Slashed man gritted his teeth. Damn it. His face was corroded, screaming a. Then only scraps of clothing remained on the green water surface. Countless others fought over it. The ice lotus flame is mine. Go die, kill them. The crowd was reduced to scraps of clothing. Final screams echoed. A. One man laughed slyly, he. Reaching out to touch the flower, ha, about to get it. His hand was about to touch the flower. Lamb 2 observed anxiously. It is about to be taken. His hand touched the flower. Suddenly he screamed in pain. His body was corroded like acid, screaming miserably, I am not willing. Lamb 2 was horrified, damn. He dissolved instantly. You cannot touch the ice lotus flame with bare hands. Meanwhile, a masked man holding a sword approached from behind. He wore a mask, smugly slashing his sword downward. From the bag, Con leapt out, jumping up to bite the villain's face, gritted his teeth and kicked him wildly, sending that man flying with a cry. Then he shared the same fate. Screaming a, Con laughed. Lamb 2 panicked. Damn it. Good thing there was Con. Fighters noticed him. It is that brat, Lamb 2 sighed. He had been discovered. They pointed out, it is the one on the shore who did not die. Who is that girl beside him? Damn it, they must want to reap the benefits. They rushed toward Lamb 2 and the girl. He charged in, must eliminate first. The one-eyed man stabbed with his sword. Lamb 2 dodged aside. He shouted at them, damn it, go rob them, why come to me? Calculating in water, unable to use flames. But this move is useful. He used silver lightning burst field. His eyes turned white. He punched the man's stomach, sending him falling with a cry. The whole group seemed electrocuted, screaming hoo-hoo. Lamb 2 looked at his hand, satisfied. The silver lightning burst field was truly powerful, with a wide range. He was surrounded. They cursed, damn brat, you dare attack. Lamb 2 pointed, hey, why surround me? I just attack. Water conducts electricity. What does it have to do with me? His eyes gleamed strangely. Lakangayat was seriously rushing to seize the ice lotus flame. The martial artist was furious. Damn it, about to get the ice lotus flame. He swung his weapon. What a beautiful rain, you cannot take it from me. Lamb 2 quickly kicked him, thinking. Lakangayat saw the silver lightning burst field holding them back temporarily. After calculating, Lamb 2 used the electric shock move. The whole group was shocked. Lakangayat was already close to the flower, carefully using a card to cut through the ice flame. She waited for a moment. Lamb 2 observed her. Then Lakangayat raised 2 fingers, signaling, let's go open. He understood, smiled. Those people were shocked and panicking. The ice lotus flame was taken. The card in that girl's hand, why did it not dissipate? Martial artist turned to attack Lakangayat. Crazed, good. The ice lotus flame was taken. Kill that brat. The ice lotus flame will be mine. Lamb 2 laughed happily. Ha ha, Zio Ua is amazing. Stop it, you people. Punched into the group. Electricity made them scream, continuously using silver lightning burst field. They cursed, you dog, despicable brat. Just wait, I will chop you to pieces. Lamb 2 and her lightly moved toward the shore. Let's go. He jumped out of the water. Lakangayat safely held the ice lotus flame. Enhuakthai worried, calling Lamb 2. She was happy. You are fine, that is good. While he was nearly out of breath, the 2 women met each other's eyes. Lakangayat coldly asked who. Enhuakthai asked unpleasantly who. Lamb 2 stood between them, nervous. Ez said, let me introduce. Senior Enhuakthai and my lost classmate. Enhuakthai pressed her face close to Lakangayat. You are the fox spirit who stole Lamb 2, Lakangayat replied. What, you old pale woman? Enhuakthai was angry. Say that again. Lakangayat was firm. Want to die, I will grant it. Lamb 2 raised his hand to stop them. Not worth it. Hey, we are all family. Lakhoa Thien laughed. Heh, dear little sister, happy to see your brother. Lakangayat fumed. I have no brother, move aside. Enhuakthai snapped. If you are fine, then get lost. Even the famed Lakhoa Thien feared the aura of Lamb 2's 2 lionesses. The ice lotus flame was still in Lakangayat's hand. Voices of surprise and joy rang out. Look quickly, the ice lotus flame. Oh my God, that girl got the ice lotus flame. Brothers, kill and take it. They approached greedily. Lamb 2 scratched his head, stopping them. You 2 stop arguing first. Lakhoa Thien continued, right? There are still predators around. Deal with them first, then argue. Martial artist sneered, ha ha. You also want to kill us. 4 of you only 1 level 7, dreaming. Lakhoa Thien's face darkened. His eyes blazed with darkness. He hissed, level 7, open your eyes and see clearly. They were shocked. What is this? A level 8 martial artist. Lakhoa Thien appeared like a great demon, hair flying, muscles bulging. Con advanced. He laughed excitedly. All of you come, brats. The scarred men stayed optimistic. Do not be afraid, he is alone. We have many level 7s. Use numbers, ants devour an elephant. They waved their swords smugly. Lakhoa Thien was like a demon, flexing his claws, laughing gleefully. Hee, it has been long since I unleashed a massacre. The flower in her hand gradually dissipated. Lamb 2 panicked. The ice lotus flame was disappearing. Lakhoa Thien explained, once it leaves the lake it dissipates, must absorb immediately. Lamb 2 looked at the crowd like ants, worried. There are many predators here. Lakhoa Thien reassured, brat. I will take the main attack. You deal with the stragglers, okay? Lamb 2 replied, okay. He thought of Lakangayat. This time it is my turn to protect. He told her, focus on absorbing Lakhoa Thien and I will guard. Lakangayat pondered briefly. Enhuakthai objected. I do not agree, Lamb 2, there are too many of them. Lamb 2 stayed optimistic, senior protect behind Lakangayat, then moved forward. Enhuakthai hesitated. Lakangayat looked up. Thank you, I will absorb. She closed her eyes to begin absorbing. Several rushed in panic. Damn it. That girl is about to absorb, risk everything and kill. A shadow flashed. Lakhoa Thien appeared before 2 men, throwing a punch. He looked. Punched the man's chest, sending him flying with a groan. That man's whole body flew into the forest. He hit the ground, causing a huge explosion. The martial artists were stunned. 1 punch destroyed a level 7, even as a level 8, such terrifying strength. Lac Thien rushed toward them. Now they finally felt fear too late. While Lac was still absorbing, a vile man suddenly approached to disrupt. Keep fighting, the ice lotus flame is mine. However, Lam 2's spear tip appeared instantly. He kept aiming at him. That man remained disdainful. A mere level 5 dares attack me. Lam 2 smiled cunningly, said, taste this. Began using bone ice. A barrage of frozen spears shot out like a storm of pear blossoms. The man's body slowly froze. He could not believe his eyes, wondering how this fire user could use ice. He swung his sword mockingly. This bit of bone ice is useless to me. Before finishing, he looked down in shock. Hey. Along with the ice spears, an ice lotus snake flicked its tongue waiting for prey. Damn, it is an ice lotus snake. The ice snake was small but very fierce, biting straight onto him. Then it quickly dissipated at the final stage, leaving a miserable scream. Lam 2 rested his spear on his shoulder and said, know why I used bone ice? Because I brought up those ice foxes that hate fire. Remaining people rushed forward in anger. You bastard, kill him, damn it, come and die with me. Lam 2 replied calmly. So many people ganging up on one person. You are the ones lacking martial virtue. Luckily, when I fell into the lake, I grabbed some ice lotus snakes. As he spoke, he tossed them out like toys. The ice lotus snakes shot forward ferociously. The martial artists had to jump aside. Chaos erupted like smoke, damn. He is even using ice lotus snakes as projectiles. Move away quickly. In another quiet corner, under the crescent moon, Lac was still closing her eyes, absorbing the ice lotus flame. Another martial artist with gleaming eyes approached, greedily saying, Die, I will not let you absorb it anymore. Hand over the ice lotus flame to me. Thai quickly used butterfly dance to block him. That man sneered and slashed out, saying a 6A level girl should step aside. At this moment behind him appeared a ghostly figure with glowing eyes. Lac Thien appeared and struck his back with a punch, making him scream miserably, daring to scheme against my little sister. Thai saw this and fell into thought. Lam 2 asked, why did you come back here? Did you finish everything over there? Lac Thien said proudly, a bunch of rookies, 5 minutes was enough. Looking over, people were lying all over the ground, all wiped out. Thai broke into sweat and stared wide-eyed. Lam 2 sighed, this speed is even faster than eating a flock of chickens. The sinister aura completely dissipated. Lac Thien slowly returned to his normal form. Son, do you want to learn my move? If you want, you must take me as your master and enter the Dark Realm with me. Lam 2 was surprised. You are actually from the Dark Realm, are you not Lac brother? That place is completely abandoned, filled with evolved beasts, assassins and criminals wanted by the Federation. Do not listen to him, a shout rang out. Lam 2 startled and turned around. Lac opened her eyes while absorbing. Lam 2 will not walk that path. Lac Thien reminded, little sister, focus on absorbing the ice lotus flame. Do not worry about your little boyfriend. Lac shouted loudly, shut up. Suddenly her eyes widened, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her entire body seemed about to be swallowed by the ice lotus flame. Lam 2 panicked and shouted, Lac Thien stood aside helplessly and said, foolish. The ice lotus flame is powerful. If you lose focus, you will be frozen. Lam 2 turned anxiously. Big brother, how do we help her? Lac Thien replied helplessly, I cannot help, I do not know fire skills. Lam 2 blurted out like a naive boy, that is right, fire skills. Continued, inside my body there is red lotus flame. My whole body emits a transparent flame called red lotus flame. Lam 2's hand dropped down. Flames from Lam 2's hand spread into Lac body to stabilize it. He struggled, consuming a lot of energy but still having many energy crystals to absorb. Lac Thien was satisfied. This guy is enduring everything for Lac to reach level 7. Truly genuine love. Thai silently watched. Afterwards, small black stones appeared on the ground. Lac tiredly closed her eyes. Lam 2 was sweating and breathing heavily. Finally, it is done, Lac said happily. Thank you. Lam 2 smiled. Such a small matter still needs thanks. You have completely absorbed the ice lotus flame. How does it feel? She expressed her feeling. Yes, it is fully absorbed. It can also release white flames. Lac created water attribute spiritual energy in her hand. Lam 2 was delighted. One hand formed golden flames. Haha, this is my red lotus flame. His other hand formed blue flames. One hand holding fire. 2 flames suddenly rushed toward each other. Lam 2 panicked. Damn it, Lac Thien shouted. You two fools, retract the flames. Do you not know red lotus flame and ice lotus flame repel each other? Lac quickly clenched her hand. The flames gradually dissipated. Lam 2 also tightened his hand. The flames went out as well. Lac Thien wiped his sweat and explained, red lotus flame and ice lotus flame are opposing energies. If they collide, they will explode. Even an 8th level martial artist cannot withstand it. Lac silently pondered. Lam 2 became excited. Ah, that's strong. If Lac and Guyot and I join forces, we can fight an 8th-level martial artist. Lac Thien put his hands on his hips. Yes, later it will be your trump card, a fusion skill. Fusion skill, Lac Thien dragged his words. His face flushed red. Thai angrily shouted. Lac and Guyot blushed and cursed pervert. Lac Thien was punched into the air by the two girls, along with a shout to get lost. After a while, Lac Thien said, "All right, Lac and Guyot has absorbed the ice lotus flame. My task is done, everyone goodbye." The crescent moon shone clearly over the surroundings. Lac Thien carried a huge backpack. Lam too was surprised. Earlier he had nothing. Lac Thien laughed. Hee, these are spoils from the corpses of martial artists. Lam too pointed at the messy weapons. Lac Thien said, "I am an 8th-level expert. I know what is valuable. This is being economical, not wasting the trip." Lam too was speechless. Lac and Guyot spoke from behind. "You came to help me obtain the ice lotus flame." Lac Thien happily said, "Yes, who told you to be my little sister?" Then he waved goodbye. "See you again, brother-in-law." The backpack covered half his body. Lam too asked, "Is your brother a good person? Why were you so fierce earlier?" Lac and Guyot explained. At 7, he was sent by the family into the dark realm to survive. He lived and became an 8th-level martial artist, offered his soul to darkness, enjoys killing. Eventually, he will be devoured by darkness. At a young age, guarded by demons, yet remained calm, pitiful, and Thai also sighed. Sent there at 7, the family is truly ruthless. Lac and Guyot closed her eyes helplessly. This is why the family is strong. Weakness is a sin. Moon rose high, shining down on the forest. A voice rang out, "Lac and Guyot, this place should not be stayed in for long. Martial artists hunting the ice lotus flame could arrive at any time. We should leave." On the ground lay countless corpses with large holes in their chests. Lam too looked down. Lac Thien had killed them all. "As long as we leave, no one will know we took the ice lotus flame." Lac and Guyot replied, "I cannot leave yet." He asked why. She said she came here to save someone. "Has that person not been found?" Lac and Guyot honestly said, "I lied. I did not come to save anyone. I came to kill," turning to one direction. Lam too was confused. "Kill someone." Lac and Guyot recounted. 3 years ago, I came with 6 teammates to the Death Ruins to hunt an 8th-level evolved beast. After killing that beast, a woman named Duong Thien killed everyone to seize the 8th-level energy crystal. 5 teammates were killed. Only I survived. I swore before their bodies I would kill Duong Thien for revenge. I heard Duong Thien appeared in the dark forest. I came. I did not expect her to be the leader of a martial artist organization. She ambushed me. I pretended to fall into the ice lotus lake. An ice attribute martial artist can stay underwater long if not injured. I hid among the broken rocks. Duong Thien thought I was dead and left without competing for the flame. She will definitely return later. Lam too asked, "You plan to wait here for her?" Lac and Guyot replied, "Yes." Agreed to stay and help. And Thai worried. Staying does not guarantee meeting Duong Thien, but other martial artists may come, possibly level 8. Dai Lam is level 5, we are level 6. How can we handle it? Lac and Guyot replied. "I have absorbed the ice lotus flame, level 7. Lam too was pleased. Fighting above one's level is basic operation. And Thai could only sweat. Scene shifts to the next day. A group appeared led by a woman. 3 people Lam too hid in the bushes, he asked. "Is it them?" Lac and Guyot replied, "Yes." He said, "Go, head to the frozen lake to ambush." Lam too looked at the pile of corpses. Excited, haha, hiding under corpses to launch a sneak attack. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Thai was speechless at his expression. This guy had such a heavy taste. Lac and Guyot looked horrified. "I do not want to hide under corpses." The 2 girls agreed together. "We will hide in the bushes." Lac and Guyot spoke. "They are here." The group of Duong Thien appeared aggressively. Seeing the scene, they were terrified. Ah, how could something so big happen? Why are there so many corpses? Were all the previous people killed? They began to check and realized this person was a level 8 martial artist. Even an old level 8 was still formidable. That woman Duong Thien observed the wounds on the corpses. Realizing it was not from normal combat but someone had killed them, she ordered them to go down the lake to check the fire ice lotus. A few hesitated. Duong Thien snapped. "As long as you are not injured, use origin power to protect yourselves. For a short time you will not die." Those people pursed their lips, faces pale with fear. They decided to jump into the lake together. Lac and Guyot hid behind the bushes, silently calculating she could take them down underwater. Duong Thien turned back and ordered. The others spread out to inspect closely, strange energy or other power. They moved toward the pile of stacked corpses nearby. A bald man covering his nose stepped forward, saying, "This pile of corpses is starting to rot." Suddenly an arrow flew over. The bald man had no time to react before it pierced his abdomen, stunned. He fell down, merging into the pile of corpses. The scar-eyed man noticed the movement and turned to observe. He walked over and asked, "Bald, how are you?" Then a spear thrust from beneath the corpses shot toward him. He was taken down just like his companion. Scene shift. At the bottom of the lake, those under Duong Thien were swimming down. A man holding a flashlight observed and realized there was nothing left under the lake. The fire ice lotus had been taken. Suddenly another pointed and shouted. Turned and saw Lakangayat closing in, panicking and cursing, damn it. Bloody scene was blurred by the author, but everyone knew his ending. The remaining two were terrified and swam up to escape. Lakangayat frowned. Wanting to run is not easy. She appeared before the two. One sword strike took one down. The remaining one saw this and cursed, damn it. Lakangayat rushed to the next one. He surfaced from the water shouting for help, uncle, save me. There was an ambush under the lake, but the cry for help was cut off by a sword strike. Water splashed violently. Those on shore worriedly said, big sister, there is an ambush under the lake. Lamb 2 emerged from the pile of corpses. Little and Gayat revealed too quickly. Originally wanted to ambush a few more. He immediately unleashed a fire technique. Flames burst fiercely. One person raised his head and looked terrified. His flames formed into fireballs that shot toward those people. One shouted, damn it, someone is attacking from behind, be careful. But was still hit by several fire blasts. A stream of aura erupted from the forest. Huok appeared with her butterfly dance technique. Several people were blasted away by the force. Lak and Gayat jumped out of the water. Truong Hao Kayat created a shield and shouted, useless ones do not panic, retreat, maintain formation. The three of Lamb 2 gathered. Lak and Gayat stood in front and gave a cold order. Truong Hao Kayat sneered, someone defeated by me. Do you think level 5 or 6 martial artists can resist me? Lak and Gayat replied, killing you is enough. Truong Hao Kayat held her sword and charged, shouting loudly, I will deal with the one in the middle. The other two are yours. The others rushed forward regardless of life or death. Kill, kill. Truong Hao Kayat fiercely slashed at Lak and Gayat. She leaped to dodge. The muffled explosion obscured vision. Lamb 2 was still dealing with the other two. He glanced to the side. Lamb 2 thought, Lak and Gayat just reached level 7. Facing level 8 is still weak. Must help her. Heavenly Dragon, bring the spear down. A flag appeared like a battlefield. City break. A giant general rushed in with Lamb 2 toward those people. Each spear strike came with a roaring dragon head. Several people cried out under Lamb 2 attacks. A bald one gritted his teeth. This guy is too strong. Is he really only level 5? And Huok said, Lamb 2, go help Lak and Gayat, leave these to me. Lamb 2 asked, can you handle it alone? And Huok fought while replying, do not worry. Lamb 2 used Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. Countless spear strikes shot out. Truong Hao Kayat within her defensive barrier was extremely pleased. This ant dares to ambush me. And she swung her sword, earth-cleaving slash. Lamb 2 became blurred before her eyes. And Huok exclaimed, not easy to deal with. No, that was a clone. When she realized it, he had already appeared behind her. He thrust straight into Truong Hao, sending her flying away. She angrily shouted, despicable brat, then burst out shield power that blasted Lak and Gayat and Lamb 2 away. Truong Hao Kayat threw an object and shouted, die. The spiked ring was an iron ring surrounded by spikes. Lamb 2 gritted his teeth, using the spear shaft to block the spiked ring. She laughed proudly, ha ha ha, raising her iron hand. The spiked ring slammed into the spear shaft and bounced away. Then it rebounded back. Lamb 2 panicked, damn it. It can change direction. Truong Hao Kayat crazily controlled the spiked ring. Spiked ring rushed in relentlessly. Lamb 2 panicked, damn it again. Unable to dodge, the spiked ring attacked continuously. Truong Hao Kayat arrogantly said, rookie, play with the spiked ring. She held her sword and turned toward Lak and Gayat. She swung a heavy sword. Lak and Gayat rushed into battle. Truong Hao Kayat wildly swung her sword, eyes red, shouting go die. Lak and Gayat struggled to withstand the strikes. Huge explosion erupted on the ground. Dirt and sand flew everywhere. Lamb 2 still struggled to resist the thorn rings. He was furious, unable to predict the trajectory of the thorn rings. Lak and Gayat alone could not win. He observed the two people in front, judged that this woman had an unusual ability, controlling 3 thorn rings. He noticed the metal arm on her body, sliding upward. He understood this was not mental control. If it was an electronic device, it must fear high temperatures. He rejoiced as if finding a solution. He immediately unleashed 100 Phoenix Sweep. A great flame appeared along the spear tip. Truong Hao Kayat mocked, your level 5 flame cannot reach high temperature. The thorn rings can endure heat. She cried out, ah, this boy's flame is strong. So high, red lotus fire from another world. Underestimating it will lead to death. Lamb 2 laughed freely, ha ha, did not expect you to know. Yes, within my body is red lotus fire that burns everything. Lak and Gayat slashed forward, asking, what are you looking at? Ice flame slash. Truong Hao Kayat turned pale. Ah, this is ice flame slash. Facing Lak and Gayat's strong attack, she could only create a field shield to defend. Crazily jealous, red lotus and ice lotus. How could it be one red lotus, one ice lotus? Such luck. Lak and Gayat rushed forward, happily replying, thanks to someone knocking me into the lake. I had the chance. Lam 2 laughed, ha ha ha. Our husband and wife are both chosen by heaven. Are you afraid yet? Lakangayat shouted, shut up. I will kill first. Lam 2 pretended to be foolish. Fine, deal with the third wheel first. He unleashed 100 Phoenix sweep again. A giant phoenix head appeared from the flames. Truong Hao Kayat inside the defensive ring sneered. Your flame is strong, but only level 5. It cannot kill me. Lakangayat rushed forward, using Ice Flame Slash. Truong Hao Kayat saw and said excitedly, you have not fully absorbed the Ice Lotus fire. As long as I kill you, I will take the unabsorbed energy, ha ha. Suddenly she screamed in horror, ah miss. Lakangayat appeared asking, who said I wanted to attack you? Lam 2 ran far away, excitedly saying, they are about to collide, run quickly. The underlings gritted their teeth, panic. What were they doing when the opponent was too strong? Enhuakthai also shouted, those two electric ones. Truong Hao Kayat asked back, what are they doing? Attack and run, what does this mean? Blue aura appeared, followed by a golden aura rushing forward. The two auras carried hatred as they rushed into each other. Truong Hao Kayat in the middle was like a sandwich. Cursed, damn it. I cannot believe the energy is so strong. Her whole body spread in the air, screaming miserably, ah 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 ah, leaving thick smoke on the ground. On the ground, the explosion left a crater with many small watermarks. Lam 2 cheered excitedly. Our combined skill is powerful. Even level 8 can be taken down easily. Lakangayat punched Lam 2 in the face, making him bleed, shouting, shut up. Enhuakthai was frightened. The two of you are crazy. Next time you use this skill, give a warning, she shouted. Lam 2 could only laugh. Lakangayat blushed and looked away. The scene shifted to Deep Blue City. Tall buildings appeared. Some people tried to enter the city. Guards with guns stood at the gate observing. Lam 2 wondered what happened, why it was locked down. Lam 2 passed through the inspection gate. Lakangayat followed behind. Coldly complying, a soldier looked at her with a lewd expression. The soldier raised his hand, saying the device has a problem. It cannot scan further. The soldiers discussed. The captain's old illness returned. Poor beauty. The captain stretched his leg, stuck out his tongue greedily. He would have to search personally. Lakangayat stood still. Her eyes narrowed, dare to touch further. She said coldly, die, the soldiers shouted. One pointed a gun at her, bold, what are you doing? Drop the sword. Lam 2 silently thought, just scanned. Clearly they intended to cause trouble. The captain was afraid but spoke stiffly. They are not cooperating. There must be a problem. Capture them. Footsteps appeared with an annoyed voice, too noisy. The blonde asked, what are you doing? Your hairstyle looks like it was cut at home. Quite nostalgic. Soldier approached flatteringly, reporting Lieutenant Colonel. They did not cooperate with scanning, suspected of infiltration. We intended to detain them. The blonde mocked. Just a few soldiers dare to arrest a level 7. Explain clearly what happened. Lakangayat called Tang Nak. The man shut his mouth, angrily shouted bold. Before answering he choked, looking over. Seeing clearly who stood before him, he hurriedly said, it is Miss Lak. He quickly slapped the soldier who stepped forward, shouting shut up. He approached Lakangayat. She crossed her arms asking, why are you in Deep Blue City? Tang Nak sweated, replying, I made a mistake in Sky City, was sent here. Did not expect Miss Lak to also be in Deep Blue. What happened just now? Lakangayat turned. That man intended to take advantage. I was about to kill him. Tang Nak was furious, shouting, dare to have thoughts about Miss Lak, such audacity. Capture him. Tang Nak pointed at the red-haired soldier. He trembled, calling Lieutenant Colonel. Lakangayat asked further, what happened in Deep Blue City? Tang Nak answered, last night the city lord's mansion lost a priceless treasure. The entire city is locked down. For several days only entry, no exit, Miss Lak. If you have no place to stay, I can arrange it. She entered with her companions, replying, no need. We have a place. Tang Nak said, fine, please take your time. After Lam 2 and the others left, the soldier still curiously pointed, Lieutenant Colonel. Who are they? Tang Nak sighed. Sky City, the Lak family. They are from Sky City. No one dares to kill them within 3 days. After walking some distance, Lam 2 said, Zio and Gayat, how powerful is the Lak family? Even the Deep Blue guards are respectful. Lakangayat closed her eyes. Annoyed, it is none of your concern. The scene shifted to the Saint Domain Academy branch in Deep Blue. The three entered the hall. Lakangayat handled matters with the receptionist. Lam 2 observed. Enhuakthai waited outside. Lam 2 wondered where everyone went. It used to be lively. Now it is like a vegetable market. The old receptionist reminded, young man, what are you saying? Comparing Saint Domain Academy in Deep Blue to a vegetable market. Due to the lockdown, there is no one. All are on leave. Enhuakthai smiled, asking if there is a train back to the academy today. The old man replied, the last train has departed. The city is locked down. No one can leave. You can only wait until it ends. He laughed smugly, heh heh. I will open the largest room for you, the most luxurious, no one is using it. You young people only know how to go slow. Lamb 2 said a luxurious room must be expensive. The old man, are you trying to cheat us? He shouted, wanting to fight him. Bank card was placed on the table. Gayet waved her hand. Fine, take the most luxurious room. Lamb 2 looked over in shock. The old man was satisfied. Swiped the card. Good, 18th floor, the most luxurious room. One night, 10,000 points. Lamb 2 shouted, one night, 10,000 points. Old man, why not rob directly? Do you know how hard it is to earn points? The old man calmly smiled, reminding, rest well tonight. Do not go outside, curfew, it is unsafe. Lamb 2 lay on the large bed in the modern room, looking up at the luxurious ceiling, enjoying the upper-class feeling, saying no wonder it costs 10,000 points per night. The 18th floor luxurious room has hot springs, steam room, cultivation room, gravity room, everything. The rich know how to enjoy. Suddenly a noise came from outside. Lamb 2 jolted upright and looked toward the living room door. Wondering, something moved in the living room. Was Tiu and Gayet still cultivating? Lamb 2 frowned, weary. It was different from what he had imagined. When he went into the living room, he only saw Gayet and Enhuok standing by the large window, watching the city at night. He wondered why they were not asleep. What outside the window was so interesting? Gayet and Enhuok were silent. Gayet frowned slightly, her gaze displeased. Enhuok was tense and sweating, her eyes anxious, her mouth hanging open. Lamb 2 followed the direction of their gaze, shocked to discover a strange creature. He stood there blankly, wondering what this was. Before his eyes was a flying ship, rushing forward, the roar of its engine echoing. Then a warning suddenly blared that it was about to crash into the building. Lamb 2 and Enhuok were startled. Gayet remained steady and calm. All three were shocked. Lamb 2 managed to shout, oh no, it is coming straight at us. The ship was about to crash into Gayet and Enhuok, yet the two of them stood still, not moving. Lamb 2 reacted in time, lunging forward to protect them both, shouting loudly, move. The ship was not slowing down, it could crash straight into the building. The ship shattered the huge window, hundreds of fragments scattering through the air, cracks spreading everywhere. Front of the ship slammed into the room, revealing a head like a husky. The ship was well made and landed safely, despite the shattered glass. Enhuok was struck by glass shards and cried out in pain. Lamb 2 was thrown into the wall by the impact. Gayet kept control of her body and avoided serious injury. Flying ship shot in like a rocket. The floor was devastated. White smoke blanketed everything. The three of them lay on the cold ground. An iron door opened from the body of the ship, white smoke billowing everywhere. A squad of burly men emerged. The leader ordered his subordinates to leave the building, and two tall men in black carried an iron block under his command. Lamb 2 slowly woke amid the rubble, his head splitting with pain, rubbing his head with one hand, sweat running down. He groaned. Oh, my head feels like it is going to crack open. The leader looked down on them and told his subordinates to deal with this place first, then come down to meet us. Heavy iron chest was carried downstairs with guards around it. The two men carrying the chest stayed behind to handle the people in the room, and the red-haired man laughed arrogantly, raising his blade and brandishing it at Lamb 2, treating this as his bad luck. Beneath the tip of the blade, Lamb 2 crawled centimeter by centimeter across the ground covered in broken bricks. Enhuok had not been at the center of the attack and recovered quickly. She rushed out to save him, magic flowing from the fan she used as a weapon, buying time for Lamb 2. The red-haired man focused only on Lamb 2 and paid no attention to Enhuok. By the time he noticed, he had already taken her blow. Luckily, his skills were good. Lamb 2 recovered, his blood boiling as he charged in with the long spear Muk Than Gyro in hand, furious, and wanting to drive the blade into that insolent bastard. The spear shot toward him with a shrill rush, so fast it was like a rocket locking straight onto its target with blazing firepower. Lamb 2 unleashed 100 birds facing the phoenix. The firepower was not light. At the very least, it would leave the enemy badly wounded. Lamb 2 snarled fiercely, die for me. The man with the crew cut had also been lurking nearby, striking the moment Lamb 2 let his guard down. His power was strong, but he had chosen the wrong position, and Lamb 2 still had Enhuok and Gayet supporting him. She stepped in at exactly the right time. Gayet hurled a white blue ice blade at the crew cut man, powerful magic striking head-on and swallowing the enemy whole. Seeing the ice power about to strike, he was startled. His hand halted, yet the freezing force still coiled around him. Gayet gave him no chance to counterattack. The crew cut man realized too late that Gayet was deep and formidable, a rank 7 martial artist. Lamb 2 seized the opening and changed his method of attack, Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. The duplicated spear that followed was the pain they would have to endure. Enhuok joined forces. Her butterfly dance was fierce and overwhelming, like a tsunami swallowing people inside a dream. The three powers merged into a fatal strike. No one could withstand it. The crew cut man was blasted several meters away, unable to defend himself. The red-haired man watched his companion get beaten to a pulp by the combined attack of the three of them, not even sure he would survive, and hesitated over whether to keep fighting or retreat. There was still another rank 7 martial artist here. In the end, he fled like a coward, leaving his companion behind. Only when standing before death did he understand who was truly loyal. Lakangayat spoke, her cold voice making the red-haired man tremble in fear, her hand still gripping the meter-long sword, with no intention of letting go. Lakangayat unleashed a heavy ice flame slash at the red-haired man who was trying desperately to escape, her gaze resolute, determined that today she would claim the capable hand of that snake. The blade struck the red-haired man in the shoulder, making him scream. The ice force slowly burrowed through the thick uniform and exposed smooth, pale skin, gnawing into his arm. He looked on in agony, drenched in sweat, his lips trembling. What kind of flame was this? Why was it cold? Had this woman really taken the ice lotus flame of the dark forest? He did not want to die, so he decided to sever the arm trapped by the ice force, letting Lakangayat take what she wanted, enduring the pain as he left, one arm gone from the shoulder yet still alive. From afar, Lamb 2 watched him flee, following his body as it swept down the corridor like something from hell. The sight shook him and made him sigh. This man was ruthless. He actually cut off his own arm to escape. Not long after, the entire building felt like the center of an earthquake. Lamb 2 on the 18th floor could feel the aftershocks. There had to be fighting downstairs. Damn it. What kind of battle was this for the 18th floor to feel it too? Enhuakthai emphasized that besides us, only the perverted old receptionist, the manager of the deep blue branch, remained. He definitely was not simple. Lakangayat did not wait and decided to go first. Enhuakthai and Lamb 2 followed behind, saying eagerly that watching a big shot fight was better than helping. The luxurious building was ablaze. At the place where the flying ship had crashed, that spot burned brightly in the dead of night. The leader and his subordinates were surrounded, beaten down by a mysterious person, and only barely able to stand again after a long while. An explosion thundered through the sky. Smoke surged up and covered nearly the entire ground floor of the building. The leader ground his teeth and stood there watching his capable subordinate be taken down, astonished. Had an underling really eliminated a rank 6? The mysterious person had not shown himself yet, and he angrily demanded, "Who are you?" The mysterious man replied, "I am only an old gatekeeper. I may not even be your opponent." The old gatekeeper's hand beat the group until they could not lift their heads. The bald old man, with hair jutting in 3 petals like a flower, said lightly, "Let me guess. You people stole the treasure of the city lord's manor of Deep Blue City, did you not?" The leader grew impatient and shouted, "This is none of your business. Get out of here if you know your limits. Reverence for age will not be fulfilled for nothing, and that treasure is useless to you." The old man pointed and ordered them out, but that man would not listen, ruining his good plan. To tell him to give up such a precious item was absurd. After a few seconds of calm, he shouted, "I have staked my whole life on this thing." The old man had given him a chance and he did not take it. So the old man stopped holding back, rolling up his sleeves to reveal sturdy arms, saying, "Good, I will kill you first and take it back afterward." Before he could make a move, the red-haired man came running over clutching his injured arm and reported, "Boss, huge trouble. He has started slaughtering everyone." The leader had not faced him directly and did not understand how brutal real combat was. His subordinate had to lose an arm just to survive. He remained cold and expressionless, while the red-haired man panted and explained that little rank 7 girl can use the ice lotus flame of the dark forest. The leader was startled. One of them could use the ice lotus flame, and his subordinate pointed at the fresh wound, saying his arm had been injured by it. The old man sank into thought. The ice lotus flame had been mixed around by those kids, haha. They really were students of St. Domain Academy. Lamb 2 had just come down and saw the situation on the ground floor. He shouted, "Old master, are you all right?" The 3 of them stood behind him carrying heavy weapons, forming a powerful group of 4, and the old man laughed, "I am fine. I just needed to stretch these old bones." In a situation like this, you still remembered this old man. The leader refused to submit, talking big as he pointed at the 4 of them and declared, "Today is your day of ruin. Kill the old man first." His 3 loyal subordinates obeyed at once. They were determined, charging at the old man with the resolve to kill him no matter what. Their determination was high, but their brains were ruined and limited. They lunged to kill Lamb 2, yet the 4 of them did not move, and the old man spoke, "No one is allowed to touch my disciple." The old man waved a hand, stern and imposing. The air turned gray, and those brainless fools could not escape his grasp. Binding magic burst forth in a dazzling stream like hundreds of billions of stars in the galaxy, creating boundless power. That force hurled the three men into the air. Their weapons were destroyed. Such was the old man's overwhelming power. They floated through space for a long time before crashing down again, gravely injured. Three men were no match for him. The old man dealt with them easily. Then the arrogant leader remained, and the old man sprang toward him, declaring war. The leader was startled. His best subordinates had been taken down by a casual move. His own skills were inferior. His face changed from arrogance to tension, sweat pouring down as his mind raced to cope. There were still two crew-cut men beside him. Yet the old man shattered their defense in only 2 seconds and sent all three flying, without suffering the slightest loss. Infinite light spread out, shaking the ground, and they had no path of escape from the old man's magic. M2 watched, open admiration in his eyes. The old man handled it far too quickly. Were there really still people like this? The old man approached the heavily guarded iron chest, inspected it, and said to Lam 2, "The chest is large and thick, yet inside it only holds a stone on a layer of white cotton, like some luxury item." Lam 2 and the old man looked at the stone, and Lam 2 asked curiously, "Is this a meteorite?" The old man treated it as a treasure and praised Lam 2, "Not bad. It is a rare forging material." The old man turned 180 degrees and asked him, "Do you want it? If you need it, then say so." Lam 2 was stunned. The old man had fought to take back this precious treasure and was now willing to hand it over. It felt a little unreasonable. Security would be arriving soon. If they took it with them, how would they run? The old man explained, "I am giving it to you because you care about it. As for the others, I have a way to deal with them." The old man noticed Lack and Guyot beside him, turned away from Lam 2 and said, "Young lady, you are from the Lack family, are you not? I owe them a favor, so I will give this to you." Lam 2 said with jealous sarcasm, giving it to someone else and still calling it repaying a debt. The old man stayed silent, only lightly splitting the stone into 2 halves as if it were nothing, revealing a dazzling blue crystal inside. Lam 2 was stunned and could hardly believe it. The old man had actually split open the stone he had meant to give them. His lips trembled. "Wait, you said you were giving it to us. So what exactly are you planning?" He raised the blue stone and examined it carefully, chuckling as he explained, "Child, when I mentioned forging materials, I meant the stone inside the meteorite. The meteorite itself is already a fine material, but it is not worth even a tenth of this stone." He turned and walked toward Lam 2, Lack and Guyot, and Enhuak, warning them as he moved, "Hurry and take it away. The security force is about to arrive." He took the small stone out of the meteorite and carefully placed it into a thick iron chest, his deep gaze sweeping across everyone. Lam 2 listened carefully. The city lord does not know this stone exists, so it must be returned to him. But while they were still hesitating, the sturdy glass wall shattered. Flames and smoke erupted violently, seeming to swallow the entire hall. It had to be the security team breaking in to reclaim the meteorite. One man in the lead aimed his gun. 4 others stood close behind him, fiercely ordering everyone not to move. "Hands up. The building has been surrounded. No one better try to run." The old man frowned in displeasure and sternly reminded him, "Captain Tang, you dare lead troops into the branch of Holy Domain Academy." Tang Nak, dressed in a security uniform, tensely realized that the man before him was no stranger, but someone he absolutely should not offend. The strain showed clearly on the captain's face. "Elder Ha, forgive us. We did not know you were here." Lack and Guyot suddenly recognized the title he had just spoken, so his surname was Ha. Lam 2 still had no idea who this old man was, so when Lack and Guyot pointed it out, he grew even more curious. Lack and Guyot belatedly realized that the man before them was a figure of tremendous stature, someone they might never meet in their entire lives. Could he be Ha Tin, the Vice Alliance leader of the Martial Artist Alliance, the founder of Holy Domain Academy? Tang Nak scratched his head and laughed, apologizing. "Forgive us, sir. We were only chasing the thieves' aircraft. We meant no offense." But the glass wall behind him had already been blasted apart, with shattered pieces everywhere. Elder Ha informed Tang Nak of the robbers' situation. They had all been taken care of. There was still one upstairs. "The thing inside the safe is what the city lord lost. Right, check it once." Captain Tang looked at the robbers sprawled across the ground, then turned toward the iron chest that was still intact. Tang Nak was delighted to see the iron chest unharmed, without a scratch and with nothing missing. "Thank you for stepping in to save us. Quickly, check the faces of the dead men and the item in the safe." Subordinates hurried to obey and inspected everything carefully, their faces tense as they reported, "Colonel, identification confirms they are the suspects from the city lord's residence." Another man in charge of checking the item blurted out, "Colonel, it really is that meteorite only." Tang Nak stepped forward to inspect it closely, only what he had not expected it to be, the lost meteorite, only for it to now be broken. The subordinate reported, "The meteorite inside has split in 2. Tang Nak waved his hand. "It is fine, as long as it is still whole and nothing is missing." Lack and Guyot and Enhuak exchanged doubtful looks. They truly had no idea there was another stone inside the meteorite. It was unbelievable that they had simply overlooked the stone within it. Lam 2 immediately understood Elder Ha's meaning. They truly had no idea about the blue stone, so they really did not know about the crystal inside the meteorite. The stone and the safe were prepared to be carried outside. Tang Nak stayed behind to thank Elder Ha for saving them from a disastrous loss. On behalf of the city lord, thank you for your help. As for the damage to the building, the maintenance team will repair it tomorrow morning. Elder Ha nodded to show he understood, not even glancing at Tang Nak as he merely said, "The city lord is truly thoughtful, help me thank him." Elder Ha and Lam 2, Lak and Gayet, and enrollment watched as the security team under Captain Tang gradually withdrew with the enormous safe, and no one said a word. Not long after, Elder Ha left, telling Lam 2 and the other two that the 18th floor could no longer be used. "I will arrange another room. Do you want to stay together or separately? Rest assured, I will not charge you." Lam 2 was annoyed that the expensive 18th floor had barely been enjoyed before it was ruined, and he protested, "This 18th floor is far too expensive. It broke down before we even stayed long. You should refund the money." Elder Ha was the Vice Alliance leader and founder of Holy Domain Academy. There was no way he would take a loss. Because of natural disasters and human accidents, we are not responsible. Hurry back to your rooms and rest. The aircraft will operate normally tomorrow. Lam 2 had barely mentioned changing rooms before he was rejected, making him feel the old man was like a profiteering merchant. Next morning, under blue skies and golden sunlight, the building damaged the day before was being carefully repaired. Scaffolding surrounded it on all sides, and the repair cost surely would not be small. Lam 2 stepped out of his room looking listless, yawning widely and complaining that he was so sleepy he could die. Lam 2 walked ahead, with Lak and Gayet and enrollment following behind, all three dressed neatly in combat gear. Lam 2 grumbled, who starts construction at 3 in the morning. But as soon as they entered the main hall, they were met with an unexpectedly huge crowd. "Damn it. There are so many people," enrollment explained. "The matter has been resolved, so everything has returned to normal. This place was always lively to begin with." A female attendant appeared and stopped in front of them, asking, "Are you the students Lam 2, Lak and Gayet, and enrollment?" She handed the three of them 2 letters and said, "These were left by Dean Ha. The aircraft departs at 9 in the morning. You may rest in the waiting room." Lam 2 took the letter of thanks and asked, "Where is Dean Ha?" The female staff member replied that he had gone out early in the morning to deal with other matters. Lam 2 thought about Elder Ha, so he really was Ha Tin, the vice dean of Holy Domain Academy. Inside the envelope was a ranking notice for warriors. Lam 2 opened it, saw the good news, and jumped up in delight. Wow, an invitation to the warrior ranking. Lam 2 showed it off to Lak and Gayet and enrollment, giggling as he said its value must be higher than an ordinary ranking. The old man was a bit stern but kind-hearted. Enrollment was happy, while Lak and Gayet remained thoughtful as though she had already expected her own potential. Lam 2 remembered that the ranking event was only half a year away, and quietly steeled his resolve. "In half a year I have to give it everything, otherwise a 5-star warrior like me will become a laughingstock." The aircraft had already arrived, and it looked far more luxurious than the robbers' craft from yesterday. The aircraft stopped at the building only briefly, and after picking up the students, it immediately flew toward the next station. The 3 had already settled into their seats when they suddenly heard a stranger call out, "Hello, student enrollment." The green-haired man in a light beige uniform smiled as he spoke slowly. "I did not expect you to come too. What a coincidence." Then his attention quickly shifted to Lak and Gayet. Enrollment disliked the way he addressed himself. Kim 2 and 2, not afraid of getting his face hurt, had only now come out to do his mission. Kim 2 and 2 laughed heartily and denied it. "This time our homeroom teacher assigned me an important mission in Desert City south of the Black Forest." His appearance was rather handsome and proper, enough to attract no small number of female students. His personality was nothing like his looks. Lam 2 had been sitting quietly when Kim 2 and 2 started ordering him around. "Hey, you, I want that seat. Move somewhere else." Clearly, this fellow wanted to sit between the 2 beauties like some young master embracing lovely women. Did he really think he had that much authority? Lam 2 had been sitting there peacefully and was still provoked. He had done nothing, yet the other man ordered him around like some supreme ruler. "Who are you to demand that I give up my seat?" Kim 2 and 2 thought that because he was in a higher year, everyone had to listen to him. He pointed at Lam 2's face and lectured him. His scattered brain matched his personality, silently belittling Lam 2. The idiot was sitting with 2 beauties, and he wanted to humiliate Lam 2 in front of them. Even after Lam 2 said that, the man still acted aggressively and looked ready to hit someone. "I politely asked you to give up the seat, and you are still shameless." Such a face wasted on the wrong person. The nonsense he came up with was enough to earn him a beating. A fool who did not understand reason. Lam 2 had never feared anyone. His right hand circulated inner force and stood ready. "For someone like you, I have never once held back." Kim 2 and 2 grew even bolder. Threats were useless, so he attacked instead, looking for death. Are you? Lam 2 calculated quickly that aboard the Academy aircraft he could not make too great a commotion, so he had to avoid affecting the journey. He used only a lightly crackling punch, just enough power to suppress the self-proclaimed senior in front of him. The moment Lam 2's hand made contact, Kim 2 was jolted hard. His arm shook for a long while, pain spreading through his whole body until he cried out miserably. Kim 2 clutched his numbed arm and blurted out, "You reckless brat. You caused damage the moment you moved. Yes, that is only because you underestimated me." Lam 2 frowned and tilted his head in warning. "Be glad we are still on a holy domain aircraft. Otherwise your arm would already be shattered." Kim 2 still refused to admit defeat and wanted to strike again, this time kicking straight at Lam 2's head. "You bastard, I am going to deal with you." Lam 2 realized that man was not his match, and he also did not want a fight to break out on the aircraft, but since the other side had already challenged him, he did not mind answering back, with that effeminate voice, "You still dare threaten me?" Just as the tension reached its peak, a voice rang out and halted everything. "Stop right now, damn it." The disciplinary officer had arrived just in time. This time both of them were surely in for trouble. The disciplinary officer appeared at the perfect moment and stopped the fight. He pulled Kim 2 back and stood between the two of them, sternly reprimanding them. "You dare ignore Academy discipline and fight on the aircraft, outrageous. If you are not punished, this will happen again in the future," so he immediately imposed a penalty. "When we return to the Academy, I will report this to the teachers. Confinement for 3 days. Kim 2 had started the trouble, yet he still wanted to play the victim. He truly deserved an Oscar. Clutching his arm and acting spoiled, he pleaded, "Teacher, I have been wronged." He struck first. "Look, my arm is nearly ruined." Lam 2 was not the one who started it, so he was not afraid. He had always been upright and had no need to explain himself. Only that man kept trying to justify himself as if it were true. He really had learned nothing, still putting on an act. Fortunately, the disciplinary officer was reasonable, so no matter who caused the trouble first, both had taken part in the scuffle and both had to be punished, as an example to the other students. He therefore decided to confine both Lam 2 and Kim 2, regardless of who struck first. "If you keep fighting on the way, I will deal with you severely." Kim 2 and Lam 2 watched teacher Lu Li. Kim 2 taunted Lam 2. "Hee hee, brat. Once you are locked up in Holy Domain Academy, let us see whether you can endure it." Lam 2 watched Kim 2 leave, feeling irritated. Is that guy insane? He talked as if he would not be locked up along with him. Lam 2 walked over and asked Lakangayat, "Was there an instructor just now? Why did you not speak up? Why did you let that sissy strike first?" Lakangayat looked at him with little warmth and said, "Being confined will be good for you." Lam 2 angrily shot back, "What nonsense? How is being locked up good for me?" Lakangayat merely said, "You will understand when the time comes." Then the aircraft sped away. The aircraft flew back toward the Academy, and Lam 2 cried out happily, "We are finally back." Walking together with Lakangayat and Enhuok. Lam 2 said they should go report to Teacher Nam. Enhuok smiled brightly. "Lam 2, I am heading back first. I will finish calculating the mission points and transfer your share to you." Lam 2's eye twitched. "All right, a little extra reward is not bad." Lam 2 was a little surprised and asked Lakangayat, "Hey, do you not need to report to Teacher Nam?" Lakangayat replied coldly, raising her brow at Lam 2, "No need, I already got the dean's permission." Lam 2 felt both embarrassed and blankly stunned. You are still better than me." This was the gate of the Academy, and Lam 2 hurriedly ran off to find Teacher Nam. Reporting to Teacher Nam, "I have returned." It seemed Lam 2 did not receive a warm welcome. Teacher Nam angrily pointed at him. "You little brat, can you not stay quiet for once, a mere level 5? Yet you ran into the dark forest to fight, then as soon as you returned, you started fighting on the aircraft too." Lam 2 froze. Teacher Nam, I only just got off the aircraft. How do you already know?" Teacher Nam threw a tablet at Lam 2's face. "The disciplinary notice has already been issued, and the vice dean called too. It would be hard not to know." Lam 2 sighed in frustration. The Academy office really handled student discipline fast. He looked at the notice on the tablet about the fight between Lam 2 and Kim 2 and felt utterly annoyed. Usually when he asked them to do even a little work, it could drag on for half a month. Teacher Nam reminded him, "The important thing is that you got it wrong. Did you not pay attention to where you are being confined?" Lam 2 still stared blankly and asked, where Teacher Nam nearly ran out of words with this fool. He answered, "The confinement place of Holy Domain Academy is the Thunder Domain, north of the Academy." Teacher Nam spoke seriously. "The dean keeps many level 8 Thunder Martins there. They can draw down lightning, so that place is always covered in dark clouds and rolling thunder. If one of those Thunder Martins attacks you, even if you are treated in time, you will still be severely injured. You will not die, but the burning pain is enough that not everyone can endure it." Teacher Nam looked worriedly at Lam 2. You are only level 5 and do not know how to use the protective bead, which makes it even more dangerous. Hearing that, Lam 2 gradually understood, and with a thoughtful look he realized that was why Lak and Guyot and Enhuok Thai had said it would benefit him. After hearing all this, Lam 2 actually felt satisfied. Even the anti-electricity training room at maximum output had not been enough. The Thunder domain would help raise both his electrical resistance and his lightning skills. Teacher Nam saw Lam 2 shrinking back and grew even angrier. Tomorrow you will see just how terrifying it is to be locked in there. I heard Kim 2 and 2 completed an important mission, so he only received written punishment and does not need confinement. After hearing that, Lam 2 shouted, "Oh heaven, this is unfair. Why do I have to be locked up tomorrow? I barely escaped death and have not even had time to rest." Teacher Nam turned his back and ignored Lam 2, saying, "No one else is to blame for this. Hurry back and rest. Tomorrow morning I will take you there." When Lam 2 returned from Teacher Nam, a Federation delivery aircraft was flying overhead, preparing to make nighttime deliveries. Lam 2 looked up at the aircraft in surprise, a Federation delivery craft. He asked Lak and Guyot, "Little and Guyot, you just got back and you are already busy shopping online." Then he wondered, what kind of machine is this? Lak and Guyot did not answer, only telling Lam 2 to hand over the black bamboo spear and the crystal stone to her. Lam 2 asked, "What do you need the spear and the stone for?" Lak and Guyot shot him a sidelong glance, obviously to forge a weapon. Watching Lak and Guyot busily forging a weapon, Lam 2 blurted out, "I never thought she knew how to forge weapons," seeing her in tight-fitting clothes and covered in sweat. Lam 2 secretly praised her, too seductive. Lak and Guyot cut him off. "Keep dreaming. This is an intelligent, automatic forging machine." Lam 2 widened his eyes and cried out, Hey, how can you bear to throw my beloved weapon and that crystal into it?" When there were enough materials, the forging machine began to operate. Smoke rose, every process ready. Lak and Guyot said it would be done in 3 days. Lam 2 stood behind curiously. The operations were familiar. "Does your family have this forging machine?" Lak and Guyot replied coldly, "There are 10, and even more advanced features." Lam 2 could not believe it. 10 machines with better features. This one must not be cheap, Lak and Guyot said lightly. "Money is just paper. Each costs only 100 million alliance coins." Lam 2 was stunned after hearing that. Roughly counting, it must reach 8 digits. He stammered and pointed at the machine. 100 million alliance coins. Go report to Teacher Nam." "You already spent 100 million, Lak and Guyot frowned and asked, "Is 100 million alliance coins a lot?" Lam 2 turned to a corner and sat down crying. "I do not want to talk to a rich person." Looking toward the Thunder domain in the north of Sacred Domain Academy, the sky roared with violent lightning. Teacher Nam and Lam 2 stood before the gate. Teacher Nam said this was the place they needed to go. Suddenly, a dazzling bolt of lightning struck the nearby mountain. Lam 2 was so frightened he broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, "Oh my, this lightning is terrifying." Teacher Nam led Lam 2 through the northern registration gate of the Thunder domain of Sacred Domain Academy. Teacher above confirmed. Lam 2, first-year student class 10, detained for 3 days, identity verified. Lam 2's face was grim and unpleasant. At that moment, Lam 2 saw another male student struck by lightning and smoking being carried in. Tam Din School Class 53 Class 5. Urgent rescue required. His whole body was almost burned by lightning. He was taken into treatment chamber number 4 for healing. Lam 2 pointed at Tam Din School and asked, "Why is he so miserable?" "What did he do?" The teacher replied. "He stole someone else's martial skill card, caught on the spot, detained for 5 days. Today is the 4th day. He has already been carried in 8 times. Lam 2's face turned pale. He asked, 4 days and carried in 8 times for rescue. Those detained are beaten nearly to death, then revived and beaten again. Why is that?" The teacher replied coldly, "That is right. As long as they do not die under the lightning, they will be beaten to near death until the detention ends." Lam 2 forced a smile. How cruel, Teacher Nam had already warned. "Only now are you afraid. You should have thought beforehand." The teacher ordered Lam 2 to remove all his clothes and put them in the locker over there, then follow. Lam 2 panicked and covered himself. Why must I remove all my clothes?" The teacher said there was no need to remove everything. Only keep the underwear to avoid wearing insulating clothes. Seeing Lam 2 hesitate, the teacher called out, "Someone help him remove them." Lam 2 quickly said, "Haha, I can do it myself. I will handle it." After removing them, the teacher led Lam 2 outside, saying he only needed to stay here for 3 days. At the same time, he reassured Lam 2, "We monitor you 24 hours. We can rescue you at any time. Do not worry about life danger." A brown-skinned, brown-haired male student laughed and mocked Lam 2. "Haha, another unlucky one has arrived." The blue-haired one also laughed loudly. "Only level 5, truly unlucky." The orange-haired one guessed he would be carried down in less than an hour. Another with a pineapple head added, "Probably worse than Akamoto Niji." Lamb 2 looked up at the sky, seeing flocks of thunderbirds circling. Looking at them, Lamb 2 could not help trembling. So these are the legendary level 8 thunderbirds. Their number is astonishing. A kind person reminded Lamb 2, "Newcomer, do not look around. Sit down and steady your mind. Prepare to endure lightning strikes." Lamb 2 followed, "Yes, thank you, senior." Lamb 2 closed his eyes, focusing on sensing his body. This feeling made him exclaim, "This place has abundant spiritual energy. No wonder without recovery many people would be beaten to death here." Everyone shouted. The thunderbirds began gathering lightning. "Prepare yourselves." A violent current gathered, extremely powerful and frightening. Lightning struck down. The force was so strong that rocks flew up. Those sitting were thrown outward. The lightning did not stop. The man who helped Lamb 2 earlier opened a shield, forming a protective circle against the attack. The others did the same, all activating shields. Lamb 2 panicked, "Damn it. They all have shields, and they are level 6 martial artists, not fair at all." Before he could think more, lightning struck Lamb 2, his body charred, hair standing upright. Lamb 2 screamed loudly. The orange-haired Otten looked and said, "It is over, this guy is about to die." Others worried. He could not endure even a moment. When he was about to collapse, Lamb 2 suddenly sensed electrical energy. System activated a passive skill. Lamb 2 looked in shock at his hand, burned by lightning. Suddenly it healed as if never struck. Like rising from hell to heaven, Lamb 2 laughed loudly, experience points surged. His body hurt yet felt exhilarating. Lamb 2 looked at his hand, thinking, "What if I run the cultivation technique now?" Lamb 2 ran the cultivation technique. Truly amazing, electrical energy could temper the body. Finally, the lightning stopped. However, Lamb 2's body was already battered. Teacher shouted in panic, "Hurry, he is not well, carry him away." Lamb 2 said he was fine. The teacher became more anxious. Quickly, "He is not well, carry him away. Do not push it or he will die." Lamb 2 waved his hand. "I said I am fine means I am fine. Go away. Do not block me from being struck by lightning." The teachers were stunned. How is this guy still conscious after being struck? The kind man from before praised Lamb 2, directly struck by lightning yet still strong. This student is truly formidable. Lamb 2 asked the senior, "When is the next lightning?" He said, "In 1 hour. Now adjust your breathing and recover strength." Lamb 2 sighed, "Still have to wait long." The kind man muttered, "He has been struck stupid. Never seen anyone so eager." The thunderbirds kept circling in the sky. Lightning struck down, scattering rocks, accompanied by screams. Medical staff carried in students struck by lightning, confused and wondering, did the thunderbirds get injected? They do not stop day and night. Another replied, "Usually they stop at 9 in the evening. Why today like this?" The one in front turned back to look. He shook his head looking at Lamb 2 training amid lightning. This guy is only level 5, yet unharmed, at first unfamiliar, in 1 day fully adapted. A drop of sweat ran down the medic's face. He clicked his tongue. Truly an insulator, very abnormal. After absorbing all the lightning power, the system reported new information. Host Lamb 2, level 27, endurance 512, physique 222, speed 128, combat power 5520, title level 5 warrior, 30% chance to reduce damage by 50% when attacked. Skills include Stone Eyes Analysis, Rage, Camouflage, Devour Glare, Mirror Clone. Lamb 2 laughed loudly, leveling up quickly. After 3 days detention, he will reach at least level 29. Only need level 30 to advance to level 6 warrior. Lightning Silver greatly enhanced. Lamb 2 jumped around in the lightning crater, shouting loudly, just a bit stronger. The medical staff were speechless. His brain seemed damaged by lightning. Suddenly someone pointed to the sky, breaking the silence. "Oh my, look over there." In the sky, the thunderbirds lined up. Someone shouted, "Something is wrong with them. Report to the director." They looked at Lamb 2 excited, probably because he showed off too much so the thunderbirds got angry. Others nodded in agreement. A thunderbird above opened its beak and screeched, its eyes glowing. Immediately the birds rushed toward Lamb 2. He tucked his legs and ran. "Why are they attacking me?" Lamb 2 ran toward the medical staff. They panicked and retreated, not good. The thunderbirds are surrounding him, probably because he showed off. The one before shouted, "Report to the director." Lamb 2 was pecked several times, too much. His eyes lit up, staring at the birds. "You fools. Do you think I am easy to bully?" Lamb 2 clenched his fists. Power erupted. He roared, "Get lost." The thunderbirds were shocked by Lamb 2's electricity. Fainting on the ground, Lamb 2 laughed. "This move is useful. Accidentally created a new skill. Needs a name." He thought, turning to the birds, "Preparing another attack, right? Call it Lightning Flash Fire Stone, but needs more fire." Lamb 2 went mad. The corner of his mouth rising, "Add a bit more fire." Golden light appeared in Lamb 2's hand. He swung it toward the thunderbirds, unleashing Lightning Flash Fire Stone. The medical staff stared wide-eyed. Is he only level 5? Has the director been notified? Why has he not arrived? 2 watched Lamb 2 chasing Thunderbirds like catching chickens, helpless. If not arriving soon, the Thunderbird leader will be beaten badly. In the distance, someone arrived. Chinhai shouted, Lamb 2, are you all right? He and director Truong approached. They saw Lamb 2, sitting cross-legged, breathing steadily among the defeated Thunderbirds. One lay on its back, wings spread, legs kicking, beak open. Another lay face down, tears flowing. Chinhai stammered, were they all injured by you? Lamb 2 nodded, yes, but do not worry, they are not dead. I controlled it. They are the Dean's pets after all. Director Truong silently sat watching the Thunderbirds on the ground. He looked up at Lamb 2. You know this is the principal's pet if I take responsibility. How can I explain it to the principal? Zhang Hui scratched his head. Head Zhang, the Thunderbird attacked Lamb 2. He only defended himself. Should he just stand there and get pecked? Head Zhang angrily pointed at Lamb 2. This student has no shame, absorbing power from the Thunderbird. Lamb 2 put his hands on his hips. I did not mean it, just training a skill related to lightning. Head Zhang sighed. Fine. Teacher Nam, take him to medical. I will report to the principal. As for compensation, let the principal decide. Lamb 2 rubbed his hands, asked softly, Head Zhang, with all this, is the punishment over? Head Zhang sighed. In one day you battered the Thunderbird, the punishment days increase. Even without lightning strikes, you still need the full 7 days to earn points. The news was more terrifying than lightning. Lamb 2 cried out, oh heavens, Head Zhang, it is not my fault. Time passed. Finally, Lamb 2 was released. Returning to the gate, he called, Tiu and Gayat, I am back. Lamb 2 was delighted. Did you miss me? Lack and Gayat turned to look. You really battered the Thunderbird. Your control over lightning must have improved greatly. Lamb 2 flexed his muscles, of course, improved a lot. Lack and Gayat cut him off, handed the weapon to Lamb 2. Hack Mang has been forged. Channel lightning into the familiar patterns on the spear. Lamb 2's eyes lit up. The shape is perfect. Immediately, he channeled lightning into the spear, creating a new move, spear release lightning of Hack Mang. Lamb 2 laughed. Wonderful, rushed to hug Lack and Gayat. Thank you. I can only repay with my body. Right after that, Lack and Gayat sent him flying with one punch. Get lost. Lamb 2 only managed to leave 2 streams of nosebleed. Lamb 2 lay in the room shouting, go away, go away, go away. Lamb 2 quickly stopped Gon from jumping onto his face. It had just gone through 7 days of confinement and lightning torture. Can you not let me sleep more? Gon pointed, stammering a ba. Lamb 2 followed the direction it pointed. What is going on? He saw the backpack on the sofa, suspicious. Why is there a strange noise inside the backpack? Lamb 2 approached and carefully opened the backpack. The moment it opened, his eyes widened. Inside the backpack was a small egg cracking open. A tuft of blue feathers protruded from a small crack on the egg. Immediately, a small bird appeared, raising its head to look around. Both Lamb 2 and Gon stared wide-eyed. It is over, it has hatched. The bird's eyes flashed, making several pleasant chirping sounds. Lamb 2 held it in his hands, its small body cool and comfortable. Birds treat the first creature they see after hatching as their mother. Now it sees him as its mother. But before Tiu Bok could react, Lamb 2 saw it lying weakly, breathing steadily in his hand. What is wrong? It was fine just before. Lamb 2 panicked. He must prepare a proper environment to raise it. Rushed to the cabinet, rummaging through everything inside. Lamb 2 quickly found a box to place Tiu Bok in, planning to buy a cooling box online. Temporarily keep it here. As soon as it was placed in the tray, Tiu Bok recovered its vitality immediately. Lamb 2 sighed in relief. It really is the environment. He walked into the kitchen, calling Tiu and Gayat. Come quickly. I am the bird father. You are the bird mother. Entering the room, there was food on the table. The kitchen was empty. Lamb 2 placed Tiu Bok on the table, pulled a chair and sat down. Tiu and Gayat had gone to school early. While eating, Lamb 2 opened the system panel. Earlier, he had accumulated 3 draws with a rare bird present. Try his luck. The system draw immediately sent rewards. Congratulations, you received a large amount of strange crystals. Lamb 2 muttered, it is this again. Tiu Bok and Gon stared at the pile of crystals with greedy eyes. Hearing Lamb 2 mumble, all are level 3, not very useful now. He observed the bird, held a crystal in front of it. This silly bird also wants to eat right. Tiu Bok immediately pecked twice at his stomach, chirping happily, watching them eat. Lamb 2 had a headache. 2 gold-eating beasts in the house. How can an old father endure this? Lamb 2 stopped and looked at the wheel. The system announced again. Congratulations, host received Diamond Martial Card, Body Strengthening Technique. Lamb 2 held the card, Body Strengthening Technique, cultivating powerful muscles. Muscle War God created 400 years ago, training close combat through self-movement and willpower. After the joy passed, Lamb 2 realized he had 2 diamond cards, must be level 6 to use, needs to level up quickly. Lam 2 ordered the system to continue drawing. The system spun, announced receiving a special martial card, sweeping all directions. Lam 2 lowered his head to look at the card with many strange symbols. The special martial card in his hand, not a gold card, not a diamond card. What is special about it? Place the card on the table to check. The system replied, special cards must be collected in a full set to cultivate. Lam 2 was angry, threw the card, 3 draws just to get one. Gon and Tiu Bak, who were eating crystals, also turned to look at him. Time passed, Lam 2 returned to Sacred Domain Academy. Class 10 shouted, "Brother Lam 2, you finally came back. If you did not, someone would go crazy. Heard you were confined. Even dealt with the principal's thunder bird. Amazing." Loi Loi asked, "Lam 2, how did you find Sister Lakangayat? Did you rescue a beauty from the dark forest?" Kyuwang Luke nodded, "Right? We want to hear that most." Lam 2 said mysteriously, "From when I found the sword Lakangayat dropped." As he said that, a life-threatening shout sounded from behind. "Do you not need training anymore?" Everyone stopped and saw Lakangayat walk in. Sister Lakangayat. Lakangayat ignored others, walked straight to Lam 2. "Come to the gravity room." Lam 2 felt uneasy. How much gravity? She said coldly 10 times. Lam 2 cried in despair. Before anyone could think of saving Lam 2, someone ran in calling, "Truong Dan Labin, Class 7 has arrived." Labin frowned. These losers came again. Loi Loi asked if they should inform the class leader. Truong Dan shook his head. "No need to bother him. Go see what is happening." Outside, Class 7 students shouted noisily, "Previous results do not count. We were just joking. Fight another round." Truong Dan looked at them. "Flanders, a loss is a loss. Why fight again?" Flanders was angry. Originally wanted to fight Class 10 when Lam 2 was absent. Now Class 7 is mocked by the whole academy. That man shouted loudly, "Winning once does not mean you are strong. Those at the bottom stay at the bottom." Truong Dan sneered, "Beaten by the last class. Are you not also losing to the last class?" Flanders' pupils shrank. Veins bulged on his face. That man rushed angrily at Truong Dan. 5 strikes from Flanders were lightly blocked by a hand. The one who appeared was Lam 2, Class 10 student. Flanders was shocked. Brother Lam 2. Even Flanders was stunned. Class 7 was frightened. When did he return? Lam 2 turned to ask Truong Dan, "What is going on?" "I was gone for a few days, and someone dares come to the door." Tan Feng explained, "Class leader, when you were absent, the academy opened a 5-year class competition. Groups of 5, winning gives rewards. Labin stepped forward. Class 7 tried to take advantage of your absence to defeat us. In the end, Class 10 won. Lam 2 was surprised. Class 7 next month. Seems everyone is not lazy." Flanders was furious. "Last time we were careless. This time we will defeat you." Lam 2 looked at that man, not convinced. "Then I will give another chance." He said confidently, "You all come defeat me. I will let Class 10 fight again, Lakangayat, and I will not participate." Flanders smiled. "Sounds good." That man rushed forward using mountain-crushing fists. "Do not blame us for bullying the weak." Lam 2 smirked, his hand preparing lightning-violent fist. One punch from Lam 2 sent Flanders flying straight into the air. Class 7 panicked. All rushed together. Do not separate. Lam 2 kicked on the right. On the left, fire claw hand combined with lightning-violent fist. They scattered. Class 7 students were blasted away like bursting fruits. Lam 2 said, "I gave you a chance, but you did not know how to take it." Flanders stood up, fled with Class 7, leaving a warning, "Just wait." Seeing Lam 2 defeat them, everyone was excited. "Brother Lam 2, after going to the dark forest, you became stronger." Tan Feng's eyes shone. "With the class leader here, maybe we can defeat Class 5 and Class 6 in the competition." Lam 2 sighed. "Look at him." He smiled. "The goal is to defeat all, become the top class of Viet back." Class 10 cheered. "All right, go train. The competition does not concern me." The next day, another class came to Class 10. "Lam 2, get out here." Lam 2 led Class 10 students out. "Things have been strange lately. Even cats and dogs are barking." Zingio led Class 5, looking displeased at him. "Crazy." Class 10 is arrogant. Class 5 officially challenges. "This afternoon, we decide victory at the Marshall Field." Labin pointed at the phone. "Class leader, the Academy Forum is exploding. Someone said you want to fight all classes in North Academy, calling them trash." Lam 2 frowned. Seeing the date was yesterday afternoon. It must be Class 7 causing trouble deliberately, creating more enemies. But it is good. Save sending separate letters, looking at Class 5, meet at the training ground, conveniently ask other classes if they want a challenge. He smiled. "After finishing Class 7, we will fight them, saving time." Zingio frowned, scolded Lam 2. "The last class dares to think of beating us, keep dreaming." Class 5 students echoed, "Right." Class 10 trash. After warning, they left. "This afternoon you will see." Truong Dan asked Lam 2 who to choose for the team. Everyone was previously level 4. Zingio was level 5. "We are only level 4. Lam 2 reassured, "It is fine. I am level 5, and there is also big sister Lakangayat." Lakangayat glanced. "If it is fighting Class 1, then call me. Other classes I will not join." Lam 2 clicked his tongue. Only saw Class 1 issuing challenges. Guyet said bluntly. Class 1 will not challenge either. I just find them annoying. The Class 10 students stared blankly. Lam 2 secretly admired Duong Thien. In the afternoon at the training ground of the Holy Domain Sub-Academy, the stands were full. The judges took their positions. Lam 2 led the class into the field. Chin Hai looked at him. The forum post was from you. Lam 2 shook his head, not me. I am arrogant but not foolish enough to post provocations. Chin Hai nodded, guessed it was not you. Lam 2 continued, if I posted, I would insult all male students of the entire academy. Before Chin Hai could say more, an announcement sounded. The combat competition began preparations. Zingio looked at them. How could he endure it? Lam 2 carried the black spear on his shoulder, asked them, what spear do these little fellows use? Do you know how to use it yet? Do you need me to teach you? These words angered Class 5. They rushed forward together, all kinds of spears. Zingio pointed his spear. Lam 2 frowned, focus fire, attacked the biggest threat first. He channeled electricity into the black spear, creating the Overlord spear technique. Smiled inwardly in front of absolute power. The mind remains limited. Electricity spread across the black spear. Lam 2 prepared to unleash the Overlord spear technique. He calmly observed Class 5 charging in. The corner of his mouth lifted. With a light swing of the black spear in a circle, Class 5 was immediately blown away. Lam 2 stepped forward, kicked and struck the abdomen of one person. Class 5 was shocked and called Zingio. Class leader, how is this possible? Lam 2 faced the little fellows. This level also dares to fight. He launched a spear strike. Lam 2 felt that man lost face. The Class 5 students were extremely panicked. The 3 strongest had been defeated. What should they do now? Should they continue or not? Meanwhile, Class 10 was full of excitement. The class leader was imposing. Tan Fong smiled confidently. Everything was fine. He shouted loudly, class leader, deal with these 3 trash directly. Who would have thought that only a few seconds later Lam 2 had already taken them down? The 2 strongest had been knocked down by me. They were stunned. He smiled and looked. The next 3 are for everyone. The remaining 4 in the team were immediately stunned. Duong Dan worried, brother Lam 2, why are you not participating? Tan Fong was anxious, class leader. We are only level 4, fighting against 3 people also level 4. Lam 2 shrugged, I do not care. It is your matter. If you lose, I will jump down from here. Hearing Lam 2 would not participate, Class 5 felt revived. We will not take risks anymore. Keep formation, do not get defeated. Huang Luke showed a sinister look. Let the class leader test the training results. Tan Fong smiled, agreed. Truong Dan was still worried, observing around. Huang Luke rushed forward first. Unleash the ultimate move, Mountain God Tiger Star. Class leader, my new martial art. Please test it. Next was Tan Fong. Class leader, this is Hua Sun Force. Please test it. Labin also joined. They kept calling. Class leader, look at sword defense slash. Class leader, star crushing moon slash. And this move too. Lam 2 listened and was speechless, embarrassing. Class 5 was annoyed by their constant shouting. If they did not call class leader, they could not fight. Truly annoying. Truong Dan finally lost composure. She rushed forward with a horizontal blade slash. Truong Dan confidently shouted, eliminate one more. She and Tan Fong attacked one person, 2 against 1. Still do not admit defeat. Surely we will win. Lam 2 twitched his lips. A bit embarrassing, but these guys also knew how to use their brains in battle. After a fierce battle, an announcement sounded. Class 10 won. The Class 10 students performed very well. Back in class, they were still excited. That fight was real. Tan Fong laughed. Before even seeing the class leader combo, Zingio had already been destroyed. Just watching was satisfying. Lam 2 reminded, we have only defeated 2 classes. There are still 5 more. Do not slack in training. Suddenly someone discussed. Check the forum. The new male student Thien, on the first day already reached floor 30 of the battle tower. Is he that strong? Huang Luke looked at Lam 2. Floor 30. 5 floors higher than you, Lam 2 explained. On the first day I only reached floor 20. Later agreed with Bao Hoke, then reached floor 25. Guyet held a tablet and spoke to Lam 2. Downloaded the video of Thien match. You watch it now. Lam 2 was confused. Why make me watch it? Guyet replied coldly. You are arrogant. You make enemies. Sooner or later Thien will come for you. Lam 2 was speechless. It is not arrogance but pride. Someone else is even more arrogant than me. Lam 2 lowered his head to watch the video. The weapon was a courage halberd, average level. Guyet added. You defeated a level 7 martial artist from class 5 Viet back year 2. Lam 2 frowned. A level 7 was defeated easily, very strong. At this moment Duong Hang walked over. You are also watching Thien match. Lam 2 turned back Duong Hang. He laughed. You did not come to give me a diamond card, right? He shouted no. Lam 2 asked. You came to class 10 Northern Institute for a team match. But it is not Vietnam turn yet. Wait until we finish class 1 then talk. Truong Dan trembled slightly, too arrogant. Duong Hang spoke loudly. I did not come to fight. I came to trade, exchange for a while. Lam 2 stepped closer. You want to trade? Did you take the wrong medicine? Duong Hang took out a card. I hope you exchange the Diamond Marshal card instant step from before. Lam 2 picked his ear. Bao Hoke survived thanks to it. You say exchange, then exchange. Instant step ranked 30 in the world, very valuable. Duong Hang flipped the card. This is Shadow Clone, a movement technique ranked 20 in the world. He curled his lips. I know you have clone skills. Combining with Shadow Clone will be unexpected. After saying that, Lam 2 shyly stepped forward. I agree to exchange. Duong Hang stepped back. The attitude changed too quickly. After the excitement passed, Lam 2 was suspicious. Why are you so kind? Is there a scheme? Duong Hang frowned. I have no scheme. The card is hard to obtain from the clan elder. If lost, I will be expelled from the family. Lam 2 stroked his chin, knowing that why not give it. But you must agree to help me with something. Duong Hang became alert. What matter? Lam 2 stepped closer and whispered, nothing big, just follow my request. Duong Hang blushed. No, I will not do it. Lam 2 shrugged and left. If you do not agree, then forget it. I am about to reach level 6. It is time to use this diamond card. Duong Hang thought for a moment, then gave in. Fine, I agree. The two exchanged cards, handed the instant step card to Lam 2. He nodded, deal done. Lam 2 waved to Duong Hang. Remember what you agree. He lowered his head to look at the clone card. A movement skill ranked 20. A few days later at the training ground of the Holy Domain Academy, Lam 2 said to Duong Dan after several days of matches, only Class 1 Northern Institute remains. Duong Dan nodded. Class 1 was already defeated by Lam 2. The team leader is Duong Pham, a level 6 martial artist. Lam 2 curled his lips. Ignore him, just eliminate. He turned and said to Labin, no need to enter the field. Let Lak and Gayat stand behind Vu. Everyone do your best. Announcement sounded. Invite contestants of Class 1 and Class 10 to the field. Duong Pham held a large blade and stood waiting. I am Duong Pham, different from that useless awakening star. Lam 2 nodded. Yes, truly different compared to awakening star. I defeated him in a short time. The announcement sounded. The match begins. Run onto the field. At this moment, 3 people approached Lak and Gayat. You are the traitor of Class 1. Today we will teach you a lesson. Lak and Gayat raised her chin. Come. They rushed forward, charging energy. Lak and Gayat snorted. Duong Dan shouted. They want many against one. We will help. Other person rushed forward. 3 brats. The opponent is Duong Tai Ho. His machi attacked Duong Dan. She took the hit, then was sent flying by Tai Ho. Duong Dan leaned against the railing, trembling. Duong Luke and Tan Fong rushed forward. Tai Ho sneered, fools. Instantly, Duong Luke and Tan Fong were sent flying. Tan Fong gritted his teeth. This was 1-star class power. The 3 of them could not withstand it. Duong Dan wiped his mouth. It is fine. With Lak and Gayat and Lam 2, victory is certain. The first-class students on the stands laughed loudly. Those at the bottom could not block a single move. Now 5 against 2. Lam 2 and Lak and Gayat are doomed. This time they must make her taste it. Duong Pham faced Lam 2. Now only 2 remain. If I hold you back, Lak and Gayat alone against 4. Defeat is certain. She is fighting 3, and Tai Ho is rushing from behind. Duong Pham raised his blade, unleashed flame slash. But I will deal with you first. Lam 2 frowned. Damn it. Testing fire with me again. How stupid are you? He swung the dark glow, forming a 100-fold assault. The arena exploded. Dong 2 watched from behind Duong Pham's glasses. Did not expect his fire to be so strong. Lam 2 was surprised. 6-star level, Duong Pham unleashed devouring flame. The fire was fierce, but useless before the scarlet flame blade. A meteor-forged blade from outer space. It absorbs fire and converts its power. Swung his blade to test the fire. Lam 2 countered with ice. The 2 streams of fire and ice collided. Lam 2's ice pierced through Duong Pham's fire and stabbed toward him. Lam 2 smiled, forgot to mention, I also use ice. But on this field there is someone better with ice. Duong Pham was startled to realize Lak and Gayat had arrived beside him. Those 4 useless ones still let her slip through. Lam 2 carried the dark glow. How embarrassing. Those 4 useless ones were already taken down by Lak and Gayat. Duong Pham turned around. So fast she already knocked down 4. Could it be she is also level 6? Lak and Gayat launched Ice Flame Slash, disgusted, too much talk. Lak and Gayat coldly unleashed Ice Flame Slash. Lam 2 also released 100-fold assault. Duong Pham was sandwiched between the 2 fire and ice attacks like meat in bread. The arena exploded loudly. Announcement, Class 10 wins. Class 10 students jumped in joy. We won, defeated all Viet Bac classes. Chin Hai smiled. Congratulations to the top class of Viet Bac. Tan Fong was excited. Teacher Nam, what is the reward this time? Heard it is plenty, wonder what it is. Chin Hai smiled. You defeated 9 classes. Gained 9 cumulative points. At 10 points, the reward increases by 1 tier. Tan Fong asked, 10 points but only 9 classes. Lam 2 asked Teacher Nam, do we fight Vietnam? Chin Hai nodded. Fight Class 1 Vietnam. They have beaten 9 other classes. You will compete for the championship. Tan Fong laughed. The genius of Class 1 Vietnam Duong Hang has already been suppressed by Lam 2. The championship will definitely be ours. Chin Hai reminded, do not underestimate Class 1 Vietnam. They also have Muk Than. On the first day, he reached floor 30 of the combat tower. Duong Dan turned to observe everyone. Muk Than is actually in Class 1 Vietnam. Class 10 students looked at each other. Such a genius being placed in Class 1 Vietnam makes sense. He has reached level 6. Lakan Gayat calmly emphasized, no, Muk Than has reached level 7. Entire Class 10 was shocked. Oh my god, level 7 already. The gap is too big. How do we deal with this? Lam 2 smiled to comfort. Relax, with me and Lakan Gayat here. Even if he is level 7, he must submit. As evening fell, everyone left the training ground. Lakan Gayat stepped forward, asked Lam 2, you are too confident facing Muk Than. We might lose this time. Lam 2 was surprised. Did not expect her to say that, not like her style. He smiled, relax, we will win. After speaking, Lam 2 walked another direction. Lakan Gayat asked, where are you going? Lam 2 waved. Something to do to ensure victory tonight in the forest. Lam 2 strolled. Duong Heng looked annoyed. Did you not just defeat Class 1? Making me wait this long? I have waited half an hour. Lam 2 asked, I told you to find the power station. Did you find it? Duong Heng glanced at him. Nothing I cannot do. Follow me. The two arrived at the power station. Lam 2 muttered, just one station yet hidden so well. Duong Heng nodded. If attacked, the academy's power would collapse. Frowned and asked, why did you have me bring you here? Lam 2 took out several small bombs. Have you helped lure the staff away? Duong Heng was startled. Bombs? You are not planning to blow up the station. Lam 2 shook his head. Just fire, low power, burn some trees over there. Duong Heng widened his eyes. You want me to set fire? What are you planning? Lam 2 drooled. Going to charge electricity. You are from a big family. You must keep your word. Duong Heng looked at the bombs in his hand, gritted his teeth. Bastard. If I knew, I would not have agreed. Shortly after, small explosions echoed continuously in the forest. Power station guards were startled. What is happening? Explosions, over there is burning. They quickly ran into the forest, calling more people. Lam 2 near the station also heard the explosions, smiled slyly, jumped over the fence. Duong Heng did well. Lam 2 slowly approached the cable without cameras. Here it is. Raised his hand and punched down, beginning to charge electricity. The power station was damaged by Lam 2. A hole opened, exposing the wires inside. He enjoyed the electricity flowing into his body. Tonight he must reach level 30. The system announced detection of massive power, activating devouring skill, converting experience points. Inside the station, Teacher Lai led a group to inspect. What happened? Someone sabotaged the power station at St. Domain Academy. Red alarm sounded. He was startled. It is over. Power outage. The station fell into darkness. In the forest, Duong Heng was chased by the guards, putting out the fire to capture him. Worse than death. Who caused this? Duong Heng was terrified. What is that guy doing to cause such a disturbance? This time he might get me killed. Teacher Lai ordered, activate backup power, find the saboteur. They quickly obeyed. The system on the other side helped Lam 2 absorb. Announcement level 30 reached, achieving title level 6 martial artist. Lam 2 curled his lips in a smile. I have also reached level 6. Lam 2 closed his eyes to feel the changes in his body. System updated. Host Lam 2, level 30, strength 552, physique 258, speed 160, combat power 6000. Title level 5 martial artist. When attacked, reduces damage by 50%, 30%. Skills, analysis eye, floating aura, camouflage, stun node, mirror clone. M2 was darkened but excitedly jumped, finally able to train the diamond martial card. 100-fold assault can further increase its power. Suddenly a group ran over. Who is hiding there? Come out. He was startled, discovered. Lam 2 leaped over the fence, ran quickly. The guards shouted, saw him running that way. Power station guards pursued fiercely. Do not let him escape. They ran in the same direction, ignoring the person hiding behind the tree. Lam 2 smirked. As long as he stays silent and closes his eyes, they will not detect him. Suddenly Teacher Lai's shadow appeared behind him. The kid is hiding here. Lam 2 immediately turned around. It is over. Teacher Lai raised his hand to grab, trying to run. Lam 2 immediately used mirror clone. Teacher Lai's pupils shrank, looking at the empty space. Did he disappear? He sniffed the smell of burnt black ash powder, destroying wires, shocked by electricity yet still jumping freely. Teacher Lai thought, could it be the kid who harmed the director's Thunderbird? Lam 2 had already returned home. Tiu and Gayat asleep yet. He sneaked in. Do not let her see this African charred appearance. Just as he thought, Lak and Gayat flew out of the house with a sword. Someone. Lam 2 hurriedly shouted, do not. Tiu and Gayat, it is me. Lak and Gayat looked at him suspiciously. She leaned close to look. What happened to you? The blackout earlier is related to you, right? Lam 2 scratched his head and grinned foolishly. Was it not because of the competition the other day? He crouched down. Are you all right? Do you need the infirmary? Lam 2 shook his head. Medicine is enough. People from the power station are looking for me. Going to the infirmary would only fall into their trap. Lam 2 quickly finished bathing, dried his hair, stepped into level 6. His strength and healing ability increased greatly. He lowered his head to look at his hand, trying to see which circle it was. Lam 2 focused, activated the circle, opened his eyes. The circle was different from others. It even had electric discharge. He touched the circle with his hand. There was electricity, both defensive and offensive, a unique ultimate technique. As soon as he finished speaking, the circle disappeared. Lam 2 was startled. It consumed stamina, probably could not last long each time. He took out the diamond card, learned the martial card, placed it on the table. After 10 minutes, it remained motionless. After half an hour, spiritual energy around his body expanded. Nothing else changed. Lam 2 breathed heavily, looking at the card. It drained all his stamina but gave no response. Could it be because he just reached level 6, and his strength was not enough to open the card? Lam 2 threw the card away, knowing Duong Thien was not simple. The system appeared with a suggestion, abnormal martial card charging detected. Use analysis eye or not? Lam 2 asked. Can it be used on the diamond card? The system replied, master at level 6, analysis eye upgraded, more functions unlocked. Instructions appeared to place the card on the table, activate analysis eye. Lam 2 followed, really. The system began analysis. After that, characters flew out from the card. The system reported, violent analysis successful. Master receive information. Lam 2 was stunned. There was so much information inside the card, his current strength could not open it. He held his head. It felt like it would explode, unbearable. The system sent a notification, special power detected, activating devouring skill. After absorbing, Lam 2 knelt down, nose bleeding. This was a diamond movement technique card. Without analysis eye and devouring skill, holding it was useless. Wiping his nosebleed, Duong Thien gave the card to harm him. The clone image was a top 20 movement technique in the world, suitable for mirror clones. Lam 2 leaned on the sofa to rest. As soon as he sat down, he took another card to try, a diamond training technique card. It should not be as dangerous as the previous one. Lam 2 was determined to win the competition, risking everything. He placed the card on the table. Learning was simple. Suddenly, Lam 2 opened his eyes, threw the card down. Damn it, is this training or yoga? After that, Lam 2 crawled to the ground, but raised to the sky, muttering, this posture is too embarrassing. Lam 2 spread his legs while cursing. Whoever invented this training technique must be insane. Gon hid behind the wall, watching Lam 2 practice while muttering, risking it all for the competition the other day. The next morning at Lam 2 house, he lay flat on the ground sleeping, still in last night yoga posture. Aniclimax walked up behind him. She kicked Lam 2 butt. Get up. Lam 2 crawled up. I just learned a new training method. The posture is a bit ugly. Aniclimax turned around, coldly said, breakfast is done. Hurry to training. Lam 2 said, today I train at home. Such embarrassing moves should only be practiced at home. Aniclimax turned back to look. Suit yourself. Lam 2 yawned, practicing strange poses all night, feeling exhausted. At the training ground of St. Domain Sub-Academy, Thien asked Duong Thien, are you nervous? Duong Thien nodded a little. I already lost to him once. Thien replied lightly, you do not need to worry because this time you do not need to participate in the match. Duong Thien frowned, wanting to ask his meaning. Thien pointed at the people behind. It is fine. Class 1 Vietnam does not have only you at level 6. I and those 4 working together will be more effective. Right then, an announcement sounded. Contestants, please enter the arena. Thien led several people from Class 1 to leave. Watch carefully. Class 1 Vietnam under my lead will not lose to the last ranked class like before. Duong Thien clenched his teeth heavily, angry for not being allowed to enter even as class leader. Then he sneered, I will wait to see how you get defeated by Lam 2. On the arena, Class 1 Vietnam faced Lam 2 Class 10 Viet back. He silently looked at Thien. Where is Duong Thien? Why is he not on the stage? Thien replied disdainfully, his presence is not needed. Lam 2 frowned, he is the class leader, why is he not coming? Is he looking down on me? Do you dare represent Class 1 Vietnam to speak? Thien frowned, his eyes full of challenge toward Lam 2. Duong Thien laughed below, even villains must face punishment from villains. Lam 2 needs to work harder. Finally, the announcement sounded. The competition begins. Thien immediately rushed forward. Deal with them for me. One person held a weapon aiming at Lam 2 left, while a large man blocked the right. The 3 Truong Dan, Le Bin and Tan Fong on the other side were also surrounded. Inexperienced ones obediently get off the stage. Thien approached Aniclimax and greeted her. Long time no see. Aniclimax only frowned, did not respond. The sound of weapons clashing was harsh. He raised his eyes to look at her. Aniclimax, No need to be so tense right away. I am still the same. Lakangayat slashed straight at Duong Thien, biting her lip. The three figures on the other side had already been knocked off the stage. Duong Thien, a level 4 against level 6, could not last long. Giant mocked Lam 2, your friends cannot withstand one strike. We are all level 6. Lam 2 smiled, launching 100 birds paying homage level 6. Is it that impressive? Lam 2 thought. Use them to test skills after leveling up. Giant immediately activated the circle, sneering, a newbie would not understand level 6. The circle can defend, your attack is useless. Lam 2 laughed loudly, let us see how long you can hold. He continuously unleashed many hundred birds, paying homage strikes at the same target. Explosions rang out continuously. The giant stopped and looked at the circle, damn it. Does this martial art not consume energy? His two teammates immediately rushed to assist. Lam 2 continued using Rising Thorn to leap up, launching another move 100 birds paying homage Phoenix dance. The dance followed behind the Phoenix. He shouted before was 100 birds, now comes the real move. The big man widened his eyes, but before he could speak, the arena exploded loudly. The big man was kicked straight to the ground by the 100 birds, paying homage Phoenix dance. He lay face down, snot dripping onto the ground. Tan Fong and Labin cheered. The class leader took down one person. Duong Thien frowned. It seems Lakangayat is at a disadvantage. Did not expect Duong Thien to be that strong. On the field, Duong Thien used a spear to attack Lakangayat. Smirked Lakangayat. After so many years you still have not improved at all. Lakangayat snorted coldly. Lam 2 held the dark light intending to rush over. Duong Thien was truly annoying. He was quickly blocked by 3 people from Class 1. Kid, where are you going? Cannot hold back anymore. One sneered, surrounded by us. Let us see where you can escape. 3 simultaneously rushed to attack Lam 2. The arena exploded with a loud bang. Duong Thien, Labin, and Tan Fong turned pale. Lam 2 was still fine. Smoke and dust covered the arena. Only a few sparks of electricity flickered inside. When the wind blew away the smoke, everyone saw clearly. The 3 could not harm Lam 2 because the circle had been activated. The Class 1 members were stunned. Lam 2 stood confidently inside the protective circle, observing them. High on the platform was also surprised. That was Lam 2's circle. This kid had already reached level 6. He picked his ear, forgot to say, now I also have a circle. The Vietnam Class 1 was furious. Damn it. Level 6 is nothing. I will shatter your circle. The 3 of them rushed in to attack Lam 2's circle like mad. He only stood still, raised his hand, looking closely. This circle is not inferior to you brats at all. Lam 2 clenched 5 punches. Lightning spread across the circle. That was the lightning circle skill. The Vietnam Class 1 group surrounding him were instantly shocked until their eyes rolled white. He could only scream in despair. Duong Thien was surprised. Lam 2's circle could conduct electricity. The Class 1 group gritted their teeth, unable to believe it. The circle had electricity. After that move, Lam 2 continued to charge forward with Storm of Pear Blossom Spear. Now it is my turn. The Vietnam Class 1 stood in front of him, stiff, damn it. Their bodies were numb. He immediately activated his protective circle, truly excessive. Lam 2 unleashed Storm of Pear Blossom Spear at that man's circle, shouting, get out. He was stunned. Circle shattered instantly. He was also kicked down. Labin cheered, one more down, but before hitting the ground, he threw a grappling hook. A Class 1 guy pulled himself back onto the platform. Lam 2 shouted, there is a mechanism on the combat gear, are you cheating? The referee shook his head. Mechanisms are also weapons, not considered cheating. The match continues. The Viet Bac class students were dissatisfied. Clearly, they did not want us to win. Chin Hai standing beside said, indeed, there is no such rule. He sighed, the teachers on the platform probably do not want the last ranked class to take the championship. Lam 2, we can only rely on you. The Vietnam Class 1 man saved himself. Cheating provocatively, the last ranked class should have awareness. The championship does not belong to you. Lam 2 smiled. It seems many from the sacred domain do not want us to win. Thai adjusted his clone skill, shouting, I will win for you all to see. Duong Hang below went crazy, shouting, how is that possible? He actually learned cloning over 10 years. Many in the family could not learn it, even useless. Yet he managed it, truly outrageous. Lam 2 swept black radiance, spun once. One man was knocked flying, shouting, why me? That 3-tuft guy threw a hook trying to pull me down, not so easy. Directly grabbed the electrified hook. In front of me, do not use conductive materials next time. The other side was shocked until burnt, screaming in pain. Lam 2 smiled confidently at the Class 1 man. He was shocked into fear. Class 1 man's sword trembled roughly. He fell backward. The 2 remaining gritted their teeth. Damn it. They rushed up. Kid, get down here for me. One threw a concealed rope. The other behind swung a rope. 2 grappling hooks wrapped Lam 2 from both sides, at the same time restraining his hands, pulling the ropes tightly around Lam 2. He understood. You want to use steel cables to restrain me. Lam 2 released electricity from his body, shouting, "Get out." Two were instantly shocked stiff. One tried to hold the rope before being electrocuted to death, still managed to tighten it on him. Lamb 2 bared his teeth in a grin. "You think I only have this much electricity?" Lamb 2 clenched his teeth tightly, tensed his body, releasing stronger electricity. The two ropes gradually snapped. He unleashed lightning flash strike, shouting loudly for me. Tan Fong and Labin jumped up celebrating, followed by two others. The class leader is amazing. On the other side, Lakangayat coughed blood. Lamb 2 quickly moved to support her. "You are injured." Lakangayat pressed her lips silent. Lamb 2 asked her, "Do you feel uncomfortable?" he thought to himself. Today Lakangayat seemed not to have used her full strength, her expression full of worry. Pushed her behind. "Handle your injury first. I will deal with him." Lamb 2 cast aside all other thoughts, whatever, win first then think later. Thien planted his spear on the ground and sneered at Lamb 2. "Only defeated 4 weaklings. You think that is enough to challenge me?" Lamb 2 shrugged, replying frankly, "If I do not try, how would I know?" Thien suddenly laughed. He whispered a secret. "Lakangayat is my fiancée." Lamb 2 was stunned. "She is Thien's fiancée." Lamb 2 looked at her painfully. "Lakangayat," he said that. "I understand why Lakangayat is so silent." But at that moment Thien suddenly attacked, unleashing Dragon Strike. "Idiot, where are you looking?" His spear blade slashed horizontally, straight at Lamb 2. Two immediately engaged in combat. Thien used decisive slash against Lamb 2. Both were pushed back. Lakangayat shouted, "Lamb 2. He looked at him. "Do not listen to what he says." Hearing her opposition, Thien continued. "The marriage was decided by the heads of both families." Lakangayat interrupted. "I do not agree. No one controls me." Thien suddenly asked, "Lakangayat, do you not like this kid?" Lakangayat replied coldly, "It has nothing to do with you." Thien ignored her cold attitude, continued to sneer. "But this kid's strength. You two cannot be together. Today I will teach a lesson so you see reality clearly." Lamb 2 stopped, looked at Thien. "Lakangayat, go down and treat your injury. I will deal with him." Lakangayat was silent, then nodded and left. "All right, I trust you. Do not lose." Lakangayat quickly jumped down off the platform. The sudden action made the Class 10 group anxious, like sitting on fire. Tan Fong wondered, why did Lakangayat go down herself? Huang Luke was confused. What is the class leader doing? Can he win against Thien? Truong Dan beside interrupted. "All quiet. I believe in Lamb 2. He will definitely win." Thien tilted his head looking at Lamb 2. "You want a man-to-man battle with me? Just for a girl?" Lamb 2 shook his head. "No," he smiled at Thien. "I just want to resolve it myself." The provocation angered Thien. He unleashed Dragon Strike. "Do you want to die?" Lamb 2 quickly activated his protective circle. Thien's eyes lit up. Trained since childhood to resist electricity, he prepared to unleash Dragon Roar to the sky, saying with disdain to Lamb 2, "This electricity is useless." A green dragon roared and rushed toward Lamb 2. This attack shattered his protective circle. Lamb 2 was pushed back a distance, planted black radiance into the ground to stabilize himself. Thien did not let Lamb 2 adjust, rushed forward. "Your circle cannot resist." The two attacked across the platform. Thien sneered, "This is the difference." Lamb 2 continuously unleashed 100 Chain Phoenix Spear combo. Thien raised his eyes looking at him. "Let me show you my circle." He activated his circle. 100 Chain Phoenix Spear combo only struck the circle, not touching Thien. Lamb 2 controlled black radiance to draw a new move. "Try this move." Strike hit directly into Thien's protective circle. Lamb 2's eyes widened, pupils shrinking. Lamb 2's body was pushed back several steps by the recoil from the circle. He was surprised his circle could even counterattack. Thien broke free from the circle, preparing a new Dragon Roar to the sky move, not expecting that his circle had different attributes. When Thien attacked, Lamb 2 used a mirror clone in time to evade. Thien frowned. "Damn it, this was a clone." Above, Lamb 2 attacked Thien at the same time. He blocked while retreating. "Damn it, the diamond body movement skill, how could a kid from a wasteland know it?" Thien turned his head and realized. Lamb 2 accelerated, Phoenix flames surrounded him. Thien gritted his teeth and muttered, "This is bad." Lamb 2 leaped up. This was a full power move, star forging flame. The arena erupted with a heaven-shaking explosion. Lamb 2 landed steadily. Was it over? Unexpectedly, through the flames he still saw Thien standing still. Only his clothes were burned away. Frowned at Lamb 2. "This little flame cannot do anything to me." The spear wielder spoke confidently in challenge. Lamb 2 pressed his lips. That man barely endured his star forging flame. This time Thien unleashed the great might heavenly dragon, shouting loudly, "Let me see your diamond skill." Lamb 2 grinned. "Both of you have dragons too." He shook Black Mang. Heavenly Dragon breaks the city. Lamb 2 and Thien shouted together. Both rushed at each other. The arena exploded violently across a 100-meter radius. Smoke and debris scattered everywhere. Truong Dan, standing below, was shaken by the aftershock. Two figures on the arena gradually appeared as the smoke cleared. Duong Thien frowned and tried to see clearly who won. Duong Thien had fallen forward. His body collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Lam 2 raised Black Mang. The stands announced, Lam 2 wins. He shouted proudly, I won. The grade 10 students jumped in joy. Lam 2 won. The class leader was excited. The whole grade 10 quickly rushed onto the arena. The class leader adored him, truly outstanding. Lam 2 smiled as he saw Lac and Guyot approaching. He called happily, Lac and Guyot, I won. Lam 2's eyelids grew heavy, muttering, I won. Then he collapsed, losing consciousness amid the cheers of grade 10. The class leader fainted. Medical staff rushed in. 2 days later, at the medical room of St. Domain Academy, Lam 2 opened his eyes groggily. Lam 2 was lying in treatment. Huang Luke called from outside the glass chamber. Class leader, you are awake. Tan Fong stood beside him happily. You were unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. Lam 2 hurriedly covered himself. I was Lac and Guyot. Why are you here too? Huang Luke laughed. For the past 2 days, Lac and Guyot has been taking care of you. Tan Fong pouted. You two are like husband and wife. Why be shy? As soon as they finished speaking, Lam 2 and Lac and Guyot kicked them over. Get lost. Labin was speechless. The two of you are so blunt. Serves you right. Lac and Guyot handed him clean clothes by the bathroom. Go take a shower. Teacher Chin Hai has asked several times. Director Bok Lai needs to see you urgently. Lam 2 watched Lac and Guyot leave. Director Bok Lai needs to see him urgently. Could it be the electricity theft was exposed? After changing clothes, Lam 2 went to the principal's office. Greeting, teacher, Director Bok Lai. As soon as he entered, he was pointed at and accused. Lam 2 twitched his lips. It was really exposed. He stiffly asked, who are you? What power station? Teacher Lai shouted, this kid still argues. A man should admit what he did. Who else trains lightning attribute? Lam 2 frowned. Do you have evidence? You cannot accuse me randomly. Bok Lai looked at him. What evidence do you want? His hand pressed the red button on the table. Then I will show you the evidence. The screen showed Lam 2 fighting the Thunderbird. Bok Lai said, fighting on an airship is forbidden. It injured the Thunderbird I raised. Before it even recovered, you were not satisfied and ran to the power station to steal electricity. The whole academy lost power. He looked at Lam 2. A troublemaker. Lam 2 hesitated. This is bad. Duong Hang said there were no cameras. Teacher Lai produced evidence. What else can he say? He quickly raised his hand. The Thunderbird incident is not my fault. I did not know it would turn out like this. Touching the power station is true, but I wanted to grow stronger quickly, to lead grade 10 to victory, to prove it to everyone who looked down on me. Bok Lai looked at Lam 2. Your stubborn personality suits me, but mistakes must be punished. I will give you a chance to make up for it. Said, recently a strange power was discovered below. The academy needs someone to investigate. You are the strongest at level 6. The best choice. Complete it, and you will not be punished. Lam 2 wondered. The academy has many level 7 and 8 experts. Why choose a level 6 like me? Bok Lai sighed. Beneath the academy island there are many evolved beasts. He thought about the situation underwater, paused for a moment, then said, if high-level warriors are sent, it may cause panic, leading to danger from the beasts. Lam 2 rubbed his hands excitedly and asked, then what will I get? Teacher Lai got angry. This kid still asks for benefits. Bok Lai stopped him and answered Lam 2. As long as you complete the mission, of course you will receive many things. He said to Teacher Lai, you may leave first. I want to speak with him alone. Teacher Lai nodded. As he passed by him, he even winked. Teacher Lai quickly left the principal's office. Bok Lai stood up. Speaking of something else, in this class competition, grade 10 ranked first. Students who did not participate receive 50,000 points. A gold skill card. You and the 4 participating students receive 100,000 points. 2 gold skill cards. He opened the drawer, and you performed excellently in the duel. I will reward you with a diamond skill card. Bok Lai held 3 cards. There are 3 spear technique skill cards. Choose yourself. Lam 2 wondered, why treat me specially? We are not close. Bok Lai nodded tiredly. Yes, we are not close, but someone special was assigned to watch over you. Otherwise, you would have been expelled from St. Domain Academy. He suspected. Who is that special person? Could it be my Zio and Guyot and Guyot? Bok Lai shook his head. Although Lac and Guyot is from Sky City, she cannot cause trouble for me at will. He looked at Lam 2. Do you remember Hao Lin you met on the way to the academy? The one who claimed to be your master? Lam 2 tilted his head. After a while, he finally remembered who Hao Lin was. Back then, she really was his master. Pointed straight at Bok Lai. She and you both have the surname Bok Lai. You are family. You are her grandfather. Bok Lai avoided the topic. You do not need to worry about relationships. Just remember, your Black Mang spear was taken from me. Lam 2 smiled awkwardly. So that is it. Thank you, Director Bok Lai. Then Bok Lai continued. Duong Thien is the disciple of one of the 5 founders of St. Domain Academy. That old man is petty. You defeated his disciple. When he returns, he will look for a chance to deal with you. Lam 2 laughed. Let him come. I have never feared anyone. Bok Lai grew annoyed and drove him out. Hurry and leave. You are troublesome to me. Lamb 2 obeyed and left the principal's office, ran home. Zyro and Gayet, I am back. As soon as he entered, he was startled. He saw Lack and Gayet feeding Zyro by a white fluffy lump at the door. Zyro Bai turned its head to look at him. Lamb 2 was shocked. What is this white fluff? Lack and Gayet replied. It is a dragonfly. It seems to have evolved. Lamb 2 looked at the white fluff in front of him. This is a dragonfly. He bent down to look. How did it become like this, so ugly? She asked, where did you catch it? Lamb 2 recalled, in the underground laboratory there was a level 6 green lamp beast. I thought it was a level 6 crystal. In the end it turned into this toy. Lack and Gayet nodded, then asked, why did Director Baklai look for you? Lamb 2 shook his head, nothing, just discussing the duel rewards and the Thunderbird injury being banned. He was suspicious, just that. Lamb 2 nodded, yes, just that. Lack and Gayet did not ask further, turned into the house. After a few steps she stopped, tilted her head and asked Lamb 2, the engagement between me and Duong Thien was decided by the family. I do not agree. It has nothing to do with me. He brought his face close to her. And Gayet cares about my feelings. Does she like me? Lack and Gayet coldly punched Lamb 2 in the face. Get lost. Meet at the beach in 2 days. Lamb 2 put on diving gear, preparing to go underwater. A member of the Sacred Domain Academy handed him a dagger. Underwater it is hard to use a spear. This is a dagger given by Dean Bok Lai. High quality, be careful. Lamb 2 took the dagger and attached it to his hand. The Academy personnel checked. The power appeared again. Now is a good chance to go down and investigate. He nodded and stepped forward, set off. The two behind monitored. Dean Bok Lai sent a team of level 6 warriors. If anything unusual happens, support will arrive immediately. M2 did not respond, quickly jumping into the sea. He dived deep, reaching the coral formations. He swam for a while. Small fish surrounded him as if curious. He stopped, seeing a huge structure. He did not expect the island under the academy to be man-made. Someone above asked, how big is the structure? Is it unreasonable? Lamb 2 glanced around. He saw a large fish rushing into the structure. The system reported a creature, level 5 black-toothed fish. Alien creature, sharp teeth, capable of chewing hard objects. Lamb 2 panicked. Did you see that? It seems all alien creatures. The people on shore were shocked. Where did they come from? Why are they attacking the barrier? Quickly called Dean Bok Lai. After speaking, he dived deeper. I will go down to check. The academy personnel reminded, be careful. Going down a bit more, Lamb 2 widened his eyes. Seeing a crack at the seabed, it was a spatial rift. The person on shore frowned. This time it is troublesome. A moment later, Lamb 2 reported. The spatial rift disappeared on its own. Turned his head and looked around. What is this? He had never seen a rift disappear this fast. The people on shore said, we cannot explain it either. Check the surroundings. Lamb 2 saw the system report power fluctuations. It appeared again, not far to the left. Another said, I also detected it. He swam deeper. I will go down to check. The observer reminded, be careful. Circling to the other side of the barrier, Lamb 2 reported, there is a person ahead, not wearing diving gear. The system provided information. Artificial intelligence robot model L247. Lamb 2 was stunned. Another robot, the people on shore also saw it. The situation is serious. Robot held a strange object and a crystal. The cable in front of it opened a spatial rift larger than before. Lamb 2 frowned. The rift appeared again, created by the robot device. Another said, analyzing. Lamb 2 spoke loudly, at least 10 meters. Inside the rift, many strange creatures appeared. The system reported, level 5 rock crab, alien creature, hard shell, high defense. They rushed forward at maximum speed. All of them crashed into the barrier. Lamb 2 swam to another position. He observed and said, the robot uses a device to create rifts, attracting creatures to attack the barrier. Quickly send reinforcements. Person on shore commanded. Understood. Dean Bok Lai has sent a team of level 6 warriors preparing to support. Lamb 2 swam after the robot. Luckily, the rift did not last long. The robot moved elsewhere to open another rift. See if it lasts. The person nodded. Pay attention to safety. He approached behind the robot. It intended to open another rift. The robot heard the noise and turned around, immediately activating attack mode. Enemy detected. M2 dodged the laser. Damn it, discovered. The robot raised the strange object, shouting, detected, execute plan 2, 100% power. The object in the robot hand released strong energy. Lamb 2 covered his face, slightly affected. Damn it. The robot wants to use full power to activate the device. Suddenly, Lamb 2 widened his eyes, turning back. Damn it. A rift right behind him. Shouted through the communicator, did you see? The rift is over 10 meters, expanding. Alien creatures are pouring out. Everyone, think of a way. In the observation room, a report sounded. Dean Bok Lai. Evolved monsters at the seabed are gathering. Sensing the expanding rift, they become unstable. He looked at the screen. It is about to cause a monster tide. His mood was bad. More alien creatures were pouring out of the rift. He ordered his subordinates, teachers lead students level 6 and above to gather at the beach. prepare to respond to the monster tide. The guard team go underwater to support Lamb 2. The subordinate nodded. Person on the communicator asked Lamb 2, "What are you doing?" Lamb 2 replied, "The rift is expanding. I plan to seize the robot device to see if it can be stopped." The person above forbade no return. The evolved monsters underwater are stimulated by the rift, forming a tide. The voice on the communicator was urgent. Thousands of monsters are rushing toward you. Lamb 2 saw the swarm of evolved creatures approaching. He shouted, "Why did you not say earlier? It is already a monster tide." The alien creatures also sensed the energy of the evolved creatures. They rushed and bit each other. Lamb 2 gaped and reported, "Monsters and alien creatures are fighting." One opened its mouth toward Lamb 2. He cursed, "Damn it." Lamb 2 quickly drew the dagger and stabbed its head. The fish was knocked unconscious. After that, he searched for the robot shadow, seeing it had been bitten apart by alien creatures. Lamb 2 put away the dagger. With this level, it still dared to cause trouble at the Academy seabed. He swam to the device left by the robot, thinking, "It must be a treasure." Turning off the listening device and camera, "I will take it quietly." He looked at the stone in the device, fallen from the energy crystal. Lamb 2 touched it. System displayed. Special power detected. Activating limit break skill. Received 10 million experience points. Lamb 2 opened his eyes. Oh, he did not expect to gain 10 million experience points at once. He raised his head to observe the surroundings. This place was full of fragments. Lamb 2 immediately swam to another piece. This time the sound was louder. In another corner under the sea, an octopus suddenly thrashed its tentacles violently. Just a few seconds later, it leapt onto the shore. Sacred Domain Academy personnel immediately shouted a report. The second monster tide wave has appeared. Pay attention to defense. Higher level than previous monsters. Everyone stay alert. Sacred Domain Academy personnel rushed to attack the evolved beasts brought by the tide. Suddenly, a loud bird cry rang out. Everyone underwater looked up. Saw Bok Lai riding on the back of a large bird, cheering with joy. That is Dean Bok Lai, the level 9 flame mystic bird. Flames erupted behind the mystic bird, destroying the evolved beasts on shore. Personnel shouted, "Reinforcements have arrived." Another octopus was handled by Bok Lai. Cheers continued. Truly Dean Bok Lai with the level 9 flame mystic bird. He landed and stepped forward before everyone, killing these monsters like chopping vegetables. Truly impressive. Bok Lai turned to look. The sea area was already cleared. The guard team immediately went underwater to find Lamb 2, handling evolved monsters and alien creatures. Lakangayat had just arrived at the shore, shouting to question Bok Lai. "Old man Bok Lai, where is Lamb 2? He turned to look at her, probably still at the seabed. His communication device is broken. Contact lost. Lakangayat grabbed a diving suit nearby, frowning at Bok Lai. "You sent him underwater." She walked toward the beach, glancing a warning at Bok Lai. "You had better pray he is safe, otherwise I will kill you." Bok Lai was startled. What kind of charm does that kid Lamb 2 have? The two behind him also broke into cold sweat. Such a bold girl daring to threaten Dean Bok Lai, angry because of her boyfriend, Lamb 2, my role model. He shouted orders. "What are you still standing there for? Go underwater to support Lakangayat. Find Lamb 2. Everyone immediately jumped in, understood. Lamb 2 held the device. "It seems unusable, put it away." He held the crystal, threw away the casing, so strange. Lamb 2 lowered his head to look at the crystal. Why is it not fully absorbed like the fragments? Turning and swimming to the surface. Whatever, bring it back first. Cannot stay long, go. Suddenly behind him, a mass of seaweed drifted over. One of Lamb 2 legs was entangled. The system reported force. Level 4 mutated current. Virus infected, corrosive and attacking. Lamb 2 drew the dagger and cut the binding strand. "Only level 4 and you dare provoke me." Lamb 2 hand was entangled. His left leg was also entangled. His limbs and body were tightly bound by seaweed. This moment a fish swam over. Opening its mouth to swallow Lamb 2, he shouted, "It is not a cat." Lamb 2 activated the electric current within his body. He unleashed his blazing meteor strike. Evolved beast seemed unafraid. Continuing to approach Lamb 2, is it not over yet? Suddenly his pupils widened. In front of Lamb 2, a new wave of monsters along with a gigantic creature appeared. He stood stunned. The monster opened its mouth to devour. Lamb 2 muttered, "It is over." The system reported, level 8 extraterrestrial creature, black whale, king of the sea, extremely strong gastric acid. It can swallow everything. Lamb 2 panicked, level 8. He muttered, "I am only level 6, take it down quickly." The black whale glanced at him. It opened its mouth to inhale again. Lamb 2 struggled. "Does it see me as food?" All the water and nearby creatures were drawn into its mouth. Lamb 2 prepared to release electricity. "Want to swallow me?" Not afraid of choking. He unleashed a lightning-fast electric strike. The electric beam struck the monster directly. Flicked its tail. Lamb 2 was knocked down to the seabed. He slammed his body against the rocks, gritted his teeth, and endured. The black whale opened its mouth again. He activated the circle, but he was still swallowed by the whale. Suddenly its eyes widened. The next second it spat out Lamb 2. He glared at the black whale in fury. At this rate I will lose, I must escape. Before he could think, the whale opened its mouth and charged again. Lamb 2 gripped the dagger tightly. He stabbed into its eye. The fish felt pain and shook violently. Lamb 2 was flung away. The dagger fell. The whale opened its mouth again to swallow. Just before entering its mouth, Lamb 2 activated the circle in time. Lakangayat arrived only to see him entering the whale belly. Lakangayat panicked. Lamb 2 drew her sword and rushed forward. Damn beast! Lamb 2 come out. Lamb 2 fell along the digestive tract into the whale belly. Shouting, "This thing swallowed me whole," he punched hard. He struck wildly. "I am not easy to digest, spit me out." Outside, the whale widened its eyes. It kept shaking violently. Lakangayat observed, it seems to be in pain. He guessed Lamb 2 was attacking inside its belly. Lakangayat gripped her sword. "Lamb 2, hold on, I will cut it into pieces." She continuously slashed the black whale body. Inside, its stomach secreted corrosive acid. Soon after, the swallowed creatures were reduced to skeletons. He gritted his teeth and endured the consequence of the rage skill. Lamb 2 circle gradually faded. The gastric fluid was strong. He recalled the system information: level 8 creature, black whale, ruler of the sea. Extremely strong acid, capable of dissolving everything. Lamb 2 felt pain. His body burned as if on fire. Looking at his hand corroded by acid, if this continued he would become waste. He was unwilling. Lakangayat noticed something strange. The whale charged at her. She dodged and assessed. The whale was no longer in pain. Why was Lamb 2 not attacking? Lakangayat frowned. "Lamb 2, you must not die." He slashed fiercely at the whale eye. "I will not let you die." The whale cried in pain and opened its mouth. Lamb 2 inside was exhausted. He muttered, "Am I about to die?" Lamb 2 glanced weakly. Zio and Gayat must be heartbroken. He tried to breathe and cursed, "Damn it, I will not die easily." Lamb 2 rose from the stomach fluid. "I am not a loser." The system unlocked level 3 gene, asking whether to proceed: 10% death, 20% coma, 30% unforeseen situations. Lamb 2 took the risk. Unlock it. 50% success, still better than becoming whale waste. System began unlocking level 3 gene. Lamb 2 body endured extreme pain. He screamed miserably outside. The black whale had many wounds, some were frozen. Lakangayat's sword still emitted icy frost. She used an ice slash toward the whale. "Go die." On the shore, all evolved beasts were dealt with. Staff reported to Bok Lai, monsters and extraterrestrial creatures were eliminated. The academy had 48 injured, no deaths. He nodded. "Good, continue treatment." Divers surfaced and reported. The guard team returned, but Lamb 2 and Lakangayat were not seen. As he finished speaking, an explosion sounded under the sea. Water splashed violently. Bok Lai and those nearby were shocked, looking at the sea. What is happening? Many evolved beast parts. What kind of skill is so powerful? Lakangayat carried Lamb 2 and surfaced. People from the academy hurriedly said, "That is Lakangayat and Lamb 2 as well." Everyone sighed in relief. Fortunately, they returned. That terrifying attack earlier could not have been Lakangayat doing. When she fully surfaced, everyone saw Lamb 2 was badly injured. Someone shouted, "Lamb 2 is severely injured. Call the medical team quickly." The medical team immediately moved forward to treat Lamb 2. Lakangayat spoke to stop them. "Take another step and you will die." The medical staff hesitated and stopped. Lowering their voices, Lakangayat, "Please put Lamb 2 down. We will treat him. Yes, you are also injured and need treatment. We will not harm him." Lakangayat insisted. "No one is allowed to touch Lamb 2. I can carry him to the medical ship." Lakangayat carried Lamb 2 and left without stopping. Bok Lai watched her back. This girl is truly angry. He sighed inwardly. Anyone who blocks her will suffer the consequences. Bok Lai had a headache. He only wanted to give the boy a chance, did not expect trouble, and even angered the genius girl of that family. Bok Lai sigh echoed into the sky. Such trouble. 3 days later at the medical room of Sacred Domain Academy, everyone gathered to care for Lamb 2, waiting for the class leader to awaken. The doctor reported, "His health is recovering quickly, but he is still unconscious. Unclear if he is still human. Such severe injuries yet recovered in only 3 days. His condition is improving. Unknown what skill made it possible. They want to take samples for research." As he spoke, he raised his head and met a sharp gaze. Enhuok warned him. "What are you saying?" Lakangayat looked at him with a cold gaze. "Do you want to die?" "Try saying that again." The doctor panicked. I have had enough." Just a few seconds later, he rushed out of the hospital room as if fleeing. As Thai Tine said, "Lakangayat, you have been watching here for 3 days. Go. Let me take your place." Lakangayat shook her head. "No need, I do not feel tired." Hiu Thai asked, "Do you not trust me? I would not harm Lamb 2. But at this moment, Kuang Luke and Labin stood side by side. What was their relationship? What Lakangayat worried most about was Senior Zio. Now all she thought about was how to overthrow Lamb 2. And Huok Thai with sharp hearing immediately spoke, "You too." She turned and smiled kindly at everyone. Is he really dead? Kyung Luke trembled. Senior Zyro, spare my life. Labin begged. Spare me. Inside the principal office, Bok Lai asked. Lam 2 still has not woken up. The subordinate reported not yet, but his recovery ability seems to be progressing. Such severe injuries healed in just 3 days. Bok Lai pondered. Every time he encounters danger, his strength increases. I wonder what level he will reach in the end. He asked the other person, how is the handling under the sea? Have the robots all been recovered? The other replied, the fissure under the sea has disappeared. The evolved beasts have stabilized. This morning the robots were brought ashore for dismantling and analysis. He reported, the robots are old models from the last century. Analysis of the robot chips found nothing. The device that activated the spatial fissure is severely damaged. The energy crystal above has also disappeared. Bok Lai lowered his eyes. It seems this investigation of the spatial fissure has failed. The other continued, Director Bok Lai, have you heard about near area E99? In the last century, the energy from the fissure froze the region. Many zombies and evolved beasts in E99 were frozen. He said seriously, the spatial fissure recently disappeared suddenly. The frozen zombies and evolved beasts revived, entering Zingio and Beatty cities. His tone was grave. The Federation is deploying martial artists to E99 and nearby cities for support. Bok Lai chuckled. I already know all this. Speak directly. He reminded. Someone discovered intelligent robots of the same type among the zombies in the cities. He was startled. What? Could it be related to the disappearance of the fissure under the sea and E99? Quickly. Investigate immediately. The other smiled. People have already been sent. Bok Lai nodded. Good. Report to me immediately if there is any issue. The subordinate replied yes. On Lam 2 side, the system notified that the host successfully unlocked level 3 gene. In the sea of consciousness, Lam 2 seemed to float in the universe. Looked down at his hands. This unlocking took a long time. The system explained that due to severe injuries it unlocked while recovering. Happily announced, congratulations to the host for obtaining a new skill. After the talent array activates, the host will form a personal domain, military sense enhanced, strength significantly increased. Lam 2 eyes lit up. Domains are only for level 9 martial artists. Excellent. The system displayed it for him. Current domain radius 5m, duration 1 minute. Lam 2 was astonished. 1 minute is even shorter than rage skill. Suddenly he saw a shadow behind him. Next second it turned into a disgusting zombie rushing toward him. Lam 2 shouted, what the hell is this? His eyes widened. Is this a dream? The class 10 people guarding outside also saw it. Duong Thien exclaimed, Brother Lam 2 is awake. Kyung Luke panicked. The class leader is awake, medical staff. Few days later at Lam 2 house, he trained in the dark light room. His health fully recovered. Unlocking level 3 gene caused his strength to surge, now likely at the peak of level 6. Lakangayat appeared and tossed the underwater crystal to him. Catch it. Lam 2 was surprised, so you kept it. I thought it was lost when I fainted. Lakangayat explained, that day I took it from your mask and kept it for you. He nodded, do you know what the power crystal is? Lakangayat shook her head, never seen it. Lam 2 felt regretful, even you do not know. At this moment, Enhuok called from outside. Lam 2, I came to visit you. Enhuok walked in. Lam 2, the E99 glacier has melted. Do you know zombies and evolved beasts have invaded nearby cities? Zingio is also near E99 and has been invaded. I plan to go to Zingio to help. Lam 2 looked up. Do you want to go save him? Enhuok shook her head. He wanders all day and is not in Zingio. I studied at Zingio Academy for more than half a year and know many people. By reason and sentiment, I should go take a look. She asked him, I know you are an orphan and were expelled from Zingio Academy. Will you go? Lam 2 thought of Song Nhai and Duong Thien. He whispered, after all, I grew up there and miss Zingio. I will go with you. Enhuok smiled happily. I knew Lam 2 would not let me go alone. Lakangayat standing beside suddenly spoke. Wait, I will go too. Enhuok teased with a smile. Little Lakangayat does not trust me to stay with Lam 2. Do not worry, I will find more support. Lam 2 smelled the gunpowder between the two and quickly mediated. All right, I will go ask Director Bok Lai for leave right now. Enhuok asked, do you need to meet Director Bok Lai to ask for leave? Lam 2 nodded. Yes, I still owe that old man. Bok Lai frowned when mentioned. In the office, Lam 2 slammed the table. Old man, you really harmed me. Bok Lai looked at him. I heard you were seriously injured, but your muscles evolved and strength increased, so you should thank me for creating the opportunity. Lam 2 was angry. Muscle evolution and strength increase are the reason I train martial arts. It has nothing to do with you. This time being severely injured must also be compensated with diamond martial skills. Bok Lai took a sip of water. The intelligent robots and spatial fissure device have been recovered, but the mysterious power crystal was not found. Lam 2 remained calm. Not finding the crystal has nothing to do with me. At that time, I and the robot were attacked by more than 10 extraterrestrial creatures. Bok Lai looked at him. In such a critical situation, why did you not call for help, and instead turned off the earpiece and camera? Lam 2 pointed and scolded, you sly fox. What do you mean? Suspecting me of keeping the energy crystal. Your diving helmet was destroyed by extraterrestrial creatures, and I almost drowned, yet you still suspect me. Lai avoided his gaze. This kid has stable psychology and cannot be trapped. It does not matter if the crystal is not found. He placed 2 cards on the table. Work for me, and I will not treat you poorly. Bok Lai presented 2 cards, Blazing Flame Kick and Heaven Ice Earth Shatter. He explained, this is the mission reward. 2 diamond martial skill cards. Besides spear techniques, you are also good at martial arts, so I specially chose them for you. Lam 2 quickly took them and put them in his pocket. At least you still have some conscience. He felt delighted inside. Together with the previous diamond skill card now, he has 3 diamond cards. Lam 2 continued, right, old man? I, Lak and Gayat and Nan High students want to request leave to go to Zingio. Bok Lai was surprised. If you want leave, then see a teacher. Why come to me? Lam 2 smiled. You are the director. 5 or 6 students asking leave at once, so I inform you. Bok Lai was speechless and nodded. Fine, I grant you 1 month leave. Not only that, I will arrange a private spacecraft to take you to Zingio. Lam 2 stepped back. So fast, even a spacecraft. You are not plotting something. Bok Lai stroked his beard. Do not speak so harshly. I just received news that intelligent robots of the same type were found near cities experiencing floods and zombie tides. Took a sip of water. I was preparing people to investigate, and then you arrived. Lam 2 looked at Bok Lai. Just survived life and death, and you want missions. Who would dare accept? He sighed. How did I fall into this old fox trap? Bok Lai explained. The seabed incident was unexpected. Not every mission is lucky. Thought of Lak and Gaia. As long as useful clues are found, there will be rewards. I am generous and guarantee satisfaction, except for your girlfriend. Lam 2 thought for a moment and agreed. All right, we will take this mission. Bok Lai nodded. Good. Straightforward. Tomorrow morning, I will arrange the spacecraft to take you to Zingio. The next day at the spacecraft waiting area, Enhiu Thai and Mrs. Hoke were already there. He waved to Lam 2. Lam 2, come here. Lam 2 walked over and pointed at Enhiu Thai. Did you not say you would find support? Why only 1 person? Enhiu Thai said confidently, I have checked. Zombies and evolved beasts from E99 are mostly below level 5. Among 4 of us, there are 3 level 6 and 1 level 7. Why fear level 5? Lam 2 nodded, right? The spacecraft has arrived. Let us depart. The group of 4 boarded the spacecraft. Everyone was amazed by the interior space. Bao Hoke gaped. Is this Director Bok Lai private spacecraft? We travel with this. He nodded yes. Thai praised our Lam 2 as prestige. Only Lak and Gayat asked Lam 2, does the old man have a mission? He was honest with her. As expected, little Ngayat is smart. Nothing much. Just going to E99 to investigate a bit. Huok Thai sat on the sofa and snorted coldly. I knew that old fox is not good, but it does not matter. Enjoy the luxury spacecraft treatment. Lak and Gayat remained silent as the spacecraft took off. It quickly flew far away. Bao Hoke suddenly called out, everyone look outside. Group looked down. Ancient houses in ruins, water submerging cities. The melting E99 ice caused 5 surrounding cities to flood. Many zombies and evolved beasts. The spacecraft shook once. Lam 2 asked the operator, what is happening? The person reassured, stay calm, attacked by a level 7 evolved beast. Lam 2 looked at Enhiu Thai level 7. Were they not only level 5 zombies and beasts? Enhiu Thai was also confused. That was the information received. The spacecraft analyzed. The level 7 beast is a fish lurking in deep water. Flying out is safe. In shallow water there are level 5 zombies and beasts. After flying a while, the crew announced approaching Zingio, landing at Holy Domain Academy branch. Lam 2 looked down. Monsters attacking people. He sighed. Too miserable, Bao Hoke said. Zingio defense is incompetent, letting zombies enter the city. The spacecraft landed on a skyscraper roof. The operator said, after completing the mission, contact the academy and we will pick you up immediately. Good luck. Lam 2 led the group down and smiled. We have returned to Zingio. Zombies and evolved beasts were advancing deeper into the city, clinging to barriers. Currently, zombies and evolved beasts gathered in front of Zingio Academy, trying to climb in. Soldiers on the high walls held weapons and fired fire. Do not let them climb up. Explosions rang out, blowing away zombies and beasts, but they seemed immortal, falling into the sea and swimming back inside. Several people sprang up in terror. Level 5. All the zombies are level 5. We are done. No one will survive. In the sky, several birds screeched, sharp beaks diving down. They turned out to be zombie birds. The panic, someone shouted, we cannot hold them off anymore. Shoot, shoot. Zombie birds swooped in, tearing apart the soldiers on the wall. They screamed in despair. Moments later, a scream rang out, we are finished. Zombies have flooded into the academy. An announcement echoed across Zingio Academy. The airship landed at the docking area. Teachers and students quickly boarded the airship. The teacher ordered students to gather and board the airship. Hurry, hurry, Duong Thien ran over to tell Laluk. It is bad, Truong Tiu AI is not in the group. Laluk panicked. What? Female student spoke up. When Tiu AI just left, she bumped into someone, then disappeared. Laluk worried. She must be injured. What should we do now? Next, someone shouted loudly. The main gate has been breached. The outer guards scattered in chaos. All zombies and evolved beasts rushed into the yard. Let us go, Laluk thought. Duong Thien, you lead the students onto the airship. I will go find Truong Tiu AI. Duong Thien was startled. What teacher law zombies have rushed into the campus? It is very dangerous. Laluk said solemnly, I am your teacher. I must take responsibility for you. The director Lin shouted, why are you so slow? Laluk, take the final class students onto the airship quickly. Laluk replied, Director Truong, one student has not made it. Lin sneered, just a useless one. If he dies, then he dies. Luke was furious. Director Truong, how can you say that? Are my students not students? Lin frowned. Do you want everyone to wait to die? The final class should know their place. Duong Thien glared in anger. The final class, Lam 2, was expelled, and was also from the final class. Now he is someone trusted at Than Vuk Academy. Lin sneered, so what if he is trusted? Tell him to appear and save you right now. At that moment, another wall collapsed. Zombies and evolved beasts poured in. Students panicked. The horde of zombies surged inside. Student pointed, Truong Tiu AI. Truong Tiu AI is over there. Laluk turned to look. Tiu AI had fallen leaning against the corner wall. Laluk ran over. Duong Thien, lead the students onto the airship. I will bring her there, Duong Thien called out. Teacher Laluk. Zombie rushed toward Tiu AI. Laluk dashed forward and shoved it away. He pulled Tiu AI and ran. Let us go. Suddenly an evolved beast lunged over, knocked Laluk down. Tiu AI screamed, Teacher Laluk. He shouted loudly, do not wait for me, run quickly, go. Tiu AI froze. The beast lowered its head and bit into Laluk's shoulder. Duong Thien turned pale and shouted, Teacher. That moment, the Move 100 Strands Phoenix dance arrived just in time. A fire phoenix blasted away nearby zombies and evolved beasts. Laluk was stunned. Such powerful flames. A Move Ice Execution Slash split a zombie in two. Vu and Kaosun Zhenhu rushed past like the wind. The students of Zingio Academy cheered. Look, 4 martial artists have arrived. Great. The Federation must have sent experts to save Zingio. So strong, they even killed level 5 zombies. No, I heard high-level Federation martial artists are clearing high-level evolved beasts, and the zombie king E99. Duong Thien saw Laluk saved and felt relieved. From the smoke emerged 4 figures. Zombies lay scattered everywhere, motionless. Laluk stared ahead. Lam 2 spoke in greeting. It has been a long time, Teacher Laluk. He was shocked. Lam 2. AI helped Laluk stand up. He looked at Lam 2. But before he could ask more, another wave of evolved beasts surged in. Lam 2 stepped forward to block. Teacher La. Now is not the time to reminisce. You and this student return to the airship first. We will handle the zombies. Laluk and Tiu AI ran back to the airship, reminding Lam 2 to be careful. Duong Thien saw Laluk return and asked, Teacher, are you all right? Is the leader of the 4 experts Lam 2? Laluk nodded firmly. Yes, that expert is Lam 2. He used to be my student. He studied with you. Duong Thien jumped up. Lam 2, did you hear? The high-level martial artist saving us is Lam 2. Lam 2 from our final class. Everyone was excited. Lam 2, really? The final class has such talent. Amazing. Only Lin looked displeased but remained silent. On the other side, Lam 2 fought against zombies and evolved beasts. Everyone admired him. The difference was clear. Level 5 zombies had left Zingio helpless. Yet before him they were cut apart. They all seemed level 6. Eyes fell on Lam 2. Not even a year and he is already level 6. How did he train like that? Laluk standing beside shook his head. Not just level 6. He pointed at Lakangayat. That cold girl is a level 7 martial artist. Final class was thrilled. Oh my, level 7. Even the city lord of Zingio is only level 6. Is that girl not Lam 2's girlfriend? If so, Lam 2 is a role model. Laluk pointed out. Although Lam 2 is level 6, his combat skills far exceed level 6. Even level 7 would not dare underestimate him. Such skills can only be honed through countless life and death battles. He paused, emphasizing, therefore you cannot follow his path of growth. After the battle, Lam 2 and Lakangayat's group cleared all zombies and evolved beasts in the area. Approaching the airship amid cheers, many level 5 zombies and beasts were eliminated. It is safe now. As soon as he arrived, Duong Thien hugged him. It has been so long, thank you. If you were a bit late, you would not see me. Lam 2 comforted, I am here now. The final class students were excited. Lam 2 is amazing, our idol, thank you. Huok Thai walked up to Duong Thien and scolded, you heartless one. Is Sister Hiu Y all right? Duong Thien was startled, pointing at her. It really is Sister Hiu. Why are you with Lam 2? And Huoc Thai leaned close to Lam 2 and said, I'm also a student of Than Vuk Academy. Now I am Lam 2's girlfriend. As soon as she finished speaking, Lakangayat's sword trembled. He said coldly, if you dare then say it again. And Huoc Thai smiled. Lakangayat is jealous. Duong Thien nodded to Lam 2. Brother, you are impressive, one on each side. Lam 2 smiled. They are all just classmates. Lam 2 raised his head to look at Lin at the airship entrance. Director Truong. I did not expect to meet so soon. I wonder how the Truong family is doing. There is still a debt unpaid. Lin raised his eyes. Do not think that being level 6 lets you look down on the Truong family. Causing trouble is seeking death. Lam 2 rested his black spear on his shoulder and looked at Lin. Is that so? I came to Tin Gyro on the Dean's mission. If the Truong family dares to touch me, then be ready to face Than Vuk Academy. Lin frowned and did not reply. The principal of Tin Gyro Academy hurried over. Lam 2, thank you for your support. Before this, because the Truong family is powerful, the school did not dare oppose them directly. I hope you can overlook it. Lam 2 said with disdain. No need for courtesy. Your lives are not what I came to save. I only did this out of respect for teacher and old classmates. The principal felt a bit embarrassed. In any case, we will remember Lam 2's life-saving grace. By order of the Tin Gyro City Lord, we must go to Bokda to take refuge. Do you want to come? Lam 2 refused coldly. No need, I still have a mission. As he finished speaking, someone beside the principal urgently reported, Principal, the Academy airship has been destroyed by evolved beasts. Many students have not boarded, requesting support with another airship. Duong Thien said, the Academy has started. Is Song Nha not at the Academy? Lam 2 gritted his teeth. This is bad. The principal looked at his expression. Then he smiled and ordered the person beside him to rush to support immediately. That person replied yes. Lam 2 smiled. Thank you, Principal. There can be no delay. Head to the Academy now. Principal nodded. All right, stay safe. After resolving the crisis, I will host a banquet of thanks on behalf of the teachers and students. At the Academy, the situation was dire. Walls collapsed. Evolved beasts advanced deep inside. Students panicked. When will the rescue airship arrive? Everyone ran toward the airship shouting, do not push, let me board first. I'm a girl, save me. The students looked at each other in panic. The giant beast had noticed them. Everyone was in danger. Suddenly someone at the entrance said, wait a moment, the Tin Gyro Academy airship is here. Everyone looked up to see the airship approaching. Overjoyed, look, the airship, the airship. Students saw a glimmer of hope. We are saved. They cheered. An announcement sounded to reassure them. Students line up to board the airship. The airship landed. Cheers erupted. Great. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, saved. Suddenly someone shouted, this is not good. He pointed behind. A giant monster was approaching. Everyone panicked and pushed forward. Get on the airship quickly. Do not push. Keep formation. Group of High and How swaggered forward. Tay Bat, move aside. Tay Bat pointed at the students. You lowlifes, move aside. They kicked those at the airship entrance. Get lost. Move your hands. What are you looking at? High and How ordered. What are you waiting for? Quickly close the airship. Tay Bat worried. Many people have not boarded yet. High and How slapped Tay Bat. His face twisted. Whether those people live or die has nothing to do with me. My life matters more. Close the door. Tay Bat rubbed his head and went to lock it. Yes. Tay Bat raised his hand, holding the control lever. Song Nha stepped forward to stop him. Stop. Song Nha watched High and How curse. Are you even human? You want to abandon your teacher and friends and run alone? High and How said nothing, raised his hand to strike Song Nha. Damn it. Even 100 of you are not worth me. Get lost. As his hand was about to come down, someone suddenly blocked it. High and How turned back in anger. Bastard, you dare interfere in my business. You must be tired of living. One who arrived was Lam 2, staring straight at him. Yes, I have long been tired of living. If you dare, kill me. High and How trembled slightly, breathing heavily. He felt an unprecedented pressure. Since when did Tin Gyro Academy have such strong warriors? And there were 4 of them. Lam 2 frowned, snorted coldly. Immediately Lam 2 broke High and How's arm. He trembled and looked. You dare. Do you know who my father is? Lam 2 said calmly, I do not care who your father is. Trash is not worthy to board my spaceship. Lam 2 kicked him. High and How flew out of the spaceship. Lam 2 turned back, looking at Song Nha after a long time. She was stunned. You Lam 2. She rushed forward and hugged Lam 2. Is it real you came to save Song Nha? I thought I would never see you again. Lakangayat stepped closer, displeased. Who is she? And Huoc Thai also darkened her face. So it is because of this beautiful girl. What is the relationship? Lam 2 stammered. Do not misunderstand. She is my neighbor who grew up with me in Tin Gyro. Nhu Thai immediately understood. Neighbor, little sister, childhood friend. Lam 2 shouted. Senior Zio, do not exaggerate. It will kill me. Giant beast outside was still wreaking havoc. Lam 2 rushed out. The beast is here. Deal with it first. Manhwa wanted to stop him. Do not change the subject. Lam 2 jumped off the spaceship, telling everyone not to be afraid. We will hold the beast. Everyone board the ship. Anyone causing trouble will end like that man. Song Nhi anxiously called out, Lam 2, be careful. Song Nhi's friends came over and asked, that handsome guy is Lam 2 you always think about. Right, he studies at Holy Domain Academy. Why is he at Beginning Academy? Did he come to save Song Nhi? Who are those two strong sisters, Song Nhi? It seems you have competition now. They looked outside. The four of them were dealing with the giant beast, saying at least level 5, huge body, can fight level 6. Song Nhi. I did not expect Lam 2 to be this strong. Song Nhi was stunned. Not even a year since leaving Zingio, Lam 2 was already level 6. She stared intently. Lam 2. Song Nhi can only follow from afar. Lam 2 held the black spear and flew up, thinking he would meet an equal opponent. This idiot is nothing. The giant beast was pitiful. It raised its head and howled. The evolved beasts nearby were startled, as if receiving a signal. They rushed toward Beginning Academy. Someone on the roof shouted, that beast is leading evolved beasts into the city. Too many. Can the experts resist? The students panicked. Quickly, the ship is full. Fly away, or we will die. A crew member asked the captain, should we fly? The captain glanced. What did those experts say? Dare to fly. Once we fly, we will crash. M2 smiled. Wipe out all Zingio evolved beasts. Save time. Nhu frowned. There are too many. Lam 2 placed the black spear down. With me here, do not worry. Lam 2 activated his talent. Someone exclaimed, my god, a domain, a level 9 kid. Lam 2 planted the black spear into the ground. Everyone fight freely. Bao looked down. We are saved. The effect of the domain. I feel my strength increasing. Lam 2. Only level 6 yet able to do this. Nhu stood smiling, impressive. Everyone above looked down. Song Nhi's friend asked, is he not your neighbor brother? How is he a level 9 warrior? Not some old monster revived by medicine. Song Nhi turned and shouted, impossible. He is Lam 2, not an old monster. A teacher said, so young yet a level 9 warrior. It must be a rare martial art. Another said, domain skills are rare, not easy to train. That kid is a monster. Suddenly someone shouted quickly, they are coming. Lam 2 shouted. He and Lak and Guyet unleashed moves, sweeping the front line. Manhwa and Bao also joined enthusiastically. Everyone on the rooftop was stunned. Too strong, terrifying. The students panicked. The aura of high-level warriors made them feel unsteady. On the other side, smoke filled the air. The giant beast struggled to stand. Roared several times, then charged straight. Lam 2 laughed just in time. Leaped up, spun the black spear, throwing a barrage of fire-forged chains. They fell like a meteor shower. Students above were stunned by the power. What move is that? The flames are strong. They could feel the heat from afar. The evolved beasts were scattered by Lam 2's flames. The giant beast was roasted like a cake. Lak and Guyet raised her eyes, wanting to follow up. Swung her hand, slashing an ice flame slash. The beast disappeared instantly. The crowd on the rooftop cheered, good, the giant beast is gone. The evolved beasts are nearly wiped out. We are saved. Bao stepped forward and asked Lam 2, should we chase? He shook his head, just small fry, no need. Suddenly 2 beams of light shot down at the fleeing beasts. The evolved beasts were continuously shot down by laser guns. A group in uniform approached. Be careful. Earlier the evolved beasts rushed in, fierce battle. The giant beast is no longer seen. Kim Hai was stunned here. All evolved beasts have been eliminated, including the giant one. Kim Hai looked toward the 4 distant figures. Could it be they acted? Lai Ditch shouted loudly, Senior, please stop. Lam 2 turned back upon hearing. Kim Hai and Lai Ditch were surprised. Lam 2. Lam 2 laughed, so it is Kim Hai. Senior Lai Ditch. What are you calling me, Senior? I would not dare. Lai Ditch stepped forward and asked, did you kill them all? Lam 2 nodded. Yes, Lai Ditch asked. Lam 2, you are already level 6, right? Lam 2 smiled. Yes. Lai Ditch hugged him. Amazing. Lam 2, leaving the academy was the right choice. Kim Hai explained. Everyone, he is Lam 2 I mentioned, admitted to Holy Domain Academy. Very impressive. Kim Hai looked at Manhwa and Bao. Who are they? Lam 2 introduced. All are friends from Holy Domain Academy. Kim Hai smiled. Pleased to meet you. Lam 2 hooked Lai Ditch's neck. Brother from the Zingio Alliance Army. Patted his shoulder. How is Captain Zingio? Kim Hai said. Zingio is now a lieutenant colonel. Lam 2 smiled. Promoted already. Good. Kim Hai said, guarding Bokdu, commanding the Alliance Army, resisting the tide of evolved beasts and zombies. He looked up at the sky. The spaceship of the Fap family of Bokdu, have they arrived? The spaceship landed on the rooftop. Someone stepped down and shouted, where is my young master? Why have you not left yet? The principal stepped forward. It is Steward Kim. The Academy ship was destroyed by the giant beast. We cannot leave, Steward Kim said. Are there ships at the square? Principal explained, the Tinjiro Academy rescue ship is here. Steward Kim snapped. Why care about others? Have you forgotten who saved the academy? You must bring the young master to safety. Hien Hao was supported by two subordinates, calling out, Steward Kim, you finally arrived. You must stand up for me. Steward Kim hurried over, young master. How is your wrist? Seeing his limp hand, Steward Kim glared, you were beaten. Shouted, who did it? Come out now. The rooftop became lively. Steward Kim arrived. Lam 2 had just come up and heard the question. He answered directly, I did it. Lam 2 frowned. Steward Kim, is there a problem? He looked at Lam 2 and froze, breathing heavily. Level 6. How did the young master dare provoke a level 6? Steward Kim cleared his throat. This young man, my young master, was touched by you. Is there a misunderstanding? Lam 2 pointed at the ship. I am the one piloting this ship. Your young master was not permitted to board, yet he wanted to abandon others and escape. Hearing the reasons, Steward Kim was unconvinced. He only wanted to board. Why so heavy-handed thinking? Since when did Tinjiro Academy have such experts? Even if higher level, the Fap family would not touch them. Lam 2 sneered. Abandoning others to die, such a despicable man, should I throw him to the zombies? Steward Kim was aggressive. Do not think a level 6 will make the Fap family afraid. Even the principal of Tinjiro Academy must bow. Lam 2 rubbed his chin. This fool thinks I am from Tinjiro Academy? Good. Pretend to be weak. When they find out we are specially dispatched students from Holy Domain Academy, it will scare them to death. Hyuk Thai spoke loudly. Is the Fap family of Bokta that formidable? Bao Hoke glanced. Do you want to die? Kim Hai hurried over, greeting Steward Kim. They helped the Alliance Army eliminate Tinjiro zombies. They are honored guests. How dare you speak rudely? Steward Kim could not use force. He ordered guards to carry Hien Hao onto the ship. Let us go. Before leaving, he turned back and cursed, cripple, just wait. Lakangayat gestured. Kill him. Avoid future trouble. Lam 2 shook his head. We cannot just return to Tinjiro and kill people. Kim Hai's face darkened. The two were discussing killing in public within Tinjiro. Kim Hai advised Lam 2. Lam 2, listen to me. Do not provoke the Fap family. A large family leading Bokta. I heard they even have a powerful level 7 elder. Lam 2 was surprised. Level 7. Is that strong? I can even defeat level 8 warriors. Kim Hai flattered him. Yes, Lam 2 is the best. Song and Hai ran over, calling Lam 2. Where will you go next or return to Bokta? Lam 2 smiled and refused. Tinjiro is safe. The academy mission remains. I cannot return to Bokta. Song and Hai felt a little disappointed. All right then. Lam 2 patted Song and Hai on the head. Do not worry. Once this mission is finished, we will definitely go to Bokta to find you. When that time comes, you must treat us to a meal. Song and Hai jumped up excitedly. Really, that is great, Kim Hai added. Lam 2, do not forget us brothers. When the time comes, we must drink together. Only go home when drunk. Lam 2 nodded. Definitely, definitely. At this moment, the phone in Song and Hai pocket rang. Girl took out her phone and pressed the E button. Song and Hai spoke. Hello, Mom. From the other end came an urgent voice. Song and Hai, are you still at Tinjiro? Hurry to Bokta. Your father is in trouble. Song and Hai froze. What father? Mom said. He was beaten badly. He is in the top hospital of Bokta. Come quickly. Song and Hai voice trembled. Beaten badly. Yes, I'm already on the spaceship. I will reach Bokta immediately. Song and Hai looked at Lam 2. Brother Lam 2, father was beaten badly. He is in the hospital. Lam 2 was startled. Uncle Deep and Aunt Mai are in Bokta. Song and Hai nodded. Yes, my parents run a small business in Bokta. Lam 2 pulled Song and Hai away. Quickly, everyone get on the spaceship. Head to Bokta now. Song and Hai hurriedly asked, Brother Lam 2, what about the academy mission? Lam 2 turned back to explain. Since childhood, Uncle Deep has always taken care of me. Now that something has happened to him, how can I ignore it? I will find the one who beat Uncle Deep and make him regret. Everyone followed Lam 2 order and quickly boarded the spaceship. When the spaceship door was about to close, Lam 2 stood there bidding farewell to Kim Hai and Lai Ditch. I will go first. They waved. All right, see you again. The two watched the spaceship leave and sighed. That fool hit someone connected to Lam 2 and stirred a hornet's nest. 3 level 6 and 1 level 7. Bokta is about to be in chaos. Lai Ditch looked at Kim Hai. Captain Tan is in Bokta. Inform Tan to help. Kim Hai nodded. Right. I will notify him immediately. Inside the top hospital of Bokta, Song and Hai ran to find Dong Mai. Mom, how is Dad? Dong Mai was talking with Dr. Bok. Hearing the call, she turned around. Song and Hai, you are here. She was surprised to see Lam 2. Zio Lam, are you studying far away? Lam 2 nodded. Hello, Aunt. I received a mission to investigate Tinjiro at the academy. Song and Hai pulled Lam 2. Mom, zombies attacked the academy. The spaceship was destroyed. Many teachers and students were trapped. If Lam 2 had not arrived in time, Song and Hai would not have seen you again. Dong Mai grabbed Lam 2. Move. Thank you, Zio Lam. Uncle Deep encountered trouble. If Song and Hi were gone, I would not dare imagine. Lam too shook his head. Aunt Mai. The academy matter is over. Now what happened to Uncle Deep? Dr. Bach explained. Mr. Deep has broken arms and legs. He must undergo surgery immediately. Normal treatment or recovery fluid. Choosing fluid costs more. Lam too took out his backpack. Use the best recovery fluid. Money is not an issue. Are level 5 energy crystals enough? If not, I have Federation currency. Dr. Bach pushed his glasses and looked at the large pile of energy crystals. Oh my, so many level 5 energy crystals. Enough, everyone pay. I will arrange the surgery. Doctor left. Song and Hi ran over. Brother Lam too. These are energy crystals we worked hard to get by killing zombies and evolved beasts. How can you give them to us? Dong Mai also refused. Zio Lam, they are too precious. We cannot accept. Lam too smiled. I am an orphan. If not for Uncle Deep and everyone, I would not be alive. You are my family. He pulled Dong Mai to the reception. Aunt Mai, pay the fee. Do not delay. Lakangayat, Sister Tiu. Stay with Song and Hi and wait for me. Standing at the reception, Lam too asked, Aunt Mai, who did Uncle Deep offend? Why was he beaten so badly? Dong Mai recounted. This morning, while driving a luxury car, 3 people did not allow any explanation and beat Uncle Deep like that. Lam too patted her shoulder. Aunt Mai, do you know who beat Uncle Deep? Dong Mai shook her head. Zio Lam, do not investigate. We cannot touch them. Consider it bad luck. Lam too eyes flashed. Do not worry. Just tell me who it is. Anyone who dares touch Uncle Deep, even heaven cannot save him. Lam too and Dong Mai stood silently at the reception, recalling this morning, after she said it was the eldest young master of the Phap family in Bokta, Fat Hien Fu and his lackeys. Lam too face darkened. The Phap family, a good road was ignored to rush into a dead end. Dong Mai saw his attitude and quickly stopped him. Zio Lam, the Phap family holds power in Bokta, forget it. Lam too smiled. Do not worry, I know my limits. The two finished paying and returned. It was crowded. Lam too stopped. He saw Thai and Bao Hoke arguing with Dr. Bach. Just said it was possible, but now no surgery. Lam too stepped forward. What is going on? Song Hi eyes were red. Just now after paying, the doctor received a call and said the operating rooms were full. They cannot operate on father. Lam too went mad, grabbed Dr. Bach collar. I already paid, now you say you cannot operate. Are you playing with me? Dr. Bach was terrified. Sorry, take the money back and go to another hospital. Lam too lifted Dr. Bach up. You are not going anywhere. Operate immediately. If not, I will seize this hospital. Dr. Bach stammered. This is Bokta. You cannot cause trouble. He shouted, security, security. Security guards rushed over from afar. This is the top hospital of Bokta. Who dares cause trouble? Bao Hoke and Thai stood blocking them. It is us, any problem. The guards were alarmed. This aura level 6. How did Dr. Bach offend a high-level martial artist? Their eyes widened. Level 6 martial artist. Lam too laughed. If I kill you now, can Bokta hold back the 4 of us? You broke your word. Someone behind you ordered you to stop the surgery. Lam too said nothing and released his power across the corridor. If you do not want to die, tell the truth. Dr. Bach begged. Do not kill me, I will speak. He trembled. The vice director called and told me not to operate on that patient. Lam too threw him down. Take me to the vice director. Dr. Bach nodded. All right, I will lead you. At this moment, someone approached. Several men in blue kicked the guards down. Obedient dogs should not block the way. Get lost. A moment, what are you looking at? They turned to Thai and Bao Hope, and that beautiful girl, tall and behave properly. The leader approached Dong Mai. You are the family of that old man surnamed Deep. Did not expect you to have so much money for surgery. He laughed. The old man crashed into the young master car. Compensate for it. Go to reception and take the money back. Lam too shielded Dong Mai. The surgery fee is in energy crystals. Still some left, enough to compensate the young master car. When he heard that, he reached for the backpack, surely enough. As soon as he saw it, he was frightened. His face turned pale. These are all level 5 energy crystals. They trembled. How many level 5 evolved beasts did you kill? Lam too grabbed his wrist. Not many, just level 5 evolved beasts in Tin Gyro. The man's eyes widened. The entire Tin Gyro city. Lam too said nothing and directly snapped his wrist. The leader screamed in pain, clutching his deformed wrist. He looked up. You are a level 6 martial artist. Lam too did not reply and gently moved his other arm. The leader screamed, eyes bloodshot, oh God. The lackeys retreated in fear. Level 6. Turned to run, leaving the leader behind. How is there a high-level martial artist? But as they ran, they saw Thai and Bao Hoke blocking the way. The two lightly released pressure. Where do you think you are going? The 3 collapsed to the ground. There are also level 6. All are level 6. They knelt before Lam too. I was blind and offended you. Please spare my life. Lam too looked at them. Uncle Deep arms and legs are broken. Today I also want to break your limbs. He said to Dr. Bach behind him. The operating room will probably need to work overtime until night. The men in blue said, "My brother is from the Fap family. Please spare us." Lamb too coldly. "I was just looking for the Fap family to settle accounts." He rushed toward them. "Consider this collecting some interest." The hospital corridor echoed with dull cracking sounds. Afterwards, the four lay flattened on the ground in strange positions. Dr. Bach was terrified with snot running. This. Lamb too turned away. He smiled. "Now can you take me to meet the vice director?" Dr. Bach quickly agreed. Yes, yes. Vice director office of the top hospital of Bakda. Outside the door, men in blue stood guard. "Stop, Fat Hiu is discussing with the vice director. Unrelated people are forbidden to enter." Lamb too smiled, guard dogs still blocking. Did not expect unexpected gains. Inside there were three people. Hien Fu sipped tea. Hearing the director speak, "Rest assured, I will handle it. That man surnamed Deep will be discharged immediately." He laughed. "Offending young Master Fat is courting death." Hien Fu sneered. A lackey said, "The relatives of that man surnamed Deep paid the surgery fee with energy crystals." Director smiled flatteringly. "If that man surnamed Deep damaged young Master Fat car, the amount of energy crystals must be used to compensate." As he spoke, the door was kicked apart. The two guards were sent flying. The director stood up. "Who dares cause trouble?" M2 smiled faintly. "Hello. The two guard dogs would not let me in, so I used force." Hien Fu frowned and shouted, "You dare hit my guards? You are tired of living." He pointed and ordered Old Lee, "Deal with him." Old Lee immediately rushed forward. The old man used fierce tiger fist. M2 sensed it instantly, also level 6, but before him it is not enough. He raised his hand and used harmonizing claw technique to block Old Lee punch. The two strikes collided and exploded. Old Lee clutched his arm and retreated. He stared at Lamb 2, "You are level 6. Hien Fu was stunned, level 6. Lamb 2 eyes flashed, "You are Hien Fu, you dare touch my Uncle Deep." He rushed toward Hien Fu, seeking death. Old Lie blocked Hien Fu, hurriedly raising his hand to stop. Certain this was a misunderstanding, asking him to show respect to the Fap family and go easy. He endured Lamb 2's strike, quickly telling Hien Fu to withdraw at once. Hien Fu intended to run, leaving Old Lie to deal with Lamb 2, but before he could take 2 steps, he was stopped by Lack and Gaiet. She revealed a fierce expression as she stared at Hien Fu. Hien Fu looked at Lack and Gaiet in confusion. When the sword neared his body, Hien Fu stood frozen in fear. Old Lie glanced over briefly, "Young master." Seeing the sword tip about to touch Hien Fu, he hurriedly abandoned Lamb 2 and rushed over. Old Lie managed to push Hien Fu down, taking Lack and Gaiet's strike in his place. Both fell to the ground, Old Lie shielding Hien Fu, his hand touching the wound on his chest. This girl's strength was no weaker than that boy. How could someone surnamed Deep have such powerful relatives? Old Lie hurriedly helped Hien Fu up, turning to Lamb 2 and Lack and Gaiet, saying that his young master was at fault first. They would compensate. He offered 5 million, no, 10 million. This attitude angered Lamb 2. He silently moved closer. So what if they had money? 10 million meant nothing to him. Today he would let that man taste the pain of having his limbs crippled. Just then a group rushed in noisily. Officer Kim led the way in. "Stop. Who dares cause trouble in Bakda?" The director pointed at Lamb 2. "Officer Kim, arrest them." Hien Fu found backing. "Officer Kim, just in time. Those two wanted to kill me." Officer Kim shouted loudly, "Assaulting people in my jurisdiction, arrest them." The other officers immediately surrounded Lamb 2 and Lack and Gaiet. They held handcuffs, intending to arrest them. Lamb 2 frowned. "Hien Fu assaulted civilians and you ignored it but want to arrest us." Lack and Gaiet snorted coldly. "Absurd, kill them all." Officer Kim pointed his gun. "This is Bakda, daring to oppose the federal government." Suddenly a voice shouted, "Stop." This group advanced, surrounding Officer Kim. The one who arrived was Tan Kwang. He lowered his gaze, coldly shouting, "Officer Kim, you are bold. You dare arrest a 1-star decorated soldier." Officer Kim was shocked. What 1-star decorated soldier? He did not believe it, turning to look at Lamb 2. Tan Kwang ordered, "Not only 1 star, the 4 of them also helped the federal army eliminate the Tin Gyro zombie. I will request a 2-star medal for them." Officer Kim was stunned. They eliminated the Tin Gyro zombie. The others surrounding Lamb 2 and Lack and Gaiet also looked at each other. Officer Kim bowed 90 degrees, "Sorry. I was blind and offended honored guests, sorry." Tan Kwang waved his hand. "With me here it is enough. All of you withdraw." Officer Kim saluted him, ordering his subordinates to retreat. Yes, retreat. The group quickly left. M2 looked around. Where was the fat young master? He had run away again. He looked at the remaining director. There was still one person here. Lamb 2 smiled chillingly. The director saw him approach and fell in fear. "Brother Lamb, it was my fault. I will arrange treatment immediately. Spare me." Tan Kwang glanced coldly. "Get lost." The director humbly crawled up and fled at once. After everyone left, Tan Kwang patted Lamb 2's shoulder. "You truly are a monster, less than a year and already level 6. Lamb 2 smiled. Captain Tan is not bad either, already a lieutenant colonel, Tan Kwang thought. What use is that rank? A martial artist should be like you. Increasing strength is what matters, let us talk. Sat on the sofa. The Phap family in Bokdu has great influence. You are strong but must be careful of them. During the conversation, Lam 2 had already entered the sights of a sniper. Shot shattered the glass and flew in. Gayat shouted in time, Lam 2 be careful. Lam 2 swiftly dodged. A large hole was left on the ground. Lam 2 told Tan Kwang there was a sniper. Tan Kwang gritted his teeth, causing trouble again in my jurisdiction. Lam 2 hid behind a chair observing, likely the opposite building. Tan Kwang ordered a blockade and search for the sniper. Subordinates responded. The next second, Lam 2 leapt out the window to see who dared shoot. Tan Kwang was shocked. This was the 10th floor. Lam 2 broke the glass and jumped out, calling his pets. Dragonfly, Zio Obai helped pin that bastard down. Tan Kwang leaned out, seeing Lam 2 moving swiftly along the wall, admiring. A level 6 martial artist cannot fly yet, but can scale walls and cross rooftops superbly. The sniper packed up. Damn it, cannot shoot, retreat. Suddenly a shadow loomed over him. From above, a large bird and something plunged down. Kwang landed on the assassin, biting him fiercely. The man cried out in pain, shaking to throw Kwang off. Zio Bai flew over, blowing a breath. His legs quickly froze. The assassin muttered that the breath was too strong, grabbed Kwang and threw it away. Damn beast. At this moment a hand grasped the rooftop railing. Lam 2 vaulted inside, catching up assassin. This is the 28th floor. How did you climb up? What kind of monster? Lam 2 held Black Mang, smiling gently. I am not a monkey. I came to kill chickens. He shouted loudly, punishing evil as an example. Lam 2 thrust Black Mang, unleashing 100 birds paying homage. Before the second strike, several bullets shot into his leg. Lam 2 stopped, locking onto the position from the opposite building. There was support. Several people kicked open the rooftop door and rushed in. The assassin looked at Lam 2, thinking he could not be shot and the job failed. But unexpectedly he delivered himself. Lam 2 coldly said, tell me who hired you and I will let you die quickly. Group grew angry. The assassin shouted arrogantly, kill him. Lam 2 assessed. Unexpectedly all were level 5 martial artists. He swept Black Mang, unleashing 100 birds paying homage. 2 bullets shot toward him. Lam 2 tilted to dodge. He had forgotten the sniper. The 2 snipers saw they had successfully hindered Lam 2 and smiled smugly. We're not on guard. Gayat approached from behind and struck. The assassin was startled. His movements were quick as he barely dodged. There was another one. He drew a short blade. The assassin stabbed at Gayat. Die. Thai arrived in time to support Lam 2. Lam 2, let me help. She quickly explained her presence to Lam 2. Bao Hok was protecting her and told her to help. Leader of the assassin group stood at a distance evaluating Lam 2. A small hospital had 3 high-level martial artists, somewhat a loss. He frowned. Continuing like this was not good. The leader shouted to regroup. The assassins fighting Lam 2 stopped. The 2 beside Gayat also withdrew. Soon they regrouped, standing behind the leader in formation. He said they had accepted the job and could not quit halfway. They must not dishonor the Fierce Tiger assassination group. Thai frowned. The Fierce Tiger group hired these people and paid well. Lam 2 looked at her. You know Fierce Tiger. Thai nodded. Level 5 members using the combined skill Fierce Tiger, merging the spiritual power of 7 people to increase strength. They once defeated a level 8 martial artist. The leader looked at Thai, not expecting the girl to know so much. He raised his sword high. Her vision sharpened. 7 people unleashed 7 tigers descend the mountain. Thai used butterfly dance. Gayat together with ice-severing slash, and Lam 2's 100 birds paying homage opposed the Fierce Tiger group. It erupted across the rooftop. The Fierce Tiger group stepped back, managing to block. The leader ordered them to use that move. The subordinates took positions, understood. Leader recited the command, 7 tigers. He raised his sword high, strike. Before finishing the final step, along with the word 1 in the command, he unleashed a strike filled with violent power. This blow even made Gayat fall silent. Lam 2 and Thai were only lightly injured. He raised his brows, not expecting the combined skill to display such beautiful level 8 power. Lam 2 widened his eyes, stood up confidently and said, to return the favor and let you see our combined skill, no, to be precise, a fusion skill. Gayat glanced at Lam 2, then remained silent. Without wasting time, Lam 2 drew out the Crimson Lotus Flame. Gayat also took out Ice Flame. 2 sources of ice and fire power merged together. Thai quickly stepped aside as they released their power. The leader of the Fierce Tiger assassination group was Hong Lian Hoa gang. He looked at the 2 of them, curious about what faction they belonged to. A bird of combined ice and fire appeared before their eyes, its power erupting violently on the rooftop, shaking the entire area. Tan Kwang, standing by the hospital, was also pushed back by that power. He frowned. This is level 8 power. How could a level 8 come here to cause trouble? After a while, Tan Kwang also caught up to the rooftop of the opposite building. Lam 2 had already grabbed the leader by the neck, asking who ordered his assassination. He looked up at Lam 2, the eldest young master of the Fap family, Fap Hien Fu. I will wait for you in hell. As soon as the leader finished speaking, Lam 2 immediately captured him. He muttered in disgust about the Fap family, then turned to look at the one who had just arrived. Tan Kwang looked at him in surprise. Young Master Lam, was that disturbance just now caused by you? Lam 2 nodded. Yes, this is the combined skill Lakangayat and I trained together. Tan Kwang gave a thumbs up in admiration. Amazing, to actually use a level 8 skill. Your people have confirmed. They are members of the Fierce Tiger Assassination Group. Pointed at the leader lying on the ground. This is the leader of the Fierce Tiger Assassination Group, an S-level wanted criminal. Tan Kwang stepped closer, shocked. Even an S-level criminal dares to enter Bokta. Lam 2 was also surprised. Tan Kwang nodded. The fire in Area E99 caused chaos. Some criminals took the chance to enter Bokta City. Many have been caught recently. Lam 2 looked at him. This old man said before dying that the Fap family hired them to assassinate me. Tan Kwang frowned. The Fap family in Bokdu has always been arrogant. Now they even allied with S-level wanted criminals from outside the city. After things were settled, Lam 2 did not stay long, stood up to bid farewell to Tan Kwang, leaving the rest to him. Tan Kwang turned and asked, Young Master Lam, where are you going? Lam 2 tilted his head, of course to retaliate. I will erase the Fap family from Bokta. Tan Kwang panicked and hurried after him. Young Master Lam, do not be impulsive. This is Bokta. Killing the Fap family will get you wanted. Lam 2 frowned. The Fap family dared to assassinate me openly. If I leave Bokta, Uncle Deep will be in danger. I must eliminate the future threat for them. Tan Kwang fell silent. At this moment, a flying ship approached in the sky. Tan Kwang looked up. This is the private ship of the city lord of Bokta. The ship landed on the rooftop. The door opened. A person stepped down. Seeing Tan Kwang, he was surprised, stepped forward to greet. So Colonel Tan is also here. Pardon my rudeness. He pointed toward Lam 2, sent by the city lord to invite Lam 2 and his companion to the city lord residence. Lam 2 looked at Tan Kwang, the city lord residence. Tan Kwang was slightly worried. The disturbance just now has attracted the city lord. Tan Kwang stood in front of Lam 2. I will go with him, but the other person refused. Colonel Tan. The city lord only invited Lam 2 and his companion. Do not worry. The city lord wants to meet the son of his enemy. Tan Kwang awkwardly turned to Lam 2. Both Lakangayat and Enhuok Thai were stunned. The son of his enemy. The man led Lam 2 onto the ship, smiled at Tan Kwang. Do not worry, I will go and return. Lam 2 nodded. Please inform my teammates at the hospital. Once everyone boarded, the ship immediately took off. On the ship, Lam 2 asked the steward, I have never met the city lord. How does he know my father? The steward replied politely. The city lord is a warrior from Tinjio, a fellow townsman. He proudly said he is a level 7 warrior. In Bokta for less than 2 years from a poor background, rose to the position of city lord through talent. Lam 2 frowned. A warrior from Tinjio. After a while, Lam 2 arrived at the city lord residence. Steward led him in. City lord, Lam 2 has arrived. The city lord of Bokta turned around, excited, very similar. He patted Lam 2 on the shoulder. Compared to your father Lam and Hat Tiu, exactly the same. City lord warmly invited. Come, sit down, then we talk. Lam 2 sat on the sofa and asked, City lord, do you know my father? The city lord nodded. Your father and I were classmates. We studied at Tinjio Academy. Afterward, I went out to build my own path. It has been more than 10 years. Speaking of this, his mood turned slightly down. I did not expect to return successful, yet your situation is like an orphan. The city lord looked at Lam 2. I heard about your father. These years you have suffered. Lam 2 shook his head. When they died, I was not yet 5 years old. I do not remember my parents clearly anymore. City lord continued. After learning about your parents, I secretly investigated. Lam 2 was surprised. What did you find? The city lord said, 15 years ago, several young masters played a hunting game in Tinjio. He gritted his teeth and said, that night more than 20 people in Tinjio were killed. Your parents were among them. Lam 2 eyes flashed with hatred. So they were not killed by accident. Do you know who? The city lord shook his head. I only found that they were people from Thien Kong. The exact identities are unknown. The city lord of Tinjio feared offending them, so it was concealed. Lam 2 was filled with rage. Can we find the city lord of Tinjio at that time? The city lord lowered his head. That person has already become a citizen of Thien Kong. Lakangayat sitting beside spoke. I can find them. The city lord looked at her. This young lady is. Lakangayat said softly. The Lak family, Sky City. The city lord widened his eyes. The Lak family of Thien Kong, staring closely at Lakangayat. After a moment he smiled at Lam 2. Child, I did not expect you are not only strong, accepted by Saint Domain Academy, but also well-connected. If your father knew, he would be very happy. After speaking, he expressed anger at what Lam 2 had encountered. Regarding the Fap family, I already know. You do not need to act. I will handle it. The Fap family is arrogant and oppresses the people. I have wanted to deal with them for a long time. Lam 2 cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you, City Lord Ma. The City Lord quickly waved. No need to be polite, just call me Uncle Ma. Lam 2 smiled. Yes, Uncle Ma. Please help protect Deep Song Nhi and her family. The City Lord patted his shoulder. Do not worry, the Deep family are your people. I will protect them. 3 days later, Song Nhi saw Lam 2 off. Her father had recovered well, no need to worry. Tan Kwang was also present, standing behind the City Lord, saying the Fak family members had all been arrested. There was no longer any danger. The City Lord asked if Lam 2 would stay a few more days. Lam 2 smiled. The investigation of Tin Jio is done. The Academy requires us to go to Thunder Valley to inspect the spatial rift, so I cannot stay. City Lord nodded. If not for the mission, I would also like to visit Thunder Valley. He reminded Lam 2. That place is complicated. Many powerful people are there. You must be careful. Lam 2 nodded. Do not worry. We will be cautious. He turned and boarded the ship, waving goodbye. Song Nhi shouted loudly, Goodbye, brother Lam 2. I will strive to enter Saint Domain Academy. The City Lord smiled. Have a safe journey. At Thunder Valley, the entire sky was sealed within darkness. A bolt of lightning struck down from above. Bao Hok barely dodged. If hit, it would mean death. Another lightning bolt struck down. Bao Hok shouted, Move aside quickly. Lakangayat kicked Lam 2 in the rear, still not going to train. Lam 2 was knocked down. The lightning strike made him grit his teeth. Bao Hok panicked. We are doomed. Too brutal, and Huok Thai laughed. It is fine, he trains in lightning. Lam 2 was struck by lightning. The system notified, detecting massive external energy, activating Devour skill, converting to experience points. Bao Hok clapped, remembered something. This guy once caused the Deputy Dean Thunderbird to die. That time the whole academy lost power. They said someone caused it. Was it not you? And Huok Thai said, You should ask him. Lam 2 smiled. Luckily I had experience from before, bought a combat suit that absorbs lightning, so I will not be embarrassed by torn clothes. Bao Hok interrupted. The blackout last time was really caused by you. Amazing. Lam 2 smiled awkwardly. I let it slip. Inside the forest came cries for help. A group of people supported each other running out. Help us. Behind them was an evolved beast chasing. The system informed Lam 2. One-horn lightning rhinoceros. Level 7 evolved beast. Massive size, brutal strength. Becomes twice as strong when injured. Lam 2 was surprised. A level 7 evolved beast. The person in front shouted for help. We know the spatial rift. Lam 2 quickly grasped the information. He immediately rushed forward to save them. Lam 2 planted his black spear into the ground as support. Lam 2 propelled himself forward. The rhinoceros stomped once, and Lam 2 landed lightly in front of it. On this side, Madam Hok also lunged forward, activating furious roar of prosperous bear bow. Bao Hok threw a sky-shattering punch at the rhinoceros, smiling smugly, taking down a level 7 evolved beast with a single blow. Truly unbelievable. Yet the rhinoceros suddenly stood up again in shock. Huok Thai shouted a warning. His head was about to be destroyed. Get out of the way immediately. The rhinoceros horn emitted a powerful bolt of lightning. Bao Hok calmly ran behind Lam 2. I already have a safe place to hide. Lam 2 had no time to react. He shouted in panic, then was struck by a terrifying electric shock. The system reported detection of a strong external force. Devour skill activated, converting into experience. Lam 2 roared, Bao Hok, you are incredible, using a teammate as a shield again. Bao Hok laughed in reply. I was just thinking of you, letting you take a few more hits early. Those who had been shouting were stunned by this scene. A punch and kick could defeat level 7, struck by lightning yet still alive. What kind of monsters were they? Lak and Gaiet stepped forward to warn Bao Hok. If you dare use him as a lightning shield again, you will die. Bao Hok whispered to En Huok Thai, who kicked Lam 2 into the lightning, double standards. The rhinoceros charged toward them. Lam 2 thrust his black spear toward it. The move caused no damage at all. He panicked. The armor could not be pierced. Lak and Gaiet reminded him. Focus and thrust the pear blossom rain spear at one weak point. Lam 2 smiled. Little Ngayat is still the smartest, all right. Lam 2 followed Lak and Gaiet's words, chose a point on the rhinoceros and used pear blossom rain spear. The armor immediately cracked. He thrust again, piercing through flesh, success. The rhinoceros was in pain, enraged, and wanted to attack Lam 2. Lak and Gaiet held her sword and stepped forward, her gaze cold. He used ice flame slash to strike the rhinoceros' weak point. Its eyes turned white. Lam 2, Bao Hok, and En Huok Thai attacked together. The rhinoceros was cornered with no escape. Before long, it collapsed to the ground. Those who had called for help were still shocked. They did not expect a level 7 to be defeated so easily. People from behind ran over. Where is the captain? The one called captain appeared, scolding them for attracting the one-horned rhinoceros and being chased all the way here. Raised his eyes, really it is dead. Captain pointed at the rhinoceros corpse. You killed it. The one who called for help spoke honestly. Not me. These four killed it. The captain looked at Lamb too. Can a level 7 be defeated so easily? It must just be a coincidence. That shameless man stepped forward. Thank you. But we discovered this rhinoceros first. To kill it, some of our people were injured, so. Lamb 2 held the strange crystal, helping him finish the sentence. So this level 7 crystal belongs to you. The captain nodded. Yes, the rhinoceros has many valuable materials. All are yours, Lamb 2 asked. What if I do not hand it over? Madman laughed, but his expression turned serious. Then we will have to take it from your corpse. Lakangayat drew her sword. She dashed forward and slashed the captain once. Enhuakthai pulled out her fan, daring to steal from me. Bao-Hok prepared his limbs. Let me see how many bones I can break. 3 rushed toward the group. Before long, they beat them until they screamed for help. The captain held his blade cautiously. Are they this strong? He leaped toward Lamb 2. I will kill you. Lamb 2 looked at him. Do you think I am the easiest to bully? He waved his hand and unleashed 100 birds paying homage. Fierce flames burned the leader. He fell. The impact shook the entire area. Shortly after, Lakangayat and the others finished dealing with everyone. The blond man begged while retreating. Do not kill us, please spare us. Lamb 2 approached. Tell me the location of the spatial rift and I will spare you. The man was anxious. Actually, I do not know the exact location. I just wanted you to help. Lakangayat drew her sword, then died. The man pointed at the leader. Do not kill me. I do not know the location, but there is a map in his bag. Bao-Hok searched the captain and quickly found a piece of paper. He opened it and looked correct. The map marked the spatial rift location, inside the Lightning Valley. M2 walked while looking at the map. Marked areas often have evolved beasts. It must be the spatial rift, Lakangayat spoke high. Lamb 2 and the others looked at her in confusion. They quickly followed Lakangayat. Lamb 2 asked what is going on. She signaled him to be silent. People passed through the area where they stood, around a dozen individuals. Someone entered Lamb 2's field of view. He shouted help. Lakangayat quickly covered his mouth. Ku noticed something. Someone behind said, it seems like someone is there. Lamb 2 worried, muttering, we have been discovered. However, from behind, an evolved beast suddenly flew out in front of them. The Ku was cold, a disobedient beast. He reached out to grab it. With a slight wrist movement, he dealt with the evolved beast, threw it aside, moved. They passed by where Lamb 2 was hiding. Only after they were far did he dare to show himself. He asked Lakangayat in confusion, why not greet the Ku? She replied, greet him and you die. Lakangayat frowned. Those people come from Thien Kong. They trained secretly underground, very dangerous. Bao-Hok added, a level 7 evolved beast died in one hit. Lakangayat nodded. They are all level 8 with powerful skills. Enhuakthai asked, are they here for the new spatial rift in the Lightning Valley? Lakangayat shook her head. One spatial rift is not enough to attract them. There must be something more. The Lightning Valley is related to lightning attributes. She looked at Lamb 2. You must seize this opportunity. Bao-Hok laughed, thinking for Lamb 2. Enhuakthai reminded to stay quiet. They advanced deeper. Lamb 2 shouted 100 birds paying homage. He looked at the burning evolved beasts and smiled confidently. Over 100 level 5 lightning ants, gaining more than 200 million experience points. Bao-Hok looked at Lamb 2 in shock. This guy charges first and even laughs. Is he addicted? Suddenly a loud shout came from the forest. Be careful, do not hold back if you are hit too much. Lamb 2 and Lakangayat looked over. Fierce fighting was happening. As they approached, they saw people battling armored lightning beasts. The system sent info. Dark spirit fruit absorbs mutated spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Enhances martial strength. Armored lightning beast level 5. Sharp claws, high defense, lightning attacks. Gathers near mutated fruit trees. Lamb 2 drooled. Dark spirit fruit. Bao-Hok's eyes lit up. A rare treasure. Someone over there slashed the back of an armored lightning beast. It was unharmed. Instead, the person was shocked by electricity and fled. Lamb 2 said, level 5, but the lightning paralysis is hard to resist. These people cannot handle it. Lamb 2 quickly grabbed his spear and rushed forward. Go. Take down these troublesome armored beasts first. Lamb 2 entered the center of the lightning field, sweeping away the armored lightning beasts. He was confident this little electricity is nothing. Those around watched Lamb 2 fight. Who is he? Why is he not paralyzed? Incredible. After several exchanges, the armored lightning beasts roared madly. He gathered in groups and charged toward Lamb 2. A large-scale electric shock erupted. Everyone was stunned. The armored lightning beasts grew furious and attacked together. Even if not dead, they would lose a layer. Thick smoke covered the view. Wind blew the smoke away. They saw the armored lightning beasts paralyzed stiff by Lamb 2's electricity. He smiled faintly. Everyone was shocked, that is. Lamb 2 said proudly, let me show you what real lightning is. circle around Lamb 2 suddenly flared brightly, making the hovering armored beasts tremble in fear. Behind Lamb 2, a lightning-fast ultimate move erupted, blasting all the armored beasts away, leaving them stiff under his power. The onlookers stood frozen, stunned by the complete reversal of the situation. They were far too strong. One person in the group stepped forward, expressing gratitude to Lamb 2 for the help. He hesitated slightly before adding, "Most of the armored beasts were defeated by everyone. The dark spirit fruits belong to you." That person hesitated and asked, "But we also want the dark spirit fruits. Could we buy them?" Lamb 2 silently observed the man in front of him. After a moment, he stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "You are too polite. Eating too many dark peace fruits is useless. We only need 4. The rest you can divide among yourselves." The man was overjoyed. "Really, thank you so much." Lamb 2 called him forward. "Come. I have never tasted a dark spirit fruit before. I wonder how it tastes." Suddenly a shout rang out, making Lamb 2 and the man turn around. "Stop. You dare touch young Master Bai's belongings." Behind them, a group dressed in black approached. The man told Lamb 2 they were members of Purple Lightning Sect. Young Master Bai spoke. "If you know it is Purple Lightning Sect, then get lost." People around shouted at him. "Since when did Thunder Valley become Purple Lightning Sect's territory? You did not kill any beasts. Now you come to claim it." Young Master Bai sneered. "Purple Lightning Sect is a major sect. Do you dare oppose? I count to 3. If you do not leave, then stay. 1. At that moment, a sword strike shot forward. Young Master Bai's neck immediately bled. He clutched his throat. Akangayat said coldly, "Why waste words with this kind of person? Just take him down." Young Master Bai was furious, ordering his subordinates to attack. "You dare lay hands on me? Spare the lives of those 2 women, kill the rest." People from the sect rushed forward, shouting to kill them, surrounding the 4 around Lamb 2. Lamb 2 smiled, being tricky again, not afraid of death. Young Master Bai frowned, seeking death. "I will let you know the price." Another person stepped forward, asking the man who had spoken to Lamb 2, "What should we do now?" The man raised his brows at young Master Bai. "Purple Lightning Sect has gone too far." He ordered his subordinates to deal with him. Young Master Bai leapt up, intending to strike Lamb 2 with a purple lightning slash. Lamb 2 lightly dodged the move. Young Master Bai laughed loudly, calling him stupid, daring to use a metal weapon to clash with Purple Lightning Sect's skill. Lamb 2 looked at him. "Is that all? Not afraid to show your lightning skill?" He unleashed a lightning attack. "Storm Pear Blossom Spear. Let me show you my lightning." Young Master Bai was startled by the move, so he also knows lightning. The sky lit up further with thunder. Young Master Bai felt a hint of fear, stepping back. Is it not that the deeper in Thunder Valley, the less frequent the lightning? He looked up at the sky. Could it be that their continuous use of lightning attracted the thunder? Suddenly a bolt struck a tree behind them. Lamb 2 tilted his head and sneered. "How unsightly. Is this not your Purple Lightning Sect's territory?" Another bolt of lightning struck down. Young Master Bai broke into a cold sweat. It is over. He tried to run, but Lamb 2 grabbed his collar and pulled him back. "Do not run. This is perfect." Young Master Bai cursed. "Let go, damn it." A terrifying bolt of lightning struck down. He was struck into a daze. Laughter echoed across the heavens. Young Master Bai was struck until his eyes bulged and teeth bare. The man anxiously called out to Lamb 2, "Brother." The people of Purple Lightning Sect were also terrified. Young Master. After Seth finished striking, Lamb 2 appeared behind the smoke too fast. Only then did people see Young Master Bai lifeless. Did he die from electrocution? Lamb 2 looked at Young Master Bai in his hand and sneered, "Purple Lightning Sect. How will you repay this?" They shouted loudly upon seeing Young Master Bai. He threatened Lamb 2. "You killed Young Master Bai. The sect master of Purple Lightning Sect will punish you." Lamb 2 looked at them like fools. "He caused too much trouble, struck dead by heaven. What does it have to do with me?" The man shouted, "Kill them all, leave none." Both sides clashed. After a while of fighting, the man approached Lamb 2 and said, "Have you checked thoroughly?" Lamb 2 smiled. "I am truly sorry. I dragged everyone into this." The man looked at his brothers behind. "It is fine. Purple Lightning Sect has dominated near Thunder Valley for years. I have long been displeased. I was planning to lead my brothers away." Lamb 2 said, "The martial rewards, no need to share with us. Give them to your brothers." Everyone was pleased. The man thanked him sincerely. Lamb 2 reminded, "This place is not suitable to stay long. We have taken 2 dark peace fruits. Let us go." The man nodded. "All right. We will leave after handling the bodies." The 2 sides parted for now. Bao Trong said they would meet again. Lamb 2 and the others tried the dark peace fruit. He exclaimed, "The dark peace fruit is truly a treasure. The increase in power is obvious. Looking at Enhuak Thai, senior sister, everyone eat, sit and meditate. I and Lak and Gayat will gar." Before Nhu Thai could respond, Bao Hok had already turned to look behind. Behind them was a swarm of level 5 mutated thunder bugs flying in, fast and capable of releasing strong electric currents. Bao Hok knocked them away, but was accidentally shocked and staggered. Lamb 2 stepped forward. "These are mutated thunder bugs." He looked up at the sky, So many mutated creatures. Manhwa frowned. They must have come from a spatial rift. Lamb 2 shifted direction. The flight path of the thunder bugs leads to the rift. Let us go check. In another corner of the Thunder Valley, a large spatial rift appeared. Iquian said, Van, from my purple lightning sect I must take the Thunder Lotus Flame. Old Van replied, if you want it, you must pass me first. As the leader spoke, both sides shouted in charge. Lamb 2's group hid nearby observing. Lakangayat said, Thunder Lotus Flame has appeared. Lamb 2 nodded, 2 factions fighting over it. There are also people from Purple Lightning Sect. Lakangayat looked around. The Thunder Lotus Flame should be near the rift. The 4 carefully searched for a path. Near the rift, they saw a golden flower lying below. Lamb 2's eyes lit up. Hurry, look. Is that the Thunder Lotus Flame? Lakangayat nodded. Yes, she said. 2 level 7, we cannot fight them. Wait for an opportunity. At this moment, an alien creature appeared from the rift. Quickly grabbed a person and attacked. Iquian was startled. Level 8, Old Van. We must join forces to deal with it. Iquian said, better eliminate this creature first. Old Van agreed. Lamb 2 quickly rushed forward. A good chance. I will go take it. There is lightning everywhere there. Do not follow me. As fast as lightning, Lamb 2 reached near the Thunder Lotus Flame, staring at it. This combined power seems to require a special item. Not sure if it can be taken by hand. Lamb 2 hesitated for a moment. Suddenly someone below was looking at the Thunder Lotus Flame. He happened to see Lamb 2 and shouted, it is over. Someone is taking the Thunder Lotus Flame. Quian turned around, really. Lamb 2 gritted his teeth. Discovered already, I will risk it. Quian sneered, seeing Lamb 2 pick the Thunder Lotus Flame with bare hands. Fool, wait to be burned to ashes. Next second, Lamb 2 carried his spear and ran. Old Van and Quian were stunned. Damn it, not harmed at all. Quian ordered pursuit. Old Van also said, do not let that kid escape. The alien creature charged at them. Quian and Old Van were surrounded. The creature was dangerous. Lamb 2 quickly ran toward Lakangayat. The 4 rushed headlong toward another place in Thunder Valley. Lakangayat pointed ahead. There are people in front. Lamb 2 frowned. Those 2 old men are chasing. More lightning will burn everything. Lakangayat shook her head. No, they are people from Tiankyu City before. Lamb 2 said, then it is fine. There is great help here. Suddenly Lakangayat ordered him to use Thunder Lotus Fire immediately. Lamb 2 was stunned. Use it. Use that. It is deadly dangerous. Lakangayat kicked the Thunder Lotus Fire straight into his mouth, telling him to just use it. Lamb 2 froze. Was Tiu and Gayat trying to murder him? Lamb 2's cheeks swelled. He felt like he was about to go mad. Another bolt of thunder struck from the sky, merging with the previous one. Lamb 2 screamed in pain. The system reported detection of immense external power, activating Devour skill, converting to experience points. Bao Hoke standing nearby muttered to Manhwa, truly a mix of love and hate. Manhwa frowned. Shut up. This moment the eldest uncle suddenly spoke. I sensed the aura of Thunder Lotus Fire. They moved closer and saw Lamb 2 shouting wildly. Someone shouted, did he block the Thunder Lotus Fire? The eldest uncle was shocked. How is that possible? He rushed toward Lamb 2. Kill him, cut open his stomach and take the Thunder Lotus Fire still in time. Manhwa and Bao Hoke turned back in vigilance. Lakangayat also noticed someone rushing in. She flew out to block him. You dare. In the group someone shouted, stop. The eldest uncle turned back. Hoa Thien, are you trying to stop me? Hoa Thien said coldly, are you blind? Do you not recognize my sister? The eldest uncle looked. Lakangayat. Upon seeing clearly he was shocked. It really is Lakangayat. The eldest uncle waved his hand and turned away. Fine, do as you wish. Lakangayat remained silent. Hoa Thien stepped forward. Lakangayat, we meet again. Father told me to bring you back. Lakangayat coldly refused. I am not going back. Hoa Thien continued. That brat went out and told father everything about you and Lamb 2. Broke off the engagement. Father was furious and told me to bring you back. Lakangayat gritted her teeth. That bastard Mukhthan. I will kill him. She turned to look at Lamb 2. Wait until he finishes absorbing the Thunder Lotus Fire, then I will go back with you. Hoa Thien brushed his hair. Lakangayat, you know you like this brat, want to protect him, help him grow. But you cannot protect him forever. Moreover, he is a man. He should not let a girl protect him. Lakangayat's gaze remained on Lamb 2 behind. One last time. When he finishes absorbing, I will leave. Hoa Thien's eyes flashed. He lost patience. Father said if you do not go, he will kill Lamb 2, Lakangayat. If you do not listen, do not blame me for being ruthless. Lakangayat gripped her sword and looked. You dare. Lamb 2 spoke. Lakangayat, go with him. Do not worry about me. I know you are good to me. I cannot bear to let you leave, but I cannot hide behind my girlfriend forever. Cannot let you protect me forever. Lakangayat silently looked at Lamb 2. Heard him continue. I will rely on my own strength to reach Sky City, meet you, believe me. We will meet again soon. Lakangayat was silent for a long time, then took an item from her neck. Lakangayat stepped forward and handed it to Lamb 2. For you. Lamb 2 looked up at Lakangayat's departing figure. Rest assured, in less than a year I will enter Sky City and stand before you. ManhwaCapped observed, then spoke. A pair of ill-fated lovers. Let me fill your heart and comfort you, Bao whispered. Sister, they will catch up soon. We should find a safe place for Lamb 2 to absorb the Thunder Lotus fire first. ManhwaCapped nodded. I saw a hidden cave before. Go there. A day passed. Lamb 2's group remained in the cave. Bao asked ManhwaCapped. It has been a day. Is Lamb 2 all right? ManhwaCapped sighed. The thunder element in the Thunder Lotus fire is both violent and powerful. Absorption is slow. Outside was noisy. Report to the sect master. The detector sensed strong thunder power in the cave. Hurry and check. ManhwaCapped snorted. Damn it. A day has passed and they still have not given up. Bao frowned, using detectors again. Shameless. Go deeper and high. The three of Lamb 2 went deeper into the cave, reaching a lake with a brilliant jade-green surface. Bao gaped, did not expect a cave beneath. ManhwaCapped reminded everyone, be careful. This cave seems dangerous. Queen and Van entered, looked at the pit ahead. There is another cave below. Be careful. Look at the white skeletons. There are fierce evolved beasts. Bao hid behind a rock wall. Worried, they caught up fast. ManhwaCapped whispered, how many are there? We cannot hide. Bao gritted his teeth. Charge out and risk it. ManhwaCapped shook her head. There are 2 level 7. Charging out means death. She turned to ask Lamb 2. When will you finish absorbing? Lamb 2 said 80%. Should be soon. Then he said, do you feel the thunder aura from below the abyss? ManhwaCapped looked down at the lake below. There is something there. Lamb 2 nodded, though hidden. He sensed a powerful thunder-evolved beast at the deep bottom. Bao was puzzled. Why hide? ManhwaCapped frowned. Because we intruded its territory. It is preparing to attack. The Zai Dian sect scouts reported to Bok Quien. They discovered thunder element at the abyss bottom. Bok Quien scolded. Idiots hiding under the pool. Van laughed. This time we caught a turtle in a jar. Lamb 2 stood behind Bao and said, those guys also discovered the bottom of the pool. Bao was startled. Did you not finish absorbing the Thunder Lotus fire? Lamb 2 smiled. This is a low-quality product formed from Thunder Lotus fire energy in my body. ManhwaCapped was confused. What do you want to do? Lamb 2 smiled. The thunder-evolved beast cannot resist this Thunder Lotus fire. He looked at the bottom of the pool, preparing to stir the waters. Lamb 2 jumped down quickly. He rushed to the lake edge. Come on, come here. Beneath the pool, a pair of eyes emerged. A level 8 evolved beast, Thunder Venom. Duel attributes extremely toxic and ferocious. Bao turned pale. Damn it, such a huge snake. ManhwaCapped analyzed. Peak level 8 aura. Lamb 2 waved the fake Thunder Lotus fire before the snake. It lunged. He twisted to dodge. Come. Lamb 2 shouted to Bao and ManhwaCapped. Hide well. I will lure that snake. Bao was speechless. This guy is crazy. ManhwaCapped muttered, risking his life. Lamb 2's strength grows fast because of madness. Lamb 2 ran fast, dragging smoke behind. Bok Quien turned. What is happening over there sounds like fighting. Lamb 2 ran toward Bok Quien. The old man pointed at Van. What do you see? Thunder Lotus fire. Van laughed. This brat knows he cannot escape, so he brought the Thunder Lotus fire here. Lamb 2 shouted while running, hello everyone. I brought my snake. Bok Quien and Van were shocked. Damn it. A level 8 evolved beast. The snake opened its mouth, preparing to spit an attack. Sphere of spiritual energy shot forward. Boom, it slammed into the ground. Zai Dian sect members were electrocuted and bared their teeth. Bok Quien gasped. That bastard deliberately lured the giant snake to us. Snake charged at everyone again. Lakangayat shifted to avoid. The snake failed to bite Lamb 2 but caught others. It raised its head and swallowed, then stuck out its tongue at them. Bok Quien cursed, so annoying, turned to Van. Hold the snake. Surround that brat. Whoever grabs the Thunder Lotus fire first gets it. Van nodded. Fine, agreed. Bok Quien ordered. Van and I will hold the snake. Everyone else kill that brat. Van's disciples and Zai Dian sect responded. Go. They immediately rushed to find Lamb 2. Van and Bok Quien's people shouted loudly, kill him. Seize the Thunder Lotus fire. ManhwaCapped and Bao joined the battle. Lamb 2, we will support you. ManhwaCapped said, continue absorbing, we will block them. Lamb 2 saw the completion notification at 95%. Nodded, all right, almost done. ManhwaCapped suddenly said, Bao, let us deal with them freely. Bao nodded, all right. On the other side, Bok Quien and Van's group was in chaos. Seeing the snake open its mouth, they shouted, be careful. It is about to launch a thunder sphere. Bok Quien raised his hand, using same attribute to block from the side. The snake spat a jade-green substance. Van was stunned. Is that not a thunder sphere? A layer of toxic fluid shot directly into Bok Quien's circle. It quickly corroded the circle. A few drops fell on his hand, exposing white bone. Bok Quien realized it is venom. It seemed to awaken, continuously spewing venom. Van and Bok Quien quickly dodged. Move quickly, extremely toxic. Disciples below could not escape in time, hit by it. They screamed for help in unbearable pain. Enhuakthai frowned. The toxic power was truly terrifying. At this moment, the system sent the latest notification to Lam 2, informing that the absorption process was complete. After that, Lam 2 continuously received 2 or 3 more notifications, congratulating the master for leveling up, level 33, then continuing to level 34, at the same time receiving the latest status panel. Lam 2 level 34, strength 700, physique increased from 330 to 397, speed 220, total combat power increased from 7,500 to 7,988. Title level 5 martial artist when attacked, 30% chance to block 50% damage, not yet changed to level 6 martial artist title. Skills analytical eye, berserk, camouflage, devour, glare, split mind. Lam 2 stood up and stretched his body, leveling up twice in a row, thanks to Thunder Lotus Flame and allocating potential points into physique. His combat power was close to 8,000, only one more level to become a level 7 martial artist. Lam 2 raised his hand and confidently said, "Let me end this battle." The remaining brothers of Dean Muon stared wide-eyed at the thing in his hand. This Thunder Lotus Flame was a bit larger, stunned. Why not absorb it properly? They immediately rushed toward Lam 2, shouting, "Take it from him." Even the giant creature attacking Ongvan sensed something and turned in the opposite direction. The vine shot like an arrow toward that direction. Ongvan muttered, "What is that bastard doing?" Bok Quian looked at Lam 2. No matter what, he could not let the giant creature devour the Thunder Lotus Flame. Lam 2 held ice and fire in both hands and said to Bao Hok and Enhuakthai, "Senior sister, senior brother, move away as far as possible." Enhuakthai looked at Lam 2. "You are not planning to use that strange move again, are you?" Lam 2 fused the 2 flames and replied, "I have succeeded. Even without Lack and Gaiet, I can still fuse them myself." Bao Hok asked blankly, "Senior sister, Lam 2 wants to." Enhuakthai pulled him away. "Do not ask, run." Lam 2 laughed crazily. "Come on, you all want composite energy, right?" His voice echoed through the cave. "I still have another Crimson Lotus Flame." Ongvan widened his eyes, seeing Lam 2 fuse 2 flames. What fate did this guy encounter? 2 composite energies? Bok Quian shook his head. The aura from the 2 energies was too terrifying. Lam 2 laughed. "This move is called." He slammed his hands together. Lam 2 completely released the energy. With the move, Heavenly Thunder hooks Earth Fire. Bok Quian revealed a fierce expression as the water vines under the lake immediately surged upward. The rocks above also became damp and fell down. Bao Hok looked in confusion. "We are done. What move is this? Truly insane." After Lam 2 blasted the cave, only dust and smoke remained. Both evolved beasts and humans lay scattered everywhere. The giant creature eyes became dim. It turned its head and fled easily. Lam 2 was startled. That beast was not dead. It must have just jumped into the water. Lam 2 quickly chased after it. The level 8 strange crystal ran away. "Senior sister, senior brother, I leave this to you." Enhuakthai called out, "Lam 2, be careful." Lam 2 did not have time to respond and plunged into the deep pool, falling into the lake and swimming along the blood trail downward. Lam 2 wondered why swimming in the deep lake felt like being burned. He looked at the flowing blood. Could it be that the giant creature blood was poisonous? Lam 2 held the black spear and swam deeper, quick and decisive, quickly catching up with the creature. He shouted, "Where do you think you are going?" Lam 2 thrust the black spear straight into the vital point of the giant creature. The creature rolled its eyes and lost all signs of life. Blood mixed into the water. Lam 2 trembled from the pain. He moved closer to the creature. "Quickly take the strange crystal and leave." Lam 2 quickly grabbed the level 8 strange crystal. The system sent another notification. Detecting external power. Activating Devour Glare skill. Progress 5%. Lam 2 looked at the experience conversion text and thought, unidentified power, begin absorption. Lam 2 continued to stay in the water. Progress 35%, absorbing the extreme poison first. On the surface, Bao Hok and Enhuakthai waited anxiously. The giant creature was dead. Why had Lam 2 not come up yet? Enhuakthai shouted, "Lam 2, we have collected everything valuable. Let us go. System absorption 100%. Lam 2 swam upward. The giant creature blood was good. Absorption was fast. His whole body felt tempered. Lam 2 emerged from the water and replied to Enhuakthai, "Coming." The 3 quickly left the cave. It was too large, better to return the same way. Bao Hok sighed. The giant creature corpse was good. Such a pity it was too large to carry. In the invaded valley, suddenly several arrows shot toward them. Lam 2 glared and quickly dodged. He pushed Enhuakthai, "Be careful, someone is ambushing." Arrow pierced Lam 2 left shoulder. He pulled it out and shouted, "Whoever it is, get out here." Hidden person fired another volley. "Fool, it is highly poisonous. You will only live a few seconds." Lam 2 sneered, "This poison cannot do anything to me." Lam 2 swept with 100 Feather Phoenix dance. "If you do not appear, I will force you out." the fire phoenix flew into the forest. Boom, Lamb 2 flames burned across the area, screams echoed. We are done. The flames are too strong, my hair is burning. They fled in panic, retreating. Enhuakthai chuckled softly. Bao Hoke had also been waiting. 2 used furious ape rage and butterfly dance to deal with them. Lamb 2 looked at them. Is that all? Hiding in the shadows like that. Bao Hoke pointed at the symbol on their clothes. Lamb 2 wondered, the invasion mark. Could it be the eliminated lightning sect? Enhuakthai shook her head. The lightning sect is different. Bao Hoke recalled seeing the symbol at the valley entrance before. It seemed they were the invasion night squad. Lamb 2 praised, so cool. He opened 2 bags, many good items, even Alliance credit cards. Enhuakthai clicked her tongue. The invasion night squad is not good, just bandits harming people. Lamb 2 held the strange crystal and smiled. When you meet them, show no mercy. Fix them all. Those rich kids from the forest came shouts of pursuit. Trying to run, not so easy. Hand over the level 8 strange crystal. Lang fat. Quachlin, go first. I will block them. No, we go together. Lamb 2 signaled Enhuakthai and Bao Hoke to stay silent. Someone is coming. Enhuakthai frowned. This voice is unfamiliar. Seeing 3 people run out of the forest, Enhuakthai called, Lang fat, then Sam, Quachlin. Lamb 2 widened his eyes. This is bad, it is them. Quachlin called, senior sister, Lamb 2, Bao Hoke, Enhuakthai. Why are you here? Quachlin said they accepted a mission from the academy to clear the valley. Bao Hoke asked, then Sam. Do you not know the valley is dangerous? Then Sam explained they did not know a spatial rift had appeared. Pursuing group caught up and laughed loudly. You still have teammates, good, hand over your bags. One person saw the 2 corpses on the ground and shouted, Goblin and Leviathan. Looked at Lamb 2, did you kill these 2? Lamb 2 nodded and smiled. Do you want me to send you off as well? The Thunder Knight laughed arrogantly. He shouted for his brothers to attack. Protect the Goblin and Leviathan. The invasion knights drew their bows and fired continuously. Poisoned arrows rained down. Lamb 2 activated the circle. Everyone be careful, there is poison. Countless arrows flew like a storm. The vines were paralyzed by Lamb 2 electricity. Lamb 2 laughed. The circle upgraded after absorbing Thunder Lotus Flame. Wonderful. The invasion knights were stunned. The leader shouted, keep shooting, break his defense. Each person held a bow as the invasion knights continuously attacked Lamb 2 group. He smiled at them, not responding is rude. Lamb 2 swung the black spear. Lightning flash ignited, reflecting the poisoned arrows back, hitting many knights. Some jumped to evade. We are done. What move is this? Dodge quickly. Lamb 2 laughed. Let us see what you rich brats can do. Lamb 2 activated the talent formation. Then Sam stood within the domain and laughed. It feels great. I can take on 10 of them. Bao Hoke laughed. This is a domain. Quachlin felt his strength increase clearly. Bao Hoke led the charge. You dare touch the Holy Domain Academy, kill them. Seeing the talent formation, the invasion knights turned pale. One of them looked and said, that kid is. Lamb 2 did not give them time to think and teleported closer. The invasion knight shouted, we are the invasion knight squad. You cannot kill us. Lamb 2 directly thrust the black spear through him. Lamb 2 looked down and said calmly, kill the invasion knight squad. Lamb 2 gave a snort. The command had been completed. A group of paper tigers appeared. At this moment, Lamb 2 called everyone, hurry up. Do not just stand there, go check what valuable items are in their bags. After a while of searching, a pile of strange crystals covered in dirt was found. Lamb 2's eyes lit up, as expected of rich brats. Full of valuable items, Bao Hoke said, everyone do not hesitate, just take freely. Lamb 2 suddenly remembered something. Turned to ask, then Sam, right? What exactly was your mission here? Then Sam replied, the mission was to collect 10 level 6 or higher lightning attribute crystals. Lang Fat said, we only got 3 but now the mission is complete. Quachlin nodded, right? Thanks to the Lightning Knight Squad crystals. Enhuakthai glanced at them. Just now I heard the Lightning Knight Squad mention a level 8 crystal, right? Quachlin nodded, right? We picked it up, quite great, right? Lamb 2 was stunned. Since when had level 8 crystals become so cheap that they could be randomly picked up? Then Sam nodded to confirm it is true. We encountered danger by chance and picked it up during that. Have you also gone to the spatial rift? 3 of them. Sam nodded. Right, near the spatial rift. They recounted the earlier situation. Many martial artists were strangely cut down at the head or limbs. Sam presented his suspicion. We suspect alien creatures from the spatial rift, capable of invisibility, with sharp forelimbs, killing enemies very easily. He added, we saw a level 6 martial artist taken down quickly but could not see the creature. So we knew we could not fight it. After picking up the level 8 crystal from the martial artist's bag, they quickly retreated. Lamb 2 nodded. Although curious about what that creature was, dangerous places should not be investigated. Enhuakthai agreed, if you have completed your mission, return. Then Sam nodded, all right. The entrance of the Lightning Valley, someone stood shouting, move aside, do not block the way. Lamb 2 and Mrs. Hoke turned to look, seeing a group of lightning knights dragging a giant beast closer, and glanced around, arrogantly said, see that? This is the power of the Lightning Knight squad, all evolved to level 8. Dare to act arrogantly in front of them, looking for death. Bao-Hok frowned. The giant beast was clearly killed by Lam 2. Manhwa gritted her teeth. Never seen anyone so shameless. Lam 2 crossed his arms, coldly watching. All level 8 exotic beasts are valuable, meaning we did not take it back then. Somewhat wasteful. Suddenly, the Lightning Knight squad called Lam 2's group. Stop right there. That man approached Lang Fat. Everyone saw the bags overflowing. The harvest in the Thunder Valley must be abundant. Do you want to negotiate with the Thunder Knights? The price will surely please you. Lang Fat replied faintly, no need. Left, leaving the Thunder Knights standing alone. Suddenly he roared, frozen. Have I let you go already? Lam 2 glanced at him. Thunder Knight stood before him. Loud voice. This is the Thunder Knight group. If we do not sell our goods, do you look down on us? Lam 2 clenched his teeth. The Thunder Knights were truly terrifying. The Thunder Knight sneered at the brute of a boy. He ordered his teammates to adjust, kill them all. The Thunder Knights drew arrows to shoot, but all were blocked by Lam 2's circle outside. This same move again, won't you change your attack? And he swung his hand to shoot back those arrows, returning them to them. The Thunder Knights could only scream in helplessness. They advanced boldly. Who dares attack the Thunder Knights secretly? Advance and surround Lam 2. Do not let them escape, brothers, avenge them. Zam frowned. Their numbers were a bit many. Lam 2 sneered. No problem, all paper tigers. Bao-Hok nodded. Just do not let them shoot from afar. Lam 2 shouted, advance. One by one, the Thunder Knights were defeated by the combo ultimate moves, 100 styles of the Phoenix. Silver Lightning Fury Fist, Style Gift, Violent Wrath Pool. At this moment, another arrow shot over. Then Sam rushed to push Quach Lin away. Quach Lin was cautious. The arrow hit then Sam's belly. Quach Lin startled, then Sam. Lam 2 frowned in annoyance. Someone attacked from behind. Bao-Hok glanced around. Who come out so I can see? Quach Lin quickly put medicine in Thang Zam's mouth. Hurry, drink. At this moment someone stepped slowly forward. His whole body was crackling with electricity. A shout rang out. This is the Grand Elder of the Zai Dian sect. What is he, an 8th level master? Lam 2 gritted his teeth. An 8th level master. Grand Elder of Zai Dian sect looked at Lam 2. Finally found you. The boy with thunder and fire attributes. Killed the sect leader and many of Zai Dian sect. The Thunder Knights' faces went pale. What killed the sect leader, unexpectedly formidable, strike his head, retreat quickly. The Grand Elder's eyes flashed. He conjured an arrow in his hand. Grand Elder of Zai Dian sect roared, die all, shooting twin electric projectiles at Lam 2. He quickly turned to run. A layer of dust suddenly rose from the ground. Grand Elder of Zai Dian sect used electric speed to approach Lam 2. He gritted his teeth to dodge, too fast. The Grand Elder of Zai Dian sect swung his hand, hitting Lam 2's back. He rolled several times on the ground before stopping. Lam 2 Lung sat up, wiping his mouth. We are no match for him. Tell everyone to run quickly. Withdraw from Thunder Valley. The Zai Dian sect blocked the exit. Escaping was not easy. Killed our sect leader, must avenge. They shouted, do not let them escape. Avenge the sect leader. The Grand Elder of Zai Dian sect roared fiercely. Kill all. Manhwa looked at Lam 2. What to do? We are surrounded. Lam 2 focused. Cannot break the encirclement. Just retreat to Thunder Valley. He stared at the dangerous forest ahead. Manhwa wondered. Rush into danger again. Lam 2 smirked. No, lead them to the spatial gap. And Vung Hak used an attack to buy time, then shouted, run. Lam 2 commanded, retreat to Thunder Valley quickly. Manhwa now understood what he intended. Lam 2 nodded. Yes, the more dangerous, the safer for revenge they will chase. He looked back at the Zai Dian sect behind. Lam 2 recalled the invisible alien creature, luring them to a dangerous place where monsters hid. Grand Elder of Zai Dian sect sneered. A bunch of fools running to Thunder Valley. This time even flying it would be hard to escape. Chase them. Zai Dian sect disciples nodded. Yes. Thang Zam ran while looking back. Many chasing. Bao-Hok frowned. 1 8th level master dealing with 6 people. Is it worth it? M2 explained. I want to use the invisible monster near the spatial gap to drain their strength. Then deal with the old 8th level master. Bao-Hok was slightly worried, but the invisible monster was dangerous. Lam 2 reassured, trust me, I can handle it. Many martial artists had died in the spatial gap area. Lam 2 was stunned, all due to the invisible monster. Manhwa looked around, seeing many monsters. Lam 2 closed his eyes, analyzed, saw the monster was a level 6 mutation. Invisible mantis, only visible when attacking, extremely sharp claws, invisible mantises throughout the forest. Lam 2 smiled with satisfaction. Damn system, so lovely. Bao-Hok asked, Lam 2, must we cross this forest? Zai Dian sect had arrived. Kill all without mercy. Lam 2 nodded. Only this way, everyone follow me, no mistakes. Lam 2 lightly jumped, then called them. Direction 3 o'clock, 3 steps. The group aligned with Lam 2 in a strange posture. Lam 2 continuously guided. Direction 12 o'clock, 2 steps. Direction 9 o'clock, bend down. Direction 5 o'clock, jump forward. ManhwaCapped was surprised. Why not attack? Could the invisible monster be gone? Lamb 2 shook his head. No, they are near but keeping distance. Watch 12 o'clock slip past. The Zai sect reached the edge. Died so many Grand Elder. This place is strange. Continue chase or not. The Grand Elder of Zai sect shouted. A bunch of weaklings, do not you see them? Continue pursuit. Zai sect cursed silently. Damn old man, why not go yourself? A mantis ready above. It arrived and immediately chopped off his head. Zai sect disciple shouted ambush. A swarm of mantises appeared from the illusionary forest. People screamed. A few disciples quickly activated the circle, defend fast. They thought the circle would save their lives. Yet the invisible mantis still attacked. One slash cut through the circle and a person. The Grand Elder of Zai sect slightly scared. What exactly is it? Others were tense too. Circle broken easily, terrifying. When a mantis approached the Grand Elder of Zai sect, he managed to catch it. The Grand Elder of Zai sect jumped. Just realized the mantis could turn invisible, a mutated monster from the spatial gap. He looked at Lamb 2 and the group practicing Qigong. Why were they not attacked? Perhaps avoiding the invisible mantis. Lamb 2 bent down directing everyone. 5 o'clock, bend, shake hips. The Grand Elder of Zai sect raised his hand to attack. Damn, pretending. He unleashed electric shield. Stay here for me. Lamb 2 sensed quickly, shouted dead, dodge quickly. The spot they just stood exploded. The Grand Elder of Zai sect rushed at Lamb 2, raised his hand, die. Lamb 2 quickly stepped aside. He jumped back several steps to hide higher. The Grand Elder of Zai sect turned to flee. Unexpectedly, Lamb 2, standing above, kicked something down, giving it to him. He frowned at Lamb 2. What trick is the boy playing? The Grand Elder of Zai sect realized the invisible mantis stood before him. The mantis. The Grand Elder of Zai sect was a beat too slow, shouted dead, slashing the 2 mantises before him. Lamb 2 jumped up grinning from ear to ear. Then he used continuous teleportation footwork, kicking continuously from side to side without pause. Dozens of mantises charged straight at the Grand Elder of Zai sect. He killed them while shouting at Lamb 2, impudent boy. Even more invisible mantises cannot do anything to me. Lamb 2 sneered, cannot do anything to you, so what about them? The Grand Elder of Zai sect goggled. What? Behind him, Zai sect disciples were attacked fiercely by invisible mantises. They screamed, Grand Elder, save us. The elder shouted loudly, damn, get out of this forest. The Zai sect disciples immediately fled. The Grand Elder ordered retreat at once. He must be cautious. Grand Elder of Zai sect frowned at Lamb 2. Boy, you deliberately led us here, didn't you? Lamb 2 nodded. This is a tomb I specially chose for you. Thinking many invisible mantises have died, can expend full strength to deal with you. Lamb 2 immediately activated the genius array. Thang Sam and Bao Hoke were excited. It appeared again. This power increased significantly. Wonderful. Grand Elder of Zai sect was shocked. Impossible. This is my domain. Lamb 2 roared, brothers, take Hack Mang forward, kill them all. Quach Lin and Thang Sam also shouted, advance and kill. ManhwaCapped and Bao Hoke joined the fight, rushing into the battle. The Grand Elder of Zai sect cultivated, body glowing with electricity, even with domain increase. What can level 6 or 7 kids do to me? He charged, die all. Loud explosions continuously echoed through the forest. Lamb 2 shouted, Bao Hoke, rush into battle. Lamb 2 activated Fury. Bao Hoke synchronized with blood vision. As the two prepared, the Grand Elder of Zai sect was suddenly attacked by ManhwaCapped and Thang Zam. What? Gritted his teeth, furious, damn. These 2 kids know how to increase power instantly. The Grand Elder of Zai sect paused, stood upright scanning around. What is this? Lamb 2 unleashed Hack Mang with a heavenly dragon strike. Hoke charged with the Grand Havoc Heavenly Palace technique. The 2 attacked the Grand Elder together. He used electric dragon roar to resist. Impudent boy, do not get cocky. Grand Elder of Zai sect roared, break it. Lamb 2 was thrown high by the storm impact. He used Hack Mang to stabilize and quickly launched his strongest strike. The Grand Elder of Zai sect was stunned. What? Lamb 2 pierced through his body successfully. System reported successful kill of a level 8 martial artist, awarding 8.5 billion experience points. Lamb 2 still did not breathe easy. He looked at the Grand Elder of Zai sect on the ground, receiving 8.5 billion experience points. Clearly, the previous level 8 was defeated by Lack and Gaia, wasting much experience. Bao Hoke stepped forward. We eliminated a level 8 great achievement. ManhwaCapped looked around. Other martial artists seemed to have fled. Lamb 2 smiled. Cowards were terrified, nothing to fear. The mantis front legs broke the circle, earned much money, also confirmed reward, very profitable. Bao Hoke and Quach Lin excited, striking it rich this time, daringly rushing into danger. Everyone walked out of Thunder Valley chatting. Lamb 2, What next? Do nothing. Back to the academy. The Thunder Knights did not stop them. Bullies of the week would not interfere. A few days later, Lam 2 returned home, called loudly, Khan, Tiu Bak, I am back. Tiu Bak immediately ran to greet him. Lam 2 hugged Khan. Have the kids missed me? Not even a month and grown. Must have eaten much of my alien provisions. Lam 2 stopped. Suddenly saw a vague figure called Lakangayat. Lam 2 regained composure. Lakangayat had returned to Thien Kong City. Mother not seen for now. Just as Truong Dan's people arrived at the door, class president, you are back. We took care of everything.